up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. As always, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank. Proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, May 20th, 2026. Heading to the beach tomorrow, broadcasting from Dewey Beach on Friday. Just days away. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. Johnny Cakes Allville's here.
What's up? Bring your SPF 50 to the beach, Rickies.
And Jason
not
Bishop.
really gonna need it, Cakes.
Hey, what's up? It's
It's
a beach
scrambling
bash.
this morning.
It's Beach Bash Eve.
I woke up to find out that there was a blockage on the 270 spur. Well, they're just picking up cones late.
Yeah.
So I had to turn on Montrose Road, the river. I just had to do a lot of
You had to scramble.
a lot of
Yeah.
scrambling.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I checked. But
Well, I had to do scrambling because I was at the Nats game with Vinny and his wife Jackie. We had a great time.
It was just you three?
Yeah, Dina had a work thing,
right.
and honestly, I didn't care to.
But you had 4 tickets, didn't you?
Yeah, but
You couldn't find another 4th?
I didn't really.
Maybe squirrel.
No, I didn't. Most of my friends are married. I mean,
Three's fine. It's okay.
Yeah,
Somebody bails out.
I had no
peels off
problem.
You
last
should have asked
minute.
Cakes.
No, I
was busy. I was
I
one
had
of
no
my son's
problem
graduation.
sitting
Oh,
on
that's
the
right,
free
graduation.
ticket.
I wanna
And
hear
I
about
probably wouldn't have gone anyway,
I
but
know.
it's fine.
Mike Marr would have gone with you.
Didn't occur to me to ask Mike. Sorry, Mike.
You didn't think about him?
That didn't
all
occur to
good.
me. But anyway, we had a great time. Of course, I got to thank Michael, the GM over at the bullpen. You know, we have a long-standing relationship with the bullpen.
Yep.
He still talks about the sell the team event or whatever that we did
Burgundy
there.
and sold.
Burgundy and sold
Still
event.
raves about that.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah,
I mean,
good. That's great.
we just totally killed it over there that night. And anyway, great spot.
good win for the Nats.
They always take care of
Yeah.
us. Great
Really good.
win for the Nats. It was awesome. We had a great time. We had great seats. We were in about 14th row or something. Not right behind home plate, but we were right there.
Pretty good, right?
I
Got to see the most
number last night.
Nice.
I'll take that.
You got to see the most
That's right.
exciting play in
Plus 118.
baseball, they say.
Yeah, the inside of Parker. It was awesome. I mean, I told.
That was a great play.
What's the center fielder doing, though?
I don't.
center
I think
fielder?
that's the kid they called up from Gonzaga.
That's
there was a
Ewing.
lot of.
Okay.
There was a lot of. I think there was a lot of purple there because they called up a kid Morbido
That
who was
was-
making his debut.
Nice.
And I think that was him. That misplayed it off the field. At least that's what Vin told me.
That was Morbido on left field. Yeah.
So he's
But
making
the
his
center
debut.
fielder just stood there.
Well, he was tending. He thought his teammate
He was hurt.
was banged up.
That was Taylor, right? That was Tyrone Taylor in center.
All I know is that I saw it hit. I didn't see that aspect. I didn't watch a replay because I'm at the game. All I saw was it hit the wall and nobody was near him. I looked down and Woods was already at second. And I told him, well, that's an inside to Parker. I mean, there's no shot they're going to get him.
It reminded me of...
He got around the bases in 15 and a half
I mean,
seconds.
it was unreal how fast it was.
It reminded me of a play back when we actually had a WHFS softball team. And let me tell you this. It was a lot of music people and not many former athletes.
Yeah.
And Oscar Santana, the big O, was in the outfield. And Maddie, who did the middays, was there. And a ball bounced in between them. And they kind of ran into each other. And they just argued. And somebody that was running round in first base just kept going until the guy was on third. Then they finally realized, oh, maybe we should throw it inside the Parker home run because they were just arguing about who should have taken the fly ball.
Right. Well, maybe that's what happened last night. I don't know. I didn't see the miscommunication. I just saw the misplay of the ball sort of off the wall. And next, I look out, and next thing I see, Wood is already around second. And they're like, there's no chance they're going to get him. No
Zero.
chance.
Second inside the park grand slam in franchise history. I believe Michael A. Taylor hit the first one.
Okay.
But I think it's the second in franchise history.
Yeah.
I think it's the first in 6 years.
Yeah, but Vin looked it up because he was like, "Wow, we saw something that you never see." I think there's been 200 of them. In MLB history. At least that's what we looked up on our seats.
No, I think you're right.
It happens. Doesn't happen very often.
No, they're back to one game within 500 at 24-25. We're going to have Paul Tabone on the show at 9 o'clock. The
After
president of
a
baseball
win.
ops.
It didn't look that way. They sit down, first inning, it's 5-0, and we're just laughing. I took the under.
Big loser.
Big loser. But Vin is so happy, and he's making fun of Nats and Nats fans, and then we come roaring back. And
Yeah, he was pissed, wasn't
he
he?
was mad.
You should tell him to zip it. His Mets are in last place. They stink.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Yeah,
With
and
a $300 million plus payroll, too.
Yeah.
And people are giving me grief like, how can you bet the under on the Nats? They're a high scoring team. I get it. I understand. I'm not stupid. But here's where I might be stupid. Because I said to Vin, I didn't know about his pitcher. And I said, how's this guy? He go, he's pretty good. Right? And I go, he's pretty good. All right. Well, last time I bet on Griffin to go under in a strikeouts, he had 9. I said, all right, maybe Griffin will be balling. So I'll just, you know what, do theory. I'll go under. So I'll fox myself, right?
Yeah.
And I go, do theory.
Because Griffin
But then I realized Vin thinks everybody on the Mets is great.
Yeah.
So that was the flaw in my thinking.
Tragic flaw.
I
He's a
said-
homer. He's a homer.
Big
so
homer.
I mean, he does have a few guys that he was breaking balls that he's like, send him down, get him out of here. But
Everyone's great in his
for
eye.
the most part, they're all great.
Yeah.
So if I say how great is so-and-so, oh, he's great. He's great. We
He
love
thinks they're all the 69
yeah,
and
so
86
that was the
Mets.
flaw in my theory.
It really is amazing.
But
The
McLean, that was
Nationals-
McLean's worst start of the year. He's been pretty solid.
I didn't even look up his stats. I just said, hey, Vin, how is this
I think
dude?
his ERA was before last night was like 2.3.
So maybe he was right. He was like, he's
2.32
good.
or
he's
2.4.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is
But
amazing.
he's going against the best offense in the league.
Yeah, the
I
Nationals
know.
have the best offense in the league, 290 or 271 runs
You know
scored.
how when you have your best
And then
round
they-
at golf, and then the next round's never going to be
You play well,
You're going
and
to come
then-
back to earth a little
Yeah,
bit.
right.
So I'm like, they scored a bunch of runs. They do theory. Damn, it's going to be a blanker. We ain't going to get it going.
Meanwhile, 15 runs.
15 runs in 2 innings. I mean, it's unbelievable what happened.
It's what they do. 271 runs scored. The amazing thing is they've also allowed 290 runs.
Yeah.
So they're number 1 in runs scored and number 1 in runs allowed.
Yeah.
Minus 19 differential.
They lead the league in bullpen innings pitched. I think it was 226 coming into
that's
the
that's
last.
not something you want to lead the league
It was-
in either.
it was-
That was the other thing we were laughing about. We're like, it's already
about
a poop
230
show.
innings.
Wait till they get to the bullpens. But I think at that point, I don't know. I left the 7th inning. I think actually the bullpens did okay after that, right? Because
Oh, yeah,
all the
they
runs
did.
were scored early.
Yeah, all the runs were
Lord came in. He did a fine job.
Yep.
By at that point, we had
How
started
was
to head
the
back.
traffic getting down there? Was it all right? Everything good?
Traffic was kind of a poop show. I mean, whatever. It didn't take 2 hours, but I live. If I just went down Critic and I live 9 miles from here.
Yeah.
Okay, literally 9 miles, but it takes too long to go through there, like in the afternoon. So I go around the Beltway, BW Parkway, take them past the East Capitol Street, that whole way.
Yeah.
So that took like an hour.
You live 9 miles from the park and it takes an hour.
Well, yeah. But
How long would it
that
take-
way's more miles. So when you go that way, it's more miles.
But if you would have taken just Connecticut Avenue into the city,
I would
through
think it
the-
would take an hour.
so it would go.
It's
9 miles
you're
an
6 and
hour.
1, 6 and
Yeah.
Yeah,
whatever.
but you're more like
After
stop
the-
and go that
I
way.
hate stop. Yeah, I'd rather
Drive-
I'd rather be driving
a
constantly.
little bit.
Oh yeah,
bit,
believe me, I hate stop and go.
Believe me, because last stop and go on the Beltway at 5 o'clock whenever we left. I mean,
it's gridlock.
It actually really
Parking lot.
I'm not sure we ever
The
got moving.
Beltway is just a
I mean, even on the BW
There's
Parkway.
no good roads around here.
I know.
You can't pick one good road to drive on.
zippy.
Well,
And then-
the roads may be fine. It's just too many people.
Yeah, too many freaking people in the
Okay,
city.
that's probably true, but
And no one carpools. Zippy carpooling.
No,
Everyone
carpools,
drives.
that's
They don't do
something
that.
I mean,
70s
that's
or
everyone
80s.
1970s
I'm
concept.
just saying, no one, everyone drives themselves.
yeah.
So there's 5 billion
I got
cars.
a carpool with. I live
Yeah.
out in the hinterlands. I mean, I live so far
I know,
out.
but you have these HOV lanes. No one, everyone takes the HOV lanes, but they're solo in their
yeah,
cars.
I guess that's true.
They don't. No one cares.
I do want to give a shout out to the Georgetown men's lacrosse team. It's
Did they win?
no, they lost in I think the quarters or whatever.
quarters, yeah,
8th
yeah.
straight year that they've gotten to the NCAA tournament. But
Yeah.
here's the story. So we're there, and Vin's in all his glory and his Tom Seaver, Mets thing or whatever, and we're talking to Michael, the GM, and he says, "Oh yeah, our trainer." It's a long story. I'll try to condense it as fast as I can. Our trainer from Georgetown Lacrosse is here. She's one of our bartenders, in the evenings or whatever. And he goes, "Hey, I coach one of your guys in football." And they're like, it happens to be a kid who's a senior who actually had to, praying for him and everything. He had testicular cancer just diagnosed this year. I think he'll be okay, but he had to take a leave of absence from the team. And they said, oh, it just so happens those guys are celebrating the end of the season. They're all coming in. And they all come in. They all love, obviously, their teammate. He goes, Vinny will go up to anybody. He goes up to him and say, hey, I coached so-and-so. He's doing shots with them. They're doing pictures together. It turns out a couple of guys from Long Island, because they know how great Dewey is, they're coming down to Dewey anyway.
Nice.
So they're coming to the show.
Love it.
We have the Georgetown lacrosse team coming to the show.
Good.
Cool.
I want to meet him.
Yeah. It's really, really, really cool guys.
It's going to be packed.
I'm not
to
making
be
any promises
packed.
because of the coldness, and I'm not making promises. I don't want. Listen, I can't.
People don't
I
care.
think it's a great event. I'm not going to say.
What is he? Is he giving you?
Gets upset
He's giving
if
you that face.
Yeah, he just give me the face. I think it's going to be an incredible event. I can't predict attendance when the weather is I have to be honest.
You said on the show, I'm the world's greatest salesman. You just gave the worst pitch ever to come to Dewey Beach. I'm removing that title from you.
I don't care.
Oh.
I don't care.
Why would you-
I can't
It's gonna be
overhype.
awesome.
I can
Who
only be
cares
honest.
if it's a little cloudy.
He's just getting nervous.
I'm just. I am very frustrated with the weather. You can live in your world that it's wonderful. To me, catastrophic.
It's going to be packed.
The weather
I've heard
is
from so
catastrophic.
many
Weather
people
really
that are
affects
coming.
him.
It's really bad.
The rest of us are going to wear a jacket.
Whatever
and
it's going to be.
We're going to be fine.
It's not. No one has control.
It's a party.
It's God.
It's
God-
a party.
Yeah.
God
You act like it's
decided.
gonna be
This is what you got to
32
act like.
degrees.
EB, it's a party that we haven't done in 20 years.
I know.
Actually, maybe 25 years.
It's going to be 65.
That's when we were going
I'd
to
rather
Dewey.
be 65 degrees and a little bit of sprinkles than 90 degrees like yesterday. 100 times out of 100.
You
Yeah,
think,
okay.
you think those drunks in Dewey care about a little bit of drizzle?
They're hardcore.
They're just looking for an
vets.
excuse to come party.
Yes.
It's going to be
Party,
awesome.
party.
Dewey
That,
is,
of course, is
Dewey
on
is
Friday.
rainproof. Dewey is
I think that
weatherproof.
there's
Especially
a degree
Memorial
of
Day
that.
weekend.
I think that there's a degree of that. I think that there's a degree of that. I do
It's
agree.
going to be raining Surfsides and Orange Crush.
There you go.
And zins.
Oh, look
and
who's
smelling
talking.
salts.
By the way, we're going to do a
Mike
bet
Moore.
update coming up at 6:45 because we are closing in on the payoff of the bet,
Yeah.
which is to slather suntan lotion all over Rom's body.
Just
Whoever
gross.
has been the worst picker in picking
gotta
games.
do
I think
his-
we
I have a
started
question.
By
last
the way, you got to do his
Wednesday.
feet too. You got to do his feet.
Yeah,
Sounds good to
head
me.
toe.
In between his toes.
No.
You don't need much lotion. The feet are small.
Yeah, they are small.
What happened
Little
with
holes.
Mar? Because I was asking Vin, I was like, who did everybody pick? I saw who I picked. I was losing. And then Mar, did he pick the Sabres?
We'll get into
That
it
was-
coming up at 6:45, EB.
Not last night. That was a couple nights ago.
It was very complicated. Then
Yeah,
you
they
changed
lost
the
too.
pick.
Yeah.
And when he picked them, they lost.
Yeah. I don't know. I was having a hard time following what was going on with that.
So we'll give you an update at 6:45. As I mentioned, Paul Tabone, President of Baseball Operations for the Nationals. He'll jump on at 9 o'clock here on the Junkies.
Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yep, that usually does not end well. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Or visit TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. So call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit them online at TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get an update on our daily bets and who's going to be slathering sunblock all over Rom.
Damn.
Regardless of the weather conditions,
Yes.
we will have the sunblock.
Yeah. He's going to.
Rom will get his ADs.
Yep.
And somebody is going to have to touch his horrifying body.
It'll be a video clip
Where's-
that lives in perpetuity.
Did Rami Bear ask one of you guys if he could stay in
Yes.
Is he staying in yours?
He's going to be my ROM mate
Oh, yeah.
at our spot. Yes, he's crashing
I
in
don't
my
think
place.
you could pay me a lot of money for him to stay in my
Yeah,
my
I didn't
room
even
overnight.
negotiate a fee from him. That was stupid.
So we'll get into
that
that
was just dumb.
at 6:45.
We're doing that at 6:45, right?
But let's get into the Junkie Sports page. It was brought to you by Open Road.
Our good friend. Man, I need my readers. Can someone just remind me to bring readers in every morning because I can't read anything.
Somehow you bring in two computers, but nothing to read
Look,
with.
this
Graham
outline.
gave us the world's smallest outline.
I can't read. I can't read one letter.
Valdez already put it in.
Attempt
Here, you
to.
know what? You care? You want?
No, I don't need this.
Valdez.
I can barely read this, and this is a bigger. Look at that.
You know what?
I can barely read it.
You want it?
I need them every day.
You guys the same script?
Why don't you leave some in the locker here?
They should
me
get
see.
these at like CVS or something.
I know, but they're differing levels of
But
readers,
that'll
right?
help.
Let me
They'll
see.
help them. They'll help them.
I'm going to bet that they're
Oh,
still
that's nice.
blurry.
That's nice.
Oh, it really helps?
Well, hell yeah.
They're just
You're
like,
blurry. This is money.
It's like a magnifying glass.
Yeah, it's just a
Cakes.
magnifying glass. It's
Open
not
Road
that
Distilling.
specific.
Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Choose from their smooth and flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, the rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, or the bold and robust Independence Bourbon. Whether you enjoy sipping neat or mixed in a cocktail, Open Road Distilling has the perfect spirit.
These eyes
For
are
you.
too silly for readers at this point.
You can read that clearly.
Of course I can read this.
That's
I can,
amazing.
I can read it from here.
But see
That's
now,
amazing.
I
Because
can't.
my eyes are bazilly.
But don't say they're Brazilian because they tear every other day because of allergies.
They have certain flaws.
have other
They're sensitive.
They have flaws. There's
Yes.
no doubt about that. But I can still read with them if I choose to.
It's embarrassing that I have to put my wife's readers on
Here,
when we go
here you go.
when we go to restaurants so I can read the menu.
There you go. There's the bigger version.
Brad, please make the font cartoonishly, freakishly large from now on. We need,
I think these
some
are-
people in the room need that.
I think as far as readers go, these are cool readers.
Those
you
are
know
good.
what?
Right?
Trav, you know
Look
what?
good.
Thank you for this, but I don't need it.
Cool readers is an
I don't need it.
oxymoron.
No. Now, if you wear it down like this, then it takes a little of the coolness away.
Is that what it is?
Well, that's what you do when you have readers because you want to look at normal stuff, but then when it's up close, you gotta.
It's a horrible way to go through life. I understand a lot of people have to do it because you want to be able to read, but having to put your glasses down and way down on your nose and then put them back up, it's
not.
there's no way to live.
That's not a great.
All right,
look.
do you
There's no way to
want to talk about the Knicks Cavs game first or the Nats Mets game?
I would say the Knicks Cavs game.
All right, the Nats come back and beat the Mets 9-6 last night. They were down 5-0 because Bo Bichette was just going yard.
Yeah. Not Boba Fett, Boba
Not
Bichette.
Boba Fett.
So by the
people.
way, and I just looked at the board and I'm like, well, he's having a terrible year, and he just started heating up.
Yeah, he hadn't been hitting the ball well, but he was last night.
Yep.
Off Foster Griffin. And of course, Mr. Bickle was there with Mets fans,
Mr. Pickle.
and he had good seats.
Yep.
You said there were a lot.
Roti.
You said there were a lot of Mets fans
Were the
there.
other Nats fans around you upset that you were bringing in another Mets fan to the mix?
No,
They
as I
didn't care?
told Jason, I think off air. So in about the third inning, I actually get a kick out of Mets fans. They're cheering, they're loud. One guy stands up, he's in his jersey, and he goes, "Let's go Mets! Let's go Mets!" And the Mets fans start cheering.
Yeah.
And Vinny
And
took
Nats
one
fans
look
don't
at
care.
me. Vinny took one look at him. He was disgusted, and he said, "If that happened in New York, if a Nats fan did that, there'd be 19 guys jumping over the seat, tackling him."
Right. Sounds like a fun place to go see a game.
Well,
City
he says
Field.
there's no chance
Right.
that would ever happen with an opposing team. So he was just mocking DC residents, and I said, "Not a great sports town. I can't front. I've always said not a great sports town.
Yeah.
People love the Nats, but they'll be cordial to you."
Yes, and there was a slight weather delay. Mr. Bickle was at the bullpen hanging out.
Correct.
So there was.
I didn't even
I think it
realize-
was about a 45-minute weather delay.
They have a
something like
hot dog stand there, so they have
do?
all the drink. Did you guys know that? I'm so dumb. I just thought because I only care about booze usually if I'm boozing. They actually have a hot dog
You need
stand.
to build a food base for the booze
Yeah,
to
so
live
went
off
over there,
of.
had a brat, and it was great.
Brats are so good.
Yeah, so they have a hot
brats
dog-
with some steamed onions and some spicy mustard.
The sauerkraut.
Oh yeah, sauerkraut. Yeah, that works
Right.
too. So
Right.
good.
But yeah, we had a great time there.
I didn't hear. I don't know who called the Inside the Parker for the Nats broadcast. I don't know if that was Dave or
It was Dave Jagler.
Yeah, Matt, can you get
On
that
the
if you
radio.
have- on the radio, yeah. I want to see if we could play that. But anyway, James Wood hit number 13. They were down 5-0, bottom 2. They loaded the bases, and then Wood hit a ball opposite field, of course, because he's a pro at that. He's like a Hall of Famer at hitting opposite field bombs. Hit one, and then the left fielder, who's a young player, Morabito,
I think he was making his debut.
making
Pretty
his
sure he
debut.
was.
They've called up two
Gonzaga
young
team.
guys, Morabito and AJ Ewing.
Yeah.
And I think Ewing played late last night as defensive replacement, but ball went off Morabito, ricocheted into center field, and then James Wood was just rounding it, and he's got 5-yard strides. And here we go.
James Wood with the bases loaded, singled his first time up. The set for McLean. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep left center field. Chasing back Taylor to the warning track. He will leap. Morabito leaps and it's off his glove. They don't know where it is. This might be an inside the park home run. 3 runs have scored. One is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head first slide has an inside the park grand slam home run.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, because it was right there. From my perspective, I didn't see the replay, obviously, because I was there. I mean, it looked like it was only a foot or two from maybe being out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, top of the wall.
Yeah.
So they scored the 4 in the bottom of the second, then they scored 3 more in the bottom of the third.
That's the last inside the park home run you'll probably ever see in your life.
Right.
First and last.
What's left of my short life?
I mean,
Yeah.
what are the chances you're going to see another one?
I don't know.
In the next 25 to 30 years.
Figure I go to 3 games a year, and
I mean,
not
your
that many
odds are
years
not
left.
good.
They're not great.
I
And you
would
don't
bet
stay the
against
whole
it.
game, so it's not that many innings.
I would
would've
bet on that in the parlay.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Probably can't. Because that's a 25 or 30 year bet.
Yeah, that'll be the last inside the Parker I ever see.
Yeah, probably.
I
Odds
might see another inside the Parker. That's the last inside the park grand slam I'll ever see, since it's only happened 200 times in history.
So it was
Yeah.
the second inside the park grand slam for the Nats since the franchise moved to Washington, 21 years ago.
Right.
Michael A. Taylor hit the first one on September 8th, 2017 against Philly.
God, he was a disappointment.
So it was the 9th inside the park grand slam since 1994, and the first since a guy for Toronto did it in 2022. So first time in 4 years. So that's pretty cool, though, that you were able to see that.
yeah.
And your boy Vinny was salty dog after that happened.
His
Even
mood
though they still had a
changed.
5-4 lead.
His mood changed.
Oh, I bet.
I'm going to guess the guy who started the Let's Go Mets chant wasn't really
There
feeling
was-
like chanting at that point.
There were actually Mets fans leaving like in the 5th and 6th inning, which
Yeah.
probably
That's
they
great.
normally wouldn't do.
Well, I was going to say, don't do that because
You never know
the
what the
Nats
bullpen-
bullpen could give it
Yeah.
away.
Right.
Yeah.
Easy. They can give up
They
3.
could swing the other way with the quickness.
So Dylan Cruz played last night.
He got called up, so Brady
I
House
didn't
goes
even realize
down,
that.
Dylan Cruz comes up.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't realize Dylan Cruz was in the lineup?
You were just hanging out.
He was at the bullpen.
I know, but he played the whole game.
Sides down his throat.
I mean,
Honestly-
he had 4 at bats.
They
just
announce his
chatting.
name cakes every time as he steps to the plate.
I didn't even realize it. I didn't realize.
You think he pays attention in a baseball game?
I mean, I'm at a baseball
not.
game, man. I don't know.
At least he caught the inside the park home run.
It's true.
I didn't realize it. What did he do?
He went 1 for 4.
Yeah, that's probably why.
But
I
he
have
was
a
out
hard
there.
enough time. They put every stat up there. I just want to find the batting average. You know how hard it is to find the batting average on that big ass board? It's but hard to
I know
find
what's
it.
not hard to find. The name.
You need your readers, apparently. You should have brought your readers. You could have seen the batting average.
It's not hard to hear when they go, Dylan Cruz!
Right. Nichols is not listening to that.
Yeah, not listening.
But 9-6 win. They are 20. They got it. They can't get the 500. Maybe they can today. But
In fact, we
24
talked about him. We said, what happened to Cruz? I go, oh, he's hitting like 250 in AAA. I talked to Vinny about it.
Right. And
He's got
got 4 bats.
I
that
said, yeah,
night.
he's in AAA. He's hitting like 250. I said, he's a 4A player. You know, he'll never, not going to work. He was in the game.
he was in the
Topic
game.
on yesterday's show that you were a part of, that Dylan Cruz was getting called up.
No, I thought we said.
We speculated.
We speculated.
It wasn't official.
Nobody made it official. I remember the conversation.
Well, it was
That-
announced the night before. I mean,
I didn't
it's
know
never,
that. We
it's ne-
speculated.
no, it's never in MLB.
They're like Brady
it's nev-
House, and then the speculation is they're
in
going to call up
MLB,
Cruz.
it's never official until like an hour before the game.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
as far as our conversation that I was involved in, it was speculation.
Do you get the emails from Nats PR when they make their?
I do.
I don't check email.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
Out
so
on email.
House down to Rochester,
Yes.
Cruise up to Nats Park, went 1 for 4. So
Hey, maybe.
Oh, you know what was a conversation though that I did pay attention to? All the errors that we make in the field, and
that was the Mets last night.
well, us too, because C.J. Abrams botched it. They botched the double play like 3 times. Like
Yeah,
They did, but
they're terrible
Washington,
fielding was
defensively.
terrible.
yeah, but Washington didn't have an error last night.
Well, they should have. They
Well, they gave him a hit.
Okay,
Yeah.
they gave him a hit.
Yeah.
C.J. Abrams and Brady
Because
House, the
yeah,
left
were-
side of the
we-
infield.
No,
it was
look,
C.J.
Abrams is not good
16.
defensively.
It was C.J. Abrams. I
I
can't
know.
believe they didn't.
I know Abrams is not good defensively,
He's a butcher.
Yeah, he's a butcher.
but the Nat or the
But he can
Mets had
hit.
2, and that's one reason why they loaded the bases. That
That's 'cause they botched that double
botched
play.
the play. Yeah.
Which I watched.
So right now the Nats have 271 runs scored. That's 13 more than the Atlanta Braves, and the Atlanta Braves have, I believe, they're 33 and 15, something like that. I mean, they're having a great year, running away from the East. But the Nats have 271 runs scored, tops in the league.
Amazing. Nobody
Really,
expected that.
No.
I mean, they have 271 runs scored. The Mets, the terrible lowly Mets, have scored 198.
Yes, the Mets have been
Oh,
bad.
that's just
Now the Mets are
brutal.
playing better than they were in the first, month.
Well, because they had Juan Soto out of the lineup.
Soto was out for a while. Soto hit a bomb last night too. But all right, so today you've got Mets Nats, third game of the series. Let's see, for the Mets it's going to be Zach Thornton. Is he making his debut? I think he's making his major league debut. Zach Thornton.
Have to hop on the Nats again today.
And then who's pitching for the
Littell.
Nats? Zach Littell?
Littell's pitching for
All right.
the good guys.
So you got a
You have to
pitch.
hold your nose if you bet on the Nats.
Yeah, well,
I bet
you
on
just
them
never know.
yesterday. I was holding my nose early, but they came through.
All right, so good win. We love having Paul Tabone on after wins.
Yes. It's always better.
By the way, and I want to ask Paul about this, but 2 nights ago when the Mets scored the 10 runs in the 12th inning, remember the extra inning
Yes.
game?
Yeah, sure.
The umpires botched that because Blake Butera put in Vivas, a position player, to pitch, right? Well, the rule is in regulation you have to be down 8 runs to do that, right? So you can't put in a shortstop or a right fielder unless you're down 8 runs in regulation.
Right, unless it gets a real farce.
In extra innings, it doesn't matter. You can put them in anytime.
Okay.
The umpires didn't know the rule, and there was a pause, and they had to call New York to make sure it was legal to put Vivas in extra innings. The umps didn't know the rule.
At least they checked.
How did they not know the rule?
But they should know it. They should
Of
know
course
that
they
rule.
should
A lot of new rules, Cakes.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you're getting paid to call the games, you have to know all the new rules.
Yeah.
You're
All
going
right.
to give that an NFL official the same excuse, the same leeway? He's not
No,
going
but
to
they make mistakes.
He's going to need to call the
We'll have to ask
league
Paul
office.
about that. We'll have to ask Paul about that. Guarantee Paul knew the rule. All right,
sure
so you
he
want to
knows
talk
it.
Knicks Cavs last night?
Well, it's just an incredible
This is
comeback
unbelievable.
by the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean you can't make this stuff up. The Cavs are up 22 points with 7 minutes 40 seconds left. Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals in the
Certainty
Garden.
that they're going to win the game, right?
Teams
Certainty.
for the last 30 years. Teams were 594-1 when they had a 30 or a 22-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Right.
I have the probability tracker. James Harden hit a free throw to put the Cavs up 93-71.
Yes.
Start by 22
Yep.
with 7 minutes and 52 seconds left. Mm-hmm. The Knicks had a 0.1% chance to win the game.
Right.
They go on
And
a
they did.
44-11 run.
That's an abject embarrassment.
They don't
for
just win the
Cavs.
game; they cover the 7 points.
And your boy,
you know who's
Kenny
boy?
Atkinson,
You
I
know
know.
your boy Kenny Atkinson
I know he's
is
getting
getting a
killed.
lot of criticism. He called one timeout during the entire run.
Yep.
He kept James Harden on Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
I remember years ago, Patrick Beverly called somebody a traffic cone. I think it was Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
That's what James Harden was. Jalen Brunson was just dribbling right around him every time.
Every time. I
I
was
mean,
shocked.
James Harden's old.
I don't know. I mean, Kenny talked about it after the game. He said, "I like to hold my timeouts until late in games." But this is different. This is game 1 Eastern Conference Finals. You're blowing a 22-point lead, Kenny. You got to call more than one.
You're about
Sorry.
to steal a game
Yeah.
at Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
Basically shock everybody because the Knicks have been rolling. and then you choke.
Did you see?
And Donovan Mitchell and James Harden offensively in the last 12 minutes and 49 seconds of the game, so that includes overtime, were 1 for 10 from the field.
Did you see Darren Ravel's tweet? He pulled a classic, just boneheaded move that we've all learned the hard way. Where
he called it early.
He called it early. He tweeted, MGM building a new hotel wing in Las Vegas off tonight. 95% of the money at BetMGM was on the Knicks, laying 7.5. They're down 20 with 7:29 to go.
Yeah, right. Think about all that money that came back and covered it. All that money that Vegas lost.
You know what? Darren Ravel, for at least that moment, bigger mush than Mike Marr, which is hard to fathom.
The NBA is incredible. The ratings apparently have been awesome. I saw a graphic that said it's their best numbers in 29 years, the NBA playoffs. And you think about it, you have this game where there's a 22-point lead in the fourth quarter, and then you have the game which burned Jason on his parlay pick, the Orlando Magic, where they missed their last 23 shots.
You just can't make it
and
up.
They just blew a game.
What was the other game we were talking about just a few days ago? A team was up 9 with 2.5 minutes left. What series was that?
I can't remember.
We were talking about it.
It's commonplace. It happens all the time. I was watching the third quarter, and two things about that. It was somewhat painful to watch because they employed the old hack-a-shack on Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks. He is the worst free throw shooter I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
And I could not
There's been
believe
a lot of bad ones.
that Mike Brown kept him in the game. They flashed his
I
career
want to see what his stroke
playoff
looks like.
percentage is 38%.
Right.
So he doesn't even hit 4 out of 10. So the end of the third quarter, they're hacking him all the time. And then on the flip side, they were doubling Donovan Mitchell a lot, and the Cavs kept getting open looks.
Yeah.
And they kept knocking him down, and Mitchell was great. And then he can't do anything the rest of the game. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So the video I'm watching him, his stroke doesn't look horrible.
Are you kidding me? It's the flattest shot ever. It's got no arc.
It's not in the game. He's in the training facility working on it. Yeah.
What?
Well, he bricked that one off.
But Mike
Mike
Brown did make a good move. He took Josh Hart out because Josh Hart was just getting killed defensively, and he put Landry Shamet in. And Shamet played so much better than Hart, and Shamet was hitting huge shots in the fourth quarter in that comeback. So Mike Brown, he outcoached Kenny.
Yeah.
Easy. The Jalen Brunson story it's just amazing to me because he's a second round pick.
Well, it's because he's small. People don't believe in smaller guys.
I know.
We'll see what happens with Acuff.
But he was.
Well, they're not willing to gamble a lot of money on smaller guys. That's the thing.
Yeah. But Brunson,
until they prove it.
Brunson was a second round pick. He goes to Dallas, and he wasn't a great scorer. He was getting better as a Maverick, but then he goes to the Knicks in that trade, and now he's the best player in the Eastern Conference.
Well, the thing about his tenure with the Mavs is he's playing alongside Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the ball in his hands.
Doesn't have the ball. True.
So he was the secondary guy, and he really picked it up in the playoffs that year when they made a run to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, his third or fourth year with them.
Cuban didn't want to give him the big bucks, and he had this connection, right? His dad is on the staff of the Knicks, and I think there's a connection, too, with the agent.
I don't know. It's just a great story. And he's putting up 40 points in these huge games.
But Mitchell Robinson ended up 2 for 8 on his free throws.
Oh.
Yeah, the second one he shot was really flat. I didn't notice the first.
It honestly made Shaq look like a good free throw shooter. Because Shaq would hit 1 out of 2.
Yeah, well, yeah. Robinson doesn't. He hits 3 out of 10.
Do you think Cleveland wins a game in the series? Like that is deflating.
Well, that
could kill
it's a
you.
knife to the heart.
I think they're going to win a couple games in the series.
You can go in and just completely flip the momentum.
I think they're
going to
lose the series, and that's going to be the reason they blow a 22-point lead in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes left.
They got one game in the series.
We got our big bet going on, making daily picks. We'll have picks later. Actually, we'll put those on social media. We've been doing that every day, but we'll have picks which will be on social media later today and tomorrow. But let's get an update to see where we are. And are there shenanigans with what's going on with Mike Marr?
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you could stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, you can build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so we've been doing a parlay for years, And we've hit it twice, but we've struggled so bad that we decided to see who's the weakest link.
Struggling.
And so with the Dewey Beach trip coming up on Friday, last week we decided to make daily picks. They're not on the air, but we post them online on Twitter. I'm not sure if we're posting them on Instagram.
They're documented.
So it's at Junks Radio. You can see our daily picks, and there's a listener who's actually tracking them, and he's putting up our winning percentage. He's putting up how it is with the odds, and Valdez has given us those totals. And as of yesterday, Mike Marr was last. He hadn't hit a pick. But it seems like there may be some controversy here on Mike Marr's pick. I didn't really follow this. You're going to have to explain this to me.
Well, somebody changed the pick, I think, right?
It's not controversy. It's just Mike's being kind of clueless, and he's not locked in. And he's taking games. He's taking games that aren't even on the board. They don't play till 24 hours.
I honestly,
so for a daily pick, he's making a pick that's tomorrow.
Yes, he made a selection for the NHL playoffs.
Now remember, Cakes tried to do that. It was like a week away.
I did. It was a few days away.
And this is that exact same game, actually.
Okay.
So Marr tried to make
should
a
we
play.
IQ test him?
I don't. He's not locked in, and I'm keep trying to pump him up and saying, hey,
should be locked
you're
in.
You're not out of this. There's still a chance that I could slip up. Eric could slip up. Like it's not
I can't
over
pick
yet.
a winner for anything right now.
Yeah, but there's a gap.
I know.
The gap is being extended.
Right.
I think.
So what did you make two different picks? So how did it play out?
So let me preface it. Dewey Beach got my brain in a pretzel. So that's why I have
It is funny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him that.
Why does it have your brain in a pretzel?
Because it's like the show's on Friday, we're leaving on Thursday, we're making these bets. I'm trying to catch
He's not
up.
locked in.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying. He's not locked
looking
in.
Yeah,
forward
exactly.
to
Not
Dewey
locked in.
Beach.
He's not locked
He's
in.
looking forward to the beach trip,
Yeah.
and he's not concentrating on the picks.
Believe me, the picks are an afterthought for me too. Not locked in.
But so I'm so far behind, I have to, now hit a massive play. So that's what I was focused on yesterday, was finding the odds of like a big play that I really like. And I'm not a big baseball fan, so I don't know, who's hitting home runs, who's hot or not. So I'm doing research, but I do know a little bit about hockey. So that's why I zoned in on that game. And then the Avalanche and Golden Knights haven't played in like a week. So I was just thinking, oh man, they got to be due to play.
Right.
So I didn't even bother.
That was your logic.
You didn't look at the schedule? There is a schedule that they put out for these
Now,
games.
That's a new
now, his
angle on
defense,
Doom
I didn't really
Theory.
look at the schedule either because he sent me it and I just
just
posted it.
yeah, you
But
posted
it's been the bane of my existence is getting everyone's plays.
Yes.
And now that you guys can't put them in the group chat,
Right. Because we can't have collusion.
Yeah.
This needs to be a fair
reminding
contest.
everybody, then having them, then trying to
It's actually
remember
a
where everyone
miracle
has.
I saw on my phone because I was hosting my friends. I wasn't even looking at my phone. It was a miracle I saw it. But go ahead.
To be fair, Mar, they play tonight.
Yeah.
So do we allow his McKinnon goal pick?
No. Hold on.
no.
What happened? They changed
No,
it.
they-
They addressed it.
we changed it. He went to Ohtani anytime home run.
I know, but does the McKinnon one stay?
If he wants
If
to.
he
locked
wanted
in on
to,
that.
No,
he can.
I mean, that's
I mean,
like
he-
off the board as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned. He could start all over.
I mean, yeah, he can
do it.
post
It's
it
a fresh
again.
day.
It's voided. Voided.
Yeah, you can do it today if you want.
I could just take a bet for tomorrow and be off again.
What?
I'm joking.
No.
I'm making a joke.
You can take
I could just-
McKinnon to score. Is it to score the first goal or just to score?
Probably score anytime.
I think
He
it's
had a first
I think it's
goal.
first goal.
Yeah.
Well, first goal. That's a big one.
You can take that tonight.
So
It
hold
was-
on.
It
So
was plus 700.
He might not take it though.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't
Sure.
have to.
the only guy
No,
I was
it
really
doesn't-
concerned about, because obviously I lost my bet in the first inning, basically, is I'm like, well, what's Marr doing? Right? And at first, the graphic I saw was Sabres, and I guess that was the day before.
Yeah, that was yeah.
And so we're like, where's Sabres? And I actually thought he picked a game that had already happened. Like, I was like, how?
Right. How clueless
Yeah,
is
like
that?
this or whatever, Radford's grab.
Radford, not Rutgers.
Right. And so then
One's in Virginia, one's in
then
New Jersey.
And you're killing his
I
intelligence.
know. Then I see that somehow I saw it was Ohtani. So
Yeah.
even though I
I
didn't
didn't
get
see
to
that.
bed until like midnight, I did check to see Ohtani, and I think
That lost too.
that lost too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy
what
should
was
hang
that? What was that? What was the cost? Was that like minus 250 or something, or plus 250 or whatever the hell it was?
It wasn't
plus
minus.
290.
Plus
Yeah.
290. Yeah.
So he lost on $100.
You think Ohtani would hook him in honor of his interpreter?
Yes.
So where is
The
he right
betting
now?
angle.
He's over. He's over.
over.
He's
I know,
minus
but what is his-
minus
It's minus
500.
500.
Minus 500.
Then I'm in second to last. I'm minus 149.
But you hit yesterday, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Eric is
I think
also
I'm
bringing
in
off the
I'm
rear,
in
minus
second one.
129. It's
Yeah.
basically between us three. Technically, everyone is still.
Sliced. I feel like I'm just free rolling at this point.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm sure Rom is rooting for Eric because he wants to get a hero to rub him.
Oh
in.
yeah, he wants hero
Yeah, he wants-
time.
yeah, he doesn't
lotion
care about Mike.
application.
You don't care about Mike.
It's the worst possible
He
scenario for
actually,
Rom.
pull back the curtain, said he feels like he got roped into this, but he does love AD, so he's going to go through with it. It's a claim.
He does
he got
this all
roped.
the time. He always claims that he didn't really want to do something.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I can do it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Is he Gen Z? What generation is he?
I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, classic Gen Z, like don't want to take responsibility type of deal from Mike Marr.
Well, I'm talking about Rom.
Oh, you're talking about Rom.
Yeah.
Rom is the
Oh,
one
okay, I
that's
thought you were
claiming.
talking about Mike
No.
Barr.
Rom is claiming.
absolute
Because
stray.
why would Rom agree to let some dude rub lotion
Because
all
he
over him?
loves it.
He
loves the
claims
spotlight.
he actually is uncomfortable with the idea.
Oh, yeah.
But
He's lying.
But at the end of the day, I can
If you-
only conclude that the ADs are worth it.
Right.
He's lying here. I can go inside his brain. He is lying to you to keep you on the phone longer or keep you texting to him longer. I'm telling you 100% that's what it is.
Such a
He
weirdo.
runs the same play over and over.
Yeah.
Don't you know that? Yeah, come on.
I know, it's just such a dumb play. Oh my god. He said he tweeted a picture of his sauna that literally is bigger than the one at the club.
It's unbelievable how
Yeah.
big and opulent it is.
Yeah, I mean it's.
And he's sticking out his leg with a tiny hoof attached at the bottom.
And you know he's not in the sauna. He just posed for the pic. You know
Keep
what I
saying
mean?
spend 20 minutes in there.
I'll be stunned.
He's probably never turned it on.
I'll be stunned if he's been in there. I might give him one time to just see what it's like because he's never been in one
I don't
before,
think he
and then
can
hate
survive.
it, and then never go in again. I mean, no one really likes going in the sauna. It takes a while to get used to it.
He has a sauna and a steam room.
I mean,
The steam room's small,
Yeah.
but he has this monster shower, a sauna, a steam room.
Yeah.
I mean,
He had a room with
a
that's
nicer locker room than the Wizards did before they revamped Capital One Arena.
It's his
So
basement's pretty incredible,
Right.
but it'll never be used.
Never
He's
be
got
used.
2 arcade
He's got a
machines down
stand-up
there.
Pac-Man machine and a Mortal Kombat machine.
So, Mike,
Get
you
over
don't
here.
have to hit the long shot. You know, the plus 800.
Not yet.
You just have to hit a plus 250.
Time is running out for you.
Technically, he can hit like a plus 250, and
Yeah,
then
and get
I
back into
lose
it.
or Eric lose, and then he's right there caught up with us.
Yes,
So
correct.
the long shot really isn't in the.
No, and he's not going to hit
Doesn't
that
have to do
anyway.
it yet. What?
And he's not going to hit the plus 800 anyway.
But we have bets tomorrow, so we have 2 more bets.
We
to
have
make.
2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
correct.
tonight's
Tonight and
not do
tomorrow.
or die.
Right.
What day's today?
I've
Wednesday.
got my bet in Valdez. I know this is not a collusion thing. I'm taking the Thunder laying the points.
It's not
tonight.
over for you, but you're at the point where you're calling the governor
It
for
does.
a pardon for your
it's not a collusion
execution.
for you, but I can ride it or something. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it's fine.
Well, I could easily lose it.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't separate us. That's the part you don't understand. But it's fine. I don't know what I'm going to do. I will take listeners. I'm at that point that gamblers are, where they'll take anyone's suggestion.
Oh, so you're getting tweeted.
You're in dire
picks.
straits.
No, I just I kind of quasi faded myself. That's when you're in the zone, like when you can't pick anything.
Start questioning everything.
because Vince even going.
You're in a blend. You're in a blender right now.
Everyone always. It's
Hello,
like,
Mark
no one
Brain.
likes betting unders. I understand. I get it. Vince's like, you're crazy. You're betting an under. It's like the worst thing ever. And I go,
They lead the league in runs scored.
Yeah, they're scoring too many runs. They're coming back to earth.
Yeah.
Your boy's pitching good.
Yeah.
Griffin had 9 Ks the other day. I'm going under, baby. So I'm at that point now where just if you got a good pick, send it in. I'm gonna evaluate it.
Right. Yeah.
You got a
You'll
pick for
consider
tonight,
it.
I'll evaluate it.
Or you'll just
And by the
take
way,
it.
I'm not taking any long shots. It's right at there, 100.
Right.
I think you're.
I'm gonna lose 100.
I
That's
think
it.
you'll be safe. It's uncanny. The guy can't pick a winner.
He can't get one.
Cannot pick a winner.
I guess I can't lose more
And
than
he's
100
not
anyway.
dialed in. He can't pick a winner, and he's not dialed
He's
in on
0
it.
and
He's
5.
thinking about the Orange Crushes
Yeah,
and
but- I mean,
Surfside.
We've done this
You
5
can
days.
get a blind squirrel.
0 and 5 is difficult.
I know.
Not
We've
for
all
Mike.
We've all been there at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I think what am I? I'm 2 and 3 or 2
Yeah,
and 4.
2 and 3.
I'm 2
don't
and
know.
3. Like but
Hey, look, I was but lucky. The Knicks came back, historic comeback last night, so I think I'm 4-1. Yeah. But Jason's making cash. I should have been betting on Jason the whole.
I hit 5 straight run lines in baseball. Well, I can't get any props for that. I'm getting
I just
killed.
gave you props.
I'm getting killed because I went 0 for 5 in our stupid weekend parlay thing. But I can't get any props for picking baseball winners.
There you go.
So you're 500, you're 500 total.
That's typical. No, I'm way up because these are all plus monies, bro.
Okay.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in, you can
D-backs
always
last
hit us
night
up
plus 150.
at 1-800
No props.
636
I get nothing. I get no props from behind the glass. 0.
We're the Junkies coming right back.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. An eye-popping comeback for the Washington Nationals, defeating the New York Mets 9-6, highlighted by an incredible inside-the-park grand slam from James Wood.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep left center field. Chasing back Taylor to the warning track. He will leap. Morabito leaps, and it's off his glove. They don't know where it is. This might be an inside-the-park home run. 3 runs have scored. One is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head-first slide has an inside-the-park grand slam home run.
The call on the Fan. Speaking of comebacks, how about 44-11? The Knicks storm back to stun the Cavaliers 115-104 in OT. Cleveland led 93-71 with 7:40 remaining. The Chiefs' Rashee Rice has been ordered to jail. He'll miss OTAs and minicamp for violating probation. The A-10 baseball tournament begins today at 11 a.m. at Capital One Park in Tyson's George Mason against Rhode Island. From the Crop Midcap, 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP, just days away from our trip to Dewey Beach. Give a little update coming up in about 20 minutes. I think the boys have a drinking idea for us that they're going to pitch.
Okay. All right. Can hear them out on that.
Also later in the show, Paul Tabone is going to join us, the president of baseball operations for the Nationals. EB was at the game last night. Nationals win. They're just one game under 500, almost at the 50-game mark, 24-25. That's way better than anybody expected. So we will talk to the president
My
of
over
baseball
65.5 is just a big fat winner.
Huge winner. How much did you bet?
I mean,
I put,
you're already counting chickens. I've been down that road many times.
I mean, they would have to. I mean, I did the math yesterday. They would have to be
you seem like you're
historically bad than the last 100
you seem like
games.
you're in great shape.
Yeah,
but I would never be
I think I put
flexing like that.
200 on it.
Nice.
Solid.
Nice.
I hope you win, but I wouldn't start bragging about it in May.
I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
Now watch, they'll lose 15 in a row. I mean, if they're going to hit the ball, even though their pitching's terrible and their defense is terrible, but if they're going to score 9 runs a game, I mean,
they're going to be in a lot of games.
I'm telling you, I quasi called it when they started the season. When teams get off to hot starts, and relative, that sometimes it could just kind of carries you, kind of you get an aura about you, a feeling about you.
Yeah,
and I mean, they're not going to make the playoffs or anything, but they got a good vibe. They got good vibes.
Is it possible? You say they're not going to make the playoffs, and I agree with you, but
I mean, I bet they
in
would.
the wild card, they're only 5 back. Is it possible they would be a buyer this year instead of a seller? Every year since they won the World Series, they're a seller at the trade deadline.
Maybe a slight buyer, but I don't see like a
nothing
huge
crazy.
like blockbuster type deal.
I mean,
they're hovering around 500. If you hover around 500, you're usually still in the wild card.
Yeah, I mean, if they're 3 games out of the wild card at the deadline, sure, I could see them picking up a pitcher or 2, or who knows. But let's just see where we are at that point.
Problem is, teams like the Phillies, who were starting off horrific, they've been playing. They lost, I guess, their last game, but they've been playing really good baseball since Don Mattingly took over as their manager. Mm-hmm. So you need some of those teams that are ahead of you to crash. I'm just saying they're in that position where you might think about it.
All right, they've got to go 42-71 the rest of the way for me to win.
Yeah. Seems very doable.
I think I did the math right. Right?
Sounds about right.
So it's 29 games under 500, and they're 1 game under 500 now? I think I can get there.
It would be a historic type collapse.
Yeah.
By the way, a couple people sent us this story. We probably should bring it up. it kind of affects Jason in a way, or could affect Jason. Did you see the story of the guy who got arrested for stealing free breakfast buffets at a hotel that he wasn't staying at?
Oh, really?
I did not. Where was this?
Let me go to the story again.
So he was going in and pretending to be a
he
guest,
wasn't correct.
and he would walk in and just help himself to like the breakfast buffet that's laid out.
Yeah. People go in every day.
I mean, that is stealing. I mean, technically it's stealing. He's stealing a meal like from a restaurant.
Yeah.
Has value.
Trying to find the story, but that essentially is the story. And Jason, of course, now we do park at the Homewood Suites, but Jason, did you take stuff from the buffet today?
I have not been up there in weeks.
Oh.
Now, I think you can get away. You might be able to get away with that as a one-off. Like if you were looking to cut corners and didn't feel like buying breakfast,
Yeah.
and you're on a road trip, you could pull off to an off-ramp, stop at a Hampton Inn or whatever.
Right, grab some breakfast.
Walk in, just act like you're a guest, act like you belong there.
Yeah.
Go in and grab your breakfast. And
That probably happens all the
head
time.
hunt down the highway.
It probably happens all the
But
time.
if you do it every day, if you keep doing
you're gonna
it,
get caught.
People are going to be like, well, this guy's not staying at the hotel every day.
Here it is.
No
Man
chance.
arrested after sneaking into a Hampton Inn breakfast buffet 73 mornings in a row.
Okay, I'm serious.
Without ever being a hotel
just
guest.
Greedy. Greed got him. He
What
got
did he
greedy.
do? Hold on. What did he do?
He went into a breakfast buffet at a Hampton Inn 73 straight days when he wasn't a guest and stole the breakfast buffet 73
Pulled the
straight
lurch.
days.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Where have you been the last 2 minutes?
Some guy was trying to get into my foursome today, and I said no.
He said no.
Zoning out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you even know the guy?
Yes.
Oh, you do. He said no.
So
But I already have
this is
four.
this is the guy.
Is he homeless? Is the guy homeless?
Well, to be honest with you, it's the easiest move of all time. Jason's not the only one that does it.
He looks like. Who's the actor? The guy from.
Let me see.
The guy I met in Bahamas. He's from Kansas. He was
Paul Rudd.
He looks like Paul Rudd.
Have you not done it?
He looks like Paul Rudd.
A little bit, yeah.
Have I not done it from Homewood Suites?
No. From any hotel. Like, of course you've like maybe used a bathroom in a hotel or something. You go over there and you grab a little something
grab a
from
biscuit,
whatever they have.
grab some bacon and eggs.
I don't know if I've done that outside of like the normal window of like when the breakfast buffet is happening.
Yeah, but it's when the buffet's happening, but it's like I'm not a guest there.
Oh, I don't think
Like,
I don't think I've ever done that. Now I've pulled a lot of scams in my day, but I haven't pulled
It's
that
the
one.
easiest scam ever because I'm often traveling and I have to poop or something. I always go to a hotel.
I mean, this tracks so well.
So I'll go to a hotel because I know it'll be clean on the main lobbies, rarely used, and
Underutilized.
and then I'll walk out and maybe get a free coffee or something. I'll see what do they have over here for
Okay.
the residents of the hotel.
I mean, they throw away.
Grab an apple.
They probably throw away 75% of that food. So I mean, if some guy's going to go in there and get free food,
I like how
I'm
you're rationalizing
I'm okay with it. And by the way, I've got this reputation that I do it every day. I do it maybe once every 5 or 6 weeks.
Okay.
Is that
I go up-
true?
What?
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't.
is that
I
true?
don't.
You
go-
change your habits then.
You used to
You
get
used to
those
come in
bars
here
all the
with
time.
I know, but I haven't done it in a long time.
Okay, so you've reformed.
Yeah, but I never went in there and got bacon and eggs and
No.
biscuits.
You were getting like Kind bars or whatever.
I was getting the Nutri-Grain bars.
Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm telling you, I haven't gotten them in a
Those
while.
are
But they were
in a
on
pinch.
to you. Is it because you got busted? Because that one lady was on to you.
No, the lady was cool. It's the dudes that were new. They don't like to open up because they put this little.
So that's really what it was. It became inconvenient.
It's supposed to open at
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
supposed
So
to
he
open
was
6,
going
and I
in
get
there
up there at
before.
5:45.
Right. But if it was still convenient, my theory is you'd still be stealing.
I feel like you took yogurts too.
It's rare, bro. I'm just telling you, it's rare.
If you had to choose an arrest for a fellow junkie, right? None of us
Like
would
nothing
want something
serious.
really bad,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that
like-
would be but funny.
If I was arrested for that,
Stealing from a hotel's buffet.
73 straight days.
Yeah.
Right. If you could get me arrested for something that wouldn't be terrible.
I know the one I want you arrested
What do you want me to
for, 'cause
arrest
you
you for?
mocked me for
Okay.
walking through like actual
Jaywalking?
crosswalk. Jaywalking. I want JP to be busted for jaywalking. Like a cop to actually go up to him and say, you know what? I'm not worried about arresting people for the teen takeovers. I'm going to bust JP for jaywalking across Half
So a
Street.
very similar thing happened to me today.
Because Cakes, by the way, if there's no traffic at all, instead of just going diagonal, he
Yeah.
will do the old L, go
Yes.
straight across.
And I've
here
said
and
it-
straight
I've
across
said this
there.
100 times because if somebody comes zooming around that I'm not forecasting is going to be in the mix and runs me over, at least I get run over in the crosswalk. If you get run over, you're going to be known as the jaywalker who got run over because you were breaking the law. Technically.
So two things to this. Every morning, I run a red light in my neighborhood because it's interminable. Okay, and I don't have time for it.
And there's no camera, clearly.
I don't
Well,
think
if
so.
there had been, he would have stopped by
No,
now.
it's not like a major intersection. It's the end of, for people who live in my neighborhood, they'll know. It's the end of Stony Brook. It's where they're putting the new metro stop, and there's always construction. And there's a light there. Forget what the cross street is. And it's like a 5-minute light at 5:15 in the morning. And
Well, that's insane. It should be a blinking light.
it's insane.
It should be a blinking red light.
I run that light 100% of the time. Okay, and there's a big bend, and I'm just banking on the person having lights because you could see when someone's coming.
Yeah.
Because the lights hit the concrete
Sure.
around the bend.
Yeah.
So if there's no lights, I'm going, and I'm going 100% of the time. I also do something. I guess it's illegal. Is that, and we all do it. I don't know. A lot of people around here do it. They take that right turn where that hotel used to be, right over here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
The artist formerly known as the Capitol Plaza
Right.
Hotel.
And I do
or Capitol View
and everybody
Hotel.
does a U-turn and
Yeah.
just come right across. You come right across here. Do it every morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure
There's
what that is.
9 million cops because there's this police station right there. They drive
Yeah.
by all the time. They never care.
They don't care.
Everyone does it right in front of them. Today, I did it in front of a big black SUV, and I wasn't. I was like, I didn't think much about it. And I do the U-turn just kind of right in the middle of traffic. And the guy is some sort of police officer, Secret Service. I don't know what he is, and he's staring at me.
Oh, really?
And I went, this is gonna be the one time I'm gonna get busted. But he let me
He
go.
let you go.
But he gave me the freaking hairy eyeball.
He was
this
thinking
morning.
about pulling you
He
over.
was thinking about it, but
He's
I was
considering
pain
it.
in the ass.
Yeah.
But
He's like,
I was thinking about it.
I run red lights and stop signs every single day.
That's why me
Here
too.
in
Every
DC or
single-
just near in your neighborhood?
Is there a certain one?
Well, near in my neighborhood all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't like to do it here in
Yeah.
DC because I don't know where the cameras are.
Yeah.
There's cameras everywhere. So I definitely don't speed in DC because I've gotten tickets before.
Sure.
You just don't know where those cameras are. I don't run red lights in DC. In Virginia, all the time.
You do.
Because there's no cameras.
Yeah, man. I feel like it's a little dangerous.
What, red lights?
Yeah.
Well, if you could look around and there's no cars.
Like at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no point in stopping at a red light if there's no cars.
Hey, Jason watches a lot of local news. And
Yeah.
It would be great if he got busted for stealing breakfast.
Oh, yeah,
Because, he wouldn't serve jail time,
No,
but it would be,
it'd be a
a good
citation,
story.
and
It'd be funny.
it would make the news.
Or if you get me for jaywalking,
Yeah.
it'd be funny,
Yeah.
whatever. I actually was watching some local news yesterday. Did you see the big news in Stafford, Virginia?
I did not.
So in Stafford, Virginia, they had a 5-hour public hearing.
Oh my God, that sounds
Over
like the worst.
proposed
That sounds like the worst
business.
thing ever. A 5-hour public hearing.
Yes, but it came out in favor. A Buc-ee's is coming to Stafford.
Oh, Buc-ee's. I mean, that's going to
That's
print money.
That's a Mars thing. But Stafford's butt far, though.
Stafford's
Yeah.
pretty deep.
Yeah. You aren't going to venture out to Stafford. I mean, I guess sometimes you go
I mean,
to
I was in
Fredericksburg.
Fredericksburg.
I guess, yeah.
Listeners come from Stafford to see me
Yeah.
and to see the Mitsubishis.
It's kind of deep. A 5-hour meeting for to approve a Buc-ee's.
Well,
That should
because
take
the
10
Buc-ee's,
minutes.
they're huge, right?
Yeah, they're
Oh, yeah.
massive.
They're massive, and it was going to be right up against some people's homes.
Right.
And so there was some people that are like, hey, you see where our homes are?
I think
and then the counter was that they've seen when Buc-ee's actually come to an area like Stafford,
Yeah.
the property values go up.
I think the Buc-ee's that I stopped at in Florence, South Carolina, I believe it has 50 gas pumps. 50.
Yeah.
And that isn't even a big
This'll-
Buc-ee. Some of the Buc-ee's in Texas have 100 gas pumps. 100.
It's
I mean,
this
they're
this one's gonna be
massive.
120 gas pumps.
Well, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
That tells me land and staff is
74,000 square feet. 120.
Land couldn't be
800
cheaper.
parking spaces. This
Yeah,
is going to
it's-
be massive.
They're going to make so much dough.
Yeah.
So much coin.
I
No,
still
but
haven't
I
been to
didn't
a
see that.
Buc-ee's.
I wouldn't
I
go.
think
I
I'd-
wouldn't go like right when it opens because it's a full blown.
I think I went. I think I went a couple
Let the
times.
fervor die down. Stop into one. They're fine.
Where is like the original one?
Texas-based business. They're big in
I
the
think that's
south,
the majority.
southwest.
Yeah, I think
now
there's-
they're in the southeast. They're just proliferating.
Yep.
If you have a lot of land and not a lot of big businesses around your area, you're ripe for a Buc-ee's to come in,
Right, because-
and put down stakes.
I've been to Dallas several times.
Yeah.
I never saw it in like the Dallas area.
No, but out in the outlying areas, they've got them, and they're big.
Yeah.
They're big boys.
120 pumps.
120
Gas
pumps.
at like $5 a gallon. It's murdering me lately.
But the construction's going to be crazy. The traffic will be crazy. People around that neighborhood, they don't want it. They don't want a Buc-ee's coming in their neighborhood.
Sure they don't.
In their backyard.
They're just going to have to adapt.
Better sell your house now.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Dewey Beach is in 2 days. We're broadcasting live from Dewey in
Hope you're ready.
2 days.
Hope everyone's ready.
It's going to be a party. We've got a drinking idea that the boys are going to try and pitch us.
No.
We'll get into that next here on the Junks.
All right, guys. EB here. The show is brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder, people. You got to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss. From profit boost to bonus bets, so much more. Just check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Of course, you can kick off the summer with us live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach this Friday, May 22nd. That's 2 days from now. Starting at 6 a.m., and it's going to be B. Mitch and Finley taking over after us at 10. It's going to be a huge party presented by Main Street Bank. And we have an official cocktail of the Junkies Beach Bash. That's presented by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades, and new from the makers of Surfside, Super Light Vodka Plus Aid, inspired by classic sports drink flavors. Mm-hmm. Our guy Bobby B, so nice, he actually sent us all texts inviting us to dinner, and maybe it's going to work out, maybe it's not. But then he I don't know if he sent all of you guys, but he asked me to check my inventory, and I said I'm kind of low. I'm down to. I checked the garage fridge. I was down to 7 Surfsides.
I'm down to the felt when it comes to Surfsides and the brand
he's
new
going to come
product.
with a truckload.
And then he said Michelle had stuff for us, but I was like, I haven't seen it.
I want the swag. That's what I want.
That was the one that I brought in there for you guys. It was the 4 of the lights for you guys.
Is that what Michelle had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My impression was it was more than that.
Oh no. Oh, you thought it was like a bulk order.
Yeah.
How new is that drink? Because sometimes,
Very new.
sometimes like it's very limited when they first
The
get it
new
out. That's
offering.
probably why they come in here with cases and cases because when it's new.
Kind of hard to get your hands on it.
Yeah, because this is what he wrote, so I just assumed it was more than that one little box.
Yeah.
Because he said need product.
We're complaining we didn't get
I didn't
enough
ask.
free.
Yeah, but he said
enough free beer.
He said it was need product. I hope Michelle hooked it. And then I said I could definitely use a refresher. My garage fridge is down to the nose.
I just want double
He said
XL
good inventory
sweats.
management.
It's a good pipeline to have.
Yes.
Double XL sweatshirts. He said I wore one in Utah. I don't remember. I don't know because I got a couple. I don't know what he's talking about. I know you guys don't know.
He knows you wore a Surfside
I
deal.
guess because it was maybe it was in on an Instagram reel or something.
I still have my black hoodie that I was rocking in Italy.
I know that he was goofing on JP for said, I've got the one that you were wearing in the Alps, or I can give you a new one.
That might be what I wear on Friday.
Good, sure.
Why not? All right,
Spread the word.
so what is the drinking idea you boys want to pitch us?
Well, first off, we got to talk about Thursday night because Bish was hitting me up yesterday, and I think he wants to do a little get together.
Well, I figured we'd just do a little Junk's happy hour.
Yeah, but I know it's, we're getting it on the record because so many listeners are hitting us up saying they want to see us on Thursday night. Mm-hmm. So let's all get on the same page.
Okay.
And figure out when we want to hang out together at the Starboard.
I gotta have dinner. I have a bunch of
7
people coming in.
p.m.
I gotta have a dinner.
I was thinking a little earlier. 7's a little late.
This is why you got to.
Yeah.
I was thinking 5-ish.
5.
5 or 5:30. Well, it's happy hour time.
See, I may be going home a little bit before I drive. A lot of you guys are
okay.
leaving right from D.C.
Yeah,
But he's
I'm
talking
not.
about Thursday.
Yeah.
I know. I'm talking about Thursday.
Yeah, I'm going right down there.
Yeah, I'm heading home first, then heading to the
Oh, I'm going to be
beach.
the first
Yeah,
one
I'm
down.
doing
Well, I'm
that.
stopping.
I'm
You're gonna
leaving at
tip the
noon.
spear.
I'm stopping to see some family in Oxford
Okay,
and
nice.
Easton and
Very good.
Salisbury. And so
Oh my God.
I'm making
What
a
are
bunch
you
of stuff.
doing?
I don't know.
But he still says he wants
because
5
I never
o'clock.
see these guys. I never see my cousins and my aunts and uncles.
He's doing the Eastern Shore tour.
My
Shore tour.
My Dewey landing
But
time.
you guys aren't going to be down there until
I'll be
9
there.
a.m.
My goal is 5 p.m. to land, like to get to the hotel by 5 p.m.
All right.
I'm leaving at noon and I'm not stopping.
You're not
5-hour energy, no pee breaks.
Okay.
No pee breaks.
I'll be down there by 5.
definitely ripe to stop somewhere on the way down to Dewey. I mean, I'm going to pass 100 Wawas and not stop at one and get an iced coffee. Of course, I'm going to stop at one.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't help myself.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be
I don't
down there
think
by
it's
5. So
discipline.
whatever time you guys want to meet, I'm good.
I have friends.
I mean, you can dip out early. I know you just.
Oh, I
you
will.
don't
I'll
have to
get
wake up-
tired.
You don't have to drive 45 minutes in the morning.
That is true. That is true.
But
But I need to be prepared physically for Friday.
Vince's wife asked me yesterday, and so I do have several couples, our age. They want to sit down and have dinner, and they're like, "Should we get a reservation somewhere?" And I go, "Not really that kind of town."
No,
You know what I mean? It's
it's a beach town.
It's a beach town.
Yeah, you just.
I mean, I
it's a
could go
bunch
to
of
like Bethany Blues
bunch
or
of
something.
beach bars. You don't really need.
Which Bible? I believe Monty owns that spot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm very aware.
Drabby and Valdez, what do you suggest?
Well, if Bish wants to get there at 5:30, that's fine. If you want to get there at 7, that's fine. I don't
Yeah,
think
you
we're
get
going
there.
What were
anywhere.
you thinking?
Around that time.
Yeah.
Here's
4
the
or
thing.
5?
No, 5:30 is
It's perfect.
it's fine.
5:30 is
If
perfect.
But
Bish
I
will
gotta
be there
go-
at 5:30, and
Yeah.
and he can talk. to
I'll hang
listeners
out.
and hang out, and then we'll come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just come to find us. We'll be at the Starboard.
Sure.
Around that time.
Perfect.
Who do I ask for? Will Monty be there on Thursday? I assume he would be.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just tell
I
him.
just I haven't seen Monty in a long time.
Bish.
I haven't seen Monty in a long time. I don't
Yeah.
know if I could recognize him.
You recognize him. He changed this. He ain't
It's a
changed.
lock. You'll
I'm
recognize.
just serious. I
him.
just don't. I mean,
You'll-
show me a picture. Show me a picture of Monty.
Looks like the same guy with just gray hair.
I mean, I don't know. I can look
I
at.
mean,
the
I haven't
website.
seen him in 20 years.
All right,
Guys look different after 20 years.
He looks basically
He's all
the same.
over their Instagram.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because I'm all over Instagram.
that was for cakes.
All right, I'll find Monty. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll find it.
All right,
All right,
so
so-
5:30.
5:30 on Thursday.
I'll
Cool.
see if I can get there by 5.
Cool.
Why do you need to see Monty so you get the hook?
Oh yeah.
He wants that bar
You
tab.
think I want to pay? I mean, I'll tip well. I just don't want to have a bar bill.
I got to get some cash, dude. I have no cash.
You need to get that cash money.
You don't
brother.
have any cash.
I know. Like last night,
Yeah, you
I
don't.
was like,
you have
Vin, I
Zippy.
felt bad. I was like, Vin, dude, I got no cash.
You got Zippy.
Got tip.
Right across the street, ATM.
Huh?
Right across the street, there's an ATM.
I go to the ATM twice a year.
Okay, I'm just telling you, right on the corner
It doesn't
across
even
from the
occur.
bullpen.
It doesn't even occur to me.
Cakes doesn't even have an ATM card.
Haven't had one for probably 10
When
years.
I need cash, I go to my wife and say, "Do you have any cash?"
Oh, yeah.
Most places take Apple Cash now.
What's that?
Apple
Rick,
cash.
Just have it right there in your
That's
phone.
Monty.
Boop.
That's Monty right there.
I'll be honest with you. All right, he doesn't. He looks recognizable now, but if I saw him walk down the
didn't-
street,
you know-
I don't think I would
Come
know.
on, offended,
You
Jason.
didn't used to go in the cooler and do the shots with him and
Yeah,
everything.
but that was so long ago.
25 years ago.
Yeah.
He's all like he's like it's
No,
like
if I heard him-
he's a one-off.
If I heard him,
I didn't even know he's
the
so
mayor
unique.
of Dewey
oh
Beach.
my God.
I just don't know how
You can't say anything in this room without getting criticized. You can't say anything. Not one syllable comes out of. You don't know. You're so stupid. You don't know him.
I didn't say
haven't
you're
seen him in
stupid.
25 years.
I didn't say you're stupid.
Oh my God.
I was insinuating, but I didn't say it.
All right. You think Mike
I'm
Moore
not
went to
attacking you.
Rutgers?
I'm not attacking you. I think you will recognize.
That's a good
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see him. You'll be like, okay, that's Monty. I haven't seen you in
Look,
20
I'm going to
years,
hang
but-
out with Monty and whoever wants to hang out on Thursday for
Yeah.
happy hour. I'll be there around 5.
We'll be there. We'll be there, shaking hands.
All right, me,
Excellent.
Matt, and Matt will be there between 5 and
meeting
5:30.
all the people.
Yeah.
I'll commit to get there before 7.
Can't wait.
Happy
All right,
hour.
come on, JP, get there quick.
And happy hour.
You know, we won't
usually-
start. We won't start until you get there,
Happy
JP.
hours generally 4 till 7 ish.
Well, you wanted our commitments.
No, all right, just
All right, so what's the
get there
drinking?
when you get there,
Do you
nobody
want to
cares.
do like a drinking show? What do you want to do on Friday? What's the drinking idea?
So,
Or is this for Thursday?
this is for Friday on the show.
Oh, okay.
This is what I want you guys to do.
Oh, boy.
What? Hold on.
it can only lead
I'm
to
56.
embarrassment.
I'm 56 years old. Remember that.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I want you.
And grumpy.
I
Yeah,
want you
exactly.
guys. I want you guys to compete,
Oh,
and not for highest blood alcohol
Yeah.
or anything like that. The Starboard is famous for their Bloody Mary bars.
Right.
I want you guys to compete to see who's going to be the Bloody Mary king. You guys make your own concoction of bloody.
Yep.
Monty can be the judge.
All right.
oh,
And
we
then-
make it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll
Happy to
crown,
do it.
we'll crown out of
I
you
really made
four.
one of my own though.
Out of you
I
four.
actually despise Bloody Marys.
I love Bloody Mary.
I'll
So
drink
good.
orange
but I
crushes.
never really made one.
Well, you don't have to. It's for Monty to judge to see.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm
tomato.
happy to do it.
I know,
but
that's
I'll
why
be
we're-
winging
that's
it.
why we wanna do
It'd
it,
be
'cause-
literally like me making some Chinese drink or
That's,
something.
that's
you know
what
I'm
I
saying?
told Matt. But
Yeah.
that you
That's
guys
fine.
won't know, and that's why it might be good radio.
Okay, I'm up for it.
But there's several different ways to concoct a Bloody
Sure.
Mary.
All right.
What you can have horseradish in it, how much
Right.
hot sauce, how much
Wow,
Old
definitely
Bay,
horseradish in mine.
Old Bay infused vodka if you want.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Olives, olive juice, pickles, pickle
I'm gonna have
juice.
all
I think
the
mine
olives in
would
mine.
probably be like a Mike Moore
Worcestershire.
steak because I like all that stuff.
Worcestershire. Are you going to put a bacon strip in it?
Yes.
Celery seed,
Shrimp.
There's a billion different
Yeah.
ways you can make a Bloody Mary, and we'll figure out of you four who makes the best.
Okay. Like
All right.
it.
Well,
can do that.
I like that aspect of the competition.
can I taste test it?
I thought it was going to be more like,
Yeah, of course.
you guys each need to drink 5
No.
Bloody Marys
No.
and you know, like, just get
All right.
completely sideways early.
Valdez has a thing for Bloody Marys. He's been talking about it for 2 weeks. He's obsessed with them. The
They're
creation of
delicious.
them.
I
Is
like
it a
good.
Baltimore thing? Is
I
that
think
a,
so.
it
It's
must
like
be a
because they put
Baltimore-
the crab crap in it.
A crab claw.
Yeah,
and-
it's-
There's
that
so
is a
much-
good sign.
seafood associated.
Yeah. I don't think
All
I've ever had a Bloody Mary. It would never occur to me to order one.
Really?
I
Not
don't
even
think
like in a
so.
brunch, you would
No.
never
No,
consider
Bloody
it?
Marys are great for tailgates. Get your tailgate started early.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
great for you get to the golf course. You need to be with the boys. It's like a trip.
It's
You want to
it's
you
a
get
good
a Bloody Mary.
excuse to drink early.
Yeah.
But not
See,
look like
it's an early
complete
drink.
alcoholic.
But you got to like tomato juice.
I love
Not
it.
really.
I
You
love
just
it.
got like
I hate
alcohol.
tomato
You guys got like booze.
No, you don't. Really? Tomato juice? You'd have to like it.
Tomato juice, you
I'm kidding.
tolerate
I'm
it.
I
kidding.
know.
I'm kidding.
I don't think you do. I
I'm
think
just
you just
telling you
have to
that
like alcohol.
Bloody Marys disgust me because I hate tomato juice.
I will have one. I can't drink multiple.
I'll
No,
have
you can.
one.
Yeah, you can't have more than one Bloody Mary.
I'm going to kick off the drinking with a Bloody Mary, and then I'll chase it with a Surfside.
Oh, okay.
That's probably going to be my move.
So are we going to actually make it, or are we just going to tell the bartender this is
think
what I
you
want in
gotta
it?
make it.
Yeah, you're gonna be like Tom Cruise.
Because
on
you know
Top
when
gonna
you
Gun.
go there, they have all the stuff on the walls and everything.
Yeah, they got all the
ingredients,
ingredients
all the
that you
things.
want.
Hey,
Yeah,
will
all the
Monty
bottles.
will Monty get upset if we're flipping like the glasses and we break stuff everywhere like Tom Cruise? in
Probably,
Cocktail?
probably.
He'd probably be mad. But you know what? He's making so much money. I don't think it's going to affect him.
Are you gonna
I think he'll be all right.
You're gonna rim your glass with Old Bay.
Yes. And salt.
You just wanted to say
Or both. Yeah. Yes, I like flavoring on the rim. It's delicious.
Yeah, I'm gonna rim my glass too.
Yeah.
I definitely want to put a little shrimpy in there. Mine's going to have shrimp.
You're used to shrimps. I'm gonna put a shrimp. I'm gonna put a bacon. I'm gonna put horseradish, a slice of bacon. I'm gonna put
I'm gonna stuff-
Clam juice.
I'm going to stuff a shrimp in mine. I'm going to put
I'm
That's a
on
raw
the
Valdez. That's a
I'm on the
Valdez.
mayor.
That's a Valdez family secret recipe.
Yeah,
What is?
Put the clam juice in.
clam juice. Okay,
My
good.
parents didn't drink. Yeah, I don't know. Be making it up as it go along. Old Bay for sure. What else
Mine's
do they
gonna
put
be
in?
50 olives in
Are you
it.
gonna use Old Bay vodka?
That might be too much.
I'm
Old Bay.
probably just going
How
to
about
put
regular
I
regular
remember
vodka.
buying
And
that
then-
one time, but I don't remember anything from
maybe
the day.
maybe jalapeno vodka.
I don't know.
I'm out
More
on
junk in your
That's
I'm out on
That's a little
jalapenos.
too aggressive for me. Hey, you make your own.
Yeah.
Mine will not have
Yeah,
jalapeno
15 ingredients in there?
flavored
So I
vodka.
said mine might be like a Mike Marr steak. It might have every ingredient possible.
Right.
Yeah. Remember when Marr did that? He just
Yes.
grabbed every seasoning and thought he would win that way.
Yeah, I think I had a similar score to my steak. My steak was terrible. Apparently, I can't cook a good steak.
When's Mike getting down there? Mike, you getting down Thursday?
Yeah, leaving after the show on Thursday.
So you'll be down there
How
around
many
the same
guys
time.
from Radford coming?
0.
Really?
Well, I didn't invite any of my friends because I wanted it to be a camaraderie trip with the Junks.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know?
really?
Oh,
you want
look
to
at
bond
you.
a little bit?
Yeah, for
now
sure.
I feel bad I didn't invite you to the game last night.
That's all good, man. I had stuff to do.
Okay.
Now, do you have enough smelling salts, zins, smokes? You got it all? Everything packed, ready to go?
Unopened box in Drab's office right now, and then I gotta buy some stuff at the gas station tonight. Finish a
So
little packing.
can we
Got
kind
it.
of unveil, or is that a secret with the smelling salts? Like, you're probably going to do a little bit with the smelling salts again
Yes, definitely.
on air,
On air on Friday at the
Yeah.
Starbird.
like the world's strongest smelling salts.
Yes, the last time we did it and we opened it, it absolutely punched me in the face, and I couldn't breathe for like 10 seconds.
You can't breathe.
Yeah, they are strong because I was smelling them through the packaging.
Yeah, I could.
Through the Amazon packaging, and they're packaged inside their
I'm
container.
questioning my nose because I couldn't tell.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah. Usually you're all stuffed up. Maybe I'm all stuffed up.
I know.
Yeah.
It broke through.
All right, so we're going to do that. Bloody Mary contest. I like it.
Yeah, the
Happy
Bloody
hour starts
Hey,
at 5:30.
I just going to be honest. How are we looking on the IV situation?
I don't think
What
we're
do you-
going to have IVs.
That's okay.
You know
What happened?
Pack some
They didn't
liquid
wanna do
IVs.
Well, we didn't have like a wellness boutique ready to give us IVs.
They don't have a mobile thing that would do it?
Not that we got it.
You just don't care.
Didn't
You
look
can
into
pull it. I know you can pull it. I saw him make one phone call.
Why don't you just drink water? Yeah. During the show.
I think it's a great bit for us to be hooked up to IVs.
Oh, I'm not hooking myself up.
Water. I almost want it just for the visual.
You can do it.
It's
I'm
such
not-
a great bit.
No, can't do it.
I'm disappointed. I want to just publicly. I just want to say publicly, I'm disappointed in Matt.
Is there any chance we could go to like a medical supply store and just get the
No. You gotta get like a nurse administered. Although it's nothing serious, it's just like vitamins and
all
stuff.
you do is tie the thing off around your arm, find a vein, jam that thing in there.
Yeah, I
you're
mean, I
good.
would never do that.
And you
You
gotta-
hate needles?
yeah, I'm not saying I would do it
He
myself.
doesn't want to do it.
I'm pitching the
Eric
idea.
wants to do it.
Yeah, I thought it was such a great bit.
Well, you can do it. It'd be a great bit if you do it.
I'm desperate to
Get a nurse from like Delaware Memorial Hospital.
Just
I'm
let that show
desperate.
up.
Don't you jam enough vitamins in your body? What else you need?
I want the.
you know, bring your spray.
I need the electrolytes, all the stuff. I need it. Honestly, it's just
Zinc.
It's a disappointment. It's a.
I'll be honest, I didn't try that hard.
That's my point. That's my point.
Super light vodka plus 80.
Yes. It's going to be like a sport. You're going to have electrolytes and vodka
There you
poured
go.
down your throat at the same time. What a genius idea.
Drink the blue magic. You'll be all right.
Definitely going to have at least one of those.
Yes.
I might try one of every flavor.
1-800-636.
Responsibly, of course.
1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Keep it here.
Celebrate Memorial Day weekend at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Don't miss incredible deals like 50% bonus trade-in on all new inline golf clubs. You can buy 2 dozen Srixon golf balls and get 1 dozen for free. And all clearance apparel now 20% off. Shop them in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Couple things. I gotta give a shout out to my dentist, Dr. Moore. You see, got my chopper back. Looking silly.
You've been made whole.
Yeah, back to silly. He said it was no problem. It wasn't even my tooth, like further decaying. It was just the screw came unhooked. So I just put the screw back in.
I know these are out of vogue and aren't used anymore, but you, of all people, deserve like a punch card.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
For every 9th trip to the dentist, you get your 10th visit free.
To be honest with you,
it's like a tooth, like a tooth logo instead of a round hole.
I think I essentially have that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure he even charges me. I don't even know.
I'm
I don't
old.
even think I can.
I know they don't use those anymore. Okay, those went out 5 to 7 years ago, if not a decade ago. I understand.
No, he's incredible. I'll text him. He'll jam me in. Guy barely works. He's chilling. But when he works, great life. He fits me in and he takes care of me. So thank you so much. Put the tooth in. Don't look like a crackhead for the event. I'm back to silly.
That's better.
Yeah, back to silly. And then
back to Tom Brady.
I posted a pic because I wanted to thank the guy. When we were hanging yesterday at the bullpen, and a pic of me and Vinny and Jackie, and there are a certain number of guys breaking my balls
because
I don't even think about this.
Okay.
Like they break my balls about everything. It's fine, but this is a new one that they've come up with now, and I guess I understand it from afar. They're breaking my balls because I don't tie my shoelaces. So I'm still, and they're like,
You've always done that.
I said, unless I'm going to a wedding or I'm actually playing golf, I don't tie my shoes. I like my shoes. I like them to be slip-ons. So I put little knots, like around the laces so that they don't go out and they don't get like on the toilet water or whatever, when you go in a bathroom.
So they're shorter.
So they're shorter, but I like my shoes to be slip-on.
Don't you always feel like they're about to slip off your feet, though?
When you have big, manly feet, it's not an issue.
Okay.
Well, and the one foot though has got an extra.
The
1.5, right?
The right foot is
got
smaller.
11. You have an 11.5 and a 13.
When you have a good sized foot, it just stays in the shoe.
Even though it's too big,
it's not an issue.
I just don't like the feeling of my shoes almost coming off my feet.
Well, if you just wore he wears size 13, but one of his feet,
one of my hoofers,
one of his feet is 11.5.
You can't say one of his foot.
Right, I said one of his feet. It just sounded weird.
No,
that's the one that probably slips off.
Maybe I'm just used to it. It's silly, but like it doesn't even occur to me. I don't even think twice about it. To me, it doesn't seem strange. I haven't tied my shoes casually. To me, it's uncomfortable when I tie shoes. It's too tight.
But if you were to go running or something,
of course,
you would have to tie your shoes.
Yeah, I retired from running. I'll never run again.
Chris Farley's distraught.
Yeah,
He's good at it.
If I ride my bike, I will tie the shoes. Only because the laces will get caught up in the pedal.
Oh yeah.
So who's the guy in the middle?
It gets very uncomfortable.
That's the guy from
that's
the
Mike,
bullpen.
the bullpen guy. Yeah, and that's Vin and his lovely wife Jackie. We had a great time.
Jackie.
But
Jackie.
I don't know. It didn't even occur to me because people here. I'm literally getting tweets where people are zooming in on my feet. They zoom in on your pictures.
Everybody pinch zooms.
Like who would even look
everything.
at a guy's shoelace? Like who would even do that?
Maniacal P1 list.
Who does that? Who cares? What do you guys care?
I mean, just one of them's kind of dangling, I guess, maybe.
Like
but
I said,
I wouldn't have checked it out. But
I like my shoes to be slip-ons because I'm lazy.
that we know.
I like to slip my shoes off.
I did see that you posted Darren Peterson highlight reel against BYU. Are you starting to get won over by Darren Peterson?
Well, I watched the college highlights, and obviously I've seen those clips before. First thing you do when they get the pick is, let me see who the guys are that everyone's hyping up. And when I watched the Peterson Kansas clips, they're somewhat underwhelming. He's good, but I didn't. But then when I saw the high school clips, blew me away. And I don't know. We could dedicate a segment to it.
I think we're going to get into that.
We could dedicate a segment to it, but I might be changing my tune.
I mean,
that you want Peterson over DeMonson now, or that you just think that Dawkins is going to draft him?
Stay tuned.
Can't wait.
Stay tuned. Because I'm going to answer both of those questions fairly definitively.
Well, we can get into that now. John Wall is a Darren Peterson guy, right?
I'm not really paying attention to other people. I don't care what other people think.
Let me say this. John Wall follows college hoops. Obviously, he just took a job with Howard.
Yeah.
But we talked about it on the air. He did this bit on NBA TV where they were showing him players and asking where they went to college, and he was unbelievable at it.
Yeah, I saw it.
So he follows the
That was
college
viral
game.
clip. Yeah.
So he has said that he believes the Wizards should take Darren Peterson number 1. Gilbert Arenas also believes Darren Peterson should be the number 1 pick. Now, here is kind of a downside. Let's say that all things being equal, DeBonsa and Peterson both become stars. Right now, they have a point guard in Trae Young, and Darren Peterson has made it known that he wants to have the ball in his hands, and he sees himself as a point guard. Does that dissuade you?
No. He ameliorated that concern when asked about it. That, he would prefer, but he's perfectly willing to, I'm paraphrasing, he'll do whatever the team asks of him. And they know, look, we all know that as much as I'm excited about watching Trae play here for the next couple seasons, hopefully, he's not a long-term solution, long-term. So not concerned about that at all. I'll just, if you want me to cut to the chase.
I don't think you don't need a true point guard in the NBA.
Correct.
Brunson's technically a
It's
point guard.
a lot of positionless basketball.
He's a scorer.
At this
You
point.
just need a scorer at that position.
Yeah.
College, you kind of need a guy who can set up the offense.
But I think what is impressive is, so at Kansas, it's a lot of off-ball stuff, and you see him catch and shoot, and you go, okay, whatever. I see a lot of floaters. All right, that's cool. That's an NBA play, but whatever. When you watch the high school stuff, or you watch when he has the ball in his hands, that's when it's next level. That's when he breaks down, dunks in your face, or just...
No, he's great.
And I watch that, and I go, that really is like the league.
Yeah.
And it's swaying me, and it's so bizarre. We were talking about this during one of the breaks, and we've kind of noted this for a while. Wizards fans are hell bent on DeBonsa though, and it's so funny. Like, I'm sure some Wizards fans have watched him because he's got a lot of attention, but why are they so in love thinking it has to be DeBonsa? When I'm telling you, it's not. It's very split, and I'm almost willing to bet they're going to take Peterson or someone else. I'm almost willing to bet. And I told these guys this, and this is just weird. I like to make my own decisions and my own evaluations, but this did affect me. When Aldridge's report and said one NBA executive said he could be Andrew Wiggins, I can't get it out of my head.
No.
I can't get it out of my head.
That's one
DeBonsa.
Yes.
That's one guy.
I know. But
he was also compared to Tracy McGrady.
I know, I've seen that. But that just, like, and I get it, because Wiggins was such a stud in college, so athletic, and just, but he's a dime a dozen in the league. I think what Peterson can do off the dribble and the way he shoots it is special. And that's why I think the Wizards brass, as soon as they win it, they go, we're open for business, because they're aware the perception is DeBonsa's won. And in their minds, that's always been my theory. In their minds, okay, you guys think DeBonsa's won? We're open for business. That's my theory.
I think it's just smart, like managerial skills to just advertise that you're willing to listen to offers for your pick.
Of course, but
I have to do that.
I think it's more than that. I think it's, in my theory, I know, okay, I know you maybe, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I think they're doing that because in their brain, I believe, honestly, they're not convinced it's DeBonsa.
Still kicking it around.
I don't think they've made their minds up a month out. I think they're gonna take it right down to the end. But I still think DeBonsa is going to be the pick.
I don't know.
He's a physical freak. He's bigger.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't have the weird injury stuff and sitting out games that Peterson had at Kansas. Like, that's a pretty big red flag.
That's the only thing that concerns me about Peterson.
But you know what Peterson said? Teams aren't asking him about the injuries.
Yeah, okay.
They're trying to figure out who he is.
They don't have to. They just see the results.
Maybe
from when
they
he
just
played
feel
at
like
Kansas.
If it was something that concerned you, you would say, hey, what was going on with all that cramp and stuff? Yeah. In other words, my theory on that, Cakes, is someone has alleviated that concern and they've
fixed
brushed it off.
Yeah.
They're not too worried about it.
I'm just speaking for Will Dawkins here. I'm going to guess he's at least slightly concerned about the medicals on Peterson.
Well,
and he's not really concerned about the medicals on DeBonsa.
I'm going to guess he might have been. Of course, everybody would be, but maybe it's been.
I'm going to guess he still is. If you had a beer with Will Dawkins right now, and
I'll take that bet.
Off the record,
I'll take that bet.
If he said off the record,
let's take the bet.
Are you concerned about Darren Peterson's
I want the
medicals?
bet.
He'd say, yeah.
I want the
I'm
bet.
a little bit
I'm
concerned.
in.
Well,
I don't know how you're going to settle that bet.
I'm just ask him off the record. We'll never talk about it on air.
He's not
Tell
gonna
after
give
the
you
draft.
that.
We'll tell it after the draft. We'll tell it after the draft. What he said.
Sure, I'll bet you $5 for something that's never going to come to fruition.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll tell you what John Wall said about Darren Peterson, who the Wizards could select at number 1.
It's your boy Bish. Let's be honest. Who's not trying to crush their drives? My guy Josh Cochran and his team at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria are helping you do exactly that during their Memorial Day sales event all month long. Now you can step into a new 2026 Crosstrek, just 1.9% APR for 36 months. Lease it for only $255 a month. Go long in a new 2026 Forester, 3.9% APR for 48 months, or lease it for as low as $339 a month. Or if you want something that really feels smooth through all 18, grab a new 2026 Outback from Buyer, 2.9% APR for 48 months, or you can lease that one for $345. Plus, one thing I really respect about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving. Buyer Subaru is currently partnering with local animal shelters and community programs all across Northern Virginia, which is pretty cool. So do what I did. Check them out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria, or you can start online at buyersubaru.com. Make sure you tell Josh Cochran, he's the GM, that I sent you.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. They talk about how good the Nationals offense is. Great example last night. Washington's down 5-0, comes back to beat the Mets 9-6, highlighted by a James Wood inside the park grand slam. Jose Tena also went yard.
The swing and a drive it well to left field. Morabito back to the warning track, to the wall, leaping, and can't get it. It's gone. Goodbye. A home run on the first pitch of the inning. The opposite way for Jose Tena.
The call on the Fan. Speaking of incredible comebacks, the Knicks stormed back down 93-71 to shock the Cavaliers 115-104 in OT. Jalen Brunson had 38. San Antonio up 1-0 at OKC tonight at 8:30. NHL West begins Game 1 Vegas at Colorado at 8. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice ordered to jail who missed OTAs and minicamp because he violated probation. Jason Kidd is out as the Dallas Mavericks head coach after 5 seasons. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. We're talking about the Wizards in that number 1 pick. EB tweeted a video of Darren Peterson's game against BYU, and you see him dunking, you see him dribbling the ball up the court, shooting threes, you see him taking the ball to the basket. He looks uber impressive. Now, if he did a DeBonsa highlight reel of his game against Texas or whatever, you're going to see amazing highlights too. And we're wondering if you have a particular lean. It seems like a couple of Wizards legends do. John Wall said if he had the number 1 pick, he would take Darren Peterson. And Gilbert Arenas has also weighed in, and he says he would also go with Darren Peterson. Mm-hmm. Those are 2 guys who starred here in Washington and who had the ball in their hands. So they may be biased more towards that. It's not to say that DeBonsa never dribbles the ball. He does. But it's a little bit different. I would say my preference, and DeBonsa may be fantastic, is Darren Peterson. And I brought this up before. If you watch the NBA playoffs, look at the teams who are advancing. You've got OKC. Shea is a combo guard. Sometimes is a point guard, sometimes is a 2 guard, but he has the ball in his hands a lot, creates it. The Knicks last night, Jalen Brunson, ball in his hands, scoring a ton, making plays for his teammates. On the other side is James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. Wemby is like the outlier of the group, and he's the outlier in all of the NBA and in professional basketball over the world. All things being equal, if they're both going to be good, I'll take the guard.
I love John Wall and Gilbert Arenas, but I don't think Will Dawkins really cares what they think about what the Wizards are going to do with the number 1 overall pick. Of course, he's going to rely on his scouting instincts, his staff.
But do you think they have? Of course. Do you think they have like at least respectable opinion?
Of course, they have basketball credibility, but I don't think their opinion on whether they love DeBonsa, Caleb Wilson, Peterson, whoever it is, I don't think that matters 1 iota.
Well, no one has said that that's going to affect Will.
No, we're just saying that they're making a point.
What I think is important about it is those are respected basketball guys. Now they're probably guard centric.
Yeah.
So I would say that's something they're probably biased towards guards.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
But Arenas said he's the one, been watching him for 3 years, speaking of Darren Peterson, professional, all hoop, no play type of guy.
And I don't love his personality. It's a little aloof for me, but it
doesn't really matter. With the
it doesn't matter when some of those guys on the Wizards, they're not like super jovial, like
Gregarious.
like Gill, like those guys just like the ball too. And some have said he would fit right in with them because he's a gym rat. I'm sure DeBonsa is too.
Yeah.
But DeBonsa has more character and charisma. Like, if it was a charisma contest, DeBonsa blows him away.
Yeah.
But it's not a
I agree.
charisma contest.
No, it's a talent contest.
And they're both super talented. This is not a knock against DeBonsa's talent. I think what resonates with me also, and I'm basically officially doing a 180.
Yeah.
I'm officially doing a 180 and saying I want him now.
Yeah.
And I actually think they're going to take him.
You want which guy? Peterson.
I want Peterson now. I'm
They
doing
might.
a 180.
They might.
And it's just because I think also when JP points out like the way the league is so guard centric, that resonates with me. When you watch him, his style of play just translates to the league.
Yeah. But DeBonsa has guard talent as well.
I know. He's a
freak. He can get out there and score from the perimeter. He can dribble the ball. He can get by, smaller guys. He's really good at that.
And I do believe, and JP disagrees with me, I believe 97% of people can improve as shooters.
Yeah.
But Peterson's just a born shooter. Like, he's already a shooter.
Well, DeBonsa, you're right, though. If you put him into the Wizards lineup right now, he's probably projected to be the 2 guard. It would be Trae Young and DeBonsa in the backcourt with probably Keyshawn George, Sarr, and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that's a big lineup,
You
too.
can mix and match.
I'd like to have a 2 guard that's 6'9", personally. If he can handle the position and go out on the wing, slash into the lane, and do all
I'm not
at 6'9", I'm all about it.
I'm more out on Trae Young than you guys. I think, he'll score.
Yeah.
Undeniably will score, and he'll give assists. I just don't feel like he's a winning player. I feel like Trae Young, if you were watching the game last night, I think I saw that when James Harden was on defense, the Knicks in their last 20 possessions or so, they went at him every time, and they averaged 1.9 points per possession. So they're basically scoring a bucket every time. It wasn't always Jalen Brunson, but they would go at him. Maybe there would be a double team, and Jalen Brunson would pass it to Cat, and he would hit a reverse layup. Trae Young will get attacked. And I'm not sure, maybe Darren Peterson would too down the road, but Trae Young will get his, but he will give up just as many.
Yeah.
And to me, he's not a long-term building block. You tell me that Darren Peterson can play point guard, and what is he, 6'4", 6'5"?
I think
he's 6'6". I think he's close to.
I thought he was like 6'4.5" or something, and then with shoes.
Sign me up as
6'6".
point guard of the future if he's the real deal.
He's got good wingspan. Like, his measurements are great. I think DeBonsa's getting all the hype for the 42. 42's nutty. Okay.
Yeah. Especially for his size.
I think Peterson was like 39 or 40.
Yeah.
Like, that's nutty too.
Right.
Yeah, great athletes.
He's
Great.
6'4.5" barefoot.
Yeah.
All right, so give him 6'5" and a half.
6'5" and a half at least with shoes.
Like Trae, I mean, again,
So DeBonsa's 6'10" in shoes.
Yeah.
watch the highlights of what Jalen Brunson did to James Harden, and that's the rep on Trae Young. We got a little taste of Trae Young. What did he play? 5 games for the Wizards?
Yeah.
Did he even play 5?
Maybe 8. 5 to 8.
It was not a big amount.
It was a sampling.
Yeah. And he
was a
was
sampler
and he was
platter.
on limited minutes, and he can score. There's no doubt he can score. But in terms of building a championship contender, I would take Darren Peterson.
I'm Team DeBonsa. I'm an AJD guy all day long. Number 1. He will be the pick.
Now you've done the 180. I'm not sure, Jason. Where do you
you're right.
fall?
You're right. I think
Jason's
I think
pro DeBonsa.
I'm DeBonsa just because I like the length, and he gets down the floor so quick because of his strides. Vertical's crazy. He's going to become a better shooter. Love the way he plays. He just attacks. You talk about the highlights with Peterson. Go watch what he did against Arizona, or what DeBonsa did against Kansas State.
No, his highlights are great.
Yeah, I mean guy averaged 26 a game.
That's what I like about him.
The one game that everyone's pointing to is the game against Kansas because he was going against Peterson, but he went against some really good teams in the other 30 and was killing them. So I think Peterson will be a very good player. There's a chance that both of them will be great. I just would rather have the longer, bigger guy than the guy who's 6'4.5" or 6'5.5", who might have some cramping issues.
Will any of you be upset if they don't take the guy that you want?
No.
No.
I trust him.
I don't think. I will say this. I don't think there's a chance they're taking anybody else other than those.
Yeah,
two
it's got to
players.
be one of those two.
I think I would be upset if they took Boozer. And Boozer might end up being a great player. That's the crazy part.
I thought you meant. Well, I'd be upset if they took Peterson
I
over
won't
to
be upset at whoever they pick, and I also won't be upset if they feel like the best move is to trade down if they get a crazy offer. I'm okay with that.
It sounds like you're pounding the table, or you got your guy.
I kind of got my
Jason's
guy.
team AJ.
I've got my guy
Cates' team
too, but
AJ.
if all of a sudden the Jazz
Eric's-
are going to offer Ace Bailey and the number 2 pick, and Will Dawkins thinks that's a great deal, I have to just go with Will Dawkins.
He might just take Peterson 1. Screw it, because Danny Ainge's not going to give him anything.
I wouldn't
Danny Ainge's
think.
not
I'm
gonna
just
give
saying,
him
like in a wild scenario.
Yeah, I don't
if the
think they're gonna
Jazz come up
trade
with
it.
a crazy deal to
I don't
move up
think they're
one
gonna
spot.
get
I don't think they're going to trade the pick.
I don't think anybody's going to give him anything.
I think Danny Ainge might want Peterson. Even though there's all that talk about Utah and BYU, Peterson fits their team better.
Well, that's what the guy
If you
said.
follow the NBA, the Utah Jazz are loaded up with big guys.
Yeah, that's why I just think the league thinks higher of him than the fans. That's just my vibe I'm getting.
I agree.
Yeah, and
I don't, but I wouldn't be upset.
wasn't
Like
swayed,
I'm Team Peterson. I would not be upset if they take DeBonsa. I want him to be a great player, and he might
Right.
be a great player.
I will only be upset in that I like to be right, but I'll root for him, of course.
Yeah, I don't care. Boozer, I just feel like Boozer's going to be
Boozer's not
an
even,
okay.
He's
He's
not
going
even
to
on
be
my
a
radar.
pro. He's going to be a pro.
I might borderline root against Boozer.
He might make an all-star
If they,
team.
if,
I'm
they,
right.
if they throw a curveball and Boozer's the number 1 pick, I'll still support it because I'm a Wizards guy.
Right.
But I'm in my
I
heart
think
of hearts,
Boozer's-
I'm not going to lie.
I think he's going to be a 20-10 guy. I think he's going to be better than just okay. Boozer's going to be.
feel like-
he's going to produce.
I know.
No, he's not going to kill. He's not going to give you the
agree with you.
highlight reel. Hold on. He's
know.
not going to give you the highlight reels that the other two will. But he's in terms of production, he's
know what
going
I
to
want?
give it to you.
I
I
just
want
hope he
the
does it
guy-
in Memphis. Produce in Memphis or go produce
Maybe
in
that's where it'll
Chicago.
be.
Here's what
Don't
I want.
do it here.
And I think it could be DeBonsa or Peterson on any game. I want the guys to give me 35 in a playoff game. Mm-hmm. And I think Peterson and DeBonsa could be that guy. I don't think Boozer's that guy. He's going to be 2010 guy, which is good.
I mean, that's pretty damn good. Yeah.
It's good, but it ain't special.
I mean, he's not the guy bringing down the ball
I
down
want
the floor.
special.
One of the comps for Boozer was Al Horford, who's a great pro. Probably made a couple of all-star teams. When he was at his peak, he was a 2010
You know how much
type of
lead
guy.
gets in my pencil when you say Al Horford?
Right.
Very little.
That's my point.
The
I
Wizards
need
were
Cialis
desperate to land him like
to
8 years
get
ago.
excited
I
about Al
I would
Horford.
rather roll the dice on Caleb Wilson. And Caleb Wilson, he blew
Wilson
me.
is a natural aphrodisiac for me.
It just blew me away. His interview, he's silly. In comparison to Kevin Garnett,
I would
they just got to hit it.
be so excited if they
For
drafted
me to get excited
Caleb
for
Wilson.
Carlos Boozer, I would need to go into a gas station, a shady gas station, and get one of the enhancers that they're selling from behind the counter. I would need
in a big
that.
gulp.
I don't think they're going to take him. I just think
Down with a big gulp.
whoever gets Boozer is going to get a really good player.
I agree
really
with
good
you.
Hey,
player.
just for Al Horford made the same amount of All-Star games and NBA All-Third team as John Wall.
That's
Everyone
Yeah,
likes
that's
John
impressive.
Wall.
Like I said,
It's great.
I said
You
Al
guys
Horford
crap
probably made a
all
bunch of
over
all-star
Horford.
teams.
It's a great career.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
That's,
had
I
an
know
amazing
it's boring
career.
to me. It's fine.
We might
But
be
Al-
boring, but John Wall is a legend. You just called him a legend.
Yeah, local legend.
Well, this is.
I'm not sure
even
John Wall's an
comparable.
NBA legend. He's
John
a local
Wall's
legend. for
way
me.
more exciting than Al Horford ever could imagine to be. That's not to say he's a better
Yeah.
player.
Al
He's
Horford's
just
an
more
NBA champion,
exciting.
so I'm sure he'd rather take that.
Of course.
Exciting.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
I know. Listen, you're taking it personal. Al Horford's fine. It's boring. I don't want boring.
Al Borford.
I want.
should be
You
I don't
guys
want-
didn't watch Cam Boozer. You just didn't watch him. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
he's not a boring basketball player. He brings the ball up court all the time. He shoots 40% from 3-pointers. He can bust guys down low. He can do it all.
You know what? That's fine.
Boring.
Do it in the.
He's not boring. He's a
Do it-
national player
You
of the
don't
year.
have
He's
the
going to
qu-
probably
he-
win rookie of the
You
year.
don't have a quick twitch.
Do it.
He's
in-
250 pounds.
Right.
If he weighed 230 pounds, he'd have a 42-inch vertical too.
He
No,
can
he
do
wouldn't.
it in the worst market in the league in Memphis, the place nobody wants to go. He can go hang out with John Morant, and they can be bored
He's not beating
together.
anybody off the dribble.
He's Al Horford. Al Horford's
He's not beating anybody off the dribble. That's what gets people
Trav,
excited.
you're right on the number of All-Star games.
He'd be
All-Star
great in the 80s.
Al Horford never averaged more than 18
You're
points
so
a game
clueless.
in his career.
What?
To compare him to John Wall on All-Star
You
appearances
draft him.
is correct.
I would. If
But
I'm Will-
he never averaged more than 18 points a game, Al Horford. in his career.
I'll bet you $100 that Cam Boozer averages more than 18 points a game in his first.
The Boozer might be
Yeah.
better.
4
I'm
years
just
old.
Paul's waiting for his as a rookie.
I would say
No,
that
as a
too.
rookie, I don't know. It takes a year or two.
first 4 years
Dylan
over
Harper
18.
averaged 11 points a game
Yeah.
this year. Everyone thinks he's the next greatest thing ever.
If you boost it to 21, I'll make the bet. First 4 years, $100. He doesn't hit 21.
That's 3 points a game you just changed.
Okay, well,
I know, but
'Cause
18
I'm
is
not-
Harvey Grant. So get that out of here.
18's Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
You guys should watch.
Wiggins-
You guys should watch Duke basketball.
All right, Wiggins
I
had.
mean, I don't know
Are
what-
you pro?
Wiggins
so
had better
you're a
years than that.
Boozer guy at number
The
one.
Bonds is 3 for me,
All right,
and
who's
Peterson
number
and
one?
Boozer are
Hold on.
1A and
The
1B.
Bonds is
I
your
haven't
number
decided.
3 guy?
Yes.
God,
Keep
what are you
mocking-
doing over there?
You go look online. There's all kinds of people are saying that Boozer,
I know.
according to the models, is the number
I've
one
seen-
player. The efficiency off the charts.
I think he's going to be really
you guys-
good.
I'll be stunned.
You guys just are duped by YouTube because Caleb Wilson has a long arm and he could touch the top of the backboard. We've seen a zillion guys
I'm
like
not
that.
even thinking about Caleb Wilson.
I know
He's garbage to me. He's not even a guy that's on the
Boozer's
board
my 4.
or should be.
Boozer's my 4.
I
He's
watched Duke a lot this year. Believe me, I didn't just watch him on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's all right.
I told you he's going to be a good player. If you want a guy who's going to give you 22 and 10, why wouldn't you want him?
You know what? If you're having trouble sleeping, pick him.
I didn't say the Wizards are going to take him. I just think he's going to be really
If I had
good.
my druthers too, don't want a Duke guy. If I can control it, and this is controllable because the Wizards have the numero uno pick. They can pick whoever they want.
Can't
Start
wait
with,
can't wait to
let's start
play
with
this
Darius
when
A.
Dawkins picks him. I can't wait to replay this when Dawkins picks him number 1.
What's the likelihood, you think? I want to get you on the record. The likelihood that Will's going to
25%.
What did he say for Boozer? I forget.
keep
Yeah,
track
just-
of this.
Cam Boozer.
Cam Boozer. Consistent.
That's so boring.
Boring.
He's so out on him.
Consistent.
That's so
Now, that is the first
He
thing
ain't
he said
drafted
too for
consistent.
AJ DeBonsa.
That's a great.
He
Thank
had to
God he
change
said
his
that.
answer.
Thank God. He didn't even have an adjective for the guy.
Let me tell you something. I'm more
couldn't
sold
think
on
of anything positive to
I'm
say.
more sold on Cam Boozer than I am Will Dawkins. I don't know whether Will's going to pick the right guy.
Yeah, that's another one. That's a wacky one from you. I'm super thrilled with Will
I'm into
Dawkins
Will
and company.
Dawkins.
Yeah,
You're not-
because
you
I
not so
like him.
much.
Not because I
like
like him.
him.
I wouldn't give crap if I thought he sucked. I'd say I think he sucks. Trust me.
If Will Dawkins thinks Cam Boozer sucks, I got major questions about him.
If he picks the wrong guy and this team wins 30 games next year, we're going to come on and say he picked the wrong guy and he might suck at his job.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that right now.
Because this will be year 4, right?
Yes.
Next for Will, yeah. It's a big one for Will.
It's a massive
It's a big one.
Cam Boozer. Consistent.
He's such a dud. Hey, Valdez, you want to go on record?
I can't remember what he said
You
about
want to
the
go on record, or
monster.
you just like to just play fart sounds?
Well, I do like fart
For
sounds.
DeBonsa, he initially said consistent,
Consistent,
but
then
he
he
had already
changed.
said that for
Right. That was
Cam
another. That was
Boring.
another clue.
And then what did he say after that? Can't remember.
What was his second
Score.
Score.
Oh, yeah.
It's not great. It just.
Better than consistent.
I mean,
And Peterson was fierce.
fierce.
Yeah, fierce.
fierce.
Strongest adjective
Fierce
by
is
far.
Fierce pummels. Yeah, score.
Fierce is pretty good.
Fierce. Like
Doesn't
you
mean
want
he's gonna
someone to
pick
call
him,
you fierce.
but he's
Yes.
You're
fierce.
just saying that because you want to be right about Peterson. If he said fierce for DeBonsa,
You think I would say that's a terrible adjective? There's no world where I would ever say fierce
By the way,
is
yeah,
a
but he
bad
was just coming out.
adjective.
He was
He
just trying
was
to
a
come out.
DeBonsa guy 24
I
hours
wasn't.
ago.
He was just trying to. he was just trying to think of different words to describe him.
I've been leaning Peterson the last week. I've been coming around, and now I'm willing to put my balls on this table right now, and I'm actually not going to say because I was saying I want DeBonsa, and I did, and then I was saying I still want DeBonsa, but I think they're going to be no. I'm taking that out. I want Peterson. I think they're going to take Peterson. I'm all in.
I don't
Put
know who
sack
they're
of
going to
potatoes
take.
right here. I think they're going to take him. Fierce.
I think they're
I've
taking
even
DeBonsa.
forgotten about Fierce. Now I'm even
I like
more
Peterson.
convinced. How could you say anything better than Fierce? Like, by the way, did he hem and haw when he said Fierce? How long did it take him to say Fierce? Did he go, Cam Boozer?
No, but Boozer.
Fierce. Did he do that? How did he do it, actually?
Consistent is like
Let me
picking
see.
your favorite ice cream flavor is vanilla.
Yeah.
All right, but he said score for
Fierce.
Dabanza. It's the name of the game in basketball. Score the ball.
Riser.
Ooh, right.
All right.
That's better than consistent.
That was Caleb.
Darren Peterson.
Thank you.
Long pause.
Fierce.
Kind of a long pause.
right.
An and
I
a
just told
long
him not to
pause.
lead the witness.
That was an and at least a 3-second pause.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't
I
come right out
thought
and
he
say
was
it.
quicker with it initially too.
Okay.
But
I
Fierce
can't-
is Fear. It's hard to argue against Fierce being a pretty good descriptor.
I think Fierce is by far the best
Okay,
descriptor.
but he didn't
say it as quick. He didn't say it as quick. I grant you that.
I know, but he needed to find the exact right word
To
for
come up with the best word.
exactly.
The other guy,
So vanilla, consistent.
like that's such a terrible word
so it's
for the
a-
number one overall
Boozer.
pick.
Consistent.
Yeah, he's very consistent. He'll give you 18 and 10.
to be toiling.
He's going to give you more than 18.
He's going to
All
give
right,
you
coming
18
up
and 10
next, we're
every
going
night.
to play Jason Bishop's
He's
favorite
consistent.
game. We got some great prizes on the game show Wednesday. Round Robin, Who Am I?
no.
That's next here on the Junkies.
Celebrate Memorial Day weekend at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Don't miss incredible deals like 50% bonus trade-in on all new inline golf clubs. You can buy 2 dozen Shrixon golf balls, get 1 dozen for free, and all clearance apparel now 20% off. You can shop them in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
It's a game show Wednesday on the Junkies. If you want to compete for some great prizes, call us now at 1-800-636-1067. We have tickets to go see the Beach Boys in concert. We also have tickets to go see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers tour with special guests Big Boy and A-Track.
I see his name, and I always want to call him Kid Cutie, but I know it's Kid Cudi.
I think I botched that somewhere along the way, and somebody said it's
Kid
Cudi.
Cutie.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Don't know. You can call it now, 1-800-636-1067 to play the game. You guys were playing a game during the break?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good game. Mike Marr, because we're heading down to Dewey Beach on Thursday for our Friday show. Mike Marr was quizzing Valdez on Ocean City landmarks, like where is fill in the blank spot, and of course Valdez is just nailing it. Like,
And I saw Valdez. He had this big grin. He was so happy. He literally looked like he just had sex with Jennifer Aniston.
He's in his wheelhouse.
And I was like, what? And then he was being quizzed, and he was just nailing it. And you understand, he loves being the king of like white trash things.
Also
he loves it.
It feels great to flex on something that you're confident in.
He loves.
But also, that's a spot that's brought him a lot of joy in his life. How many times do you think you've been to Ocean City in your life?
I've countless.
Really?
So many.
I think I've probably
honestly,
only been 5 or 6 times.
I'm so happy you asked him that question. I know you go to Puerto Rico and white sand.
You go to Foofy beaches.
I know.
We know.
Sorry, I'm half Puerto Rican.
Yeah. No, I
He's
love
never
Puerto Rico.
stayed at the Plim Plaza.
I know, you've always acted like you're above Ocean City. You have.
I just haven't experienced that much. I mean, it is what it is. You just called it.
It's a white trash piece.
Yeah, I mean, you just called it.
I
it's
like
fun.
to
You know
go.
what it is? It's
I enjoy
fun.
it. I don't mind it. I
It's
like
close.
I like
Good
all the
memories.
trashy spots.
I got a lot of good memories down there.
It's a
from
great
back in the
It's a
day.
great question for Valdez though. Where does it rank for you as far as like favorite places to be on Earth?
Well, I just,
Is
I
it
mean,
into one of your favorites?
Yeah, definitely.
Like because of
I could,
nostalgia and everything?
I could live at the
It
beach.
makes
Now,
us-
I don't know if it would be as appealing because when you go, you go to your old haunts and
Sure.
you do everything you did as a kid and all that fun stuff.
I mean, you're not going to have like the beautiful weather of like a Myrtle or Hilton Head or something like that. You know,
I like Hilton Head. Now, I like Hilton Head a lot.
Yeah, but
But-
would you rather, if you could retire, all things being equal, and those are two completely different destinations. I'm not sure they could be more different.
But both make your Mount Beach more.
Of course.
100%.
You love the.
Let's hear the Mount Beach more. So
For
it's
him?
Hilton Head and Ocean City.
Yeah.
Hilton Head and Ocean City.
That's it.
Two other spots.
Yeah, Dewey.
Dude.
Any international beaches?
I went to Costa Rica for
There
a
you
wedding.
go.
Very
like
nice. Just put it in there.
No, kind of like Ocean City better.
If you had to choose, honestly, and you had a free house, either
Okay.
one, and you could live there. So money. I'm taking money out of the equation. Where would you prefer to live?
Hilton Head.
Yeah.
I mean,
You would. Okay.
More plentiful golf. I mean, just so much great golf
It's just
down there.
foofier, nicer, and
it's
classier.
It's nicer.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I love me some OC.
It definitely does.
But we're going to be in Dewey,
We are
in
gonna be
Delaware,
Yes.
on Friday.
Yes.
All right,
correct.
let's punch up. Do we do 2 contestants or 3 contestants for round robin?
I think it was.
general
I
two.
thought it was 2.
All right, put 2 on the line.
All right. Let's go. Let me see here to Antoine. Hey, Antoine.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Antoine.
All right, just real quick. I don't care your logic. Are you the Bonsa guy or are you a Peterson guy?
The Bonsa.
Okay.
Bonsa, AJD, let's
Telling you,
go.
the fan base is the Bonsa. All right, let's go to Ryan. Ryan, what's up, buddy?
How we doing, boys?
All right,
What's up,
no
Ryan?
logic. No one cares why. DeBonsa or Peterson or Boozer.
Peterson, but Drov's really beating that Boozer drum.
He is.
Is he convincing you?
Not at all.
Right,
Give me
right.
Peterson.
Right. All right, here we go.
I will say this. Drab will get the last laugh. He'll be able to laugh throughout the entire show if the Wizards pick Boozer.
If
Yeah,
they
well-
pick
Following
Boozer,
day.
I'm almost willing to rub his belly with some suntan
You
lotion.
probably should.
And I know he'd like it too.
And look, if Boozer turned into Al Horford, that would be a solid pick. But as I said, Al Horford, EB's example was who's going to give you 40 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's not Al
You're not
Horford.
looking for a solid pick at number 1. You're looking for a superstar
I
pick
know.
at number 1.
I think that's what they're looking for. All right.
All right, Antoine and Ryan, we will give you a series of clues. If you know who we're talking about, say your name, you get your guess. If you miss it, your opponent wins. It is round robin. Who am I? Spin the wheel, Valdez. Jason's in charge of who gives the clue.
I am.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Who gives
It's
out
your
the first
baby.
clue?
All right, I just feel bad for Mike Marr because he can't pick any winners, so I'll go Mike Marr.
Oh,
All right,
charity
Mike Marr,
pick.
first clue.
I actually have no idea how to play this game.
Okay, you can just throw out something random, like say I'm a current Washington
All right,
commander,
no,
and then we go from
no,
there.
we're skipping over him.
Okay, now you
Matt
can bump
Ca-
down the rotation.
Matt Cahill.
I'm a baseball player.
All right.
It's not very.
But you have to have
Narrow
one in your
down.
brain because if he
I
guesses,
got one.
all right.
All right, Ryan or who's it? Antoine.
Yep. All right, let's go to
You wanna
clue
guess?
number 2. Spin the wheel.
All right, now we'll go to Mike Marr.
Remember, his brain's in a pretzel heading down to Dewey. His brain is a rolled gold bag.
Mike, what is your clue?
Mike
I
Marr.
play in the AL East.
All right.
AL East. All right.
All right, I know who he's thinking of.
Antoine or Ryan, do you
It's
want
a
to
lock.
take a guess? If not,
Not yet.
okay.
All right.
AL East. All right.
Cakes is having to look up the AL East.
Just got to make sure I got all my teams, all my ducks in a row in
All
that
right.
division.
I'm going next.
all right.
I'm going to the Hall of Fame.
Hoffer.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian has a guess.
Aaron Judge.
Winner.
Winner. That's what I actually wrote down. I guarantee Mike Marr was thinking of that. Congratulations.
Is that who you were thinking, Mike?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You win 2 tickets to see the Beach Boys Sunday, June 7th at Wolf Trap. Wouldn't it be nice to spend an afternoon with America's favorite surf rockers? Led by Mike Love, the Beach Boys continue to ride a wave unparalleled in American music history. Raise a coconut to songs like Surfin' USA, Fun, 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 and many more from the group who has shaped summer soundtracks for over 65 years. All right, let's punch up 2 more contestants. We have tickets to Kid Cudi on the line.
Mike Love is Kevin Love's uncle, correct?
I think so.
Yes. I think
I think
Uncle.
that's right. I think that's his uncle.
All right, let's go to Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Hugh.
Hey, I'm here.
All right, no explanation. We don't care. DeBonta or Peterson.
Devonta.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I'm
2 out
telling
of
you,
3.
it's way pro DeBonta.
Well, next guy could say
JB.
Peterson's 50-50.
JB, DeBonta or Peterson?
If I had to choose out of those two, I would choose Peterson, but I'd rather take a cuff, to be honest.
50-50.
A cuff. Wow.
Okay.
You'd rather
50-50.
take a cuff. You'd rather take Darius a cuff.
All right, but who did he say of the 2?
He likes
took
Peterson. So
Peterson.
50-50.
2-2.
Okay.
All right, Hugh and JB, same deal. If you know the answer, say your name, you get your guess. If you miss it, your opponent wins. Obviously, if you get
Okay.
it, you win the prize. All right, spin the wheel.
Mr. Bickle.
This could be anything. It's could be a wild card. Don't know where we're going here.
Okay. I play and have played, because I kind of still do, a racket sport.
Racket sport.
Okay. All right.
Who?
A racket
He
sport.
plays or has played.
I mean, that could be a
racket
pickleball player,
sport.
ping pong player,
I
squash
said he,
player.
could be a she.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, go
All
ahead.
right, spin the wheel. You and JB, if you know the answer, say your name.
All right, Mr. Matt Myers.
I'm female.
Okay.
Oh, you took in a different direction.
I think I know who you were talking about, too.
All right, spin the wheel. Where will it land?
Cakes.
My clue is I'm gay.
Okay.
I can't wait to isolate that.
That's my clue.
Okay, I'll this is you. I'll guess.
Oh,
All
Hugh's
right,
got a
he's
guess.
You, go ahead.
Billie Jean King.
No. No, that's not who I was thinking of.
In an era where you're not supposed to care about that stuff.
Hey, stay on the line.
I'm just stating a fact.
We got a winner. Hold on. Let me do the read.
Didn't I say that years ago? And now got
Probably.
JB.
Cakes is always the one that wants to be politically correct. I'm gay! I'm gay!
Hey. By the way, he won, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
JB. You've won 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers
Who did
tour.
he say?
With special guests Big Boy
I have a
A-Track.
guess.
Friday, May 29th at Jiffy
because
Lube
the other guy
Live.
got it wrong.
For tickets and more event information, visit
Was it Martina?
thefandc.com, courtesy of Live Nation.
I was a big Martina
Well, I guarantee
guy back in
EB
the
was
day.
thinking of some sort of pickleball person
He was thinking
that
of
used to be a
Agassi.
tennis.
He was thinking of
Agassi.
Agassi.
So it's Agassi.
I just saw a clip of Agassi actually playing tennis, though. He's still his strokes are so
Of course,
silly.
those guys don't
then
lose it.
Then it went to Valdez. He just said female. I'm going to say he was thinking Anna Kournikova. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Who
I
were
was
you
thinking
of?
of Venus Williams.
Venus Williams.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I
and
I was
Kate
thinking of
Stewart.
one person. I was locked in.
And then Martina.
Martina.
Billie Jean King was a good guess.
That was a great guess.
You could have gone, I'm lefty.
Could have done that.
Yeah.
I
But
thought you would have gone to racket
Hey,
because you and
I
I are
went-
racket snobs.
I went for the yucks.
I thought it was
You
very
went
funny.
for
Hey,
yucks.
home run.
Can we hear that, Valdez?
We can do it when we come back.
Okay, excellent. That's a great
All right,
clue.
congratulations.
It's a great
Got a
clue.
couple winners there on a game show Wednesday. Remember, Paul Tabone is going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. He's the president of baseball ops for your Washington Nationals. We're on the Fan. JP from the Junkies here with my friends at Michelle Radley Automotive Group. Just had a fantastic weekend on Saturday. They had cars and coffee at the Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. That's where I got my Chevy Traverse. It's an awesome spot. Stop by there. They will take care of you. You want to get a Corvette like EB had back in the day? That's the spot to go right there in Leesburg. But the great thing about the Michelle Radley Automotive Group, they've got 3 locations in Fredericksburg, too. I was there for Mitsubishi Mania at the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. They've got Radley Chevrolet. They've got all kinds of great cars and great deals for you at Michelle Radley Automotive Group. Head on over there to Michelle Automotive Group. You've got Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. Tell them JP from the Junkies sent you. You can, of course, check them out online, too. Check out all their great deals and silly cars at MichelleRadleyChevrolet.com and RadleyMitsubishi.com. Remember, in just 2 days, we'll be partying in Dewey Beach for the Junkies Beach Bash at the Starboard in Dewey Beach, Delaware.
Looking forward to
I'm
it.
kicking off at 6 a.m. the night before, Thursday. That would be tomorrow. Bish Bucks will be at the Starboard at 5:30. We'll be filtering in somewhere thereafter.
Yeah.
We'll say official start time 5:30.
It won't just be me. I mean, there'll be other. Bickle might be there.
I'll be there at some
Matt
point.
might be there.
Not sure when I'm getting down there,
I'm
but
leaving no later
I'll
than
show
12.
up too.
I don't
Yeah,
want to. I don't want to wait for 1 second on the bridge. I'll have anxiety.
I don't think the bridge traffic will be that bad on
I
Thursday.
want to just cruise.
I'm kind of considering a 4-day weekend.
Nice.
We're kind of sleeping on Monday, Memorial Day.
You think I'm going to sleep on the fact that we
Well,
have Monday off?
I mean, I know you're not, but I'm almost considering
No,
Friday.
I'm kind of sleeping on it.
Yeah, I'm almost considering because Friday's just going to be fun.
There's no chance
I'm almost considering a 4-day weekend.
There's zero chance I'm bringing my computer to the Starboard. 0%.
Is that
Oh.
is that a useless enterprise?
I was gonna bring it.
I think I need mine.
Do we need it for the? Do we need it for the
Do we
cameras?
actually need it?
There's 100% chance you're breaking your laptop.
Yeah, we're gonna need it for the YouTube, right?
Oh, I forgot about that part.
Richie.
I need it anyway. It's a crutch.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday going to be Ms., as you like to say.
In terms of
Raining, cold.
I mean, it's
Here.
gonna be. It's not gonna be great, but Saturday, Sunday. I
saw
don't
a
care. I don't
whole-
care what the weather is.
I don't
Saturday,
pay
Sunday.
attention to the weather
I
too
can
much.
sleep in.
But we have this text thread for soccer, and there was all this talk about canopies, and apparently we're just gonna be stuck out there in rain and cold for a bunch of tournament
It's
games.
so bizarre. It was like 98 degrees like yesterday.
I know.
And I don't know. And then it's going into like winter weather. What the
It's
F is going
bizarre,
on?
but the
We're like in
weather's bizarre.
June. Squirrel keeps saying, I'm going to Chicago. I don't even know when. I'm going soon. And he goes, are you ready for Chicago? Are you ready? I'm ready for Chicago. And I go,
Are you doing?
I'm
Are
saying-
you doing a golf trip?
yeah. I go, Glenn, I'm just trying to get through these next 3 days. I can't even think about Chicago.
It's off in the horizon.
I'm locked in on tomorrow and Friday.
Gotta get locked in on Dewey Beach.
Yeah, I'm just locked in. I told these guys, my Dewey, I'm running 2 days in a row on 4 hours of sleep. I'm already destroyed.
Are you just setting Are you setting the stage for just
No,
a
no,
massive fall off on Friday?
No, I'm not. I'm going to do everything in my power to keep it together.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you right now, I'm sleep deprived. I'm crushed.
I'm watching NBC4 weather right now. They say chance for a wintry mix.
When? Tomorrow? That can't be right.
Here's the
Is
only.
your computer
I
stuck
think-
from 3 months
Hold on,
ago?
was this? Hold on, I got to make sure this is the
'Cause
right
that
date.
computer looks like it could be stuck.
Hold on. February 24th.
I
called
it. I called it.
So stupid.
How are you looking at February 24th?
I don't know. I just punched up NBC4.
I think I think
forecast.
he only uses that computer for gambling or
You have
something.
a window open from February 24th?
and
No,
I think
here.
he hasn't refreshed it.
I don't know what I was doing. All right, so hold
somebody
on.
did tweet us. EB says, "What is EB's current anxiety level for the showdown at the beach?"
On a scale of 1 to 10,
10.
13.
Yeah.
Off the charts.
Because
anxiety
here's what
ridden.
you guys don't understand is
The beach is supposed to be relaxing.
I love the beach.
know.
You don't understand. It's my other than watching my kids play sports or whatever, like we would all agree, like we love that.
Sure.
That's my favorite place. Other than that, it's the beach. I'm never happier, other than watching my kids play sports, than the beach.
beach.
And you know what I like to do at the beach? I like to pummel drinks.
Yeah.
It's
Then you should
in
be running
my
your element.
it's in my DNA. Now I'm trying not to do that anymore. I've just lost close to 30 pounds. I'm going to gain 10 of it back. I already know it. I already know
This
it.
is a one-off.
I know.
We have one 30th year
Vin's lost
anniversary
weight
show.
too, and he said you got to live too.
It's one-off.
He says you got to live too.
Yeah.
By the
You
way,
know, you
what-
can't.
YOLO.
I saw the
YOLO.
picture of you guys at the bullpen. What was Vinny doing wearing sweaties when it's 95 degrees outside? He's wearing like black sweatpants.
I told him
What's he doing?
it's going to be warm. Do you want to change the pants? He looked at me and he said, "No."
He's not a shorts guy.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I mean, it just seems like a perfect opportunity to wear short
I,
pants.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, it just struck me that it was 95
I
degrees
feel like
out.
every time I was with him at a tailgate,
Black
he was
sweatpants.
wearing sweatpants.
Okay. Maybe it's just his thing.
He's not a guy with a big wardrobe.
I'm not saying he has to have a wardrobe like Brad Pitt or a runway
You
model.
may have
but,
not
like,
met anyone who cares less about what he wears.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's ever been a
Probably
creature
right.
that cares less about what he wears.
Well,
than
It's pretty competitive in this room.
Yeah, but I have the good sense when it's 90-plus degrees not to wear long pants.
I'll say in his defense this. I did say this. Now, I was a little bit unaware that it was as hot as it was because I was inside. I didn't realize it was like the high 90s. I said that it's always colder by the stadium. For me, I always find it a little bit chillier here than where it is at our house.
Yeah.
But then once I got outside and saw it was 96, I said, we should probably be wearing shorts.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, on the opposite end of the spectrum from Mike Marr, who's not locked in, I was standing next to the most locked in, dialed in guy at the preamble to my son's graduation at College Park because you had to line up outside of Xfinity Center to get in, go through the mags, whatever. So you're lining up like 10 or 15 minutes before, and it's sweltering. It's so hot.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're all complaining about how hot it is, and the guy standing next to me, he's wearing a black suit jacket, black pants. He's barely even sweating, and he's not complaining. He's just standing there stoic, just drinking in the 95-degree heat like it was nothing. I was looking at him like, this he's a manly man because he's just standing here taking the heat in a full-blown suit, top to bottom, in 95-degree heat, barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah,
I'm there in like a golf shirt, and I'm wearing pants because, I'm not going to wear shorts to a graduation. But I'm dying. And I'm like, how does this guy have so much composure? It's unbelievable. He barely broke a sweat.
Is your house filling up? You went from near empty nester, but Juliet, who's getting her PhD or master's, at least a master's, is back home.
Yeah.
Is now Brendan going to be back home?
He'll be living at home, yeah.
Oh, the band's almost back together.
2 or 3 back home.
Well, the other one's already married. And
he is married, yes.
By the way,
living in different
96
states.
today.
Yeah. That's
with PM
brutal.
storms. So strong storms coming in. Probably.
Hold on. It's going to be 96 today?
Yep. Probably sometime around after 3 o'clock the storms come through.
Yeah.
Right? 58 on Friday.
That's wild swings.
What is up with that weather? That is stupid.
It's bizarre. By the way, the graduation went well. It was 2 hours, 20 minutes. Wasn't too long. We did dinner in Bethesda to celebrate.
What spot?
It's an Italian place. Aventina Cucina, I believe.
I don't know.
Off Bethesda Avenue.
Okay.
I had to schedule. I did something I didn't want to do. I had to schedule it for 6:30.
That's too late for you.
6:30 is way too late.
Way too late for you.
And this is a message
it's prime dinner time.
to all of you psychos out there who love full, loud restaurants.
Yeah, like being around people.
Like 6:30 p.m., place is hopping. It's so loud. I can barely hear the people that I'm at dinner with.
So are you actually, like, and I know you're not miserable because you're with your family, but kind of miserable because it's too crowded?
Too crowded, too loud.
It's so
For
weird.
you people who love crowded restaurants where you have to shout to the person right next to you to be heard.
You shouldn't have.
You're
remember,
you're
you're
insane.
hearing impaired.
I know I'm hearing
That's the
impaired.
thing you don't understand.
but-
Get a hearing aid.
but
you're hearing impaired.
Everybody at the table commented about
how
the
loud it
loudness
was.
I know
of the
you
restaurant.
brainwashed them. It's
Italian
nice
restaurants
to
are
be
usually
at
like
a
that.
restaurant with a lot of people. It's like a buzz.
It's a good people
It's like
watching
being
spot.
alive.
Yeah.
he loves an empty restaurant.
No.
And I think his wife loves it too. I swear.
we love it.
Maybe a couple months ago.
They
When was your
brainwashed
anniversary?
each other.
April 29th.
Yeah, I think she posted an anniversary picture. It wasn't one soul in the restaurant.
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
It was
he
Not
loves
one person, EB. I was like, what kind of
We
restaurant
had
is that?
80%
Don't you
of
wanna
that
be
dinner. But
alive?
we're the only people in the restaurant.
All right.
And it was amazing. It was just a beautiful
Do you like
moment
to
in
go to
time.
an empty bar too, or do you like to be around people? A bar. You're going to a bar.
Bar's a little bit different.
How about a basketball game? You want to go to an empty arena? Go to the Wizards. You're the only one there. Caps. Would you like to go to a
Sometimes that
Caps
happens.
game with nobody there?
Hey, you guys are trying to move me off my argument. This is restaurant specific. Okay, empty restaurants are the 1 seed. Completely packed, like buzzing restaurants are the pits.
Okay,
They're
wait,
the
hold on,
worst.
hold on. You're okay with some people,
just-
but you just don't want it packed. You're okay with
No.
every
He
other
wants empty.
table.
I would prefer being the only person
He wants
in
to
the
be
restaurant.
empty, Jason. You don't understand.
That's weird.
It's weird. He takes his shirt off to poop.
That's
That's
kind of
all
weird.
you need to
It's
know.
innovative. I
mean, I don't love packed places either. But if I'm at a restaurant, I every other table's fine. To be filled.
Look at him.
Oh, I don't like that. If you told me,
He hates
you're going to go to a
people.
restaurant
Yeah.
and there's never going to be anybody in the
You know what
restaurant
he
with
wants
you,
to
I would
be?
say,
He wants a
chef's
nuclear
kiss.
warhead to
'cause-
hit, and he and Amy be the only ones to go out to dinner in Bethesda.
I'm a people
Yes.
watcher.
He'd
I
be
like
happy.
People watch.
Oh, it's great. Nuclear fallout. Everyone's dead, but we got the restaurant to ourselves.
He doesn't like
It's
people.
amazing.
I don't
Back
need,
when he used to park at Homewood, he would cross the street because he didn't want to small talk with people.
I don't need mass casualties. I just need an empty restaurant or, 1/3 full restaurant.
Well, you're not going to have an empty bar.
I understand
Friday
Starbury's
at
going to be
Starbury.
packed, and we want that. That's a great thing.
All right, we got to talk to Paul Tabone next.
Yes.
Paul Tabone, president of
After a
baseball
win.
ops from the Washington Nationals, joins us next on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? One for the record books as the Nationals stun the Mets 9-6 on an inside-the-park grand slam from James Wood. C.J. Abrams, a big part of creating 2 runs late.
Here's the pitch. We had a ground ball to short. Runner breaking for the plate. Bichette's throw home off the glove of Torrens. One is scored. Here comes Tate to the plate. He is scored as the catcher Torrens had to chase the ball to the backstop.
The call on the Fan. Game 3 tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Comeback City as the Knicks beat the Cavaliers 115-104 in OT. Jalen Brunson had 38. San Antonio up 1-0 at OKC tonight at 8:30. Vegas at Colorado at 8 p.m. Game 1 of the West Finals in the NHL. The Chiefs' Rashee Rice ordered to jail. He'll miss OTAs and minicamp because of a violation of probation. Jason Kidd is out as the Mavericks coach after 5 seasons. NFL confirms up to 10 international games in 2027. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's talk a little baseball. Let's talk Nats. Big win for the Nationals last night. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Nationals. Morning, Paul.
What's going on, guys? Appreciate having me.
Paul. So you know you're several months into your job. Has anything surprised you as a GM early in your tenure?
I don't think anything is like completely blown me away, but I think probably like the fan base, I've been really happy with the offense here. And, I think we've talked about it in, past conversations, but, to think that we have one of the best offenses in baseball, I felt like it happened pretty quick, and now it's just about sustaining it.
Yeah. Hey, Will, I brought this up earlier. I want you to kind of talk about it. You might have been surprised. I'm sorry.
You have Will on the brain.
I'm thinking Will Wade.
Yeah, it's all good.
Paul, sorry. Paul, can you explain what happened 2 nights ago? Okay, so you guys lost 16-7, and the Mets scored 10 runs in the 12th. Yep. Blake wanted to pull Paxton Schultz out because he got hammered. He went, I think you guys lead the league in bullpen innings pitched. Okay, so Blake wanted to bring in Jorbit Vivas, who is not a pitcher; he's a position player. But the umpires, I guess there was some sort of a delay because they told Blake that he couldn't bring Vivas in. But in extra innings, you can bring him in at whatever point. I think there's a rule that you have to be down 8 runs in regulation to bring in a position player to pitch. But in extra innings, you can bring him in any time. But the umpires didn't know that, and they had to call New York. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah, it was frustrating. Honestly, I felt bad for Blake, and honestly felt bad for Paxton. You know what I mean? Like they pulled Paxton back out of the dugout, brought him to the mound.
Right.
And you hit the nail on the head with the rule. Blake was all over it, but you're allowed to bring a position player in extras, and so
doesn't matter what the score is in extras.
Yeah, that's right. And so they just, listen, like we're all humans, like we all got our times where, one slips past us. I think that was just one of those times for the crew, and they were apologetic, and we move on.
Paul, do the position players, do they feel any pressure at all when they're pressed into that situation? Like they don't want to get goofed on in the clubhouse, or is it just like it's a desperate act and you're not really expecting anything from those guys in that situation?
You're talking about them taking the mound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I think it's probably like a case-by-case basis. There are some guys that we've done it with that, like, dating back to, previous organization I was with that love doing it. And, it's kind of like a joke in the clubhouse that, like, they if they're running like a 3 ERA over like 3 innings, they're asking for like leverage innings and stuff like that. So some guys take it in stride and have fun with it, and then other guys are like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. You know what I mean? So it's all up to the individual. And but man, we've done it with Weimer this year. We've done it with Vivas, and both guys have done it fine. So it's obviously never a position you want to be in unless you're up 10 or 12 runs, but at the same time, like strategically, you want to make sure that your bullpen is rested to the extent that it can be going into the next day.
All right, so last night, we love having you on after wins, my friend. Didn't look good early, down 5-0. Bichette hit a couple dongs, but then you get the bases loaded there, bottom 2, and James comes up big, hit a laser to left center. Very tough play for the rookie, the kid,
Morabito, Gonzaga kid
from McLean, Virginia, exactly. So he was playing left, couldn't make the play. Ball ricochets to center, and I read this morning James ran the bases in 15.5 seconds. I mean, he was rolling.
Yeah, he was rolling. First of all, I'm happy you brought that up. That was cool. Like the St. John's guy, I know Woody didn't graduate from St. John's, but St. John's, like off the kid for Gonzaga making his debut. That was cool, and Nick's going to be a great player. So that was a fun part of yesterday's game. But yeah, it's funny. You mentioned Woody getting around, and was it 15 seconds, whatever he got around in.
Flying.
If you go back and look, he didn't really get out of the box either. I think he maybe thought he got it. I don't know, but as soon as he turns first, he turns it on, and I joke about it with him. I've said it before, I think, but his legs are so long. Sometimes it looks like he's not moving, but he's moving.
Yeah.
He's such a good athlete. He's so fun to watch, and we were joking about it after the game. Like if you looked at him in the outfield, like 2 innings later, he still had this huge smile on his face, like thinking about the play. I think, which is like if Woody's a pretty even-keeled dude. If he thinks it's a cool play, like it's got to be a pretty cool play.
Right.
Can I ask you? This is so I was at the game yesterday with some
Mets fans.
Dear friends.
Yeah, he brought Mets fans into Nats Park. That's a big no-no. It's a big faux pas.
They love it. They absolutely.
They spent some money though.
Yeah.
No, they actually love the park, and obviously Vin loves the bullpen. He's literally in heaven over. I'm not talking about the bullpen. I'm talking about
bar
where you go boozing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I made a dumb bet on the under. I'm stupid. I'm not asking you to comment on betting, but what is interesting? As soon as we got in there, and we're like, oh, the ball's flying today. And I was like, damn it, I should have thought about this. I've been hitting drives. They've just been like the ball's really been flying the last couple of days because of the heat, humidity, or whatever. When you're at the park, do you guys watch BP to see how the ball's traveling on particular days? Is that even a relevant thing? Like, just if you're just like, I know it's not something you can bank on, but you guys notice, oh, boys are going deep today. The ball's really traveling today. In other words, is that something you guys even pick up on?
Yeah, we do, but it's usually at the extremes. Like I can think back to like when you play at Wrigley, there are days where the wind's coming in at like 25 miles per hour.
Right.
And then there are days where like the wind's, going out at 30 miles per hour. I mean, I can think back to, you'd have to check me on this, but I think like there have been times in the past where Vegas sets an over-under at Wrigley at like 20, and you're like, wait a second, like what's going on? And then you look, and the wind's going out at 35 miles per hour, whatever it is. So
okay,
so it's usually, I think it's the coaching staff pays attention to it. I think when it's like egregious, you know what I mean? Like okay, like the ball is really,
it's 96, 97 degrees. I'm pretty sure they've done like golf studies. The ball literally travels 15 yards further in golf,
right?
When it's like that,
Yeah, like I don't. I mean, you'd have to check me on this too, but I think that ball that Tana hit out last night to left center. I don't think he got all of it. I think he probably hit it like 99 miles per hour or whatever it was, which usually a ball hit 99 in the left center field gap isn't getting out. So, yeah. And Woody, I mean, like Woody's probably owed a couple because he smashed a few balls early in the year that should have been out that haven't gotten out. So
Soto jacked one.
Soto did, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That one was getting out, I think, no matter
where. That was like, it was one of those where like, that's gone. You don't even hesitate.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Paul, what's kind of crazy is, I talked about this earlier, you guys lead the league in runs scored by almost 15 runs. The Braves are having an unbelievable year, right? You guys have 13 more runs scored than the Braves. Now, I understand that the Braves' defense and pitching is obviously, but I mean, they have a payroll, but I mean, if I would have told you 40, how many games have we played? 49 games into the season, Paul, that you were going to lead the league in runs scored, what would your reaction have been?
Yeah, I would have been thrilled. Like, I know I talked about it at the start of this call, but
yeah,
man, it's not just, like, I think after the first 3 weeks of the season, right, we were having these conversations and everyone was like, man, is this real, right? And I think if you just started the season on May 8th or May 10th or whatever it was, right, like, I think, once again, you got to check me on this too, but I think from May 10th to May 20th, like, I think we also have the most runs scored. So it's, you're starting to really believe that, like, this is just who we are. And obviously, like, these guys, like, they've been working their tails off. They got to continue to go out and prove it. But man, a couple months in, it's been really fun to watch. And it just makes it, like, really exciting. And it's not just the offense, but it's the way they run the bases, not just the stolen bags, but we talked about it going first to third and first to home. And they're playing with, like, a real focus and energy on the base pass, which in addition to all the offense has been great. So it's been really fun.
Talking to Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Nationals. So we have to ask you had to make some decisions roster-wise. Brady House goes down to Rochester. He had hit a good amount of home runs and was playing okay. It was somewhat surprising, had 8 errors. Dylan Cruz from the minors back to the big leagues. Talk about those two decisions.
Yeah, for starters with Brady, I'll tell you guys exactly what we told him. Like, the irony is that he can help us right now at the big league level. The issue is that he would be helping us in a role where he's probably playing against lefties and then, probably sitting the majority of the time against righties. And, if you're like a 27, 28-year-old guy and that's your role on a big league team, I get it. But for a kid that's 22 that, we think really highly of, he's got a big-time future, like, him playing every day is something that's really important to us. And then it'll allow him kind of the ability to take a breath and, honestly, quite similar to Dylan, like, work on this stuff without 40,000 people looking down on you. And he's, he totally got it. Brady's he's a stud kid, and he's going to have an awesome career. So it was nothing more than that. With Dylan, man, Dylan has been awesome. Like, before yesterday, I think the last 10 or 11 games he played, he's smoked, like, I want to say close to 20 balls over 100 miles per hour. He's controlling the zone. He's not whiffing. He's playing great D. So we just thought it was the right time. And he's worked his tail off. He's really stayed disciplined to what it is that he's working on. And the returns are starting to come, which makes me really excited about, these next few weeks and months for him.
Is he a future star?
House?
Are you talking about Dylan?
Dylan Cruz.
Dylan.
Is he a future star?
He absolutely has that potential. Like, I don't want to set these crazy expectations for him, but I know there are probably people questioning it because, he started in AAA, whatever. Like, I believe in this kid as much as anyone in our organization. Like, he's a stud kid, and his skill set is awesome. And I really think he hasn't even scratched the surface yet. Like, he's just getting going. So, I wouldn't put a ceiling on him. At the same time, like, I don't want to put expectations like he's got to be this guy. Like, I had a conversation with him yesterday. I said, hey, we got one of the best offenses in the league. Don't come in here like in past times and think you got to be the savior. Like, just go and be the dude that you are, and you'll fit right in perfectly, and good things will happen. So he's going to be good for us, and we're really excited about him.
All right, so you guys are going against the Mets again, Game 3 of the 4-gamer tonight. You're facing Zach Thornton, who I believe is a lefty. I think he's making his major league debut. Is that correct?
Yeah, he is.
What do you know about him?
He was in the draft. Man, it felt like it was just yesterday. He was in the draft. He was like a mid-round pick. He's not going to blow you away with velocity, but he'll sit, around 91. 91, 92, and he's got a really good feel to pitch, throw strikes, obviously left-handed, so, that means that, Curtis will likely be in the lineup, obviously Dylan. I think JY is going to be ready to roll today, so, and then Chappie, too. I know you guys didn't bring him up, but we recalled Chaparro, and, I think he's got a a good shot to play today and have some success. So, yeah, he's a good pitcher. But like we talked about, we got to get offense. So we're ready for the challenge.
Yeah, you mentioned Jacob Young. I was surprised that he was able to play last night after getting hit in the ribs. I mean, he looked like that looked bad, Paul.
Yeah, he's just. I was in the clubhouse when he came in from the field, and I was joking with him. He was trying to say what's up to me, but he literally couldn't breathe. He's like, hey, and so he's just he's a tough dude, and I think there are a good amount of players in the league that are probably hitting the IL for something like this, but he got the X-ray. There was no fracture or anything. And he's like, I'm ready to roll. And he was ready to roll yesterday. He played yesterday. So,
does he take a shot for the pain, or is he just gobble Advil? What does he do for that?
Yeah, they treat it, and they do some manual work on it too. He's honestly though, he's the type that will probably never tell you that he's hurting. So once again, that's why we're lucky that he's on our club.
We're not that type. We're always going to tell you when we're banged up or hurt.
Yeah, that was impressive. He was able to come in. All right, hey, good luck tonight, and of course tomorrow, 4:05 game. Finish out the series. We'll talk to you next week, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Thanks, Paul.
it.
Appreciate it.
Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals.
He's really good.
Yep. Coming up next, we open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies. Let's open up the Junkie Sports page, brought to you by BMW of Fairfax.
EP.
I thought we were doing the EP.
EP.
Entertainment page.
I did the sports page earlier. I'll do it again if you want.
Entertainment page. I did the correct sponsor.
Yes, you did.
All right, entertainment page brought to you, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out the entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right. So during the break, we were talking about, Oz the Mentalist and all these guys that do all these. Was it Oz the Mentalist who was doing the trick?
It should be Oz, but it's pronounced Oz.
Okay, whatever.
Oz.
So all those guys that do all those tricks and like they guess your PIN number and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Was Oz the Mentalist the guy that was doing it at the White House Correspondence Center?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was the one that was behind Trump.
Yeah.
He's the most popular one in sports.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you watch Hard Knocks, he's always in some sort of locker room scene doing something.
I guess Pablo Torre, who kind of rubs a lot of people the wrong way because he does all these investigations and it always just seems like he's trying to tear people down. I guess he did some whole deal where he exposed, I guess, one of his tricks.
Which one was that?
Okay. I'm not familiar with this trick, but I guess he asks people. Will Compton was involved in this, and Valdez, feel free to fill in the blanks here. Will Compton, I guess, was asked to name your or think of your favorite football player or something. Here's look him up and type in some details or whatever, and then he was going to read his mind as he was typing.
And then he writes it on a little sign.
I guess, right? Is that essentially what he does?
Think of a player.
Yeah, think of a player.
Yeah.
To me, it seems pretty obvious that they're doing something with the iPad when they give you the iPad. Like, just think of a player and tell me who I'm thinking of. Why do I have to do it on here? But go ahead, Valdez.
No,
he's done that before. He doesn't always do iPads.
Use the iPad.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there's like a pre-interview process.
Yes.
And when Will Compton was asked to figure out what player or think of a player, he misspelled the player's name into like a search. He typed Bryce Hall when he meant to do Brees Hall, and so it confused O's the Mentalist because he said Bryce Hall because that's what Will Compton typed in or was researching.
Oh, okay.
And then there was confusion between Will and O's.
Because O's was like, I got it. What do you mean? I didn't get it?
But there's no Bryce Hall.
And so Pablo, along with I guess this other mentalist magician, or on Pablo's show, Pablo finds out basically tearing down Oz's whole shtick.
Yeah.
Well, I think there is a Bryce Hall. That was the problem.
Bryce Hall is like a social media
like
influencer guy.
Yeah, but he's not a football player.
No. Right.
That's what I meant. Yeah. Are we running something here?
I don't know. You going to play the audio, Valdez? I think he's trying to find it.
That Will puts into this Google search, he misspells it. O's guesses Bryce Hall because that's the name that Will has typed into the Google search. The problem is that Will was actually thinking of Brees Hall. So exactly what happens is this. O's loads up Will's phone, leads him to this sort of fake Google page, tells him to look up the stat. He types in Bryce Hall by mistake, autocorrect coming in for the win. It then sends him to a genuine Google results page for Bryce Hall, and he says, oh, damn, I've got to actually search Brees Hall. Backspaces his answer, puts in Brees Hall, does it again. However, the way that the app works is once you set in that first kind of search query, it breaks free, right? That's the information that is harvested, and then it just sends you to a genuine Google result.
So Brees Hall is on the Jets. That's the one we know. But there is a Bryce Hall who played for the Buccaneers last year.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that one.
So he ended up
I know Bryce Hall is a social media person.
But he's just, look, a couple people tweeted us this, and this is what I said. Nobody believes the guy can read minds. We know there's a trick to it.
But it's still amazing.
Just he found the trick.
It's still amazing. If you don't know the trick, it's amazing to see what he does.
I mean, we still
if
don't
you know
know
the trick,
how,
okay. But
Max Major, when he came in here, Remember, he came the day before the Super Bowl or a few days before the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure I know how.
And he said, he basically said, I'm going to write down a score on this piece of paper, and you're going to go put it inside a lock, and you're going to go put it inside Cakes' locker, and we're going to lock it. And then, of course, on Monday, we came out, it was like, bam, he actually had the score.
Well, he not only had the score, and he said so-and-so threw for 300-something yards or whatever. That, I'm for sure, was some sort of computer paper or something.
It's got a teeny tiny printer.
Hey, you mean they're not really sawing a woman in half?
How do they do it?
Bunny out of a hat.
Yeah,
dude, I saw a
Takes you have a quarter behind your ear.
I couldn't figure it out. Where some guy, I don't know where he went, and he was one of those costumes where like half his body was disjointed, and I only saw a picture of it for a second.
Okay.
And then some dude was like, "Oh, this guy wins costume of the day."
Yeah.
Like he went to a live event and like. Like his body was
It's a great optical illusion.
Yeah, like
However
half
they did it.
And I'm so dumb. I couldn't figure it
I
out.
was looking at it too, like,
Do you know what I'm talking about?
do this?
Right. Whereas half his body's here, other half his body's over here.
EB, I'm going to take off my thumb.
I know.
Watch very closely.
Got your nose.
I know.
Got your nose.
Can you just explain to me how I did it? I don't
know that
I was
particular
trying
trick.
to figure out like how is he cockeyed in there.
Hey,
Like,
I've got a handkerchief here. I'm gonna pull
Let me ask you this.
Do you know what I'm
EB,
talking
you've-
about? You see it?
It's butt easy.
All right, will you just show it to me during the break?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at it and I'm going, I don't understand.
Let me
I only
ask
saw
you
the one
this.
picture.
His real legs are behind the fake legs, and then he's like leaning.
It's just okay.
Yeah, it's just an optical illusion.
Remember when you actually thought that David Blaine could levitate? All he's doing is standing on his
When
tippy
he's doing the
toes.
one thing like that.
You swore he could levitate.
Yeah, I probably did believe it.
I love Max Major, but I'm pretty out on Magic at this point. Magic and
Well, what
street
sucks about
magician.
But if you go to a
is
show, they're
you
fun.
know your brain's
I'm
being
sure they're funny.
manipulated.
Yeah,
I
it's
went to
great.
Max's show in Baltimore with Dr. Z.
Yeah.
Like it was random. He was in town, and I was like, "Do you want to go see the show?"
I saw two of his
It was
shows.
awesome.
Max can even do the thing.
How-
He can even do the thing where he throws the Rubik's Cubes in there, juggles them in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he got them all. Like, I know he's not a Rubik's
Yeah,
Cube.
but it's still
wizard.
amazing he could do it.
I know. I'm like, how
They're fun. You just kind of suspend your disbelief a little bit and try and figure it
yeah.
out. But to Pablo Torre, I do think a lot of people find him smarmy and whatever. He exposed the Clippers for having like a fake. I don't even know how to explain that.
A fake,
the
like,
fake
tree
charity
planting
that
thing.
paid
that paid Paul
Kawhi
George
Leonard
or
more
whatever.
money. So, what I wanted to ask about this is, would you want what he's been nominated for? Pablo Torre, who's just a freaking journalist.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at the edge of journalists. We're not really journalists.
No, we're
but he's
not.
just a TV guy, really.
We're not journalists at all.
I mean, he was on the Dan Lebitard show, I think, and
Yeah.
maybe an ESPN a little bit here
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there, whatever. I don't know exactly
what's
his
he been
resume.
nominated for?
A Pulitzer.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Pulitzer's pretty prestigious.
That's
now we would.
That's a good
there's
flex.
no scenario on the planet where this show would ever get nominated for any sort of prestigious award.
The only thing I will say is that I feel like Pulitzer's been denigrated a bit of late. There was some controversy around Pulitzers, but yeah, sure, I would love a Pulitzer. Sure.
Yeah, I think they've
I
awarded
don't know
Pulitzers
who
to a couple
Pulitzer
fake
was
stories.
Or why
Yeah,
he's
right, right,
famous.
right. But
Now,
that's
these
fine.
you might be able to tell me.
But those are probably the outliers. I mean,
journalist.
I don't think 100% of the stories are fake that they've awarded Pulitzers
Right,
to.
I know, but-
now he's getting a Pulitzer for doing Oz the Magician. I mean,
I know what else he does, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of like I don't really like people where like his whole thing is just taking down people. Like he's like, can't you do something different? You have to take down everybody. That's your thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like out on him.
Well, he's exposing wrongdoing, I guess.
I guess.
But I
It's
guess
investigative
maybe,
journalism.
Maybe for the greater good.
But O's what is this? Proving a magician is a magician.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
blowing up the magician's spot.
I will say Max Major's biggest trick he did on this show was changing Drab's sexuality.
Did you do that in private, or just did that just by Jeff looking at
I
him?
mean, Drab couldn't stop swooning.
Yeah. Jeff was
Impressed alone in
Quite a
that.
magic trick.
I'm gay.
does he live in Vegas still? Is he still in Vegas?
Vegas, yeah.
Yeah.
He's still in Vegas.
He's married now.
Yeah, and I mean, I know he's like got a lot of interest.
Traps
and
crestfallen.
he still will reach out to us via Twitter occasionally. Like,
Oh, for
he's
sure.
still locked in.
I think he's on TV again.
He had a big showdown with Kai Cenat. Like they had a falling out.
I
like,
saw
live on the
that was like
stream.
2-3 years ago. It was a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Yeah.
Because he was doing something, then he like left them in the middle of the stream, or is that what he did? Like,
He did something that was like against their rules about like a hanging or something.
Oh yeah, and he was worried he was gonna lose.
That's right.
Yeah,
I
but
do remember that.
Kai kind of bailed on streaming, right? He burned out, or no? Is that not true?
I don't know.
I thought he was
might
maybe like
be right.
doesn't stream as much now. Now it's all about the
Speed.
what?
You were gonna say speed?
No.
Oh,
The other kid, the kid that likes Iggy Azalea and Alabama Barker.
Neon.
It's all about Neon.
Who's Neon?
He's like the top streamer.
Who's Alabama Barker?
Neon stinks.
Well, that's Travis Barker's daughter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that name.
I don't know if he stinks or not.
I've heard Neon. I don't know what or
I've
who
never
it is.
watched any of his streams. I just see his clips because they show up on my feed. I will say this: he looks like the most unathletic dude I've ever seen. He goes out there and has shooting contests with guys, and he's hitting 40-footers, he's blowing people away.
I think you're way out of the Neon age demo. You have to be.
I know. Okay, I'm watching it, and he'll have Michael Beasley out there or something, right? And he'll hit like 40-footers.
It's always interesting what Bickle finds on YouTube. Like he'll come in here and go, "Did you see the Nelk Boys new episode?" What? I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
I mean, I'm a little bit into it. Some of that stuff, yeah.
Remember,
I'm
he was
curious-
big into the boxing card. Like, he doesn't get into real boxing
Yeah.
cards, but it was one
But
where
if
it was a
YouTubers
bunch
are
of
fighting each other,
YouTubers.
he's into it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
even remember who they were. It wasn't Jake Paul. It was like people.
Wasn't one of them Bryce Hall, or is that? Am I getting that mixed up?
Could have been.
Bryce
Hall, not Brees Hall.
I don't know. I don't really like Bryce Hall.
So there is a Bryce Hall who plays for the Bucks. You said.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's also like a guy.
There's
that's
another guy that's he's a YouTuber.
I don't know. He's some guy.
He lost all.
He used to do TikTok.
Bryce Hall against Austin McBroom.
I saw that fight.
See,
Who are these
I just
people?
looked it up.
I don't know who Austin. I think Austin McBroom was like a YouTube guy before my time.
So he was
I
a
watched a
OG
lot.
YouTuber?
I watch YouTube. I guess I'm like a teenager. I don't really watch TV. I watch YouTube. It's weird.
You watch the Sway House?
No, I watch. I watch a million hours of YouTube golf. A million hours of YouTube golf lessons. A million hours on launch monitors. On how to build the best dream golf simulator in your home.
Yeah, he's
a million
addicted to
hours. That I watch all that stuff, and then I'll watch like maybe hot chicks play golf. I mean that's what I watch.
That's mixed into the algo.
Yeah, I mean, all right, let's go to D Woods.
What's D Woods?
D Woods.
What's up, fellas?
Is it Dewey Beach?
Hey, yeah, I can't wait. My flight leaves tomorrow afternoon. I'll see y'all bright and early on
Excellent
Friday
news.
morning.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, get
Hey,
there
I
at
was
6.
calling. Yeah, I'll be there at 5:59. Bells on.
All right.
Ready to rock and roll. Hey, I was calling because Jason, you were talking about what's the point, and you chimed in on what's the point on this whole Oz, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
The Pablo Torre.
Uh-huh.
It's not about him being a magician. That's not the point. Of course, everyone knows magic isn't real. The issue comes is that Oz, whatever his name is selling off, like he's selling books and doing speaking engagements about the fact of you could build up to doing these things when it's nothing more than a parlor trick. See, he's making $1 million off of people thinking they can actually, at some point in 20, 30 years, be able to do the things that he's doing. So that's what the
Hold on, what kind of book is he selling?
He tries to sell it as a mentalist. Like he'll tell you,
Right.
he already
He's
knows the name, and
selling-
he'll
he's selling
he
it
goes,
if you
it's
practice,
4
you can
letters.
do
Like
this.
he'll look at you, like he tries to act
Yeah.
like he's
Right.
looking at your face. And like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
you just
yeah.
switched your mind. You just changed. It's
Right.
6 letters.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Is it start with the letter B?
Right, but
When
hold
all
on.
along
But how
he
did
knows.
he
He
get?
knows.
How did he get it though? You don't know that part.
Yeah, we don't know.
Google,
Right.
the Google.
So, but
bit.
well,
Yeah,
but
an
hold
app.
on. Huh? Did some app or something?
Yes.
Okay. So but what is he selling? I don't understand what he's selling. You could do what? You could be a mind reader like me? Is that what he's selling?
Yes. Yeah, he's selling that if you study and practice long enough, you too can do this. So he put out a whole book about it. He's doing speaking engagements, telling people, it just takes years and years and years and years of practice.
Okay, all right. So he's a scammer. All right, so I buy that. I would say that's a scam. I would say that's a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if he's selling tickets to his magic show, that's not a scam. That's going to a magic show.
But they all kind of.
Yeah.
So he has
I
a book called Read Your Mind. And I feel like Max Major used to do that same bit. They call themselves mentalists, and they try and sell like they're reading your mind from body language.
That's
and
different,
tells.
though, than selling a book and saying, if you read my book, you can also do my trick.
Yeah, but who knows what he's saying in the book?
The book is called Proven Habits for Success from the world's
Yeah.
greatest mentalist. D. Woods is an idiot. Of course, O's has spent tens of thousands of hours perfecting his craft.
Yeah. I mean,
everyone
knows, unless
you
you got-
could just go out there and do that.
Yeah.
So, D, what do you say to that?
I believe he's got. He
D.
gone.
By the way, he's also
replaced by Glory Days Kevin.
Oz Perlman, Chris Farley's favorite magician because he's done ultra marathons.
Good.
He's probably
Good
in
for
great
him.
shape then.
Okay.
I don't know. I still like watching him when he goes into Georgia's football team's, practice room and he just blows these guys away.
I'm
It's
a
pretty
Max,
cool.
I'm a Max Major guy. I'm not in love with him. Like
I like Max, too.
I don't physically want to make out with him. Like
I'm
that.
gay.
I would love for Max to go to these college football meeting rooms and just blow them away with tricks.
I'd rather watch Ozzy Osbourne than
I actually
Oz
have
or Oz Perlman.
I actually have seen Max on
7 days a week.
some videos where he's like blowing celebrities away and
Yeah.
man on the street stuff.
By the way, it looks like Pablo Torre's a hack because according to Wikipedia, there's already been a 5-hour documentary about the truth about Oz Perlman.
Is that true? Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, it says critics cite Perlman selling books. It sounds like D. Woods read this.
I'm not a big
on how to read
Pablo.
people
I'm
as a
not a big
fraud.
Pablo Torre guy. Yeah. All right, when we come back, we'll get to the EP and maybe bang out a few of your calls. Don't go anywhere.
So you definitely want to kick off your summer with us live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach this Friday, Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 a.m. After we're done, it's B. Mitch and Finley at 10 a.m. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. And I have a quick Dewey Beach update from the mayor of Dewey Beach himself, Monty.
Nice.
I will read it in Monty voice. He texted me, I was watching earlier. Ha! So I lined up IVs to be brought to you fellas from LifeMed on Friday a.m.
Nice.
Can even do them while on the air.
Yes, that's what we want.
So it's locked in.
I'm not putting a needle in my arm.
I am.
I know you
I'll
can do
take
it.
yours.
You-
I'll have one in each.
You do it.
I need all the IVs.
You'll double drip
Yes.
IVs? Nice.
Yes.
I like it.
Double
Yes.
dip. Yeah, you got it.
I might do one for like an hour. I could stand
Why
to be more,
wouldn't you
to
want
be
to
more
pre-hydrate
hydrated.
and be ready? Tell Monty, I need the alcoholic one. Whatever you give the alcoholics, that's what I want.
I thought you meant
I thought you meant put grain
just
alcohol in
straight
there.
No.
alcohol
I
into
want
the drip.
whatever you give the alcoholics to like get them off it or
Yeah, like the
you
people
know.
that show up for like Suicide Sundays.
Yeah.
Give us that bag.
I want
whatever they're taking.
I want all the nutrients, all the
I think
hydration.
Pickle's talking a lot of smack. I don't think he's going to
You think I
drink
won't do
that
an
much.
A?
No, I know you will, but you're not going to drink that much because you know you don't want to feel poopy the next few hours.
I hope that you're right.
I think that's what you're going
I
to
hope
do.
that you're right, but you don't
I
understand.
mean, you're going to take a few sips here and there, but you're not going to get pummeled.
No, deep down, I love drinking. Deep
I know,
down,
but
I love it.
But your body has changed.
I know.
Mentally, you've changed.
Mentally, I've changed too, and I know it's hard on me and
Yeah, you
everything.
don't do
and
it
I know, and
anymore.
I won't be like I was. I was telling Vin, I mean, I'm basically a legend in my own mind. From 1 year, I was like 18 straight hours.
For
hammered, just wandering around Dewey.
Yeah,
those days are over.
No, just wandering.
He might recreate. You
No,
never.
he's
He could go back into E-zombie mode.
No, he's not
back
gonna.
at Dewey
Yeah.
Beach.
That's
You
when he
don't
was
know.
30 years
The
old.
Starboard can
telling
do
you.
weird things to you, man.
That beach is my happy place. When we go, I already. By the way, already lined up Beach Masters for Outer Banks. So I'm gonna have my tent and everything, and it's gonna be a week. It's a cheat week.
Yeah,
and it's.
Imagine if they have the woods in Dewey Beach. That would really
Well,
be.
he would never leave.
EB's
He would live there forever.
Spot.
I like being on the. I like smell of the beach and liquor.
I believe our accommodations are they're right on the beach strip. Like
Right.
we'll walk out the
I know.
out
Right
the
there.
hotel.
As soon as we get
take
into
50 steps and
Dewey
we're gonna be at the
proper
beach.
or whatever, you get out of your car and you go.
yeah.
Then it triggers.
Yeah, you breathe the ocean air. It
All right.
feels silly.
You can prove me wrong, but I don't think you will.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Could someone please agree with me? Like,
Usually it's the salt water.
yeah, but it's
Salt
like,
water,
oh, this
yeah.
is great. I love this. Where's a drink? Let's get a drink.
Hold on. The first thing you think of when you smell that sea breeze air is you have to have a drink in you.
Let's sit by the ocean, let's watch the water come in, and let's
Let's
have
get
no
hammered.
cares in the world. Don't think about all of your stresses, being a brokey. Don't think about any of that. Don't think about any of that.
Well, then this trip is for you, my friend.
I love the beach. It's my happy place. There's something about water. I know there's a certain percentage of us. I'm not alone. There's a certain percentage of us, maybe 30. I don't know, that when you're around water, all your fears go away, all your stresses go away, and you just want to smell the ocean and drink.
Oh. All right. Well, prove it.
I'm not trying to prove anything to you.
You can prove it.
I know where I'm happy.
You're going to be fine.
Very happy.
What's your opinion on beach bonfires? Are you
I
in or out?
actually
I
haven't done that. a lot.
Never been to one, but I'm pretty sure I'd be pro.
I haven't done that a lot. But there's another. You know what? Another reason why I probably like the beach. Parents didn't take us that much. They didn't take us that much.
Really?
We would stay at the Herting Hotel down like by the outlets.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
that's not
like
going
in
to
West
the beach.
Ocean City.
Like we wouldn't stay.
That's why he likes the outlet so much.
No. But I'm saying, like a couple miles from
Yeah,
the beach.
that's hurting.
We
Yeah.
didn't stay.
If you
now,
can't-
you didn't
a
stay
little bit
beachfront.
later, my dad, when he was the director of the counseling center, we had
He was making a little bit more money.
a little bit more dough. We stayed at the Holiday Inn on 66 or whatever.
My
that
mother
is.
would take me to
You know
the-
what that one
Should
is?
have asked for
Yeah.
The Holiday Inn, they have
where it
the
is.
swim up pool bar, or whatever.
Yep.
And that staying in that,
That
I
was
felt
like
I was
the
staying
Ritz.
in a Ritz.
I know.
Hey, Mike Marr, do a quick pop quiz for Valdez for his Ocean City haunts to see how close he
Hey,
gets
what
to
street
them.
is that one on? Is that one 66 or something? Or
Well, there's multiple
I know
holiday.
the one right off the bridge, right there. There's a swim up pool bar.
That's right off the
I
right
know-
off
I know
60.
the one you're talking about, yeah.
or
Yeah,
71.
like 66.
It's
And then
something
there's
right
another
there.
Holiday Inn like on 120.
Yeah, not that one.
Fifth.
No. We said kind of the original hillbilly one.
Yeah, it's
right
like
there.
on 61st Street or something.
Yeah.
Valdez says his dad always asks him what he should do. What are you going to do when the Junkies retire?
Yeah.
Oh, he loves that question. Ask me
Ocean
probably
City
once a
tour
week.
guide?
No, mayor. Why
Mayor
wouldn't he
of
run
Ocean-
for mayor of Ocean City? That would be his dream
like
job.
that.
He doesn't want to
live
live
there.
there. He wants to get into
I don't want to
politics.
get
He
into
wants to go
politics.
to mayor of Hilton.
I actually want to avoid politics.
I know you want to avoid politics, but maybe there's some ordinances or something. Like there's any, like some drinking thing or something you want to make legal or
Drinking.
something. I don't know. Something fun.
All right, so the IVs are going to be there on Friday.
They're locked in.
That's huge.
Yep.
We're gonna
Plus,
be
you're
so
going to have your
hydrated.
That
Surfside.
Monty. Thank you, Monty.
Monty gets things done. Monty
Super
makes it happen.
Make sure he's got the Blue Magic, the Super Light Vodka plus aid,
Yeah.
I love
courtesy of Surfside, inspired by classic sports drink flavors.
Hey, go home and make a mocktail Bloody Mary to get ready for the Bloody Mary making contest.
that. Why does
Kill
it have
the
to
best
be, why
Bloody
does it have
Mary.
to be a mocktail?
Doesn't have to be.
You
but I
mean
mean-
a mock?
Yeah, mock
Bloody
up.
Mary.
Yeah.
A mock
Not a
up.
mocktail.
Yeah.
Mocktails
You're not going to
are-
put it in without
Dry
vodka.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Although I will
Do
say,
that.
I have some zero beers now are pretty good. Like if you're trying to be straight,
Yeah.
zero beers actually taste silly.
I don't
Like
think
if
I've had
you-
one of those.
They're actually very good now. Like they used to be like O'Doul's used to be Nubs.
Yeah.
Like they
I
make
haven't had one of
silly
those.
zero beers now.
All right, we got to get out of here. Our pals B. Mitch and Finley are coming up next for Bish Bucks Cakes. EB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Keep it here on The Fan.
An eye-popping comeback for the Washington Nationals, defeating the New York Mets 9-6, highlighted by an incredible inside-the-park grand slam from James Wood.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep left center field. Chasing back Taylor to the warning track. He will leap. Morabito leaps and it's off his glove. They don't know where it is. This might be an inside the park home run. 3 runs have scored. Wood is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head first slide has an inside the park grand slam home run.
The call on the Fan. Speaking of comebacks, how about 44-11? The Knicks storm back to stun the Cavaliers 115-104 in OT. Cleveland led 93-71 with 7:40 remaining. The Chiefs' Rashee Rice has been ordered to jail. He'll miss OTAs and minicamp for violating probation. Jason Kidd is out as Dallas Mavericks coach. The A-10 baseball tournament begins today at 11 a.m. at Capital One Park in Tyson's George Mason against Rhode Island. From the Crop Midcap, 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Hi, Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and coming in hot today. I don't understand for the life of me why the hell people decide they want to close lanes of a highway during rush hour. But let me just say it, if anybody from the government listening, it's the dumbest damn thing in the history of dumb. You're rolling in. I understand the bridge stuff. Why on earth do nobody can come on Main Avenue? Why is this a police officer just sitting there with nothing up behind it, nothing a problem, you just don't want to shut down roads? If you got more traffic and you shut down roads, you know what that means? Congestion. Let's stop it.
Good morning, Brian.
Look like you've been running, dog. What's happening?
Good morning, Brian. Listen, I grew up listening to Junks and listening to Kornheiser, right?
Uh-huh.
And Tony would always talk about traffic.
Yeah.
And then as the Kornheiser radio show got bigger and bigger and bigger, his son would be like, yo, stop talking about traffic. We got people listening all over the country. So for our listeners that aren't DMV local, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on out there?
Hey, it's traffic all over the
Brian,
country
we're
as well.
coming from very different angles to this godforsaken location that is the biggest bottleneck in all of D.C., where this radio station is.
Yep.
What is going on out there?
I can't tell you because I didn't see anything that caused a
Open
problem.
the phones. No. Somebody, please, God, explain what the hell is happening.
What did you said they shut 2 lanes? Where?
Yeah, so on 395 this morning, they shut down at least 2 lanes. It took me an hour and 15 minutes.
I mean, this is the question. Know. When I came through, the traffic started like way back almost at Glebe Road on 66. And as you get closer and closer, you think it's going to pick up a little bit. Then I took Constitution down to 17 to come across because that's normally the quick route. And I was still stuck.
I usually go Mass Ave, Rock Creek Park, down by the Lincoln Memorial, whatever. I ended up having to go down Virginia Avenue to 19th to Constitution to the 9th Street Tunnel. Why?
But the thing
what is going on out there?
I saw the police officer who, I always take Main Ave.
Right.
That was blocked off.
Why?
And for what reason? I don't have a damn clue. Because there was no construction. There were no other police cars. So I don't see anything. And as you get up and look back, you don't see nothing stopping it. Some days I just think like, hey, let's just piss people off.
Did you see? There was a police officer in our alley where we enter the garage. I don't know.
I didn't see that.
I hope he's relaxing or chilling, cooling out, maxing, whatever it is. The only thing I could think of, and let's be real, you and I don't necessarily pay a ton of attention to this. Like, the traffic was so bad and so randomly bad. You're coming from Virginia. I'm coming from Maryland. White Brian's coming from Northwest. Like, me and White Brian are kind of coming from the same direction, but you and Stallion aren't. Like, you're coming from...
Stallion right across the river.
Right, and he said his was jacked.
And it took you an hour?
He said it took him over an hour.
That's crazy.
It took me damn near 90 minutes. B, I was like up and at him this morning. I went to bed early. I got the girls to school, had time.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm going to head down. If I have extra time, I'll just do some work in the studio. Thank God I left kind of early. I don't know this answer.
I think I said it personal best coming up those stairs today.
Dog, I was hustling. I honestly think, and I don't know this, and perhaps we should, the way things were so jammed up today, I wonder if there is some world leader in town that we were unaware of, or like, if there's some peace summit about Iran going on.
I can't see that. I mean,
generally when it's jacked like
those
this,
things are discussed.
Right.
They said, I haven't heard anything about it. It's just, listen, man. It makes no. We already have enough traffic. Why shut down lanes to make more? Especially when there's nothing going on.
When it's jammed like this, is usually like, you know, a significant foreign dignitary has blocked off. Like, I think when the leader of Israel comes, he stays at the Four Seasons of Georgetown, and it's blocked everything off for a mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the kind of way it felt this morning. But generally, we get a heads up when that stuff's happening.
Yeah, nothing happened.
All right, Mike is in Old Town calling. Mike, do you have an answer why traffic was so jacked today?
No, I don't have an answer, but I am suffering just as bad, if not worse, than you guys. I was supposed to go to Richmond this morning. I left my house at 8 o'clock. I got to Fredericksburg, and I ended up sitting in traffic for almost an hour, and the GPS was telling me it was going to be another hour before it sped up again. So I turned around and drove home. It is bad everywhere, and it stinks, and it makes no sense.
And listen, this is what I'm saying. If a dignitary was in town, him going to Richmond shouldn't be affected.
Totally.
So what the hell is happening?
Bro, when I first got in my car to look, and you always look at the GPS because you never know what's going to happen. Today's an example of that. Mm-hmm. One of the suggested routes from my house, which is basically the D.C. Maryland line, kind of Glen Echo River Road-ish, okay? Like close to the Legion Bridge. One of the suggested routes to our office in Navy Yard was to take the Beltway around to New York Avenue, to Route 50, and come in from the eastern side of the city. Like, what the hell are we talking about?
Hey, Jeff, I should have did bike to work day today. I probably would have got here quicker.
Jeff,
I got here a lot damn quicker.
Jeff's been riding his bike. I'm curious.
If I bike to work, I would have got here quicker than I did driving.
I believe it. I believe it. I need to get an e-bike. White Brian, you take the metro and the bus. Why was your ride so jammed up?
E-bike ain't gonna help you, Jay.
I decided to drive today, and it was a bad idea.
That's the problem. He drove today.
Maybe
he messed up the whole damn atmosphere.
All of the White Brians in the DMV decided to add to the traffic.
Everything got screwed up because White Brian decided to do something he does not like to do.
Jeffrey, you drove?
No, I rode my bike.
You were cruising, chilling.
Yes. Right on the bike lanes, no traffic, no jam bikes. People were speeding past me, but it was
on their
peaceful
bikes,
for me.
huh?
Yeah.
All right, Andre's in Alexandria. Dre, you know why the traffic was so jammed?
Yeah, I'm former law enforcement. That was the president coming through because with the motorcade, he has the big ambulance, the big black ambulance, in the middle of the motorcade in front and back, and that's what it was. It was real secretive.
Well, dude, that may be the case, and anybody that lives and works, especially in downtown Washington, you get jammed by motorcades. But that's not impacting 95 to Richmond.
Yeah.
And like Heather McDonough just texted me, she's driving from Germantown to College Park, and that's jacked up. So that could have added to it, but there's something else at play. But I appreciate the call, Andre.
They was traveling.
Thank you, bud. I don't know. Where I plan to start is everybody's back. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantastic.
How were your last few days, sir?
They were great.
Good.
My days are always great, Jay.
Were you had a golf tournament Monday? Was that the colitis joint?
Yeah.
Did? Okay.
With, Gabe.
Yeah.
And
Raised a bunch of money.
Miss Kathy Miller. And then yesterday, it was a B. Mitchell group against the Ryan Zimmerman group. We won it.
I like it.
So that's like, I'm just going to say that. Yeah.
You were down in Winchester? Or?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Our friend Tay might have the answer. And I should have thought of this. Memorial Day weekend, the week leading into Memorial Day weekend in D.C. is always police week. where police departments from all over the country come to Washington.
I didn't see nobody doing that today, and that's normally motorcycle galore. I didn't see one.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if that's going to start sometime later, today shouldn't have been shut down.
I don't know. You know, I've honestly been thinking about this, Brian. And Stallion, you're B, you missed it yesterday. Stallion was screaming at Drab on air about hotel rooms. It was pretty entertaining. But
why he got a room with somebody?
Yep, he's bunking up with Mikey Marr.
Oh, they should be hanging out together.
Yeah, to me, it was a pretty outrageous.
He might get cooler hanging out with Mike.
He might.
You have stopped drinking mimosas with dudes.
I bet he'll have a mimosa. When are we off the air? 2:00 on Friday? We're getting you a mimosa immediately.
1:55. We're on a mimosa in hand.
I think I'm going to go under.
I mean this seriously, though. Stallion is trying to assert himself in lots of phases, right? You know, 4th of July is the 250th anniversary of the country.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of activities planned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being serious. Like, maybe we could schedule a meeting with the cluster buster, Mr. Chris Kynard. We need a satellite office. Like, driving down here.
We got one.
Just go to Starboard
your house
again.
and my house. we can fire up everything from there.
We'll just go to Starboard. Like, driving down here around this 4th of July is not plausible. I really don't think so. So, like, this is me trying to get ahead of something.
We have computers that get us on Monumental. We have computers and links to get us on everything else. I'm not going to be sitting in traffic 2-3 hours.
Dog,
that's just a fact right there.
It's going to be, and when that race, when is the Indy
not
race?
Coming to the city at all then.
I think it's at some point in August.
By then we might be in Ashburn though.
Good. Good. That's a bike ride, and I forgot the date. I need to find that out. I'm supposed to be riding it.
So you and I have not caught up. There was obviously a big Nats-Mets game last night. James Wood hit an inside the park grand slam.
Yeah,
have you seen the highlight?
So I saw that's the most Mets thing ever. So how many errors happen in this?
Doug,
were there any errors? Because I can't see an inside the park home run in the majors without someone doing something stupid.
There's no errors.
The ball took an outrageous bounce off the wall, and was it the center fielder and the right fielder like almost collided in midair trying to catch it? So then there was nobody to even play the carom off the wall.
Okay.
And Wood has real speed. Like, you don't think of it with a 6'7" dude. The errors came, I think, in the subsequent inning when they had 2 errors on one play. It was a remarkable bad showing of baseball from the New York Mets. Mm-hmm. And for everybody that wanted to chirp me the night before, because Tischler and our boy Tarek were texting me when the Nats gave up 12 in the 12th. Mm-hmm. I texted them last night. I said, text thread's awfully quiet, fellas. Where's the chirping now from the New York Mets crowd?
They like to yap, but they don't like to be yapped at.
White Brian, in an embarrassing season for your New York Mets, was last night perhaps the most embarrassing?
Yeah, and I got to stop going to games. I went last year, they blew a 7-0 lead. I go this year, it's 5-0 lead, and they revert into.
So you and Ryan Clary are the same people.
I guess so.
Y'all screw y'all teams.
I need you to show up the Giants games too.
I bet on the Nats last night, and they won. I'm now 2-0 this week.
Finally,
I was watching the game. Colco did a great job. So the Nats get the inside the park grand slam from James Wood. Then the next inning, they get 3 runs that are mostly just junk. Guys got on base. There were a ton of errors, and they got 3 more runs. All of a sudden, it's 7-5. And Dan said, he's like, I'd like to take a quick moment just to remind all of our viewers that it was 5-0 Mets about 15 minutes ago. Like, they coughed up that lead so fast. It was a fun one to watch.
Well, that just shows you when you have a team that's good and a team that's not. Teams that are not good always make stupid mistakes.
You might be right, B. Yeah. I don't know. It was Dylan Cruz was back up last night. He had a hit, right? What did he go, 1 for 4? I think he scored 2. No, he didn't score, just 1 for 4. I think I listened to Tabone, everything he said. Cruz went down to the minors. You know who had a really good article on it? What's my man's name that covers the Nats for The Athletic? Nussbaum?
Yeah, Spencer Nussbaum.
Nussbaum went in depth on it and had I guess he had either some reporting or just had an on-the-record conversation with the skip from AAA. And he basically said, with Cruz, there were two things we needed to see. It was get the ball in the air more and to stop chasing pitches. And they, like this new regime, this Tabone Butera regime, they have specific metrics tied to that, right? Like they want 25% more balls in the air, whatever it is. And they said, when Cruz first got to Rochester, he was chasing, everything was a mess, and that he took the metrics they gave him to heart, and they said he looked like a different player. I believe that. I believe that's why they called him up. To Tabone's credit, he said this has nothing to do with his service clock. Us keeping him down in the minors for 6 weeks-ish is my guess, has nothing to do with gaining an extra year of organizational control.
I'm going to see. I
have a hard time believing it, but he said it has nothing to do with it.
I'll take what he say, but I'm not buying it.
Right.
Yeah. I think it always has something to do with that.
Sure. I was glad they won last night, especially after the kind of terrible way they lost the night before. Nats baseball is fun to watch. They are a game below 500. They could get to 500 tonight against the Mets. Now, there is real conversation about the weather this week. We're all going to Dewey. Hell, I guess we're going to Dewey tomorrow afternoon, right?
Yeah, Jay. That's what Thursday is, right?
Yeah, Thursday for sure. Now, the Nats have the game tonight against the Mets, and then tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The weather today, dude, B, how mad would you be about this? I have a good friend at a club you and I both know well. Not mine, but another one of the Montgomery County clubs. What?
No, I was messing with y'all. Yeah.
Okay. They had a one-day member guest scheduled for today.
Yeah.
That they canceled preemptively yesterday for thunderstorms.
Today.
Nothing but sun. I'm looking at my phone. 25% chance of thunderstorms tonight at 8 o'clock at night. How mad would you be if you had planned a member guest for a month and then they cancel it a day early for storms and never come?
Well, I would have already taken off work, so I'll be playing golf today somewhere.
He's doing that.
Yeah. I would make up for it. And I think based off of the club that Jeff said, I have some fun with it.
Jeff's going to a different club.
Yeah. Some type of stadium, something.
Yeah.
Is that the course in Arizona, TPC?
Yeah, the TPC Stadium course.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, the Mets and the Nats are scheduled to play tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The weather's supposed to be god-awful tomorrow. Stallion thinks they're going to move that Mets-Nats game up to like 11 a.m. White Brian is convinced they will not because Major League Baseball, he claims, hates the Mets. I don't think that makes much sense.
I don't think Major League Baseball hate the Mets. I just think the people that have to watch them on TV hates the Mets.
I think the Mets hate the Mets.
Yeah.
Why do you think MLB hates the Mets, dude?
I think it's more than Nats, but Major League Baseball too.
You think the Nats hate the Mets?
Yeah, it's
How
their
does that
call.
work? The home team makes the call?
I think, but Major League Baseball, I think, has to kind of consider. I don't really know how that works, but I feel as if just looking at the weather tomorrow, they're going to try to move up first pitch, and they should. Like that makes the most sense because it's going to be relatively clear in the morning and early afternoon, but at 5 o'clock, it's going to pour.
The way these summer storms work, mornings are your best chance.
Yeah,
because the
mornings
later in the day,
when it comes in the evening, it's normally going to be some hell. That cool and that warm mix, and it's going to be a thunderstorm, brother.
And it's one thing to ask these boys to play in rain, but you can't do it with lightning.
The left fielder for the Mets is a local kid.
Yeah, dude, went to Gonzaga.
Yeah.
Had a hell of a catch
with my man Ludwig's son. Did he make a mistake?
On the inside the park?
Yeah. Just asking the question.
It would have been an incredible
I don't want to knock
catch.
the brother. The man.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, good. Well, local kid, keep doing your thing. We're going to cheer for you, hell with the Mets.
I think he was just trying to make a play.
Yeah, we were actually just discussing that, me and White Brian, because I was like, isn't it an error? Because even though he tried to make a spectacular catch, it didn't hit his glove and bounce off. And he was like, nah, because the catch was too hard.
Nah, man.
I don't think it was an error.
It should be. In football, if you dive and you hit it, they call it a damn missed catch.
I'm with you, B, because if a ball gets drilled to you and you drop it, it's an
if I don't think the damn ball is going to, I can't catch it, I'm not putting my glove up there.
All right, tomorrow's weather. And I'm going to be honest with you, and this won't be a surprise. Stallion wants first pitch moved up so he can get to Dewey that much faster. That's all this is about. I'm reading the Thursday.
Why would you rush to drink mimosas with dudes?
The Thursday weather report. Showers and thunderstorms before 4 o'clock, then showers likely and possibly a thunderstorm between 4 and 5, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms after 5. High near 68. I don't know that there's a time to move that up or back. And it's getaway day for both teams.
Move
both
it up
traveling.
to 11.
Move it up to 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Then we'd be on the back end.
11. Move it up to 11.
Perfect.
11. Look, I know what I'm. 11.
11:30 first pitch.
11 to about 1:30. You know, and you got the pregame and the postgame. Hell, sipping by at 4.
Let's look right now, considering how bad traffic was for us. We're all driving to Dewey Beach tomorrow. We'll be at Starboard Friday for the show. Come hang out. The Junks start 6 a.m. at Starboard.
That's
6
early.
a.m. at Starboard.
Some people might have just left.
Early shout out to the people that are going to be there to watch the Junk show get started. I'm not sure I'm going to want to see those people when our show starts at 10 a.m. That is a jump start to your Memorial Day weekend.
Hell yeah.
Now, if we left right now, my phone says 2.5 hours.
I'm good with that.
Thursday might get a little.
It won't be like that on Thursday.
No, it might get a little chunkier.
So we might have to find some stop-off spots.
Brian, I got to catch up with Terry McLaurin yesterday. Well, I tell you what's incredible. You played golf in Winchester, Virginia with Ryan Zimmerman?
Ryan had everything set up. Ryan, they went out first, and when I came in with my crew, Ryan had already hit the shower, was ready, ate his food, was ready to rock.
Because Zim was at the event I was at in College Park at 3:30.
Yeah, he knew his time to leave because we were done with golf. The round of golf took 4 hours or less. So he knew it. He was ready to go. He had his plan out.
Got to talk to Terry McLaurin and Ryan Zimmerman and Walt Williams yesterday. A really cool event. Had a little bit of a football conversation with Terry that I'm really excited to discuss. But last night we did get to see some good hoops. The Knicks look like they're on a collision course for whoever wins the Western Conference Finals. I want to talk a little bit more about the hoops and kind of what can the Wizards do to enter this Thunder Pistons kind of conversation. B. Mitch and Finley, we made it in. No thanks to anybody involved in road planning. Nobody go anywhere.
Brunson scored. Wood is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head-first slide has it inside the park. Grand slam home run.
Top of the world. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Haven't seen me and B in here in a while, so good to be back. B, I've been watching the hoops. I know you've been watching the hoops.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just say? Jalen Brunson's bad man.
Bad man. That other alien is outstanding.
I mean, watching Wemby the other night and then kind of seeing, like, everybody pay attention to it. You know, like the world is now paying attention. You get to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
I think basketball heads knew what Wemby was, but I think now it's like casual fans that lock in for the playoffs. But Wemby the other night, probably the most impressive basketball performance of the year to date. But Brunson last night, dude, on a night where the rest of the Knicks, I would say played well, but didn't really fill it up. Like, I mean, Cat went 13-13. That's a good game, but you need scoring
You
somewhere.
need more from him.
Brunson went for 38 points.
And most of those came down the stretch. Dude.
And it's not from threes, dude. He made 1 3.
Yeah, he made 1 3, but the thing about him, he can get his shot off whenever he feels like it.
He can get
It
to
doesn't
the
make a
rack.
difference who you are.
Totally, man. There's always been this, like, I don't know. Who are the superstars of the NBA? SGA, Wemby.
41 points,
maybe
24 rebounds.
That's Wemby the other night.
Yeah, that is outstanding.
The pull-up three was just unbelievable. But with Brunson, there's always this conversation of like, oh, you know, he's good, but he's not great. Like, he's not a true superstar.
They can say what they want. He's not the tallest guy. And in almost every game, down the stretch, the ball's in his hand. And he pulls them out for the most part. That's the thing about people. People want to make those who they want to be the superstars instead of the guy who goes out there and plays like he does down the stretch. That's the guys that should be given that title. Not the guys that we think is supposed to be, that's sitting at home. You know what I mean? His team is where they're at because of him.
Totally. Like, if you remove Brunson, now I think probably at this stage, of the 4 teams left, if you remove Brunson, the Knicks aren't here.
No.
That Spurs team's pretty loaded, but Wemby takes them to another level.
You remove Wemby, they're not there.
I think the Thunder are the best team, even if you remove SGA.
Yeah.
They have so much depth.
They can still play, but I don't think they're there.
I don't know. You know who I was talking to about this yesterday? So Walt Williams was at the event. Really cool cause. So Bank of America does this thing called Golf with Us, where kids, I want to say it's ages like 5 through 18, can sign up for this Golf with Us program. So one of the biggest problems to golf is that it's expensive, right? If you get into this program, and I think it's available to, like, I think across the country, hundreds of thousands of kids are in it. You get to play golf for $5. They agree to deals with courses around the area and play golf for $5.
Yeah.
Like, that is opening the door. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
But Walt Williams, Maryland legend, you know, probably 10 plus year NBA career, talking with him about Wemby and how the Thunder are trying to guard him. And they're throwing Caruso at him, and they're throwing Lou Dort at him. And it's admirable the efforts Dort and Caruso put at guarding a dude that's legitimately a foot taller. And I kind of hate the offense the Spurs run, where it's just like, get Wemby to the high post and throw him that awkward lob. Like, I understand why. It's just not very aesthetically pleasing to me. But my bigger question, why isn't Chet Holmgren guarding him? Man, TF up. Like, Chet, you're 7'1", dude. Go guard him.
Now, they throwing extra people because they feel those guys can wear him down. That's what they're trying to do. If Chet checked Wemby the whole game, Chet going to be crawling out the game.
Yeah, but maybe it slows Wemby down rather than having forwards guard him.
It won't. They need Caruso is an energizer bunny.
Sure.
Dort is exceptional, an exceptional defensive player. I just think those guys like Dort and Caruso, if they do the things they've been doing over time, they gonna irritate the hell out of him. They're like little gnats running at him.
Well, and Dort throws that forearm in Wemby's back, man. Like it seems kind of effective. I think this Thunder Spurs series is going to be excellent. I think it could go 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I kind of think.
I say this: the Thunder better get this one.
What do you think about this Knicks Cavs? Granted, it went to overtime, but it was all New York in overtime.
I believe if Mitchell don't just completely go off, the Knicks gonna win that one. But if he goes off, it could be a problem.
So Mitchell last night, this is one of these interesting, like, do the analytics match what you saw on the court? Donovan Mitchell last night went for 29 on 4 of 11 for 3, 5 boards, 3 assists, 6 steals, which is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think steals hurt you in plus minus because then you're kind of gambling to make plays rather than just playing solid defense. But they had him at a minus 13. For all the talk of James Harden's playoff struggles, last night he had 15 points, 5 of 16 from the field, 1 of 8 from 3.
Mm-hmm.
And James Harden's one of the great shooters of all time, missed 2 free throws. So, like, I don't know. I have a hard time believing the Knicks lose this series. I think it maybe goes 6, maybe even 5. I don't know. You don't want to react to a game that went to overtime.
James Harden's problem to me is he looks for that little weak foul more than he does try to just go score the damn point. You're that good at shooting. Score. He's trying to get those little ticky-tacky cheap fouls, and I don't like that.
That's what I don't want SGA to become. Because a lot of people have trouble with how his game looks, where he can draw a foul almost every time he gets into the lane. But sometimes go score and get fouled.
Yeah, but the thing about it, he normally does. And he'll knock down his free throws. But the whole thing is, if you, at his height, just like Brunson, can get to that spot, and they're hitting you on your elbow, they're going to call it all the time. But what I'm saying about Harden, he just starts running. If you watch him and he just throws his hands up in the air, it doesn't seem like he's trying to make the shot or not. He goes from being a basketball player to like a track star to me. And I just don't like that.
I agree with that.
At least they're trying to shoot and score. He's not trying to pull up and shoot. He's just trying to, throw the foul. Sometimes when you come and throwing your hands up like he does, he's initiating the contact.
Watching these Final Four teams and knowing the Wiz have the coming number 1 pick, what, if anything, do you think there is to learn from these teams? The Knicks, I think everybody on their starting 5 they traded for. So that's not necessarily a home-built team.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cavs, Mitchell they traded for, Harden they obviously traded for. Look to the West. I mean, the Thunder built that thing mostly through draft picks, but they did trade for SGA.
They did.
The Spurs drafted Castle, drafted Wemby, some of his lottery luck. Like, what, if any, lessons are there for the Wiz going into an offseason where all of a sudden they hold a lot of cards?
With the Wiz, you get this. If you ever see somebody like Wemby, you got to take him. And then you look on the other side of the court and you go, they had a high amount of draft picks to help build that. They did trade for SGA, but look at all the stuff around them. They are deep, dude. They are very deep. So they are still, and I think what you learn is that the Wizards are in a position, like I felt after the draft, than I do now. They can go into this thing and do what they want to do, depending on how much it's going to help the team out and how quick they will help the team out.
I have gotten to a place with the Wiz. I heard the Junks talking about this morning. I want them to make the pick at 1 or go back to 2. Like, if there's a world where they can get Peterson at 2 and get something else to go from 1 to 2 to let Utah have Debanza, I find that pretty interesting. I'm more and more open to Peterson at 1. He's just a pure scorer, dude. And I'm more and more open to that. But the one thing I'm landing further upon, I like that dude Yaxel from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Answer this question for me when we come back. Does Brian Mitchell, who is a veteran with a tremendous track record, you understand players. The NBA, the modern NBA is a different beast. The money's so outrageous, but you understand players. Brian Mitchell will answer. Does Anthony Davis actually play for the Wizards next year? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Traffic in the DMV sucks, but that doesn't mean riding around in the traffic has to suck. This morning, it took me an unbelievable amount of time to get to work, but I was chilling in my 4Runner from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Very comfortable ride, even if the traffic sucked. Seriously, man, Oarsman Automotive of Virginia has been taking care of DMV car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, they're doing something right. They got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. All the makes, all the models you're looking for. Plus, they've got incredible deals and financing. B, the thing that stands out most, though, you and I have both been buying from them for a long time, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And with that Oarsman Lifetime Edge come up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner cost with every major maintenance, and they give you the lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news coming from Oarsman. If you want and you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
Banger right here. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. I'm sure the chat's behaving. Appreciate everybody on Monumental Sports Network checking us out. Tischler, so B, you'll laugh at this. So we're going to be live in Dewey at the Starboard on Friday. The Junks start the morning at 6 a.m., and then we come on at 10 a.m. I was texting with Mitch yesterday from Mitch Tischler, Monumental, Beltway Football Podcast, and I was like, dude, are you going up there? He's like, yeah, I'll be there Thursday. I was like, all right, sweet. We're all going to hang out Thursday night. He's like, well, I have a 4:30 call time Friday morning, but that's a problem for future Mitch. You and I know the big man pretty well. Something tells me Thursday afternoon.
4:30 call time to do what?
He's got to make sure the Junks shot is up and everything. B just laughing. I imagine Mikey Mars got a 4:30 call time. I told Drab yesterday I'll be there at 9:45, and not a moment earlier.
I'll be there at 10:01:59.
And we can't blame traffic when we're just crossing the street from Duber's Hotel. Yeah,
I might do the centipede over there.
All right, B. Question for you. You did not play basketball. You were, however, a pro athlete for a long time. And I think you understand how a lot of mindsets have changed. I would say the NBA mindset today is dramatically different than any other sport. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis is a player of great accomplishment.
Yeah.
But he's also a player of significant injuries.
Yeah.
At this stage of his career, I believe he's won a title. It was a bubble title, so it kind of doesn't count, but whatever. But Davis has been relatively lukewarm about playing for the Wizards. Lukewarm might be kind, frankly.
Yeah.
Do you believe Anthony Davis plays for the Wizards this season?
I think so. I think as much as guys want to talk about, I need to play for a contender, they don't want to give up checks either. And right now, over the next 2 years, Ant can make $100 and something million, right? I think 51, 52 or something like that.
It's a lot of dough.
So he's not turning that down. What, he's going to say, no, I'm not going to play?
I doubt that. He would start playing and maybe his ribs hurt or something.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it is, I think he'll start off here, not knowing if he'll finish here.
So the one thing I find interesting, and the crew that built the Thunder, they had, arguably like one of the biggest trades they pulled off was trading away Paul George, a star, right? Getting a ton of picks for him. I don't know this. I think it'd be really, if the Wizards draft DeBanza and all of a sudden you've got Trae Young, Trey Johnson, Anthony Davis,
Sarr,
DeBanza, and Sarr as your starting five is incredibly exciting. And maybe that's Keyshawn, maybe that's Will Riley, whoever, right? Bilal, Bub, like there's players.
You got some players.
It'd be really exciting. But we had a caller the other day. We were talking about like you want them to make the pick, trade it. You want Peterson, DeBanza, whatever it is. What about making the pick, but then possibly trading one of these veterans to get back into the top 10 of what is a loaded draft?
If somebody's willing to do that, like, listen,
I find that pretty damn interesting.
Listening to the guy, Will, what's his name?
Dawkins.
Dawkins the other day, he was talking about we are going to listen to everything. Nothing is off the table. Like you got players you want to have, yes, but if Ant really don't want to be here, and that's what you feel, and some other team feels that he's a piece to help them get where they want to go, what you want to offer?
Anthony Davis is slated to make $58 million this year, and then has a player option for the 27 season of $63 million.
Mm-hmm.
God bless him. I mean, the numbers are astronomical.
Yeah.
But that said, I wonder, the player option, I imagine he would exercise no matter what, unless the Wiz gave him an extension. Anthony Davis is currently 33.
Mm-hmm.
Are you offering an extension for a dude that, hasn't played, 80 games?
Well, that's the whole thing about it.
Ever in his career?
It comes down to he's not going to say, well, I don't want to implement my player option. If you don't get paid.
Right.
And I believe that they are basically in the position of, show us you want to be here and we'll give you an extension. But if you can't show us you want to be here, why would we give you an extension?
I won't be shocked. I don't know. I think back to Houston probably 3 years ago now. They had the number 2 overall pick. Carolina had the 1 pick. They took Bryce Young. That must be 4 years ago now because both those players have been paid. Carolina had the 1 pick. They took Bryce Young. Texans had 2. They took C.J. Stroud. Then they traded back up to get Will Anderson.
Okay.
And that, frankly, completely turned their team around. And so I like the idea of the Wiz if they decide, we want, Peterson or Dvansa, but we also want somebody at 9, and we have a veteran and one of our other young guys. Like, what they have been doing is stacking chips.
They've been,
acquiring
assets, baby.
So, like, if you decide to use some of those assets in this draft that's supposed to be wild, I'm good with that. I mean, think about, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe your favorite player to watch towards the end of college basketball season was Acuff.
Yeah.
What if Acuff slips to 9 and you can make a move to get him? Now, how does he coexist with Trae Young? I don't know. But these are options you can figure out.
But that's the thing about it is, just like the draft this year with the Commanders, they go into it with options. They go into it like not necessarily being told what they have to do. They have a multitude of things they could possibly do. I like that. I like having control in your pocket, your hands, instead of having somebody tell you what you're going to do.
Absolutely. Yesterday afternoon, I got to talk to Terry McLaurin about his trip to L.A. with Jaden Daniels, about what this new offense is going to look like with David Blau. You'll hear from Terry McLaurin next.
It was an exciting night for the Washington Nationals. Dylan Cruz made his highly anticipated return to the Bigs, but that was hardly the story. The Nats fell behind the Mets 5-0 after an inning and a half. Things looked bleak until James Wood changed the game with one swing.
3 runs have scored. Wood is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head-first slide has it inside the park. Grand slam home run.
Dave Jagler with the call. Wood's inside the park grand slam is just the second in Nationals history. The Nats tacked on 4 more runs and defeated the Mets 9-6. The potent Nats offense continues to lead Major League Baseball in runs scored. The Nats are once again a game under 500. They have a chance to get back to that mark tonight. First pitch at 6:45. Pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan at 6:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
Lick you from your head to your toe. I wanna move from the bed down to the floor. And I wanna you make it so good I don't wanna leave.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Want to have a conversation about our guy Terry McLaurin. I got to catch up with him yesterday. It was a really cool event. I want to start there. Credit to Paint Branch Golf Complex, the little joint right past the Maryland golf course. I went to Maryland. That was there. I knew the driving range was there. I never knew they had a 9-hole course back in there.
Yeah. I've never played it, but I knew all that. I was talking to Zim about it yesterday. He talked about University of Maryland. I don't think he ever played there.
He never played at Maryland? It was funny. Somebody asked Zim about, being in College Park, and he's like, I'll be honest, I didn't really like coming to College Park, but today's a good cause. It was funny. Zim is low-key super funny. He's just like a quieter person about it. But we got to talk to Terry at length, and he said a lot of really interesting things. Perhaps this is in the 8,000 sheets of paper that Stallion gives me. I'll check that.
He's cutting down the whole damn forest.
Do we have the Terry audio from yesterday? Cool. And we have 3 different clips, right? We have 1 clip. All right. Tell me what clip we have. We'll just talk through this. Okay. I want to start because I asked Terry about the trip to LA and kind of what it meant. And I think what stood out to me there is he said Jaden set it up and that Terry's not the biggest LA guy, he said, which was kind of interesting. Knowing Terry a little bit, like he likes it quiet.
He's quiet, yeah.
And Los Angeles is not.
By no stretch.
He said, Jaden set it up, and it was a bonding thing. And he's like, we didn't really have the offense yet, but I wanted to be there. And so they were there, right? And they got some good work in. And then I kind of asked, what about this offense with David Blau? And here was Terry's response. And I specifically remember David Blau at his introductory press conference said, I want to get Terry McLaurin 10 targets a game.
How is this new David Blau offense?
Yeah, it's been really fun working with Blau, honestly. I've known him for a really long time. A little tidbit, like if I wouldn't have committed to Ohio State and went to Purdue, he would have been my quarterback. Wow. So, I've kind of loosely followed his career for a long time. And, obviously him being part of our staff, he's just done a great job since he's been here. I think he's a master communicator. You know what I mean? I think he does a good job of explaining what his expectations are. But also he's personable enough to be able to communicate how he wants it done and also holding a standard that is going to force us to continue to raise our level of play. And it's just been fun to learn an offense that is going to be multiple, that's going to put guys in situations to have a lot of success and move guys around, to find advantageous matchups. So, I'm super excited, and, I told him as long as he can still kind of throw me the ball on game day, he's been my game day thrower. So I told Danny Etling he may have to get that call up, because Blau's gonna have a lot of other things to focus on. But it's been super fun. I think him being so young in this space, he comes with very new, fresh, bright ideas, and I just respect his come up. From a player to now a coach, and he's earned everything that has come to him. So it's not a surprise by me. He got the opportunity that he did, and I know he's ready to seize it.
He says he wants to get you 10 targets a game.
I love that. I love that. You know, he told me that way back in February. He texted me that him and I have a really good relationship, and you know, he's been a man of his word. And you know, my job is to prove that each and every day when we're having workouts to be the leader, to be someone you can count on to be on the field and make plays. And that's all I've been asking for. That's all I want. So to win games and have a big part of that. So I was definitely smiling when I saw that come across his phone. And you know, from OTAs and stuff, I could definitely tell that's going to be a part of it, along with the other guys as well. You know, there's going to be opportunities for me to take away coverage for Chig and for, you know, Trey and, you know, Bill and just so many other guys on our offense. So I think that's cool when you have a multiple offense that has multiple looks and formations, can make things look the same and marry together. It provides opportunities for everybody.
So there's a lot to kind of break down there. I want to start the fact that Terry and Blau have had a relationship on some level since high school.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know if it necessarily means much when it comes down to the football, but you know what? It's guys that respect each other. And I think when you have a level of respect for people, you know, you get past a lot of the BS. Because normally when you don't have respect, you have to get beyond that so you can have the level of success. I think it'll be easier for them to do the things, and then when Blau says something, he's going to believe it.
I think there's trust there.
Yeah. Respect, trust, all that comes in hand in hand. So I think that right there mean everything they're doing will be working towards having a successful offense, a successful season. They don't have to go through let's build the level of trust first.
Sure.
And that can normally screw stuff up.
I also think when Blau said the 10 targets a game thing as introductory presser, there are offensive coordinators out there that love kind of saying bombastic stuff, making headlines, and perhaps building their own resume to get a head coaching job somewhere, right? Like we see that all the time. That is very real. Blau is not that dude. He is quiet. He is reserved. When he said that at the podium, Terry revealed he had already texted him that. And so for me, what I find more important, and I thought Terry was so dead on and smart about, we also have to run the ball well.
Yeah.
We also need to get Chig a ton of looks. And he mentioned Traylon Burks by name. Like, the path to... So I think we need to remove the literal sense of the word. I looked this up. 10 targets a game over 17 games means 170 targets. That is not necessarily what the numbers need to be. There's only 3 receivers over the last 2 seasons that have gotten to 170.
But see, I think him saying I want to give him 170 10 targets a game don't mean I'm going to get it to him.
Right.
Yeah.
But what it does mean to me is identifying an alpha receiver that we have to make sure gets the ball.
Yeah.
No matter kind of how many halves, and sometimes games, and we've seen where Terry gets 2 looks, and they won't just find him on a slant. Just find some way to get the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think that's the thing where you look at basketball players and they say, just get them a layup.
Right.
You know, and then all of a sudden they begin to cook. Terry is the type of guy, you throw him a slant, hell, he may catch it, get hit, and still go 40 for you. And I think that is the thing about it. But there were times over the last 2 years where they'd act like he wasn't on the field. I don't think Blau is going to feel like that. But Terry is smart enough to understand sometimes I'm going to be the one setting it up for somebody else, blowing the top off for a Chig to come underneath to somebody like that.
You heard him say specifically about running multiple sets and pre-snap motion and just different looks, right? And I think that's what we're going to see from a Blau offense. I'm not knocking Cliff's offense because in 24 it was fantastic. Last year it wasn't. But like Cliff runs a 1-of-1, and I know fans got offended when opposing defenses would say it was kind of a college style. It's a unique style, whatever you want to call it. College, its own, whatever, the air raid, whatever you want to call it. Like this Ben Johnson offense that David Blau will at least take big parts of is far more traditional, pro style, under center.
Yeah.
Like play action, bootlegs, and I think that will work to the advantage. And we don't want to make this direct comparison to Ben Johnson because Blau's been clear that he's going to take stuff from other people. He played under Cliff. He's got his own ideas. Like there's going to be a lot of factors here. But if you look at the last 4 seasons for Ben Johnson, recognizing that Amon-Ra St. Brown differentiated himself as an alpha type receiver.
Big time.
St. Brown in Detroit for the 3 years Ben Johnson was running that program, running that offense. From 22 to 24, St. Brown averaged 150 targets a game.
About a year.
A year. Yeah, thank you. That'd be a
One
hell of a
game. I would love that.
Terry's had more than 130 targets once and is 3 years removed now from even getting to 130.
Okay.
So Terry has there were some volume years there when Scott Turner was running the offense, but the volume's never been as significant as you see other kind of true number ones get. And what I find even more interesting for Ben Johnson's offenses, especially in Detroit, when that thing was really functioning at a high level, in 2024, when Detroit was excellent and they were the 1 seed, right? Didn't they have the bye? And that's how Washington beat them in the divisional game. Ross St. Brown had 141 targets that year. Jamison Williams largely stayed healthy. He had 91 targets. And then Sam Laporta, the tight end, had 83. I don't know that Washington has a receiver that will generate the type of target share Jamison Williams did, but you'd like to think they have a tight end in Okonkwo that could get to a 75, 80 target like Laporta. Go back to 2023. Now, Jamison Williams was hurt most of that year. He only played in 12 games. He only started like 7, so he wasn't a ton of work. St. Brown got 164 targets that year.
Yeah.
Laporta got 120 targets that year. So they were identifying kind of the best guys to get the football to. And they spread it around a little bit too, but Goff was going to his guys.
Damn near 300.
Between
those
the two
guys, yeah.
Go back to 2022. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 146 targets. Now, maybe we're going too far back to these Detroit teams to try to get a sense of what these numbers look like, right? Ben Johnson was the coach of the Bears last year. And the Bears offense is tricky to maybe extrapolate too much from. But for me, I just wonder, did he find his alpha that he wanted Caleb to look to?
I don't know if he did, but I think his quarterback is a different guy compared to Jared Goff.
Totally.
Caleb's going to move around and do some things, then he wants to make that magnificent throw. That's not Goff. Goff is going to hit his back foot and let that thing fly.
100%. Now, you would think going into the year, they'd want that guy to be DJ Moore. He was the veteran. In 17 games, DJ Moore had 85 targets. They have since traded him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying doghouse, but it seemed like there were some differences of opinion there.
Well, I watched some body language in some games where I'm running a hook, I'm running a slant, I'm running a post or whatever, and when I come out of my break, I'm wide open, ball's not there. And then all of a sudden now, 2 seconds later, the ball's thrown at a spot that you don't ever expect to get that.
Right.
And I think that was a part of that issue where there are some receivers who they're going to let you know, look, when I come out, I expect the ball to be there. And there are some guys who get it to them and some guys who, well, I got to do my thing first.
This I found interesting, though, because to me, you can't take it too literal. Let's not get in like a semantics test here. If he doesn't get 170 targets on the season, is it a failure? Because that's unrealistic.
I think he need to get that thought out the head. He said, I would try to get him.
Right.
Okay? But you're not going to get into every game.
I think it's about, though, identifying your alpha and wanting to get that guy the ball and that being game plan specific, right? Rome Odunze, second-year kid out of Washington, only played 12 games, had 90 targets. That's, to me, what you're looking for.
But I just think, listen, man, we've watched Terry already for all these years.
Yep.
And you watch him with the coaches that did not throw the ball to him as much as other teams threw it to their top guys. And the guy made plays and was top-notch then. If you just give him more opportunities, more than likely he's going to have a bigger season than he normally would have. because Terry has shown with a little, I can produce a lot. Now, if I'm that guy, give it to me more often, and let's see what can happen. And I believe that's all it is, just adding a little bit more to it. Or in situations where we know he can have an advantage, move him and get him on to be the number one guy instead of sitting him in a spot where a team can game plan for him.
I think just getting back to pre-snap motion and moving him around, I think is going to be really advantageous, and I think that's really advantageous for the rest of the receiver room too. I think it's advantageous for Antonio Williams, Chig. I think Rashad White. I think Rashad White comes in and can play that Eckler role a lot that McNichols is good at, but not the same type of explosiveness. McNichols' ability to break tackles for a third down back is really, really strong. But I think offensively, it's the next step, and things get stale, or you also had a ton of injuries last year, so you don't want to try to act like last year was such a mess when it was hard to judge. I mean, Terry only played 10 games. But I do think the level of excitement for a new offense with David Blau is real and is sincere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious for these fans, and we can open the phones on this, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Where are you at on the confidence meter in David Blau? Because I think there's a lot to like. I called my shot with this dude a year ago. I thought he would be the OC. Some of that was I thought Cliff would be getting a head coaching job.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen, but Blau is the OC. But at the same time, when we get to week 1 in the link, September 13th, and you got a 4th and 4 with the game on the line in the fourth quarter, he's never been in that chair.
Yeah.
So how confident are you in Blau, B?
I mean, look, my whole thing, Jay, everybody in the NFL, I don't care what round they were picked, when they became a coach, they all had to start off somewhere.
Right.
And for the most part, there are guys that build themselves to something and some guys that don't. I look at Blau just like I look at a first round, second round, third round draft pick. Somebody saw something in him to give him an opportunity. And based off of what I've heard and the stuff I've heard Terry say and Jaden say, I think the dude was doing more when he didn't have a title. So these guys respect him at it. So now for me, it's to see how, once he starts, the level of growth he can have. Because I don't expect anybody to get their job for the first time and be perfect at it. You have to grow. And it comes down to how quick can you grow. So if he's growing at a rapid pace, by the end of the season, we'll be like, damn, this dude here really has something. Or he needs a little bit more growth, or we might think he don't have it. I think it won't be that.
I mean, where I give Dan Quinn a lot of credit is he knew he had to shake things up, and he has rolled the dice with 2 first-time coordinators.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that if it goes poorly, he can outrun it. I don't know that any of them can.
Yeah.
But if it goes well, it's going to look really, really good on him for giving these guys the opportunities. I think offensively with Blau, there is a learning curve that, like, if somebody gets their driver's license, you can drive with your parents, you can drive with the instructor, but until you're driving on the Beltway at rush hour, you're never going to experience that.
True.
And for Blau, that's just the reality of the situation. Like, they're going to have these joint practices, and there's going to be preseason games. But until we get to Philly and that clock's speeding up and that crowd's loud as hell and he's wondering exactly what to do, like, we'll never know it. But he's a cerebral ass dude, man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's played the position in the league and understands what helps a young quarterback, what doesn't. And I think there's real reason for confidence, even if from the outside looking in, it's like, man, I don't know about that. I want to let the callers weigh in. Let's go to my guy Rusty in Delaware real quick. What's up, Rusty? How confident are you in this David Blau situation?
Fellas, how we doing today?
Good, man.
Hey, super confident in Blau. And I've read kind of the tea leaves about how people say that he's really good at communication. He's got some real strong ideas coming from Coach Johnson. But my thing is number one, he's a smart dude, and smart dudes know how to put together effective game plans. And he also, while he reached the pinnacle, played in the NFL, he wasn't really like a top 10 player, in my opinion, is the best coaches weren't always the best players. So for him to come in and kind of be able to put his hands around everything and make it his own, his personality, I think he's going to be one of the good ones. I'm excited.
It's going to be fun. Thanks, Rusty. We'll see you Friday.
Yep, man. Yep, I'll be there.
All right, sounds good, man. Rusty's a loyal listener from Delaware. He gets to play a home game and come see us at the Starboard on Friday. We're taking your calls next. How confident are you in David Blau? Because Terry McLaurin sure seems confident. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals kicked off with an incredible collapse by the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavs led by 22 with just over 7 minutes to go in the game. The New York Knicks got the Garden rocking, which was exactly what the Cavs could not afford. The Knicks erased the massive fourth quarter deficit with a 44-11 run to beat the Cavs 115-104 in overtime and steal Game 1. Jalen Brunson scored 17 of his 38 points in the fourth quarter and overtime. More in the NBA, the Mavericks and head coach Jason Kidd agreed to mutually part ways. The Mavericks will pay a hefty price for him to not coach. Kidd still has 4 years and more than $40 million remaining on his contract. In the NFL, Rashee Rice has been sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana, violating the terms of his probation. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-33000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
Cash money. Jeff just asked for a Zen, if anybody's curious.
I don't think he wants to try that ever again.
He doesn't want the smoke. Right now, though, we're taking your calls, 800-636-1067. How confident are you in David Blau? Got to talk to Terry McLaurin yesterday. He's confident. He seems legit excited. And I think that offense, by the time we got to mid-December, late December, everybody's ready for a refresh. Yeah. And I think it's coming. And much like we talked about defensively, Brian, they tried to address this defense. They sure are trying to fix it. We're not going to know until we see it.
We will, yeah. It's going to take some time.
Let's start with Greg is in Springfield. Greg, how you feeling about David Blau?
Hey, guys. Good. I'm excited. I think he comes under what, to me, is one of the best 4 or 5 offense coordinators in the NFL under Johnson, and I think he picked up stuff from Cliff, and I think he's a smart guy that's been tracked for this position. And if he has a successful year, I think he's going to be on the short list for NFL coaching next year, because that's what everybody's looking for, is the next hot coordinator. And I'm excited. I think he's ready to go, and I think it's going to be interesting and fun to watch.
It should be fun, man. I think everybody is. Thank you, Greg. Everybody is legitimately in search of the next hot young coordinator.
True.
Right? Like, that's what the league has become. Like, Washington almost bucked that trend when they went with Dan Quinn as the hire. You have seen some more kind of, I hate the term retreads, but coaches with experience get hired. Saleh got the job in Tennessee. Harbaugh got the job in New York. Even Mike McCarthy, who was an offensive guy, got another chance.
Sometimes you just think of it like this, Jay. You wouldn't want to go buy Indy or NASCAR and just put an amateur behind it. Sometimes you want to get the guys who have experience. Other times, that guy that you say is up and coming, that can overcome experience sometimes, because you feel like if everybody thinks this is the next guy, hell, I'm not going to let him get by, because there's been many a times we've let the other guys get by.
Sure. We'll keep these phones going. Our guy Juan is in Fairfax. Juan, what up, dude?
What's going on, guys?
Doing good, man.
All right, the way I see it, he's good. I like, you know what I'm saying? I like who we got at the offensive coordinator position. Plus, you know, this is going to be real intriguing when we play the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles do not know what we're going to do. They don't know how Blau is going to how he's going to come out in this offense and nothing. So the Eagles are going to be playing catch up, and when the Eagles are playing catch up, the game's going to be out of hand at that time. So I like who we got at the offensive coordinator position. I like who we got at the defensive coordinator position. I like what we have. It's just that we just had to get out there and put it out there on the field and prove it. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it is, man. I mean, I like what we got.
All right,
appreciate it, man. Juan, how you feeling, dog? You were very adamant about Jeremiah Love. You good now? Have you made your peace?
Yeah, I'm good. I like Sonny Styles. I like who we got in Sonny Styles. The man can play both positions, the linebacker and safety. So if somebody goes down in the safety position, Sonny Styles can get back there. I like who we got in Sonny Styles, so I'm gonna take it. That's what it is. But I'll see you guys training camp. I won't see you guys this weekend, but I'll see y'all guys training camp if the site does not go down like it did last year. Training camp 2026. Let's go!
All right, brother. Let's appreciate you, bud. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Doing good, man. What's up?
Not too much. I'm like JP. I feel like you don't know until he's tried and tested. But the fact that other people around the league have spoke highly of him, and he was being sought after by at least one other team. So I'm at like about 8 out of 10. I hate to mention anything from Dallas, but I'm hoping he's on like the Kellen Moore type track, like backup quarterback. Didn't really shine as a player, but just the knowledge and everything of the game that made him able to be an NFL quarterback is what comes through in his coaching.
I like that, man. I think that's a fair spot. Listen, I get hating Dallas, but if you can get Kellen Moore, who I believe was the OC when Philly won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, I think there's a lot of advantages there, man.
True.
But
go ahead.
I'm hoping he's the next Kellen Moore.
I hear you. Thanks for the call, Scott.
Hope he's better than Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore pretty damn good.
I don't know.
We'll see. Kellen Moore got Tyler Shuck slanging it last year in New Orleans.
We shall see.
Our guy Drew is in Graysonville. Drew, how you feeling about Blau?
I would say I'm optimistic rather than confident. I don't know how he's going to go, but I like what I'm hearing. I like us doing more motion. I like getting Terry more targets, and I like his background and what everyone said about him. And frankly, I think the way the defense plays is going to have as big an impact on the offense as anything else. So I can't wait to see it on the field, and I think that'll be the test. But right now, we made changes that seem like they're moving in the right direction, and now we got to put some wins together. I also think we can start off slow and get hot later in the year because of the chemistry and the way the schedule is shaping up. So it can be a little bit of a roller coaster season, but that can make it exciting at the end there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Drew, what'd you do to my boy Mitch at the Mickey Steele golf tournament, dog?
Mitch is responsible for Mitch.
Mitch was hurt.
Yeah, well, it was a pro tournament.
So in other words, Mitch couldn't handle himself, JP? You let me know. Come on now, hold on. Big Mitch got mitched. Oh, you said he lost to the alcohol, or he lost in golf?
I don't know how the golf went.
So he lost in alcohol too.
The golf was not good, but I got to say I played really terrible. We did play with Kelly, the guy that used to be the punter during the championship. He was great. So if it wasn't for him, our team would have sucked.
Kelly Goodburn?
Goodburn. Yeah, he was good. And Fred Smoot was ahead of us. And
he was horrible.
Yeah, and we got it all on video, so Fred is in trouble.
Please send me some of that. I need evidence.
Yeah, you could hear him at every hole, though. You knew when he was playing.
Drew, are you going to come hang at the Starboard on Friday?
I might. I didn't even know about it. I've been doing so much crap, but that sounds good.
All right, come hang out.
Hang out.
We'll see you, bud.
I'll make a shot. Yeah, all right. That sounds good.
All right,
buddy.
Thanks.
You mean tell me Mitch Tishler got destroyed?
No. I'll let him tell you the story. You'll see him on Thursday. It's an interesting story.
I don't need him to tell me. I need you to tell me. We always tell each other stuff.
I'll tell you in the break. It's an interesting story. All right. I think what Drew said there, though, about Blau resonates. I think a lot of things with this Washington team coming off a bad season, undoubtedly. 5-12 is bad. There's reasons for optimism in what they've done, but not necessarily confidence. Now, one of the reasons perhaps for skepticism, or damn it, pessimism if you want, Fox Sports has an article today, which NFL quarterbacks have the most help, ranking all 32 supporting cast.
Okay.
Dolphins are dead last, then the Browns, then the Raiders, then the Titans, then the Commanders.
Mm-hmm. But see, this is what I say about all that, Jay. We have all these questions. We ask people all this stuff. But let's be real. Sonny Styles got drafted number 1. Sonny Styles never played in the NFL at linebacker. But everybody thinks he's going to be great because he's the number 1 draft pick. So you have to make your mind up on what you think about somebody. And for me, hearing all the positive things about David Blau and seeing the willingness to push him through this thing quicker, and listening to my boy Deuce Staley say stuff about him, what he felt when he was there, I had that level of confidence. Because what we've learned to do as fans, media guys, all the people calling in, we judge the guys starting by finished products. Terry McLaurin wasn't Terry McLaurin that he is today when he first got here. But we had confidence that he can get there. And he's gotten there. You look at what Jaden, when he got drafted, he had confidence because he had done something at a higher level. So I just look at the fact of when I'm looking at people, I look at the people around them, what they say about the person, how they discuss them. So that gives me confidence that the guy has been doing something to get that level of recognition. So I feel comfortable. And I would say confident to a certain extent that he could come out here and get it done. But you know what it's going to take? Talent. Guys on the team to hit where they're supposed to be getting. Because that coach, I don't care what he calls, if they go out there and screw up, it ain't going to be no good.
Agreed. I think as far as, you look at the weapons for Jaden, I think one part that goes missing in the weapons conversation, I think this O-line should be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
If they run the ball better, if the defense gives them more opportunities, if they don't have to score 30 and they have to score 24 is the difference. You know what I mean? Like, I think looking at weapons is a very kind of how we view football prism now of fantasy and player props, but I think there's a lot more to winning games than just looking at weapons. Greg is in D.C. What's up, Greg?
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm kind of optimistic about it a little bit because Dan Quinn is his 3rd year, and he got 2 new coordinators, and within week 4, I don't know if it's going if it failed, because you just said the guys that have the talent and the talent. If it don't work, then what's the plan B? If they're gonna go the rest of the season with him being the offensive coordinator, or are they gonna pull them out and try to do something when they did when I forgot their name, that guy who coached. They took the playbook from him, and the rest of the year they called the plays. I'm kind of optimistic. I'm on both of them, offense and defense coordinator. You filling in pieces that's going to be on the field for the first year a player. So
your phone cut out.
Yeah, but
it's a fair point.
I think if you're hiring somebody to do it for the first time, he's not going to be gone after 4 weeks.
No. What is interesting though,
and I think the thing with he talking about what was the guy
Dan Campbell?
No, last year here.
What do you mean?
They took the play calling from.
Oh, Joe Witt.
Joe Witt. It was 2 years. Well, it was a year and a half, basically.
The only interesting thing to that point is if it goes bad with Blau, like last year, Dan Campbell eventually took the play calling back from his first year OC, right?
There's nobody to take it back.
There's nobody to take it back.
Yeah.
They don't have another offensive dude like that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Blau or bust in a lot of ways, which maybe for some is scary, but this is the situation Quinn has created, man. So I can't wait to find out. Like a lot of things with this season, I can't wait to find out. Speaking of can't wait to find out, in an hour, Brian, we haven't been able to talk about my Bandon trip, all the over-unders, how things landed.
Yeah.
I want to talk through Bandon Dunes with you because you've been there, you know the course.
You didn't talk about your Bandon trip? What you been talking about? 1886 baseball?
I wanted to wait for you, dude. When we return, though, our guy Ben Strober apparently had a really rough night on the toilet. We'll find out more together.
I really don't want to know much more about this.
Finley. I love what Jeff does with the songs. Now, I know if you're on the podcast, you don't get to hear it. So Jeff is playing Burn, Baby, Burn. Who sings that?
And I'm just laughing.
The Tramps.
The Tramps. Shout out to the Tramps.
Burn, baby, burn.
So our guy Ben Strober's got bright
What you
red
doing,
hair.
Benny? Burn, baby, burn.
So, Benny, what the hell happened to celebrate the... Now, Ben is locked on the Wizards. That's the podcast, right?
There you go.
And Ben is producer on Grant and Danny in the afternoons, does a lot, doing our updates today, does a great job, works his ass off. I applaud you. I met your father. I said, man, your son works hard.
I appreciate that.
I told you, B.
Same height.
Alan? Is Alan your father?
Alan is my father, yes.
Yo, they're the same dude. Alan is same height, kind of jacked. He just has a beard.
Red hair?
I'm taller by 3 inches. Can you believe that?
Wait, stand up. You taller than your dad by
How
3
tall
inches?
are you, Ben? 5'7"?
Yeah, we'll say that.
6.5, dog.
Damn.
We can round up to 6 foot if you want.
He's my brother height, Tyrone. 6.5.
5 and up, you round up, right?
Sure. If you're under 5'8", you can round up, dog. Fire away.
Thank you.
I don't understand why. So to celebrate the Wizards getting the number 1 pick, you decided to do a live stream eating the hot buffalo wings. Do I have this correct?
Blazing wings. You got to get it blazing knockout wings.
So
from Buffalo
Stallion
Wild
came up and
Wings.
told me this story. I was like, all right, I'm going to find out.
Do you not
live.
know that blaze when it comes out too?
So you went to B-Dubs for this celebration?
I did.
And you had to sign a waiver.
Correct.
Oh, those wings.
Yeah, they come out and they give you a 3-page packet. You have to sign. They
Yeah.
have the manager as a witness, so you can't sue them if anything goes wrong.
Yeah.
So you're live streaming this.
Live streamed it, yes.
Like,
Wait.
Chris Russell's a friend of mine, but I don't recommend people going to the Chris Russell school of make outrageous claims with no real benefit to you. This seems like a Chris Russell type of move.
Yeah, what's the benefit?
Yeah,
of you
why?
doing this?
Why?
So the benefit was when I came up with this idea on the podcast.
So you said, yo, if they get number 1, I'm eating blazing wings.
Yeah, we had to come up with a punishment, and the easy way out.
Why you want a punishment if somebody got something great?
Yeah. What?
Why do you guys not like bits? You guys hate
No,
bits?
I don't.
B hates bits.
I think bits is just stupid.
I think
why you want to do something damaging to yourself when somebody else did something? That's why University of Maryland, when I first got here, every time they won, they burned up everything.
Yeah, I was part of that.
Don't make no sense to me.
Left hand up on that.
I mean, that makes no sense.
Did I ever tell you I once burned all of my clothing and ran around the bonfire nude?
Yeah, nah, JP, you crazy. But I think Ben just thought, maybe the NBA was going to screw us per usual.
So your thing was, if they don't get number 1, I'll eat the blazing wings?
No, if they get the first pick. I didn't think it was going to happen. You know how shocked I was they got the first pick?
Dude, I was speaking optimism leading into it.
I thought third.
We manifested the number 1.
See, whenever you bet on something, people focus on what's great. That bad end of that bet can always come up.
All right, so you said if they get number 1, I'll eat the blazing wings.
Correct.
Which makes no sense, but here we are. All right, so you get to B-Dubs yesterday. You sign the waivers. The manager comes over. You promise not to sue. What does it taste like? What does it smell like?
It smells hot. It smells like fire. It looks like my hair. It doesn't taste very good, if I'm going to be honest with you. It's just hot. That's all you taste is hot.
Did you have to eat 1 or like a whole order?
No, I ate a whole 10.
You got to eat the whole 10.
God.
But as soon as you start eating it, you already know, like, oh boy, this is going to be a problem. Because you fast forward to when you take your seat.
Now, when we, back in the day, had the parlay, and if somebody lost it, they'd do a shot of hot sauce. I was on the wrong end of that, I think, twice.
Yeah.
And I then said I'll no longer do it. Because going down is tough, but you were smart. You drank some milk. Did you have any milk yesterday?
Only after the challenge is done. You can have any milk, water, any of that stuff. No ranch, no blue cheese either.
The milk helps going down, but nothing helps coming out.
No.
Water.
Yeah, it's like
Water.
they have, like what you call the little kookaburra? They just feel like that on it when they're coming out.
It's like eating a porcupine on
There you go.
the way out.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I watched this stream the whole time, and there was such a build up to it. I think Ben said they waited 48 minutes for the wings, by the way.
Yep.
And so they were just on stream
Because they got to make sure they don't touch them.
Oh my God! I mean, Ben.
They got a hazmat suit on making these wings.
Literally, Ben and his co-host were drenched in sweat by wing number 3.
Okay.
I thought there was no.
Wait, your co-host 82?
way. Yes.
Yeah, we both did it.
So who
10 apiece or together?
You came up with the idea to bet, and he went along with it?
Yeah.
See, that's a damn fool. see, that's why bits don't work. You came up with the idea. You do that.
He
you
wanted
each eat
he
10?
wanted to be on it. We both ate 10. We both did it. Everybody was in the comments,
What
including
time was
Claire.
this? This is last night?
This was last night around 8 p.m.
So you get home around 10. How you feeling?
My stomach hurt a little bit on the drive home, but I went to bed and my mouth was like still tingling a little bit when I was falling asleep. And I woke up.
You sleep okay?
Yeah, I slept fine. I woke up this morning. I went to the gym, did cardio, weights, the whole shebang, and everything felt good.
And then what happened?
And then I decided to purchase an energy drink because I was really tired.
So it sped everything up.
300 milligrams of caffeine right to the stomach. So the only thing in my stomach is a energy drink, 300 milligrams of caffeine, and then
some
these blazing
hot-ass
wings.
wings.
And as we get to like Metro Center on the red line before I'm about to transfer at Gallery
So where do
Place.
you get on? Shady Grove or something?
Yeah, Shady Grove. Damn. It's a long ride.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We stop at Metro Center, and I'm like, all right, I don't have too much longer before I get to the station. It's got to change trains, all of that. And then all of a sudden, the Metro conductor's like, we'll be holding this train. I'm like, oh, no. 10 minutes we
What's
held.
your stomach like
what's
at
your
this
stomach
point?
say? Brr.
You know how Michael Winger said the bubble guts about the first pick? I had the bubble guts.
So it sounded like this.
Were you able to get to the station, or did you have to bail and like find a coffee shop in downtown?
I made it at the buzzer.
Did you just run straight into the restroom?
Yep.
Were you able to like put your stuff down?
Yeah. Now we know why the bathroom smelled like it did.
Yeah, because I was like,
No,
this
come
morning was
on.
crazy.
Come on.
This morning was crazy.
Come on.
Around the first
wait,
break,
wait.
I was like,
So-
oh, man.
That wasn't me.
As you were walking here when it did this, then you knew something was wrong, huh?
It wasn't even that big. He started to pass gas, and they started to get real silent and hot, and they started to smell real putrid. That's when he knew he had to use the bathroom.
Now he's just making stuff up. 'Cause none of this happened.
So did
so
everything
all
work
that
out
happened.
okay? Just painful?
Yeah, it hurt a little bit. Can't lie. I can't lie to you.
Will you do it again?
Yeah. What have you learned?
If the Wizards win the finals, I'll do it again.
No, you have to go bigger than that. If they win the finals, like
what's bigger
If they,
than that?
if they win the finals, you know what I want you to do? Go celebrate. Don't try to kill yourself.
Yeah,
I will celebrate.
Try my type of bit. If the Wiz win the finals,
Okay.
you go splurge on something nice for yourself. Don't try to eat something that could possibly kill you.
So like buy a car.
Yeah,
Sure.
there you go.
The
That
Wiz
might
win
help
the
you.
finals, buy a car.
Buy yourself a car. But I don't understand why you want to do something that's going to harm you because they did something spectacular.
It's bid season. It's a good time. We had a lot of fun. The people at the tables next to us were
Yeah,
into
yeah,
it.
yeah.
A family watching the
Yeah,
Nats
you
game,
know what?
they were into it. They
I can tell
loved
you,
it.
it sound good.
B, are you going to go watch the stream?
No. if the Wiz win the finals, guess what I'm going to be doing? Popping champagne with them.
Yeah, dude.
And I'll be with you.
Yeah, but we won't be eating no damn hot ass wings.
All right, we don't have to do hot wings.
Thank you for the time, Benny.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck with everything, Ben. B, I want to ask you about Steph Diggs. Where you at? If it makes sense, do you want them to add a receiver? If we're talking veteran receivers, I have a lot of interest in one of them and not much in the other. Nobody go anywhere.
Brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. The Nationals once again are a game from 500. Game 3 of the series against the Mets gets underway today at 6:45. Right-hander Zach Littell is listed as probable to get the ball for the Nats against the left-hander Zach Thornton, who will make his major league debut tonight. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Pre-game with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler begins at 6:15. In the NBA, we've got some big shakeups in the coaching landscape. Jason Kidd is out as the Mavericks head coach after 5 seasons. The New Orleans Pelicans hired former Magic head coach Jamal Mosley as their next head man. More in the NBA. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio tips off at 8:30 tonight. The Spurs lead the series 1-0 behind a 41-point and 24-rebound performance from Victor Wembanyama on Monday. Seriously, who is going to stop this guy? The Spurs have won 5 of 6 matchups with the defending champion Thunder this season. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Schrober on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. We've had a lot of commercial breaks on this program where we all kind of hang out in the bullpen and tell weird stories. But I got to tell you, the last commercial break bullpen session was probably the weirdest one I've ever had. There's a generational gap between my age and younger men. And when you hear the phrase, can I share a moment of vulnerability with you? If you're my age, if you're in your 40s, take pause before you say yes, because you don't know that you want to dive into that. What I do want to tell you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro Partner at rude.com. And B, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. I
did talk to our boy Jimbo. I think there might be some very good news in the Jimbo family soon. We'll wait until we hear about that. So B, we've gotten to this, like, what's the right way of phrasing it? There appears to be some consistent flirtation around Stefon Diggs coming to the Commanders. I would hardly say anything official. I would say
flirtation with who? The fans you talking about?
Even Diggs at this point has mentioned a few times that he would love to play at home. Now, I also think Diggs would love to play in Atlanta or LA or Seattle. A lot of things will be
offer
if the price is right?
Mm-hmm.
I continue to hammer this point. I remember during the Bruce Allen days, a lot of folks made it personal with Bruce, and I tried my best to just mention his record running the organization, because the numbers are what matter ultimately, right? Like the personal stuff is whatever. But Steph Diggs last year, coming off knee surgery, played that many snaps, and he was good for them throughout the season. Had a good playoff run. Necessity to add to the receiver position for Washington. But if they did, where would a guy like Diggs be on your radar?
I think when you look at the fact and you look at the love or I'm gonna say what's the word I'm gonna say? The attraction, seem to be the absolute want to have Ayuk. If you want him that bad, then you need to think about Steph as well.
Who would you rather have of the two?
I think it comes down to the ultimate price.
Sure.
You know? And the thing of it, we're talking about Ayuk based off of what he was 2.5 years ago. If you know he can possibly get there, then I think you start to be concerned about, well, we can go either or. But if he doesn't get back to that, then Steph is the best, right? At this point.
Steph last season had over 1,000 yards receiving, and he got about a little north of 50% of the snaps. He got 54.6% of the snaps.
Okay.
So that's a productive player.
Hell of a productive player.
And I checked with folks in New England, He was a good locker room guy. No problems. I do think, especially if you go back to the Minnesota days, maybe there were maturity questions then, right? Like, that's also over 10 years ago. He was drafted by the Vikings in 2015. That's 11 seasons ago. He'll be going into his 12th year in the NFL. And I think getting into your 12th year in the NFL requires a level of maturation and growth that people just, dude, were you a different guy when you were 22 versus 33? Because I was.
Hell yeah.
Like,
I'm a different guy today than I was at 33. But, like, I mean, people act like you can't. One thing about receivers. Receivers are those who we want the ball. And when they want the ball, and then sometimes they go overboard asking for the ball, we knock them for it. But you want them to be that way. You want them to call for it. You want them to demand it. I just think that right now, when you look at it, who do you know can perform based off of what you saw over the last 2 years? Steph. No one can say that about Ayuk. Now, Ayuk can come back and be better than he was before.
Totally.
Or he can come back and never reach it. We don't know. But it seems like a lot of people want to wait for it. And it seems like we're waiting for it.
What Steph said most recently is, and he's been doing a lot of charity events where he'll do like a couple minute talk with the media. Steph Diggs said, that's what about the Commanders. Said, that's what everybody is talking about right now. We're going to talk about it real soon, though. I would not be shocked at all if Diggs actually has a visit with the Commanders. Honestly, there's probably a number of veterans coming in and out. And sometimes you have the meeting with a veteran player in May or June, and nothing happens till August or even later, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to see, hey, this is how we run our program. Where are you? How do you feel about our program? Well, what are you thinking?
Kick the tires, baby.
What are you thinking your role needs to be? Do we think there's a simpatical role for you here? Like, there could be, especially with veteran players, or hell, you see this in season all the time. We'll walk out of the locker room, there'll be 4 gigantic dudes sitting in those little chairs in the lobby. And I don't know who they are, but I know enough that, like, all right, they're bringing in some young D linemen just in case. And maybe that's for a practice squad role.
Yeah.
Maybe that's for, all right, we know we've got 2 guys battling turf toe, and we don't know if we're going to have to put one of them on the IR.
True.
And we want to have our options prepared.
Yeah,
So,
totally.
like, some of this is just team building and planning. But should we see a report, perhaps this week, that Diggs is taking a visit to Ashburn? That doesn't mean a signing is imminent, but that's a player that makes a lot of sense to me.
And I think what people have to understand is if they were to kick those tires, it's not about stunning anybody, growth, or stopping anybody. Yes, you got young guys on this team you want to see grow, but you also want to win this year. Okay? And when you saw the schedule pop up, if you got somebody of his caliber that can help you in those first 2 to 3, 4 games, right? So I don't think people really understand when you're building a team, it's not just all right now and it's not all for later on. It's a combination of all of that stuff. And if you got somebody who could come in right now while other guys are learning this game, learning to play it, and they can still play at a certain level, it helps that thing to get to a point where now you just keep feeding into it instead of completely depleting yourself, then have to build up. I want them to get to a point where the thing just is like constant. Every year somebody's starting to hit their mark.
For me, with Diggs, when going into this offseason, when it seemed pretty apparent that Bobby Wagner wasn't in the long-term cards anymore, right? I was really excited to see what Jordan McGee could bring to this defense, given a larger role. And then Sonny Styles falls to them at 7, and that's going to impact Jordan McGee's play. It just is. They already added Chenal. Like, that's the reality of the situation. But they did it because they think it makes them a lot better now and going forward, right? I mean, Styles is a different player. It's a 7th overall pick. I'm really excited about Antonio Williams and what he could become. But if they decide to add a player like Diggs, that does not immediately preclude Antonio Williams from having a good season.
Totally.
And perhaps he can learn something from a dude that's been in the NFL for 12 years.
Totally.
And I think in an offense with a lot of motion and movement, you can make things work out for both those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it interesting. I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but like if you look at Diggs over the years, he's had years where he was that true alpha dog. I mean, 2018 in Minnesota, went for over 1,000 on 149 targets, 9 touchdowns. Honestly, 2019 in Minnesota, this is with Kirk slinging it. He went for 1,100 yards in 15 games. Then he gets traded to Buffalo. The first year in Buffalo with Josh Allen slinging it, he gets over 1,500 yards, 127 catches. I believe that year he led the NFL in receptions and receiving yards. 3 more seasons of Buffalo, over 1,000 yards every season. Flirted with 1,500 again in 2022. The touchdown production's there. Then I believe he got traded to Houston, right? That year's when he hurt the knee. It really didn't go right. But to rebound with the year he had in New England and really was Drake May's go-to receiver. 85 catches, 1,013 yards, 4 touchdowns. I have a tough time understanding how people could want Ayuk more than Diggs. Maybe I'm crazy and that's not a real thing. I know there are fans out there excited about the possibility of getting Ayuk. Step one for Ayuk, because unless he shows up, if he shows up, he forces San Fran's hand because they've been very clear he's not taking a snap for us again.
Yeah.
But unless he shows up, they can just leave him on the injured left team list, the reserve list.
He has to. The thing about it, they are in. They don't have to make any moves.
Right.
He's the one that have to show up, and then they could do something. Because if he shows up, guess what? I'm here. I'm on your roster. You gotta pay me, and that looks bad for them. But if he doesn't show up, they could keep rolling on like they're doing.
Right, like the ball is in his court.
Yes.
Which is remarkable because he doesn't seem, maybe we'll find out, right? I don't know when Niners OTAs start, but he could just show up.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
I would. If I were him, the first day of their camps, I'm going to roll right on in there.
Would you have ever given up $25 million?
No, I wouldn't have. I can't be in that mindset. I don't know.
With all of the Ayuk stuff, that's the thing I find the most perplexing is it wasn't, we see players, especially once they've made some real money, that have workout bonuses, right? Like, hey, it's voluntary, but if you have perfect attendance at OTAs, you make $500K, you make $1 million. And they walk away from that. They want to work out on their own. They feel their finances are comfortable enough, whatever. Okay. Like, I couldn't make that decision, but I know that type of decision happens all the time. I don't know that we see players walk away from $25 million.
No. I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't think I ever will see it again.
I mean, don't you think there's a decent chance for a player like Anthony Davis, who's probably made close to $500 million, is going to show up in Washington because he knows there's almost $60 million on the line?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like, there's a scene in Mad Men where his second wife is like, why'd you do this to me? Because he kind of just broke her down, right? And Don Draper, the main protagonist, writes a check, slides it across the table. He says, that's what the money's for. Like, sometimes in life, you do stuff that sucks, and you do it for money.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, I get Ayuk may have been in a bad mental space and been unhappy with how he was treated with the team or whatever may have happened. $25 million, in most cases, I would think
you can make things a lot easier for you. I'm serious.
Jeffrey, maybe, I don't know, you're a young man. Can you wrap your brain?
No. I'm going to answer for him.
Is there a and maybe we can't answer this because we've never made that type of money. I mean, Brian would know it better than anybody, but like young people tend to be much more concerned about mental health and have this broader picture of the world than maybe folks my age or older do. Can you wrap your head around that?
Well, one, JP, young kids these days do anything for money too. You know, look, have you seen TikTok?
We
have you
just
seen
saw somebody
Instagram?
eat fire just to get some type of clout.
Yeah, man, it's not off track at all. Like, I don't. As long as we live, JP, people will do some crazy things with some money.
Who would you rather have, Diggs or Ayuk?
I gotta go with Diggs, and the reason why, like B. Mitch said, we going off of what Brandon did 2 years ago. At least we seen what Diggs can do last year.
Phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Are there folks out there that would rather have Ayuk than Diggs? Because to me, this now maybe big picture you're thinking about adding both, right? And if that's
possible,
if that's your stance, I can understand it. But like if it's an either or, I have a tough time with the Ayuk side of this thing. For me, just because it's like, dude, the one guy played last year and was good. Yeah. I understand he's older.
Yeah,
but
he was damn good.
Dude, I heard somebody that knows things. Diggs is running faster now than he did than he did at the combine. Because players learn how to use their body, how to make their turns, how to train. I would guess Steph Diggs at 32 is training smarter, maybe not harder, but smarter than he did at 22.
Probably so. I don't know, man. It's strange, Jay.
Yeah. But it's the NFL and crazy things happen. And I think a far different discussion in the Diggs Ayuk thing, and maybe it's unfair to try to present them as an even conversation, because the Diggs money is going to look very different than the Ayuk money.
I mean, higher or lower?
Steph can command way more. I imagine Ayuk on some level is playing a 1 year
prove it deal.
Yeah. Right? Like,
well, you would think, based off of what we've seen, you would think, but we don't know. It seems like a lot of stuff is just working in, like, many people believe.
Like, Steph made almost $20 million last year.
Mm-hmm.
So that number is going to be significant. Like, that may be the big hold-up difference here. I mean, he signed. Now, granted, last year they spread the money out in a lot of different ways, but the actual cash that Steph Diggs received was almost $20 million.
Yeah,
that I understand as a holdup. Like, yo, if you're looking for 20, I don't think we're in.
Mm-hmm.
But if the conversation is different, and he should be looking for 20, he had a good year.
Hell yeah. I probably had a more productive year than a lot of other guys. Making 20.
Wild card Scotty, real quick. What up, Scott? You get more interest in Ayuk or Diggs?
Absolutely, Diggs. He's done it longer. He's more proven, and I think it would be just a better story locally. But I got a little something about Ayuk, man. I mean, to walk away from $25 million, that's just unheard of, and it's going to put him in the conversation piece forever. I mean, whether he makes it or not as one of the, he's a good receiver, certainly. But this is going to be talked about forever. It's never happened, and it's putting him, and he might be that kind of an egomaniac where, this solidifies his place in history, I mean, walking away from that kind of bread.
That's serious cash, man. All right, Thank you, Scott. We're going to keep this receiver conversation going when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking your calls next.
We've got news in golf. Live Golf is moving forward with its plan to take a new business model to potential investors, despite a report that the league is laying the groundwork for potential bankruptcy in the U.S. if it doesn't find new financing beyond this season. Bloomberg reports Live Golf is considering relocating its headquarters to the U.S., where bankruptcy restructuring laws are more favorable. Live Golf has entities that are based in the U.S., England, and the island of Jersey. In the NFL, Rashee Rice has been sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana, violating the terms of his probation. More on the NFL, Brian Flores' lawsuit against the NFL intensified this week after court filings reveal that his legal team has served subpoenas to 25 NFL teams and served more than 1,000 discovery requests in an attempt to obtain league-wide hiring records and communications related to discrimination claims. The court filing did not identify which 25 teams were subpoenaed. Later on in the fan, Nats baseball. Game 3 between the Nats and the Mets gets underway at 6:45 p.m. Pre-game kicks off at 6:15. The Nats look to get back to 500 at the 50-game mark of the season. The Nats currently boast the number 1 run-scoring offense in baseball. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're taking your calls right now. We've heard so much about Brandon Ayuk for so long. He hasn't made a catch since October of 2004. Steph Diggs went for 1,000 yards last year in New England. Steph Diggs also made $20 million last year in New England. So there's a lot of moving parts in this discussion, and I don't think it's an apples-to-apples comparison. Or even like apples to oranges. I think we're comparing like grapes and kiwis or something. Like there's a very different conversation here. But I am curious if there are folks out there that are more in on one receiver or the other. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Reese in St. Mary's. What's up, Reese?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How y'all feel?
Good, buddy.
I feel it's like this. I think if he already knows he's going to get that money from Redskins, I think he automatically locked in with us. So I think it's a Jaden Daniels thing. So if Jaden Daniels want be like Chasing Burrows and that's his guy, you know they're going to work hard together. I think it's more of that. I think so. I think I'm going with IU because of Jaden Daniels. Then we got to sign Jaden Daniels next year, so we might as well make him happy.
Okay. It's interesting. I don't know that I agree with you, but that's a valid point. Mm-hmm. Where are you? Like in your years in the NFL, did guys ever get signed because they were boys with the quarterback?
No, not that I know of.
My
whole thing, listen, bro. If it was my brother, if he can't help us win, I don't care if he gets signed. My whole thing is helping me win. And I understand that relationship between he and Jaden, but Jaden is saying that based off of the guy he knew could play ball. If he can still do that, I understand. But if he can't, that's a problem. That's why we hired someone to put a team together. That's his job. Not listening to somebody hire my friend. We've seen that happen before here around this town.
We have. We really have. I also think they did add Rachaad White, who I think makes a lot of sense because they need kind of that pass-catching, good pass block back. Rachaad White, at his introductory press conference, said, I'm best friends with Jaden. I can tell you everything you need to know about him. Okay. So, if there is some conversation of we got to add, Jaden really wants this guy, they can be like, well, we got Rachaad. We think he could really help. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think the best types of front offices run things based on player emotion.
Yeah.
I think when you're making personnel decisions, you want to eliminate as much emotion as possible. And it's funny, just because I got to talk to Terry McLaurin yesterday, this time last summer, the organization was not making things easy emotionally for Terry.
Yeah.
Now, contracts are contracts, and the team's got to do what they got to do, but they didn't make – nothing was easy there.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Dan Quinn preaches brotherhood. Adam Peters got to run the front office as he wants to, but
at some
It'll look
point,
a little
at some
off.
point, it seems disjointed a bit.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. Dennis is in Reston. What's up, Dennis?
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. I've been waiting for this question to come up for a while. My vote's totally to step on Diggs. We're not playing favorites. If Jaden Daniels, hopefully that doesn't upset Jaden Daniels if actually this occurs. He's not here for favorites. He's here to win football games for us, and that's my opinion. That's it.
I like it, man.
Got that?
I'm with it.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for the call,
I just wondered if you guys could hear me.
No,
Yeah, we heard you. We heard you.
We got you.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. It's
Listen, man, and I listen. The ultimate thing is winning games, and that decision should be made based off of who they think can help them win games, not because one person is liked by the other. Win game. When I saw them in Cali, they had a lot of receivers running around. They seemed to be having a lot of fun. Didn't see Ayuk. Because ain't nothing against him working out with his boys over there.
right.
He could have been there too.
That's a great point. Great point. Let's go to Chris in Raleigh. Chris, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Doing good, man.
If we're choosing between the two, and I still think there's possibility you could end up with both and have some kind of pup deal for Ayuk simply because he just hasn't played. If you got to choose one or the other, I'm taking Diggs 100 times out of 100. We're talking about, how they can contribute. We know how Diggs can contribute. He was electric for New England last year, and the way that they used him, right? So we're talking about Blau, we're talking about moving guys around, inside, outside. Diggs has shown you he can do that, and he can do it in a way where you're still getting targets to Terry, getting targets to Antonio, and I don't know about Ayuk. The other thing that I would mention is that we're still missing that Zach Ertz kind of production in terms of the safety blanket, the 3rd and 6th guy who can move the chain.
That's a good point. I think they really expect that to be Okonkwo.
I think Okonkwo is more of an explosive guy, right? I feel like you could have him. Yes, he's a tight end, and Diggs doesn't play that position, but just the guy that you know who's going to be that possession receiver, who just is that reliable hands guy, and not trying to force Okonkwo into that role or Terry into that role. We know Diggs did that last year. He can do that this year. We just don't know what we're getting with Ayuk. So I know that there's a power of friendship, and you brought up, Rashad White. But if you look at Rashad White since he came into the league, basically, he's an elite pass catching back. He's up there top 5, top 10 in receptions by a running back. So he doesn't just have the friendship, but he has the production. We don't know what we're getting with Ayuk. I would love to have him in the building and see what we get, but not at the expense of something that you're getting with Diggs. Thanks, guys.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Chris.
Appreciate
Good
you.
call, man. I wanted to ask him, because he was calling from Raleigh, if he gets mad when we complain about traffic. Damon is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, D?
What up, D-Mitch? What up, Philly?
What up, bro?
Hey, if I had to choose between Diggs and Ayuk, I'm definitely going with Diggs. You have a guy that's been in the league for some years. You know when he come back, he's going to have something to prove to his old team. And depending on the money situation, I think that would be the main reason whether or not he stays or goes. But I mean, Ayuk, I'm not putting my money on Ayuk right now because I don't know what he's going to show or what his mindset really is. So I mean, I hope they can bring him here and he can team up with Terry. I mean, that'd be perfect. But at the end of the day, I'm definitely going with him. I can't do Ayuk.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate you, David.
No problem.
Yeah, if the option is Diggs, Ayuk, I take Diggs. If the option is Ayuk or nothing, I think I'm closer to nothing. But maybe that's what it will. By the time you get to the end of this, maybe that's what it requires to sign him.
Mm-hmm.
Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, man?
You remember when Prime Time used to play for the Cowboys, that commercial when he got 21 mils, and then he said he told Jerry Jones on the commercial, Jerry Jones asked him, is it going to be 2 or 1? And he said both. Well, that's what I want. I want both of them, and I'm gonna tell you why. Diggs, he'll get you a first down when you need it on the regular games, playoffs. Super Bowl, look at the Super Bowl with the Patriots just now. He was nowhere to be found. Ayuk, at the lights, he brights up. Everybody comments and throws dirt on him because he hasn't played, this and that. Man, to him, it's like riding a bike. If you want to compare, look at Sidney Rice from Kansas City. Every time he gets himself in the jam, right now he's in jail, whatever, and this and that. When he comes out, is there any difference in him? These dudes are athletes. These dudes are born, breathe, that talent. That you
they may
can't
be
buy.
born with that, but when you're not playing consistently, you can't automatically assume they're going to be that. Rashid White, right? You don't know what he could do right now. He's in jail, okay?
I love that he's like, he's in jail.
We don't know
but
what
when
the hell he can do right now. And when you look at, I mean,
last time, I got you.
That's the last time.
But the last time when he caused that accident and he came out, was there any change in him on playing? No. As a matter of fact, he caught more balls.
Yeah, that's a hell of a comparison.
I don't think you're making me understand exactly what you're saying, because I can understand a guy having an accident, missing a few months, coming right back, but a guy that hadn't played in 2.5 years is a different ball game. And part of that reason of him not playing is injuries as well.
Yeah, a big part.
I tell you like this, B-Max, between me and you, nobody else hearing, right? Between me and you, do you really think that the brother doesn't know our playbook? Or he hasn't been practicing with JD5 between me and you?
Everything.
I don't think he has been. He posts everything he does, and there ain't nothing about him working out. I can tell you like this: I'm a professional athlete, and I can't just go out and do what I used to do.
Thank you for the calls. We got more callers, so we'll take them when we come back. B. Mitch and Finley. Brian Baldinger will join the show at 1 p.m. Excited to get to chop it up with Baldy. B, I'm telling you, I am all in on Collars & Co. I don't know if you saw it. I posted on Instagram that I just got the new suede loafers. They are money in the bank. Even Lauren was like, ooh, those are nice. But whatever you get from Collars & Co., the dress collar polos, the performance dress shirts, or the weatherproof blazers, whatever it is, I can't get enough of it. I throw one on in the morning and I'm set. I can wear it for TV. I can wear it to play golf. I can go out for a date with my wife. Never have to iron it. Never have to hit the dry cleaner. Just take it straight off the hanger and you are out the door. With Father's Day coming up, Collars & Co. gear is the perfect gift. You can go from head to toe, whatever it is. Collars & Co.'s got you set for Father's Day. Check them out at collarsandco.com or in-store at Congressional Plaza and make it easy this year. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to be giving away Black Crowes tickets along with Whiskey Myers, Meriwether Post Pavilion. That should be a dope show. I know folks are really excited about it. Right now, though, before Brian Baldinger, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, everybody knows Baldy, tremendous breakdowns on social media. Before Baldy joins us in a few minutes, we're kind of rounding out this Diggs-Ayuk conversation, what Washington should do to add a receiver. There is legitimate concern if there's enough weapons surrounding Jaden Daniels. And certainly Steph Diggs had a great season last year. Brandon Ayuk, when he was right, was a really, really good football player. Got a lot of money from the Niners because of it. Hasn't played now in close to 2 seasons, though. So I want to round out these calls. My guy Rodney is in North Carolina. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's up, brother? Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'll definitely take Diggs over Ayuk. I feel like if you would have asked me this maybe a month or 2 ago, I probably would have said Ayuk. But the longer this goes on, like, the longer I'm just like, I don't want nothing to do with Ayuk. But I also wanted to say, like, I've been hearing people say that Diggs would take snaps away from Antonio Williams and, like, kind of stunt his growth or whatever. But I'm like, if they do the same things, they say they both, like, play inside and play outside, then I feel like they could be on the field at the same time. If Diggs is inside, then Williams can go outside and vice versa. So I'm just wondering, like, how y'all feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, what I believe in the NFL is that it's a meritocracy and that the best players that show the best will get the work. I also think the receiver position, go back to 2024 when this team was really good, they spread the ball around.
Yeah.
And Jameson Crowder came in halfway through the year and had a really important second half of the season. So, like,
totally.
Receiver is a position where the more you got, the better. You know what I mean? So I think, is the Antonio Williams discussion with Diggs part of it? Sure. But I don't know that you can't make things work with both players. I would argue you can.
You can. And I hear people always saying you're going to stunt somebody's growth. So you want them to get to a point. You just think they're going to just show up there, or do they have to work to get there? So if you have a veteran player on the team that can help you out and also fill in those shoes while you're building there, I don't think that hurts.
Let's go to Stu in Alexandria. What's up, Stu?
How you doing, gentlemen? Long-time listener, first-time caller. To answer your question, I would state I would go after Diggs this year and next year pull in Ayuk. And you can pull him in whenever they release him. But I would go with Diggs for now. He's ready, and deal with Ayuk once he does come available for next year.
That's a good point. Like, eventually, presumably, Ayuk will become available. Maybe you wait on that.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of questions, man.
Yeah. Because if it's a whole nother year, that's a whole nother year not playing, too.
You know how, like, sometimes there's, like, you're in your 20s, you're going out to bars, and there's, like, the one girl you're all friends with that everybody knows she's just so crazy that, like, you're cool with her, but, like, you can't date her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that might be Ayuk. Like, I don't know. All right, here we go. The triumphant return. A man of the cloth. Let's get closer to the Lord. Hello, Reverend. Rev T, what up,
brother?
JP, B, Miss Jeff, and I love you the best. And I heard y'all got a young pup, his name Ryan, who ain't showing enough line. But at the end of the day, put this in the books in Twitter and Dinner and X, Facebook, TikTok, whatever you love the best. Instagram, I'm talking my man, the Stephon Diggs right now. Hail to the blood and gold, young blood that all fill up in your soul. The reason why you run on routes, the reason why you out there, because you had the taste of the Redskins all in your blood. So, Stephon Diggs, you got the money, you got the pretty honey. At the end of the day, get your agent on the phone and tell him find a way to make that money right to bring you home. And if you don't ever feel that you love by the DMV, just know one thing for sure. The People's Hype Man, Rev T, then told you, come home. Get that Super Bowl ring. What better way to end your career? I heard this thing about Ayuk and do. Man, give Ayuk some foo-foo and tell him keep on staying where he at and bring Brandon D. You know how much overfield Terry Malone to get? And they can't double-team everybody at the end of the day. Come on, that's tough football now. So at the end of the day, Stephon Diggs, y'all go retweet this, go share this directly at him. Man, come to the DMV. If you don't want us owning your videos, owning your shows and stuff, come to DC. Come to the Commanders. Y'all know what this is, and I ain't never short of my words for none of them Bammers. The people's hype man. Y'all said with me on my birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
1738. We out the gate, B-Mitch. 1738. We out the gate.
Thank you, Reverend.
March
with me.
He been sipping on that already.
I think that was a thorough vote to sign Steph Diggs.
Yeah. Exactly.
Listen, man, I think Diggs can make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think the money is the hurdle. If this team didn't want to give Terry 30 last year, you want to give Diggs 20? Because Diggs wants 20.
Mm-hmm.
He made 20 last year.
Hey, man, the going rate for receivers now, good receivers is getting up there. So you can't just, and then just like we tell players, can't ask for what you can't get. Teams can't just think everybody going to play for below what the market is.
For sure. If you're Steph Diggs, he can help lots of teams.
Yeah.
Sure, he's from here, but do you believe there'll be any sort of hometown discount?
No.
Not at all. And I'd argue there shouldn't be.
No.
Hometown discount to me applies when you've played in one city for a long time and you want to continue to play there.
You know what? I tell who all the people that come up. You notice who come up with those things? People that don't get paid.
Right.
Hometown discount don't work. They not going to, like, how about the hometown give me more account? Give me more money because I was here all my time.
PFT commenter told a funny story on his podcast when Taylor Heineke announced his retirement last week, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He said it was really funny because I filmed a video with Heineke before free agency. And as we were talking, I asked him, is there any place you don't want to go? And he said, I'll be cool with whatever, but I'd rather not go to Atlanta. My family's from there. There's just a lot of distractions. I think it'd be better for me to go elsewhere. 10 days later, news comes out. Heineke signs with Falcons. And PFT texted him. He's like, hey, dude, I'm so glad we haven't published that video. Heineke's like, oh, yeah, please take that out of there. And PFT's like, well, why'd you go with Atlanta? And he said, they gave me the most money.
Hey, that's how it always. Yeah. Come on, hometown discount my butt.
Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, will join us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. The NBA Eastern Conference Finals kicked off with an incredible collapse by the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavs led by 22. With just over 7 minutes to go, the New York Knicks got the Garden rocking, which was exactly what the Cavs could not afford. The Knicks erased the massive fourth-quarter deficit with a 44-11 run to beat the Cavs 115-104 in overtime. Jalen Brunson scored 17 of his 38 in the fourth quarter in overtime. More in the NBA, the Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd agreed to mutually part ways with the team. The Mavericks will pay a hefty price for him not to coach. Kidd still has 4 years and more than $40 million remaining on his contract. In the NFL, Rashee Rice has been sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana, violating the terms of his probation. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Decory fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Decory jewelry in D.C. Go to mervis.diamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober and the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com, and if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We are very excited to get on the Rude guest hotline to talk to our friend Brian Baldinger. Before we do that, though, we have 2 pairs, not 1, 2 pairs of tickets to go see the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Tuesday, June 16th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. 800-636-1067. You win. We got 2 pairs of tickets for the Black Crows at Merriweather. Now, we get to talk to Baldy, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy,
how are
what's
you,
up,
sir?
brother?
What's up, guys? How we doing, man?
We chilling, man.
We're doing great, man.
Good.
I hope you're enjoying your summer. You know,
yeah.
I don't believe I've talked to you since the NFL draft. I'm curious what you think of Sonny Styles landing in Washington.
Well, I thought he was the best linebacker in the draft, of a deep linebacker draft. A kid that came into Ohio State, as a safety and started right away, and then kind of grew into his body and became a linebacker. And he was the quarterback of that defense, talented defense, and that's what he'll be for Dan Quinn. And so I just think it was a great pick. It was an easy pick. I didn't think he would get past, honestly, the Giants, but they took Arvell Reese. But regardless, I thought he has everything it takes to become, kind of like the quarterback of the defense and get everybody lined up. That's what he did at Ohio State, wear the green dot, and, basically, function as the leader of the defense, huddling guys up. And he's just a real natural leader and a great skilled player.
But, like guys like at his height, middle linebackers are normally those guys around 6'2" are down.
Yep.
He's 6'4" and maybe closer to 6'5". Is it any kind of difficulties he would have to deal with being that height, playing in that inside like that?
I think it's a benefit, actually, B. Mitch. I think his height is going to be a factor. Guys that are that kind of height in this business, Tremaine Edmonds now, was in Chicago. And, you look at these guys, he's with the Giants now, but, these guys that are, Urlacher, who was tall, I guess it's harder to throw the ball in the middle of the field. There's just those kind of throws that San Francisco loves to make, just those layered throws in the middle of the field. It makes it just a little bit tougher. B. Wags was a great player. Might still be a great player. I don't think he's going to be in Washington anymore, but, he was 6'1". This guy that, he gets his drops. Fred Warner's been a great player in this league. He's 6'2.5". This guy's even taller. And I think once he understands the passing game a little bit better and some of the crossing routes and some of the speedo routes that they're going to run deep down the field, it's going to be a little tougher to throw over his head. Once he starts realizing just how they attack in the middle of the field in this league.
Hey, Baldy, kind of big picture question for you. In 2024, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters take over in Washington. They draft Jaden Daniels, and really kind of everything went right for them, right? They had a ton of really close games break their way. The following year, 5-12, Jaden gets hurt. There's injuries all over the roster. Going into year 3 with this team, what do you think are like real expectations? What is this team?
I don't know exactly because it's a brand new coaching staff, basically. I mean, I know Dan's in charge, but, the new offense coordinator, new defensive coordinator, a lot of new coaches, and first-time coaches. I mean, you look at David Blau, and, he has not coached much. He's never called a play in his life. He's basically left the field and was assistant quarterback coach, and now he's calling plays and installing the offense, and it all goes through him. And so, I want to see what he does. I want to see what, Devontae does. He was a good disciple of Brian Flores, if brings that style of defense. I don't really know. They rebuilt the entire defense, and so there's a lot of new pieces there that have to come together, and we'll see how well they play under Durante. But, it's a team that, got to take the ball away a lot more than they did last year. I think they had 10 takeaways the whole season. They're not going to win a lot of games and go on any kind of a run if they can't do that. So, they rebuilt the defensive line, the linebacking core. It's all new and under new coaching. So I don't know what to make of it yet. I don't know if they're closer to 14 wins like 2024 and playing in the NFC Championship game, or closer to 5-12 like they were a year ago, and went on an 8-game losing streak after that dreadful loss to Chicago. So I'm not sure if it's somewhere in between, or if they can get hot. And this staff, does a great job with this new group.
Adolphe always got it brought in to be a pass rusher. Showed some promise when he was with the Chargers. What do you think he can do possibly now? His team as a full-time guy.
Well, he really was coached under Chuck Smith, who was the pass rush specialist coach in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. And every time I saw him, whether it was training camp or before a game, Brian, like he was a worker. And I think Chuck really helped him. And then, he gets traded to the Chargers, and he has kind of a breakout season. He gets 3 sacks in one game. He gets a sack against Jordan Mailata with the Eagles. I mean, he really had a good second half of the season once he got traded at the trade deadline, and he kind of popped. The talent was there. He didn't really do a lot at Penn State when he was there. He didn't play a lot. I feel like he's now, I think he's really learned a lot over the last couple of years with Chuck, and I think he's ready to, be a consistent double-digit sack guy. I mean, that's why they signed him for that kind of a money right now.
Yeah, I mean, he got real money. Mm-hmm. Elsewhere on Washington, on the offensive side of the ball, a lot has been made about the receiving core. You've got Terry McLaurin, but then not a lot of, certainly household names after that. In the modern NFL, when you look at how offenses kind of spread it around and backs are catching more passes, the tight end might be a real key here in Washington. How comfortable are you with Washington's skilled players on offense?
We got to see what Antonio Williams does, if he can take off or if he's just going to be a guy. He was injured, some at Clemson when he was there, but he's got enough height and good speed, all that kind of stuff. They're giving. Well, we'll see what Jalen Lane looks like in his second season. He had some moments last year. Diami has been a pretty good productive player as the number 2 or 3 guy. They got a lot of bodies there. I don't know if there's anybody that really pops after Terry McLaurin. And so they picked up a tight end from Tennessee who's had some good moments in this league, and maybe he can replace, the production that, that they had at that position before. And so, it's some question marks there. But, the quarterback job is to make everybody else around him better. Mm-hmm. And we'll see if Jalen can do that right now.
We talk a lot in this town. We're talking a lot about Brandon Ayuk, and it seemed like the Commanders are waiting for the 49ers to release him. And then you have Steph Diggs also. When you look at those 2 receivers, where would you lean towards? Ayuk or Diggs, a guy who's shown that he could still play last year?
Yeah, that's a good question, Brian. If I had to choose right now, just because Ayuk, we haven't seen him, nobody has seen him on the field since he tore his knee up. So I don't know what kind of condition he's in. I don't know how healthy he is. I know Diggs was healthy, and he had a good season last year, real good season. He got a big touchdown pass against the Houston Texans, that helped them beat the Texans right before the half. I mean, he's still a productive player. He still has great hands. He still runs good routes. Looks like he was all in last year in New England. I would lean towards Diggs right now, and I think playing opposite McLaren right now, I think that might be a really good 1-2 punch if they were able to get him.
I agree with you. Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Baldy at Baldy NFL. I love the breakdowns. I love the snorkeling videos too, Baldy. How much traveling were you in the Cayman Islands?
I just got back from the Caymans. Yeah, it's a vacation season right now.
This is it, man.
So the Caymans was good, man. It's a good spot. I'm a diver, so every chance I get to get in the water, I do.
I love it.
I got a couple more trips coming up, but yeah, I mean, I'm all about it, man. So I'm just trying to, like everybody else in this world, I'm just trying to enjoy myself as much as I can here before this thing gets started.
Dude, so is that considered free diving? Because you don't have a tank on and everything, right?
I scuba too.
Okay,
but I'd rather free dive. I'm like a piker, like I can hold my breath for a minute. The good divers out there, Leonard Williams from Seattle, Big Cat. I mean, he holds his breath for 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
So I'm kind of like, I'm pretty weak, but I'm trying to get better, and I'm working at it right now. But I don't know, like I don't have a third lung, and a minute goes by, I'm ready to get some air. But I just got to work. I mean, it's just like 2 days right now for me.
It's cool to see, man, and I mean the videos. Seriously, the videos on Twitter are so fun to watch. Zooming out from the Commanders, kind of talking about the NFC East as a whole.
Okay.
The Eagles have kind of had a stranglehold on this thing, but I think there's some questions there in Philly. They lost some pieces defensively. It sure seems like A.J. Brown's going to get traded, though it hasn't happened yet. People are saying, post June 1. Where do you think the Eagles are with a new offensive coordinator kind of going into this season?
A new offensive line coach for the first time in 13 years.
Stout's gone. That's a big deal.
It's a big deal. And so we'll see what, Chris Cooper can do. He was coaching the Minnesota Vikings offensive line the last 4 years. He played a position. He's coached it. I talked to the guys in Philly. They're willing and open to all new techniques and new way of doing things. So that's all right. I mean, if AJ's gone, they still return 10 starters on offense. Mm-hmm. And defensively, Jalen Phillips moved on, but they replaced him with Jonathan Grenard, who's a really good player.
Yep.
I think defensively they have a chance to be really good. They picked up Tariq Woolen, from Seattle, who's a big corner that can run. I don't see a whole lot of weaknesses. We'll see what the offense looks like. I think Jalen is going to be good in this system of a lot more play action than what he has done. In the moments that he's had to do it, he hasn't been bad at it. It's still a very good roster. And what we know about Howie Roseman is if he thinks there's a weakness, if he sees there's a weakness on the team, he always addresses it. And so whatever it might be, I mean, the coaches are the coaches, but I mean, if he sees they need depth at offensive line, if they need a safety, they're going to go out and find it. They'll make it happen. So I think they're still the team to beat right now in this division.
Who's the team you think that will probably push them the most?
I think the Giants will, Brian. I think the Giants are going to be good. I believe in Harbaugh. The guys are already, like what it's like Brian, when guys start bitching after a coach leaves, he coached them too hard. That's what they're all doing in Baltimore. He had his running wind sprints on Friday, and nobody ever says anything when you win.
Yeah.
When you win, they don't care what you do to them. It's only when you lose, and so they're already, saying Brian Burns in New York's already saying he's never worked this hard before, and they've been out there on the field for a week. But that's what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. They need that. That team and that organization needs a guy that can really be a drill master. They've been way too soft for too long. I think the Giants are going to be pretty good. And I think Dallas is going to be a lot better. I think what the defense coordinator they got from Philly, he's a really good coach. He's a good teacher. They need to get better on defense, a lot better. It was the worst defense in the history of the Cowboys last year. And I think the offense is really good. So I think there's a lot of competition in that division right now. I don't think, even with Philadelphia, I think being maybe the most, the best well-built team right now with the least questions, they're going to get a lot of competition from the others in this division.
For sure. I think the Giants are going to be really interesting. Does Harbaugh hit the ground running right away, or does it take a little bit more time? You know, one thing.
Well, they lost so many games they should have won last year.
Sure.
I mean, if you're up by 30 in Denver and you can't win the game, they've lost. They're up by 14 to Chicago. They're up against Kansas City. I mean, they couldn't finish a game last year. They had them. Dallas tied 37-37. Like, they let them go down with 12 seconds in the game left to go win the game on a field goal. They just couldn't finish a game last year. I thought they were a little bit better than what the record said. That doesn't mean anything. It's a new year, but I don't think it's going to take I don't think it's going to take very long for them to start finding some winning ways with Harbaugh there.
Baldy, I don't know how much you pay attention to the Las Vegas odds. Talking with our friend Brian Baldinger here, Odyssey NFL Insider on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give Baldy a follow at Baldy NFL. But Vegas has installed the Rams as the Super Bowl favorites, and there's a bunch of other teams kind of clumped up there, and Seattle is one of them. But do you think even after a dominant postseason run and a really strong season, and yeah, they've lost a couple people, but do you think we still kind of sleep on Seattle?
Well, I mean, I don't know where Las Vegas has them ranked. I mean, the Rams gave Seattle everything they could handle. It was a shootout game in the postseason. They're returning the MVP of the league, and they've improved their defense. So I'm sure those are some of the factors, that are leaning towards. But I don't think anybody's sleeping on Seattle. I mean, the 49ers couldn't score a touchdown against them in the postseason. They returned all but one starter on defense. Like, they're still really, really good. And they drafted really well. I mean, they drafted two guys that has a chance to start for them right away at the bottom of the first round, bottom of the second round to, Price and Clark. And so they restocked pretty well. The offensive line returns intact. This running back from Notre Dame might be better than anybody they had there last year. So I think Seattle is going to be a quality team. I mean, if they have the Rams number one, they have them number one because, you're going to get Puka and Devontae back. They were in the A.J. Brown sweepstakes all the way. They were serious contenders to get A.J. Brown. They're going to be aggressive. They went out and got two new corners, and that was the weakness of the team. So they've drafted really, really well. Got a lot of good young players. I can see why, maybe they make the Rams the favorite right now. The Super Bowl is in Los Angeles. They won the last Super Bowl in Los Angeles. I'm sure there's something about SoFi Stadium, the Super Bowl coming this year there. So I think those are some of the factors, but I don't think anybody should sleep on Seattle.
I wanted to sneak one more in on the Bears. Last year, kind of the horseshoe that the Commanders rode in a lot of ways in 24 went to the Bears in 25.
Yep.
How much better can they be? Do you look at the timely turnovers and the last minute wins as sustainable? Is that just the beginning for Chicago, or how do you view them?
They led the league in interceptions and in takeaways, and that helped them. And then they needed a miracle, at the end of the game, literally a miracle to Cole Kmet from Caleb, to beat the Packers. So it's still going to be tight. Minnesota's going to be a lot better this year than they were a year ago. It's going to be highly, highly competitive. They lost their whole secondary. Nashawn Wright, I'm not sure how they didn't hang on to him. They lost both safeties. I know they've added some guys back there, but that was a very good secondary that took the ball away a lot. And they're going to lose those guys. Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker. Those are tough losses, and they didn't really improve their pass rush. So while I like Caleb and I like a lot of pieces on offense, there might be a chance that they struggle a little bit this year because I don't know that they'll lead the league in takeaways. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
2 years in a row in this business.
It really is.
Definitely,
So much volatility on that. Baldy, man, we appreciate your time, dude. Enjoy the offseason. Seems like you are.
Yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan, guys. I'll see you soon, guys.
Watch those barracuda and when you diving, man. Barracuda like biting.
They're territorial, Brian.
I know.
I stay away. I know what their teeth look like, but
just
let them go on by. That's all.
All right.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. See you, buddy.
That's our guy, Brian Baldinger. Give him a follow at Baldy NFL. All right, when we return, finally going to make time for it. We're talking Bandon Dunes.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. We've got some golf news. Live Golf is moving forward with its plan to take a new business model to potential investors, despite a report that the league is laying groundwork for a potential bankruptcy in the U.S. if it doesn't find new financing beyond this season. Bloomberg reports Live Golf is considering relocating its headquarters to the U.S., where bankruptcy restructuring laws are more favorable. Live Golf has entities that are based in the U.S., England, and the island of Jersey. How about the Washington Nationals? They continue to boast the league's top run-scoring offense. Last night, they erased an early 5-run deficit to storm back and beat the Mets 9-6. James Wood completely changed the game with one swing.
3 runs have scored. Wood is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a hit first slide. Has it inside the park. Grand slam home run.
Woods inside the park grand slam raises his home run total to 13 on the season. The Nationals once again are a game away from 500. Game 3 of the series against the Mets gets underway at 6:45. Pregame at 6:15. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober and the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B, you weren't here. We did goats yesterday of what to bring to the cookout.
What's your main thing?
My number one was beer.
Bam.
White Bride said watermelon.
I say ice.
Ice is always good.
Because ice helps out everything. Mixed drinks, keep the beer cold.
Jeff said ribs. Nobody's going to be mad at ribs.
No.
Zabe said bourbon. I know you're not mad at that.
I'm mad at bourbon, but normally they're not at cookouts. Because normally you go to cookout, it's hot.
I said the hot. He said, sorry, you poured in some cocktails. Yeah. You know what Stallion said?
What?
Hush puppies.
Tell me you're white without telling.
Hush puppies are enjoyed by everybody. It's awesome.
Don't nobody bring no damn hush puppies to a cookout, though.
It's good.
To be fair, I've only seen hush puppies when we get crabs.
Hush puppies are good. But he said a cookout.
I know.
Nobody walks into, I got the hush puppies.
It could.
Ryan do.
It could, but have you ever had somebody walk in and say they had a hush puppy?
Never. In my life. I almost want you. You should throw a cookout just for Stallion to bring some hush puppies.
Come to my house 4th of July.
I will kick his ass out of my house.
Come to my house 4th of July, bro, with the hush puppies and yell at as soon as you walk through the door. All right?
I got the
Somebody might shoot you, Jeff. Stallion, don't do that.
All right, we haven't had time yet because I wanted to talk through it with you because I know you've been there. Went to Bandon Dunes last week. Got back on Sunday.
Hush puppies.
Had just a tremendous trip, right? You've made it. The place is unbelievable.
Oh, it is.
The travel's a bear, but it's worth it.
Yeah. Y'all flew into
Eugene.
Yeah.
Took the van.
Everybody in the airport in shape, huh?
Yeah. I mean, Oregon's a different spot, man.
Woo, boy. Nothing but yoga pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different place there, boy.
So, B, I started off because the first day I was texting with you and B's. Maybe I'll pull up the numbers. I started off hitting the ball really well, but we were just playing the par 3, right? And my wedges were dialed. I was putting really well. And then as the week went on, there was less of that. By the end of the week, I'm blading wedges. I was getting off the tee well. I was hitting the irons fine. And
was it windy?
Dude, we got really good weather.
Oh.
It was
lucked up.
There was wind for sure, but for Bandon wind, I bet we were on the
low end.
A 4 out of 10.
Okay,
and we didn't even get much rain, dude. Which was pretty crazy. When it did rain, it rained a lot, but it wasn't that crazy of wind.
Marine layer got you. Looks a little different, don't it?
Yeah, dude. Listen,
It burns off and then it comes back. And like, what the hell? What's going on here?
There was a full day where I was wearing a winter hat and a coat. Like, it's different weather, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought you'd appreciate this. So I'll run through the numbers that Bees set up. I don't think I took a true double-digit hole because I played the par fives pretty well. You don't lose a lot of balls out there. Like, number 9 on Pacific Dunes, I thought Pacific Dunes was by far the hardest course.
Mm-hmm.
The front 9 of Pacific Dunes I thought was significantly harder than anything we played because of all the gorse in the fairways.
Yeah.
Like, put that on the sides. I get if you hit in the rough.
The gorse is no joke.
Yo, the gorse is no joke. I honestly don't think I logged a true double-digit hole. So that would have gone under. Bees said double-digit holes at 1.5. Total triples, though, at 8.5, over. Like,
wow.
And, Doug, it was more 7s on par 4s than it was getting to 8 on a par 5. It was, if you're in the rough and then you get up and then you 3-putt, bang, it's a 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and some of the, as the week went on, my putting got worse and those greens got crazier.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not that fast. They're just undulated.
I told you the greens aren't very fast.
But they're huge.
Yeah, but the greens.
I'll have a 65-foot par putt.
You got a 65-foot putt that might break 4 times.
Totally.
And they don't make them too fast because the wind could just blow the ball.
Total pars, I sailed over. Like, he set me at 11.5 over even just the 5 18-hole courses.
Mm-hmm.
I easily went way over that. Just on the back 9 at Pacific Dunes, I had 3 pars. You know what I mean?
Okay.
After a front that was pretty sloppy, but I probably had at least 1 on the front. Like, I went way over on pars. Birdies is complicated because I had 2 birdies on the 18-hole courses, but on the par 3s, I had a bunch. So even if we count the par 3 birdies as a half a birdie, I think I went over there. But I'm trying to think right now. I might have had 3 birds between the regular holes, but I definitely did. I hit an absolute beautiful, the best shot I hit all week. I hit an 8-iron on 15 on Pack Dunes to like 3 inches.
Mm-hmm.
I played it up on the right. Caddy told me to, kind of rolled down right next to it. Beautiful. So
y'all chose the right tees.
We played the greens, 1 up basically.
That's probably 2. Because what happens is they don't put the ones out way back.
They had them. The blacks were out, and they were back. They didn't have, like, the pro tees.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, those were not an option, and I wouldn't have done that. Greens were honestly pushing it. One thing I'm curious if you agree with this. So Bees set the number of drinks awfully high.
Uh-huh.
You really don't drink as much because you're walking. You know what I mean? Like, and we were playing 36 a day. So by the time we like showered up and went to dinner, we were drinking. I'm not pretending like we weren't, but you didn't have the stamina to like make it a late night. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
I don't know.
As far as golf trips go, it wasn't the most drinking golf trip I've ever been on.
I don't know the people you hung with because the people I hang with, they're drinking.
So that's an interesting subplot to this golf trip. So there were 8 of us that went, so we had matches. Going in, I knew 3 of the guys. My boy Cisco that you know, Jesse, Dr. J, and then Sean. And then my team was Cisco, Jesse, this dude David from LA, who's the man. I love this dude David. If we go next time we go to LA, I got some serious golf hooks. Ever heard of a course called Bel Air? So that was our team. And then the other team were these Army Navy dudes, really good dudes. They don't drink. And they definitely don't drink playing golf. And so the matches had a very different level of intensity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 2 of the dudes are probably a 3 or a 4. This one dude, Chad, he reminded me of Val Kilmer in Top Gun. He's Iceman. Just no mistakes, clean golf. The day I faced him in a match, he shot even par.
Mm-hmm.
I did not shoot even par.
We know.
The other dude, their other stud is this dude, Jeff, who hits absolute nukes. Like, as far as... We're recreational golfers, right? Even if you're really good, you're a recreational golfer. This dude hits the ball as far as I've seen most recreational golfers play. Now, if you're going to that next tier of guys that are playing in college and maybe scooting around mini tours, that's a little different. But as a recreational golfer, this dude hits absolute nukes. So when we faced up against those dudes, it was an uphill climb, no matter what. Yeah. Right? But the last match, so my team had the lead. We did it Ryder Cup style. My team has the lead. We're up 1 point going into singles. And my guy Sean, that I've known a while, you rotate on who gets to pick their opponent. And Sean just looks me in the eye. He's like, I want JP. And I'm like, huh. Now, granted, we hadn't played together to that point. So the public answer was, yeah, we haven't played together. It'd be fun. I think he just wanted to beat me. And damn it, Brian, he did. So, dude, our match is tight.
See, I would have, bro, when he say, if he says, I want to be Mitch, I'd be like, oh, you going to get him.
Doug, you're going to love this story, and it's perfectly emblematic of my golf game.
Okay.
Our match is super tight. The front is super tight. We get to 9. The Gorsh gets the better of me. He wins 9 fair and square. He plays a good hole. I think it was a par 5. I think he got in for par. Okay, we go to the back. It's those back-to-back par 3s. I play them lights out. Easy par on 10. I am that far from birdie on 11. Back-to-back pars. I take the lead. So I'm now 1 up on the back, even on the overall. That would largely continue the entire back. 17. That par 3 with the big canyon down below.
Yep.
You're going to hate the story I'm going to tell you. He tops it down into the canyon. Dead. I am not on the green, but I'm on the rough of the green, and that's a putt at Bandon all day long. I see he's down there. I'm getting a stroke. And I know, all right, I just got to baby this in, get out of here, win the hole, no problem. I just can't F it up. He had been money with his wedges from hell our entire match. Hits one up, does a crazy horseshoe on the green, just leaks off the back. So I'm like, all right, cool. I hit 3. He's lying 3 down in the bottom. I'm lying 1 on, not on the green, but like on the rough right next to it. I hit the lamest putt in the world. Say I have 90 feet. I barely got it onto the green. So now I'm lying 2. He's lying 2. He then, again, from hell, hits a wedge to like 6 feet.
So he's lying 4 now.
He's lying 4. Remember, I'm stroking.
So you basically lying 1.
I'm basically lying 1, and I have 3 putts. I hit the first one about halfway there. I hit the next one about halfway there. And all of a sudden,
Did he beat you or tie you?
I now have to make a 5-foot knee knocker to have it. I made it. I made it. We're alive. We're going to 18. Both hit good drives. Both hit good second shots.
So you 5-putted?
Yeah. No, 4. And one of them won a putt. I was off the green.
Well, if you were getting the stroke, you should have won that hole.
He was in for 4. I was in for 5.
I thought he was in for 5.
Nah, he made the putt when he came up the hill. He came up the hill. He's 3, makes the putt for 4.
But you say he was down in the stuff.
The first canyon shot came up, rolled off. He then came back up for 3.
But I'm saying he didn't have to take a trap. I thought you
no,
said
he's able to find his ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Go to 18. Both hit good first shots, par 5. Both hit good second shots. He hits a chip up onto the green because that's what he does. He just buried me with his wedges, and all I did was scull him. I have a par putt. Say it's 8 feet up the hill. I'm in the first cut. I'm not on. Breaker. I nailed this putt. I made this putt. This putt was in the hole for me to win the match. I'm up 1, and we're even on the back. This putt is in the hole. Everybody's watching. Everybody's shouting. Lipped out. Just lipped right out. He buried the hole. We lose everything. We lose everything. And these dudes in the text thread keep pointing out, man, it would have been crazy if JP made that putt. There was some shenanigans, though, in the other match. I need your opinion quickly. I understand the break process. In the other match on 18, dude gets in the trap. The other team. And you know how those traps are crazy.
Yeah.
And this trap had like a crater in it. And his ball was in the crater. And he took it out and raked it before he hit the shot.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
And first of all, if y'all didn't say it at the beginning of the round, he definitely can't do it. And he just do it because he want to do it. That's completely false.
Shenanigans.
He lose.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got to make some bets.
Hey, fellas. Fellas, if you still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, it's time to upgrade this spring. Collars & Co. gives you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio, out on the golf course, or even layer on a sweater or blazer for a night out on the town. No wrinkles, no dry cleaner, just throw it on and you're good to go. Head to collarsandco.com or their store in Congressional Plaza to get squared away for Father's Day. It's an easy win. Collars & Co.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B, did you see the NFL has approved now 10 international games a year?
I felt more than that going to be coming. Is that 10 for next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long until you think it's 16?
I'll give it 3 years tops.
What happens first? They go to 18 regular season games or 16 international
18
games?
regular season.
It's all coming, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting time, man. Interesting time with the NFL set on this international expansion. They're at 9 right now. It's I think it'll just become so normal that players won't really care, if that makes sense. But I think right now players still kind of care. I also think the Australia side of this is like the real far travel. Getting to Europe's not that big of a deal. Getting to Australia is a
hell of a deal.
Yeah.
14,
And eventually
16 hours, 14, 16 hours, something like that?
I mean, yeah, maybe from the West Coast, but eventually you're talking about, if I had to guess, you're talking China, Korea, Saudi Arabia. I mean, you need the Middle East to kind of cool down, but like,
yeah,
don't you think all that's in the cards?
Maybe, maybe not.
You think you just continue
When you going to
expanding?
play in Saudi Arabia?
When?
Yeah, you're going to be a dome. It got to be a dome stadium.
Yeah, it's all indoors.
Yeah,
They played the World Cup there.
Yeah, it need to be a dome stadium.
But they played the World Cup there in the summer. I mean, at least football's in the fall.
Still. I don't know when does it get cold there?
I imagine they don't have outdoor stadiums. Everything they build is new. There's like, I can't imagine there's an outdoor, like, they don't have like the equivalent of the Rose Bowl, like the classic old school joint in the mountains.
Because it's 3 games in London.
Might be 4. Don't they still play 1 in Wembley and 3 at Tottenham?
I know for sure it's 3. You got 2 Jacksonville games and we have 1.
Right. I think you could just continue to expand in Europe because Germany could support it. London can obviously support it. Dublin is now getting the games.
I can see a game going to Berlin.
They played in Berlin last year. This year they've got
I would love to go to that one.
Australia, Brazil, 3 in London, like you mentioned, Paris, Madrid, Munich, Mexico City.
Okay.
I think Europe could support going back to Dublin. I think you could play in Glasgow and they could fill that up. I wonder if you couldn't go to like Holland, go to, I mean, wasn't World League in Frankfurt?
Amsterdam, Albermouth.
Yeah.
Frankfurt. I was thinking those places.
Play in Rome. I don't know.
You can go one in.
Play more in South America. Here's what I know they're gonna do. Keep expanding. There's more money out there. Here's what else I know we're gonna do. Make some bets. All right, White Brian, my hot streak continues. The box score reads that the Knicks covered. Not that they were down 22 in the fourth quarter. The box score reads the Knicks covered.
That they did. And Jeff bet on the Cavs.
The cooler.
So who's getting the hat?
Hold on. The Cavs were plus yesterday, right?
They did not cover.
Oh, man. I guess it's me. I guess it's
Put
me.
that damn thing on. Who else won or lost?
Me and Ryan both won.
Put it on, Jeff.
Oh, did you put it straight on this time?
Put it on, old wiener head.
Yes, and I feel ashamed of myself.
I am proud of you for finally just wearing the hat like a normal human.
My scalp is starting to itch.
That's in your head. Your brain is starting
and give me the Spurs plus 7.5 tonight.
I've never liked taking the Thunder more. I will lay the points with the Thunder. Bang.
Hey, I actually won some money from the first game.
Yeah?
I said the Spurs were going to win, and my boy was like, "You don't believe it? Go put in a bet." I won.
How much?
I only put
out $1.
I only put $5 in it. I'm not a bettor, bro. I just felt it.
What's funny is you're not a bettor, and at least you put $5 down. White Brian is a straight DJ.
And he put down 5 cents.
What are you betting right now? White Brian, NBA playoffs?
10.
I bet the Carson Bench homer last night. That didn't work. He had 3 hits, but no homer.
All right, what are you taking tonight, dude?
Dylan Cruz again. Another hit.
All right, look at that.
I'm taking the over 9.5 in Nats Mets. You got a lefty.
I'm taking the over 9.5 in Mets.
He hates me. Zach Thornton making his debut tonight. Never heard of him. Zach Littell's going to up the second most home runs in baseball. Juan Soto's going to go a yard, but I'm taking over 9.5.
Over 9.5 for the Stallion. And Brian, what about you?
Don't know what I'm going with. Give me the Tigers.
The Detroit Tigers. All right.
No, the Tigers.
You watching hoops tonight? Yeah, that's
the Tigers going against what's it called? The Guardians.
You watching hoops tonight?
Yeah. It scared me. I don't know where to go with that.
Spurs Thunder is like kind of must watch for me.
Yeah, I got to watch it, but I don't know how it's going to go. What's the 216 is the over-under? I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to stay with the Tigers.
Be on the Tigers.
No parlay?
Not trying to be a jerk. How many Tigers can you name?
None.
Scooble? I think he's hurt. All right.
None.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Brian Baldinger for joining us. Appreciate getting to talk to Baldy. Fun day, man. A lot of great calls. We had that one really weird call about Rashee Rice, but outside of that, it was a lot of great calls.
I didn't get that one at all. I didn't understand that.
Rev T called in to wish himself a happy birthday and proclaim that Steph Diggs should join the roster. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Y'all.
In the NBA, we've got some big shakeups in the coaching landscape. Jason Kidd is out as the Mavericks head coach after 5 seasons. The New Orleans Pelicans hired former Magic head coach Jamal Mosley as their next head man. More in the NBA Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio tips off at 8:30 tonight. The Spurs lead the series 1-0 behind a 41-point and 24-rebound performance from Victor Wembanyama on Monday. Seriously, who is going to stop this guy? The Spurs have won 5 of 6 matchups with the defending champion Thunder this season. In hockey, skates at the ice for Game 1 of the West Finals between the Colorado Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. Avalanche star defenseman Cale Makar will miss Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals against the Golden Knights tonight. Colorado coach Jared Bednar said Makar is listed as day-to-day. Later on the Fan, Nats baseball. Game 3 between the Nats and Mets gets underway at 6:45. Pre-game kicks off at 6:15. The Nats look to get back to 500 at the 50-game mark of the season. The Nats currently boast the number 1 run-scoring offense in baseball. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on May 20th, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:15 and Nats pregame tonight. We do have the hitting coach of the number 1 offense in the sport for your Washington Nationals, Matt Borgshulty, in year 1 with the organization. One of the big hires by Paul Tabone and Blake Butera to round out the hitting portion of the staff. So far, so good for him. We've also got tickets at 4 o'clock today to see Jason Aldean, Luke Bryan. They are playing downtown in D.C. at Nats Park this summer. If you want to go to that show, you better be listening at 4 o'clock to The Fan. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. Toby and I are jokingly a little upset with you. We did a bit last night at the press box. The G&D show did the press box last night. Grant, myself, Tobias Junkie. We're hanging out. We let Grant pick our workout today, and we gave Grant multiple choices, and each time, with almost one exception, 1 or 2 exceptions, he picked the most challenging thing possible. Toby and I are dying.
Not on
at
purpose.
This point. You didn't mean not to, though. You know what I mean?
They were just words and numbers.
Yeah.
Nothing meant anything to me.
Oh, it was vindictive.
Sometimes it was just letters and strange combinations of
and ampersands in there and symbols.
Yeah. And so you would say, what about this or this? And each time I would say it, Toby would die a little bit. He'd be like, come on, man. And then you guys seem to have a really rough workout. So sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know why you do that to us.
I mean, I just answered questions. Toby was upset with me, and I said, be upset with Danny. He gave me options. I just basically said letters and words back to him. I just chose between. You gave me 3 bad options. I did Argo, the worst of the best of the bad options or something.
That's pretty much what happened. Man, oh man, it was tough.
I was happy to be a small part of it today with you guys.
I will say, though, in fairness, and I may be getting this this quote not exactly right, but for context, it's been edited for content.
Mm-hmm.
What's the hardest one possible? What's the most miserable one I can make you do? I choose that one. You did say that.
Okay, that's true.
Right. We're just saying what happened.
I'm going to explain myself.
There's no need.
So it's twofold. One, I'm at a baseball game trying to enjoy myself.
That's true.
And I'm not trying to be a curmudgeon or anything. You were asking me a lot of questions about this. And I was happy to take part.
Yeah.
But by the end of this, like 10 questions, several minutes of you asking me pick this or that, I kind of decided, you know what? Let's have a little fun here.
I've had enough of you.
You've annoyed me enough while I'm trying to watch James Wood bat.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to stick it to you a little bit.
I asked you as many questions as times you hit me during James Wood's Inside the Park Homer.
Guy, what a moment. What a great moment for me, for you.
Yes, all the people.
For everyone at Nats Park last night.
22K plus.
And I guess for a little bit for James Wood, too, if I could say that.
I bet you had a nice time.
6'7" flying around the bases. He's fast, people.
Yeah.
You pretend like he's not. You act like you can't run. You act like you're slow. You don't get it. You just don't know what you got. You don't appreciate what you got. But he strikes out. Shut up. But he only hits 262. League average is 245. It's the lack of understanding. It's the sleeping that annoys me. Thank God James Wood's on our side. What a scene. The Nats were down 5-0, and then the one-man wrecking crew, the one-man army that is James Wood, brings them right back into the game.
James Wood, with the bases loaded, singled his first time up. Set for McLean. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep left center field. Chasing back Taylor to the warning track. He will leap. Morabito leaps and it's off his glove. They don't know where it is. This might be an inside the park home run. 3 runs have scored. One is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head first slide has an inside the park grand slam home run.
The fantastic Dave Jagler on the call on the Nationals radio network last night as the Nats pulled to within 1 game of 500. More on that in a moment. That is the second time in Nats Park history that an inside the park grand slam has been hit. In and of itself, that's an insane stat.
Yeah.
Because the park just opened in 2008. Michael A. Taylor did it in 2017 against the Phillies. Thank you, Odubel Herrera. And then you got another one last night. James Wood. What a special hitter. He had, at one point last night, gone 6 for his last 6, 8 for his last 13. He's now into the top 10 in OPS in all of baseball again. You look at his year-by-year OPS, he just keeps getting better and better. And he wasn't even the biggest storyline at Nationals Park last night. The biggest storyline at Nats Park last night was that Danny Rouillet was on postgame and the team won a game.
Yep.
Can we hear it for Danny, please, in the producer room?
Thank you.
Can we go hot mics in there, please, so I can hear some clapping? Danny Rouillet.
It's a big deal. Please clap.
Post-game interview.
Yep.
You grows up and you grows up.
A lot of people I want to thank. The Nationals, mainly, for winning. That's kind of the list, actually. Thank you to the Nationals. They were 0-6 when I was hosting postgame. And they get down 5-0. I can't confirm this is true or not, okay? I don't know that this is factual. I get the sense that they were in the dugout and somebody called an impromptu meeting. And they said, you guys realize Danny's 0-6. He's here tonight. He's doing postgame. We can't let him go out like this. He's getting made fun of. People are coming up to him in the press box going, hey, get out of here. Good-natured, but still telling him to leave. He has to leave the park because of us. Not tonight, boys. Tonight we skate with him. Tonight we hit with him. Tonight we're the best hockey team in the world. I imagine that's how the speech went. And they won. So I want to thank him for that.
You've been downstairs positioned, ready to go out on the field for wins multiple times.
Yeah.
Only to have them give up a lead or not get the run they need to or leave runners in scoring position. But finally last night, when the final out was recorded by Dickie Lovelady, does anybody celebrate a final out better than that guy?
Guttural roars from him.
And he's a former Met.
Yep.
DFA'd by the Mets, got the save against the Mets, so it was a little extra poured on by Dickie Lovelady last night. Here comes Danny waddling out onto the field, across the backstop, over to the front of the dugout, where he finds Dylan Cruz waiting excitedly to talk to him.
Dylan, you were down 5-0 as a team before you had a chance to come to bat. What does it say about this group? You guys hang in there, battle back, and come away with the W.
Yeah, I mean we got a really good lineup here. A lot of young talent. But yeah, you can never leave us out. It was early in the game. Got down 5-0, got us in a hole, but we were able to fight back and string something together to get us the win here.
What can you say about Foster Griffin? Again, a start like he doesn't want, obviously. Again, down in the hole as James Wood gets soaked right next to us. I'll let you know if something's coming, by the way. But and he still stays in there. Battles gives you guys 5 innings after last night, a marathon game that went 12 innings. Everybody threw, like the popcorn guy threw, and yet here you guys are today with him battling.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. I mean, it just shows the composure that he's got. He's one of the best in the league right now. Doing what he does. He just pounds his zone with all of his different pitches, and like I said, it just shows his composure and gives us a chance to win every day.
And for you personally, really, really cool. It's awesome to see you back up. I know a lot of fans are excited. You got to be excited. What does it mean to you to come back, get your knock, and play some great defense and help a team win?
It was awesome, man. I love playing here. I definitely cherish every moment that I have here. This is a special place. Like I said, I love playing here, man, and just ready to get after it tomorrow. It's a great win today.
Dylan Cruz postgame with Danny Rouillet yesterday.
It happened, boys.
On the board for 2026. For more on the postgame interview scoreboard this season, we go to Toby Altizer. Toby?
Yeah, so currently the leaderboard is Danny finally on it. He has 1. And I'm going to try to keep track and see who we interview as well. We have not doubled up yet this season, so we've been pretty good about that.
Oh, so you had Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz first day back in the show. I got Dylan Cruz.
He had a hit last night, a 1-for-4 performance.
I have 3, Andrew Alvarez, Nasim Nunez, and C.J. Abrams. Grant has 5. So he's out to a pretty good lead.
5.
I feel good about that.
You got Gus Varland, James Wood, Brady House, Dalen Lyle, and Drew Millis.
It's a good list.
It's a pretty
By
good
the way,
lineup.
I think we've gone about as far as we can go without doubling up. Collectively, we're rolling 9 deep right now. Nobody's interviewed Dickie Lovelady yet. That's going to be my goal. Because I want to talk to Dickie about, he has these like weird Michael Jackson moves and he kicks his leg in weird ways. There's a lot going on with Dickie Lovelady.
Arms, legs, mannerisms, roars.
We can ask him if he's ever been to Nick's Diner
Have
again.
you ever been? By the way, that would be such a good bit. Now, the audience would hate it. Charlie and Dave would hate it.
They wouldn't. No one would get it, and Charlie and Dave would be like, "Come on, guys, not the radio show, big time professional network broadcast here.
Come on,
but
pals."
If I just at the end of it went, "You ever been to Nick's Diner in West Palm Beach?" He's like, "Yeah, I went on March 5th."
We've talked about this. I saw you there. Back up to you, boys.
It'd be good. So Darius and I realized, I guess it was me and Toby last night originally, but Darius and I were talking about this today. We've now cracked the code on this. You know how I was starting to think we'd never get the parade? The parade happens when the Nats get over 500.
Right.
That's what they've got to do. Doesn't matter for how long. As soon as they get over 500, for 3 minutes, we're going to have a parade. Well, they're 1 under. I've got post-game tonight and tomorrow. Doesn't mean anything, okay? Unlike you, I'm not batting 1,000 or 0. Like sometimes they win, sometimes they lose.
You had a number though before. I had zeros.
But here's why I think there's a chance they could win the next 2 games. Danny is not here on Friday.
Go to the betting window now.
If you've listened to this show for any amount of time, you know that of the top 10 moments or so in show history, Danny's probably been here for 3 of them. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if something massive happens, it's got to be huge, or a really fun thing happens. I would also throw in like super fun.
Right. So I'll give you one example. Not necessarily major news, but like it was around Christmas break. It happened to be one of the days that I was out. And DJ Swearinger's just like calls in for his normal weekly spot. He's like, "Yeah, I just got cut. I wasn't there." A relative died the day Bryce Harper said, "You're shortchanging me," when it came to $400 million or whatever.
We had Harper on, and I asked him about getting a $400 million contract down the road in free agency, and he's like, "Why would you shortchange me, bro?
You don't sell me short."
And that became like the biggest quote. Like it was on PTI. It was all over the place.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that.
Little things like that. But if we have a parade on Friday because the Nats are over 500, it would only be fitting if you're not here because you're on a little mini vacation.
That's right. So I went full Jason Bishop. I looked at his calendar. Monday we're off. I'm turning a 3-day weekend into a 5-day weekend, right? Again, you don't always want to go full Bishop, but I'm going full Bishop here. So, of course, this is what's happening. I mean, this is it. This sets up perfectly. We all know it. There'll be a parade, and I'll be in Vegas playing the slots.
There's a gleam, man.
My God.
There's a gleam. Toby's going full uniform. Do you have your new baseball pants that you ordered, by the way?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to roll. I was trying them on last night, so there is a chance that if Danny's out on Friday, they're above 500, I might sit in with you and be full eye black, everything.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, so good.
Toby, the third baseman Altizer. With Brady House sent down, we do need one. How's that arm across the infield?
Not good. Not good. I'd fit in with this infield.
Now, beggars cannot be choosers.
Right.
Friday, they're on the road. The parade's going to happen when the parade's going to happen. I will say, I'm going to say my fears out loud. If there is not a home game that night, I don't expect a big turnout. Like, there's going to be 6 Nats marks, 2 Grant and Danny P1s, and us, and maybe my kids. They really want to come to the parade because they think it's a real parade.
Yep.
They don't know that
They don't know.
They don't know exactly what's happening, which is we're going to walk down the street, and Toby's going to wear a baseball uniform, and we're calling it a parade.
I mean, my kid, I brought it up to my kids,
Yeah.
and they were like, specifically said, "We do not want to go to that."
They're a little bit older.
Yeah.
So
A little bit more jaded and
They
cynical.
know how the world works.
Yeah.
My kids think there's going to be candy and, maybe like a fire truck. I don't think DC, I haven't talked to the mayor yet. She's on the Junkies like every
By the way, yet is hilarious.
every 9 shows. So maybe we could figure out a way to get Muriel Bowser involved where they give us some fire trucks and some police cars or something. And we could have them come down Half Street with us. But Friday, what we would do is we would post up at a sports bar and watch the Nats game on the back end of the parade if people wanted to do that. So we'll just walk down the street, go to Walters right outside of the center field gate or something, and then we'll sit there and just watch baseball together and high five every time the Nats get a hit. It's kind of my big idea here.
It sounds perfect.
And it's not as good as being able to waddle a couple hundred feet further into Nats Park with the
It'd be better
parade.
if they were playing.
But it's still a good to do. And the fact that Toby's in full uni, I will be in full uni myself if I'm there, but I'm not going to be there because it's happening Friday. Plan for it on Friday.
Well, this is the immovable object versus the
Unstoppable force.
Unstoppable force. I can never finish that saying. So thank you for finishing my sandwiches.
I had it.
Danny not being here means it's going to happen, but the Nationals despise winning when they're right at 500. They just can't do it.
Right.
So something's got to give here.
Yeah.
Either Danny has to luck out and it's actually not going to happen when he's gone, or the Nationals have to find a way to face their fears a little bit.
They got to cowboy up, as they say.
They got to sleep with the spiders and the snakes that they hate so much and win a couple baseball games here. Let's go to Shane, who's in Virginia. Hello, Shane. How are you?
What's going on, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Doing very well, sir.
Hey, we need to get a float, Commander, out there. And if I know some contacts, if I can get a float for you guys, I'm talking like a real parade float, and let's get this thing rolling, right? I got the contacts. I can reach out, and whatever, if we need vendors for alcohol, whatever you guys need.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, Shane.
Dispensaries, I got everything. Anything you need. You need some special, whatever.
So the vendors for alcohol sounds amazing.
To help out.
Right. Well, you're my guy. The vendors for I want it. It's got to be good, but not good enough that we need permission for anything. Because then we're not going to be able to do stuff. You see what I'm saying?
If we have to submit a permit to somebody, it's not going to happen.
I can do that. I can submit a permit to the DC. That's what I do, guys. You know, I can do that. That's
that is true.
He does.
Help us out with this. Then we're gonna. Darius will get your number. We'll see what you got cooking here. But the float, is that just a big flatbed that someone would pull behind a truck and then like Toby and me and Strober and Darius would like wave at just random people getting off the metro?
Yes.
It's not like there's people on the side of the road, right? So we would just drive down the 4 blocks and whoever comes to drive us on the float is fine with the fact that there's going to be nobody paying attention. We stand on the float. We wave, then they let us out at a sports bar. We watch baseball. They're cool with that?
I'm cool with that. Hey, look, my contact has floats. I'm talking like parade floats. I got moon bounces. I got whatever you want I can have at this parade.
Okay, very good.
I'm talking like literally like I have a guy coming, my buddy from Switzerland's coming down, and that's what he does. And I've been telling him about what's going on. And he would be more than gladly to help. And I'm talking, he's got a 60-footer. I could put whatever you want.
60-footer.
60-foot
Me,
float.
Toby, Strobes, and Darius on a 60-foot float. I kind of like where this is headed. What if this actually became like the biggest parade in DC in years and years and years? This was like a New Year's Eve type deal where it was just like there was no one there, but we did like 14 floats.
Like there's Clydesdales.
Exactly.
Just an elephant walking through the city.
We just threw it together in 2 days because the Nats got to 26 and 25. Pretty good. So, Darius, you can work with Shane on that and see what we can order up here. My expectations are low. I just want to hang out with some Nats fans, do a little parade. There's going to be some music played. We're going to walk down the street. They're going to be over 500, and maybe there's going to be candy tossed out.
Wings and a cheesesteak at Walters. That's my plan.
Sounds like a good time to me. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills, said that this year is a make-or-break year for him. I don't care that much about him or the Bills, I'll be honest. I like the player, but it's not the team that I cover. I do want to localize that convo, though, to who is going into a make-or-break season for the Commanders. We'll do that next on The Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Mets game 3 of the 4-game series. They've split the first 2 games. It's the matchup of the Zacks on the hill tonight. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. Lefty Zach Thornton starts for the Mets. He's making his major league debut as the Mets' number 13 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. Nats and Mets, 6:45 right here on the Fan. In hockey, game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tonight, Golden Knights and Avalanche. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Last night on the hardwood, Eastern Conference Finals game 1 went to overtime. The Knicks coming back from a 22-point fourth-quarter deficit to win 115-104, led by Jalen Brunson with 38 points. Game 2 tonight for the Western Conference Finals, Spurs and Thunder. 8:30 tip-off for that one. San Antonio leads the series 1-0. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Nats do have the best lineup in offense in baseball right now. Their hitting coach is on the show today at 5. 4 o'clock, we're giving away tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nats Park. Got to be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 90 minutes. Keon Coleman, receiver Buffalo Bills. Slow start to his career, to say the least. Still only 23, 33rd pick, second round, 2024. He was meeting with the media yesterday, Danny, and they asked him how would he assess his performance last year, and he said, ass, which is succinct.
Did they ask Danny Rouillet, fantasy owner? Because I had the exact same word.
He didn't cut corners there.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty much told you how he felt. Talked about getting benched and how embarrassing that was, said his career's on the line in lesser words. But his takeaway on the year he's going into in year 3 is that it's a make or break year for him, and that makes sense. 29 catches and 38 catches over the last 2 years, a combined 960 yards 2 seasons into his career as a 33rd overall pick. Mega disappointment. They went out and traded for DJ Moore. They've been desperate, ravenous for wide receiver help. Josh Allen is pushing a boulder up a hill by himself. He's winning MVP awards because he's dragging a bunch of Jags into a fight. There's plenty of opening for him to take over and help, and it hasn't happened. And so he's saying this is a make-or-break season, which he's correct about. Now, we're not on in Buffalo, and this isn't about the Bills. But I actually wanted to take what he said and make it about the Commanders and localize here. Which players for Washington are going into gotta have it, now or never, make-or-break seasons? And we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. 1067. I went through both sides of the depth chart, and I came up with 6 guys that I think are going into make-or-break years. There's another couple that I put in a maybe pile that for differing reasons I don't think are quite in that now or never mode. But I want to let you go first. Your number 1 Washington Commander make-or-break player in 2026 is?
Johnny Newton. At some point, you're either the guy that they drafted in the second round, mind you, a second rounder that the selling point was this would have been a first round if it weren't for some foot issue or some sort of setback, etc. What a find, what a star that we've got, to kind of being an afterthought, to being outsnapped by Eddie Goldman and a bunch of other Jags they got off the scrap heap. And he's buried now in the depth chart with other guys that are by far more featured in terms of this defense. Tim Settle's back here, probably to play ahead of him at this point. He's in snap rotations with guys like Ricky Barber and among others. He's an afterthought now, and this was supposed to be the prince that was promised.
He had officially 3 sacks in a game against the Cowboys on Christmas Day. If you actually go back and rewatch, it's like a 4-sack game.
I mean, he was great.
Because of a technicality. But yeah, he was in that game. He made 9 tackles. 9. He had 38 tackles all season. That was I think a 4-sack, 9-tackle game where he had 2 TFLs. He had 5 hits on the quarterback. Utterly dominant. Aaron Donald watches that tape and goes, whoa.
They're pretty good.
Who's number 95? This guy can play. Only 23 years old and was drafted just outside of the first round. I always say when you're in the top 35, 36 like he was, you're basically a first-round pick. I mean, you're taken within 5 picks of someone who gets to claim being a first-rounder for their whole life. So he's a very, very early second-rounder. But you're right, totally a now or never guy. Because take that 3-sack game out of the equation, he's got 4 other sacks in 32 other games in his entire career.
And a whole bunch of guys that went not very far after him have been awesome.
Right?
I mean, awesome.
I bring up sacks for him as a D tackle, not only what you're paid to do, because that's the calling card.
Yeah, he's the disruptor. He's not a stout smart car.
No, and he's struggled immensely against the run. It's why they went and got Tim Settle to play in those situations. You can have Kinlaw size, Settle, or Payne. You can have Amena who kicked inside, or they've used guys like Sheldon Day or whoever it's going to be on rundowns, because Johnny Newton should be a pocket pushing disruptor. I like that word. A guy that's going to live in the backfield and a penetrator. And that's why they drafted him at 36. But it just has not happened. So that's a good one. Johnny Newton, definitely a prove it year, now or never, make or break guy. I'll go to the other side of the ball. Ben Sinnott. If Ben Sinnott does not show this season in a new, more tight end friendly, more Ben Sinnott friendly offense, that he can play and catch passes in this league, it's not happening. And we all need to just keep it moving. That he'll be in the league. He'll block. He'll be a third tight end. He'll catch 15, 18 balls a year somewhere. You'll be watching NFL Red Zone in 4 seasons, and you'll see he'll catch a first quarter touchdown for the Browns or something. It's in his future, but you're not going to make fetch happen unless maybe with a new offense, with David Blau, with the tight end coming into vogue a little more in their passing game, with Ben Sinnott being a better fit. Is this a year where all of a sudden 18 combined targets over 2 seasons becomes 50 as the number 2 guy to Chigakonkwo? 16 catches over the last 2 years. Maybe you double that this year. He catches 32, 34 balls, something like that. You got to prove it, man. I get that he's not 24 until June. He's still very young. But when you're chosen where he was at that position, as a tight end in the top 50-ish, he was 53rd overall in the mid-second round, you don't get 3 years to not produce and just still be considered a big-time prospect. It either happens this year for Ben Sinnott or it's not happening.
That's a great one. And I've kind of had the ship sail on that one because they went and got Chigakonkwo, and Bates is now the second tight end in blocking situations. He's fighting with Colson Yankoff for playing time.
Johnny Newton's more buried right now than Ben Sinnott is by that standard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're not playing, the rotation's not the same.
3-4. I mean, it's going to be Payne and Kinlaw and Amenahu. I mean, Johnny Newton's going to have a hard time getting in where he fits in early this season unless he really shows something.
I think so, too.
Semantics to debate the two. I'm just saying, I think both of those guys right now are buried on the depth chart.
100%. Yeah. I mean, but my point is with Sinnott, I'm not doing hey, it's make or break. I think it's broken. And I think the ship is sailing. I think they do too. But
I think a lot of people could say that about a lot of the guys we're going to talk about.
Fair enough. Here's the next one. This might be a little bit controversial. People may not like this one. Mikey Sanderstill. We've gone from what an asset, how awesome is this, to we think we've got something. The reason I say make or break is, are we sure we don't need to do better than a guy they thought was going to be a slot corner who's not, it doesn't seem, who's maybe going to play on the outside here, and we don't know if he's special or not. Again, good dude, seems by all accounts to be a perfectly solid player, but if you aspire to be a first division club, in this division alone, you've got to deal with CeeDee Lamb and Pickens and, not A.J. Brown for long, but Mekhi Lemon and Devontae Smith and Malik Neighbors and a whole bunch of guys. There's some pretty good receivers in the old NFCs, not to mention the rest of the league. You're going to get tested. And if this is one of those down years again, or, maybe even better or worse than last year, you might start shopping at the cornerback aisle again.
So I think that's a good one if we're changing the eye line considerably. In other words, when you say Johnny Newton, it's make or break as to, are you a bust? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you a guy that's going to play a lot and start in this league? With Ben Sinnott, make or break as to whether or not you can make good on where you were drafted and how much can you actually help. I think Mikey Sanderstill has already put enough hay in the barn and has done enough that he is you could put him in Penn, that is a quality NFL football player. But if you're saying, was year one real because year two was allowed regression? Was the player we saw in the first season, the actual player, Like, is that who he is or not? Make or break to get back to that? That's fair. By that standard, you could put Jaden Daniels in this conversation. But he's already proven, I think, that he's really good in year one. He just didn't do that in year two, right? Like, what's the difference there? My threshold, I guess, is a lot lower. I didn't have Sanders still on this list because I put him on a list of guys that I think has already done enough that I feel like that's a good football player.
I hear that. I mean, to me, I'm kind of going, he was drafted to be a slot cornerback, probably won't be, and we decided because he's serviceable on the outside, we have something. We make this mistake a lot of times as a fan base, I think, where just because the guy's starting means that he's quality or towards the top of the league or whatever, just because we know the name. I mean, this to me is do we have a really good outside corner, or is this in the closer to just a guy, perfectly fine, but you'd like to do better kind of camp? So you're right, it's probably too harsh for make or break.
Luke McCaffrey, make or break.
Yep.
He is in the Ben Sinnott bucket on offense of very little production through 2 seasons. Now, McCaffrey was drafted at pick 100, which is the equivalent of like an early 4th-round pick. It was the extra picks after round 3, essentially. He's listed as a 3rd rounder, but a 3rd rounder could be pick 65. You know what I'm saying? Like, the difference between that and pick 100 is quite literally an entire round of an NFL draft plus some. But while there was growth last year, not statistically because he only played in 9 games and he got hurt, he was a lot better, though, and made more flash big plays. The diving catch against the Chargers, the long catch and run touchdown against the Bears, had a big play against the Raiders, went from 0 touchdowns to 3 touchdowns all in the span of a month before he got hurt. So I think when you go back and you look, you go, okay, there was some signs that he kind of broke out. He was way better in games than he was at camp. He was kind of the opposite of Jalen Lane for me in that regard. Out at training camp, Danny, he's not separating, he's not getting open, and I'm going, I don't feel good about this McCaffrey thing. I actually thought there was a chance he might not make the team at one point. And then when the games were being played, he was clearly way ready or more ready for the lights than Lane and a couple of the other younger receivers that they had that they called up. He's 25, but the make or break for him to me is pretty simply like, are you a starting receiver in this league in 11 personnel? 3 guys are on the field, 2 on the outside, 1 in the slot. Are you one of them, or are you a 4th or 5th receiver who is a kick returner and hangs around in the league because you're an awesome dude and you're a McCaffrey? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
What is the future for Luke McCaffrey? We're going to find that out once and for all, I think, this season.
Yeah, this it's wide open for him to do so. No disagreement there. He was on my list as well. Figured you would use it, so I kind of went off the beaten path a little bit. Again, speaking of one that I'm betting you don't have, but year 1, awesome. Year 2, bitter disappointment. And we expected huge things. Frankie Louvu. Are we sure? Again, year 1, 8 sacks. We go next year, talking about last year, here's the plan. He's unleashed. He's downhill. He's hunting the quarterback. 3 sacks, half the tackles for loss, non-impactful. Biggest thing he did was get fined for hip drop tackles last season. He was a underrated, huge disappointment last year for a defense that really, really struggled and was awful. Everyone wants to point to injuries. Rightfully so, they got injured a lot. He didn't. Played all 17 games and was way less effective year over year. Last year of his deal, are you getting a new one, or are you kind of an afterthought that just sort of into the ether free agency where you're now somebody's, I don't know, you're somebody's Jeremy Reeves at the linebacker spot?
It's an interesting one. You're right, I don't have him on the list because he's a veteran. He's been around forever. He's a proven commodity. He's going into a contract year, by the way, year 3 of a 3-year deal. But that's where you could go make or break in terms of, is he going to be here beyond this season? I would say right now, the signs point to no, because they went and got Leo Chenal. They drafted Sonny Styles. They've got Jordan McGee kind of waiting in the wings as well. So this feels like his last ride, so to speak. But if he had a monster campaign and he's a perfect fit for Durante Jones, which a lot of people think he will be, then maybe it's make or break to get that payday or something like that. I have 3 other guys that are younger players in the league. One of them is Brandon Coleman. Brandon Coleman was a very solid left tackle. They traded for Laramie Tunsil, no problem there. They moved him to the right side. After telling him he was going to be their right tackle, they drafted Josh Connerly and called him again and said, whoops, never mind, now you're a left guard. And then he was a left guard for like 8 minutes before they benched him and went to a 7th-round pick from a previous regime in Chris Paul and made him the left guard. And so Coleman has effectively been a left tackle, not anymore, a right tackle, not anymore, and a left guard, not anymore. I could see him pushing and overtaking Chris Paul as the year goes on because I want my 3rd-round offensive lineman to be a starter. I know that they'll sell it as a win if he's a swing tackle or could play at 3 positions. The sneaky thing about Brandon Coleman to me is I seem to like him more than they do. I think he's always played well when he's played.
Seems like every time he's in the game, he does fine.
They always seem to want someone else to play at the position he's playing at, or at least that's how it's worked out. But when I say make or break for him, I do feel better about him as a starter than I do, say, a Sinnott, a McCaffrey, some of the guys on this list. But if we get to the end of this year, and yet again, he's not starting, and now you're just 3 years into your NFL career. By the way, this is like the entire 24 draft class, I'm realizing.
Yeah, and interesting.
Outside of Jaden Daniels.
Uh-huh.
But if you get to the end of this season and you're not starting still, all right, then you're just a versatile backup who can be plugged in to play a few spots, which is fine. I could have found that in the 5th round probably, but if he's a little higher ceiling, I got no problem with depth. I got no problem with a win of a pick if he provides value at a few spots and some position flex. But I do put him in my category of make or break Commanders. We'll get to the final 2 I have and whatever you've got left on your list next as well. And we'll take some calls on this. 800-636-1067. The question for you guys, this is based on Keon Coleman saying this is a make or break year for his career in Buffalo. Who would you say that about for the Commanders? This is the Fan. DC, Grant Paulson here. The Defenders are back to defend the district Saturday, May 31st, coming up at noon. The DC Defenders returning to Audi Field to take on the Orlando Storm in what's going to be the final game of the regular season. So come feel the energy and hear the roar. Audi Field is a blast. Great place to go watch football. Every spring, been out there with my families. They just love it. Watch the defending champs bring the intensity on every play. Plus, it's Kids Day. Taking the family for these Kids Days in the past. They've got a ton of activations, tons of fun. My little guys love going out there. Bring the family to the DC Defenders game. Final day of the month, final game of the season. First 5,000 fans going to get a free Defenders t-shirt. So wear it proud and show your colors. Be loud, defend the district. Tickets start at just $26. You can get your tickets right now at ufldefenders.com. That's ufldefenders.com. You can tweet us at Grant Paulson, for me at Funny Danny. For Daniel, we're on the X machine. Tweets coming in on make or break seasons loading for Commanders players. Ike says, I'd say Bill in the backfield. We ran B-Rob out of town before the end of training camp, and Bill struggled in pass blocking. I don't think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is on my list, and frankly, I don't think he's close to being in a make-or-break situation because it's a house money year. He was the 7th-round pick in last year's draft. It was a gigantic victory. He led you in rushing with 805 yards. Easily could have gone for 1,000 if they used him a little more often. He averaged 4.6 yards per attempt. You know, if he's down around 3.8 or 3.9, maybe. Hit a 70-yard homer in the final game at home against the Cowboys at the tail end of the year. I'd like to see him catch more passes. If you want to, again, you could play with the semantics of what does make or break mean for every player a little bit. And if you wanted to say, you know, by the end of this year, if he does not show growth, maybe the make or break is he the long-term bell cow? Is he the number 1 3-down back here? Okay, I guess. But if you notice, he's not like a lot of the other guys we're talking about, where Newton's been a disappointment, got to prove it. Sinnett's been non-existent, got to do something. Luke McCaffrey, it's year 3, and now or never, buddy. Like, Bill's not on that list.
So he's on my make or break list for the reason you just said towards the end there, which is they've already got a pass catching back to replace, McNichols, Eckler, and Rashad White. They've got a thumper in Katron Allen. Are you the running back here, or are they going to try to go shopping and do better? That to me is, can you pass pro? Can you catch the ball out of the backfield? Things they were not willing to have him do last year. It took Chris Rodriguez getting food poisoning right before kickoff for them to give that guy double-digit touches, basically. That to me, so I understand your point about house money. You're right. It's already a profit for the team.
But you get what I'm saying. I mean, with the sliding scale, everyone's in a make or break year. You just figure out what their make or break is. Terry McLaurin's in a make or break year.
He's on my list.
He's coming off of an injury. There's nothing to make or break about his career. The idea of the exercise, kind of when I drew it up, so to speak, is Keon Coleman has stunk for 2 years and is saying, if I don't play better football, the idea that I'm ever going to be what they drafted me to be goes away. That was kind of my point.
Which I get. I mean, I took it in a way of it's either we're singing praises or he's gone. And McLaurin's on that list for me.
So that's basically, who's this an important year for? Everybody? You know?
Well, for sure. But yeah, I mean, there are guys that are going to be under contract regardless, and there are guys that are going to be gone regardless. And there's a whole bunch of dudes in between that I kind of took an interesting view of.
Here's one. Jake Moody is on my list. The kicker, who was, by the way, never forget, drafted in the 3rd round by the 49ers. 99th overall when Adam Peters was in San Francisco. I'd love to ask Peters about that. Not because it didn't work. It's not a gotcha thing. I'm not trying to say, what in the heck were you guys doing? You drafted a bad kicker in the 3rd round. I don't care that it didn't work. You drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. Frankly, if it was David Akers or some 15-year answer or Justin Tucker, it ain't worth it. I cannot believe that. We made fun of the Rivera, Marty, and Marty. Law firm of the Martys, the Marty Party, Marty and Marty and Marty.
Martin.
All the Martin and Martell and Webster and Sheen and all those guys.
Yeah.
Martys, right? Marty and Marty. We made fun of them for the long snapper trade for 5 years, and I don't think we did it enough. They drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. But this guy, Moody, I think he's made some strides. Like, he's gotten a little bit better for sure than when San Francisco just couldn't roster him anymore. But you know how I feel. I'm rooting for the guy competing with him with the bigger leg. I just don't think he has a long enough leg consistently from 50+ to do the job.
There's no certainty there at that spot. And the thing that I value, if you can't get a really good one, which is a guy that does everything, that has the big leg, as you said, and is accurate, etc., I'll take accuracy over anything. I just can't do we have a drive, we stall out in the red zone, and the 39-yard kick is shanked, doinked, whatever. That's the one I can't do. I cannot abide it.
Of all the Martys, which one do you miss the most?
McFly.
Not Herney?
No.
Mayhew?
No.
Okay.
Neither of them.
Tyler in Fredericksburg, what's up?
Grant, Danny, how's it going?
Good morning.
Hey, shout out to Shot 51 and SMS in Quantico. So I agree with you, Grant, what you were saying earlier about Luke McCaffrey, and I really like him a lot. And I think he can have an outstanding career. My only thing is, and on a rainy day, you can go back and watch the film, and you can see it plenty of times. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem like Jaden trusts Luke all that much. there's been many a times that Luke has been butt naked wide open, and sometimes for 6. But Jaden kind of looks away from him and goes elsewhere. So I'm hoping that this season, Jaden really taking the helm and trying to really work with these guys, that he kind of gets back to his first year where he's pulling the trigger and he's going. He's pulling the trigger and going versus looking for the big play.
Yeah, being decisive. I mean, I think if that's true, anecdotally, I'll just have to take your word for it. I don't remember that. But if that's true, hopefully that was changing as last year went on, as McCaffrey was making him right on the diving catch with the dude grabbing his helmet against the Chargers for 50 yards and some of the plays that he was able to make. Grant and Danny on the Fan. By the way, the Marty I missed the most, Cordova. Who you sleep on. 1995 Rookie of the Year for the Minnesota Twins.
Has anyone ever that you can think of, and this is any Major League player you can think of, missed a game because they spent too much time in a tanning bed?
Injury list. Scratched himself so bad, waking up in a tanning bed with all kinds of scratches and cuts, he had to go to the shelf. Yep. So the weirdest baseball injury, and there have been a lot of them maybe in big league history that I can remember. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to play some overrated, underrated as we continue. Remember, at 4 o'clock today, we got those tickets to the country show everybody wants to go to. You're listening to G&D.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers told reporters today that this is going to be his last season in the NFL. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 3 of the 4-game series against the Mets at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. A matchup of a couple of Zacks on the hill tonight. Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. He'll take on lefty Zach Thornton, who's making his major league debut. He's the Mets' number 13 prospect according to MLB Pipeline. Nats and Mets 6:45 right here on the Fan. Hockey tonight, Western Conference Finals, Game 1, Golden Knights and Avalanche. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA, Spurs and Thunder at 8:30. San Antonio up 1-0 in that series. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program comes your way from the Navy Yard and our Half Street Studios in D.C., sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. By the way, Danny got a fresh haircut today, so happy haircut, Danny.
Thank you for noticing, sir.
You can also listen to the program wherever you are, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app, all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7 The Fan, or right now in Richmond for the next 3 hours, AM 910, FM 105.1. However, you are checking us out. A lot of ways to do it. Thank you for making this program part of your day. Great sports night ahead, by the way. We've got Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Vegas Golden Knights, the Colorado Avalanche. Nick Dowd playing with Vegas now after being shipped out of D.C., one of my favorite capitals of all time. Danny, you should be rooting for Dowder. He was a regular on the G&D program.
We love Dowder.
He was one of the best guests, regulars we've ever had. I loved Dowd.
He was great.
And he's one of the really, really good dudes in all of sports, and we were lucky enough to have him here in D.C. for several seasons. So I can root for Nick Dowd and the Golden Knights. I think I can separate my normal disdain for them and pull for him to get his cup. He's never won one.
He is not, and he deserves one. I can't do it with the Knights, though. I'd like to, but I can't.
Their fan base was so nice and reasonable. When we were out in Vegas, that's all we could talk about.
They were really kind. Yeah.
In fairness, that was in their infancy. It was their first season.
Right. They had no rivalries yet. Literally, it was their first season, which, by the way, is a joke.
Stubbed their toe and got to a championship because the league makes it way too easy for these expansion teams in the National Hockey League to get really good really fast. And then the Capitals, who had been trying to win a Stanley Cup their entire existence, are on the precipice of one, while the Vegas Golden Knights are also trying to accidentally win their first. And their fan base was just so happy to be there and to have a team that, like, the Caps score a big goal to take a lead in Vegas and to win a critical game in the Stanley Cup, and the fans were like, we're just so happy for you guys, man. Good for you guys. That was the tone of the entire series.
They were all very kind, and there was so much civic pride in it because nobody thinks about the people that are from Vegas. We go to Vegas. It's a tourist spot. You go in and you're hungover, or maybe what happens in Vegas, blah, blah, blah. The people that live there didn't have anything of their own until that, and they were so much pride in it, which is really cool. I just can't get over the 7-act stage plays and how everyone there liked it. Before the game started, they're wasting my time, and the Caps are trying to take the ice to, like, skate around, and it's like, guys got to pretend to shoot an arrow, and then, like, wherefore not thou? And then, like, Imagine Dragons played. Out forever. Ryan Reeves, cheap shot. They employed him. Can't do it. Can't do it.
They did employ Ryan Reeves.
I can't do it.
For a guy that, I was just thinking about this, for a guy that doesn't like Vegas very much, you might be in Vegas twice in the next 6 weeks.
I do like Vegas.
Oh, okay.
I like it. I like going.
I thought you totally stopped liking it the last couple times.
No, all we do is eat buffets and play some craps. Not craps, blackjack. That's the best, Jerry. I'm going on Friday.
I know you are. That's why I was so surprised. The last few times we've gone out there, you didn't seem to enjoy it very much, and I thought it was very annoying to you.
Are you sure about that?
This could be a
Who are you talking to?
Does Danny hate it? You.
Me?
Yes.
I didn't want to go for like the stupid.
There were multiple times I've gone by myself because you wouldn't go out there.
Right. Where it was like, do you want to go for this irrelevant fight between two people that shouldn't be fighting for a weird spectacle?
We don't go to the fight. We go when we broadcast and we just experience Vegas for 4
it was
days.
just a hassle. I was like, I'm not doing that. But like
Yeah.
going on our, going for a Stanley Cup championship, I had a blast.
No, that I remember was enjoyable. I just thought in general you were over the city.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's news to me.
Then I will take back my you're going twice in the next 6 weeks as a surprise and saying, you're going twice in the next 6 weeks. Yay.
Yay.
There's a chance as a show we're going out there this summer. I haven't heard any more details, but that would be pretty cool.
I'm into it.
Get out there to Circo, over at Circus Swim, and kick it and get ready for the NFL season. Also tonight, in sport nationally, Spurs, Thunder, Oklahoma City.
Bring it to me.
Game 2, Western Conference Final on NBC, 8:30 East time tip this evening. Wemby and the man who took his MVP award, and he's mad about it, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Make sure they can get to that vein. Tap it. Come on. Bring it to me. Immediately.
This is such a good little series and rivalry. We always say this, I feel like, when we get one of these where it's like the Spurs and the Thunder might be doing this for the next several years. But you could definitely see that. Wemby is just getting started.
Yeah, the Spurs have nothing but dudes that are 22 that they just drafted.
And I'm more confident that the Thunder, who have 800 draft picks the next few years and the two-time MVP and are just set up to be awesome for an extended period of time, I'm more confident that they're going to be around for longer. And Wemby's about to win his first of like 5 MVP awards next year. So buckle up. This is going to be something we see constantly.
So good. Such high level, too. I mean, the matchup they're in, and I know we're going to move on and talk about something else, but the Thunder do it their way. The pressure, the relentlessness, and it's like, UConn a couple years ago in basketball where you go, I think I'm with them. We're playing even. And you look up and you're down 18. You're like, when the hell did that happen? It's like a vice grip. The Spurs seem immune to it somehow. Like they've got some sort of special inoculation where they're not affected by it, and they just keep getting good shots and good looks, and Wemby erases every mistake and stuff. It's just a blast to watch. It's such high-level basketball.
It is time to play Overrated and Underrated on Grant and Danny, one of our favorite segments. Garris will throw some categories at us. We've got to give you our most overrated and underrated item in said category. Welcoming onto the program now, everybody's favorite dad.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, look at that.
Let's start with, it's hot outside. It's a great day for ice cream. What's your overrated, underrated ice cream flavor?
This will be tough for me. As you know, I only enjoy one ice cream flavor.
Underrated. Mint chocolate chip does not get the respect it deserves. It's refreshing, it's light, it's tasty, it's got chocolate chips in it, and it is a fantastic treat.
Overrated. Mint chocolate chip. People talk too much about mint chocolate chip. It's green.
It's not
it's
white.
Minty. Some is green.
There are green varieties.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's green. It's minty. The chocolate chip is the redeeming quality. I don't want to taste mint while I'm eating ice cream. No, thank you. Mint chocolate chip, overrated.
Overrated. Plain chocolate. That is for children. That is for tiny children who don't understand that there's so much better out there. An unsophisticated palate who doesn't know anything is going to tell you that chocolate is a good flavor. It's not. It's not what good chocolate is. It's that store-bought, artificial flavoring version of chocolate that a child thinks what chocolate tastes like. It's low class. It's pathetic. If anybody tells you at any time that chocolate's any good, you don't listen to anything else they say. Grant, what do you think?
Underrated. Chocolate. Plain chocolate. It is the only ice cream flavor that matters. It is completely undervalued and underappreciated because of people like Danny saying the terrible and nefarious and incorrect pejoratives that he just laid out there. Funny thing that did happen the other day. So my wife, one of our biggest constant, I would call it a fight, but it's more just like a one-way street. It's like a nagging. So what is that? One of the things that you get like completely ridiculed about constantly.
You get what is that? I know exactly what you mean.
I guess one of her
I've got a list of 1,000
about
there
me.
you go. I've got 1,000. Yeah.
All she does is complain about how I only eat chocolate ice cream and I won't eat other types of ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
So she's poisoned the well. The other day I take my kid after he gets his first extra base hit in baseball to Cold Stone. This is supposed to be a celebratory moment for dad and son, right?
Yep.
And we're in the line and I order my chocolate and he's getting some kind of cotton candy or something terrible. And he says, "Hey, Dad, why do you only get chocolate ice cream when we go to the ice cream store?"
Look at this.
And I was like, "Because I love chocolate, buddy. It's my favorite ice cream." And he's like, "But there's so many other choices."
Yes, there are.
And I'm like, "You're not coming up with this 5-year-old. This is just something you've heard your mom complain about every single time we've ever been at an ice cream place." But the point of the dude's story is because it's just always there, it's the standard, it's the milk chocolate. Everyone wants to look for some wild color. What's blue? What's pink? What's green? Because that's so cool. No, there it is, staring you in the face. The most delicious ice cream they have, chocolate. It's like getting a, when Dave Portnoy does pizza reviews, he doesn't order some kind of weird pizza. I'm going to try your cheese. Let's see how your chocolate ice cream is, ice cream store, and then I'll know more about you. Underrated chocolate ice cream.
What's your overrated and underrated sports movie?
I'll go first on this one. So this is going to be unpopular, and I can already see some people like hitting me up Instagram DMs, Grant H. Paulson. I've never been able to get through this movie. I didn't watch it as an OG because it's older than me, and it's one of those where when I watch it, I'm like, I'm sure this is great. I just can't. It's not for me.
Okay.
Slapshot, the hockey movie.
Yeah, it's a little dated, but it's great. I grew up on it, but I know what you're saying.
I have never been able to get through the whole thing. Zero chance any of the three of our producers have ever seen Slapshot.
They don't know anything about it.
Darius is old
I'm not
enough
even turning
to,
my head.
but he doesn't see a movie. Toby's never seen anything before 1996. And I don't know about Strober, but I just assume Strober's never seen a movie because he works on our show.
Like, if you told him it was a documentary about the Maryland Terrapins, maybe you'd have a chance at watching it.
Who
But
loves
that's it.
Maryland more, Kevin Sheehan or Ben Strober? That's a good question.
Ooh. We need to actually get them both on and do a competition of some kind.
Although one of the two of them is bailing on Maryland in a big, big way. More as that develops.
Oh.
Strober, what do you think about the movie Slapshot? Did he say anything? I didn't hear him if he did.
Exactly. Nothing.
Okay. That you were blocked by a computer, so the bit was good, but I thought I saw your mouth moving, and I'm like, maybe his mic wasn't on.
Maybe his mic's not on.
All right, good breakdown of Slapshot. Thank you. That was like a Ryan Explains It All.
What happens in Slapshot? Oh, there's these guys, and they're just in it.
Are you a Slapshot guy, though?
Yeah. But I get it from a younger person's perspective. For anybody my age and older is going, what's the matter with you? That one I've got some empathy
I've
on.
had so
I'm a
many
Slapshot
friends
guy.
over the years that are like, dude, watch Slapshot, and I've tried. It just doesn't work for me.
Right.
You go. Overrated.
Blindside. Great idea for a movie. Great idea. Great premise. Great story. It's not that good of a flick. Sorry.
Wow.
Sandra Bullock storming around with her southern accent. You might want to watch this one. Michael, protect it like your family. Oh my God. If we're doing a Disney thing, then we can do a Disney thing, but we weren't doing a Disney thing. It's supposed to be hardcore. It's not that good of a flick. Again, the story is amazing. The story rules. The real story, the story that the movie covers. The movie itself, it's a pedestrian film. Sorry about it.
Underrated. Miracle. I'll stick with the hockey theme.
It's underrated?
I think so.
Who doesn't recognize that it's awesome?
I don't hear it brought up routinely when you're talking about the great sports movies ever. I think it's maybe top 5. In fact, and maybe I'm part of the problem, I never think about Miracle ever, and I watched it the night before the Team USA gold medal game with Canada in the Olympics this year, and I'm watching the movie with my wife, and I looked over at her at one point, and I'm like, this movie is phenomenal. I'm not talking about for a sports movie or, for a Disney film or what. Like, this movie is perfect. It is so well done. When's the last time you saw it?
A couple years ago. It's great.
Yeah, that should be a once every several months kind of a rotation type movie for people. I think it's a flawless movie.
My underrated movie. This has jumped to one of the top ranked films for me in the if it's on, I watch it. Like, I'll jump in wherever I jump in and I just watch it to the conclusion. 2011's Warrior. An unbelievably good flick. That's Joel Edgerton. That's Tom Hardy. That's Frank Grillo. That's Nick Nolte playing the alcoholic father. The two brothers become estranged. One went with the mother, one went with the father. Tom Hardy's character, Tommy Conlon, all-state, all-world wrestler, special forces, dishonorably discharged, didn't want the credit. It's a UFC MMA type movie, which generally I don't really care for anything UFC MMA, but it is wonderful. And Jennifer Morrison's in it, plays Tess Conlon, who is the wife of Joel Edgerton's character. As good an actress as you're going to find. Very great at acting in that film, but Warrior is awesome.
I have not seen that movie probably since the theaters, maybe 1 or 2 times after. Very good. I remember in theaters thinking it was really, really good. Came out at the same time or right around Fighter, which was like a similar movie.
Yeah.
If you remember. There
Mark
was like
Wahlberg's movie, The Fighter Chronicle. Yeah.
There was a little run. I think Christian Bale was in that.
He was.
So, little run on those type of, mixed martial arts, fighting movies, whatever. That one was perfect.
And so I dismissed it. I didn't see it in the theater because it's like, oh, we're just doing an MMA thing, and that's it. It's not. It is a beautiful story. It's awesome. I'm not going to spoil anything for you if you haven't seen it, but that is an all-timer.
Overrated, underrated. You got 5 categories for you. Let's move on to round 3 here.
Category number 3, what is your overrated and underrated car feature?
Overrated. Some people think this is some sort of weird status symbol. I don't know exactly what they're called, but those blinding LED headlights. Like, you're not illuminating a city block. You're not illuminating like a archaeological dig in the middle of the night in the wilderness. You can't see. It's not special. The blinding LED headlight that just bothers the oncoming cars. Maybe you have an SUV where you get some sort of extra feature for it, and people can't see in the oncoming lanes. I hate those blinding LED lights.
Overrated sunroofs. I will never use a sunroof, ever. Never used it once. I've had it in many cars. I have it currently in my car now. The other day, my kid was like, will you open up the sunroof? It was, I think, the first time I've ever done it in 4 years. I don't even think about it. Don't notice it. I'll never slide it open. I don't want natural light coming in. It's just warm. I'll never open it. Why do I need air on my hair? If I want that, I could open
You don't want the hair air?
I could just open my window.
You can.
I do not understand the value of a sunroof, and it's used as a selling feature. It's like listed as you won't believe this, but you get a sunroof. Don't care even a little bit.
Right.
Are we having a parade on Friday? Okay, we could drive my car and Toby can stand outside of the sunroof. That's the only reason you would ever need a sunroof. I think they're very overrated.
Underrated. I don't know when they started doing this on cars, but it's fantastic. The blind spot monitoring light.
Big.
That little orange light that goes off, so you don't even really have to check. Don't even turn your head, dude. There's a car right there. That orange light's on. It's bright enough to see. It's easy to see out of your peripheral. You can start to do your head turn for a lane change. You know right away before you even turn your head, you can't go. That blind spot monitoring innovation is fantastic.
Seat warmers. Or coolers, I guess, but those are a little less
coolers
common.
are fancy pants.
A little less common. I don't have cars that have seat coolers, okay? If you got one of those, just know you're living the good life. But a seat warmer. So we had that in the wife's car. I've got it in my car.
Does the minivan have it?
Does not have a seat warmer.
What?
Although, you know what? I can't say that. I have not sat in the driver's seat, nor has it been cool enough to need the seat warmer, or hot enough. No, wait.
No, cool enough.
That was
you
right
need the
first
warmer,
time.
yep.
Yeah. So I don't know, but I'm assuming not. I'm not sure. It's
Minivan's hot enough. Come on, having fun.
Seat warmers.
Seat warmers.
Keep that butt warm when it's cold outside. It's a real game changer.
Oh, those are awesome. Especially, as you said, in the frigid wintertime, those
Yes.
are aces.
You hop into your car, you already got the warmer going. You start just heating up those buttocks till they're a little bit hot. Perfect.
Overrated and underrated candy.
Any kind of candy bar. You know, I've long had this stance on the show that's bothered Danny, but I'm not a candy bar guy. I like Kit Kat. That's the closest I would do to a candy bar. But like, you could name 100 types. I've never really enjoyed any of them or had any of them in my rotation. They're all overrated to me. I could die not eating another one. No problem. In fact, I will die not eating another one because I've never eaten any of them.
Again, insanity. Overrated candy bar, the Mike and Ike. What are you? What am I supposed to do? I can get that same weird chewiness with a Good and Plenty or a Swedish Fish. I can get a lot out of you that I could get from a Skittle. I could get it from a million different outlets that are frankly tastier. I don't know what you are, Mike and Ike, and what do you insist on trying to be? I don't like you.
Underrated Twizzlers. I love Twizzlers. They get a bad rap. Everyone likes to pretend like Twizzlers don't slap them in the face. They're good, man. Go to a movie theater. Not a Red Vine, which are nubs. A Twizzler. Wrap it around a kernel of popcorn. Have it with a nice cola. It's perfect. Do you one better. Bite both ends of the Twizzler off and stick it right in that cola as your straw.
It's paradise.
I love a Twizzler,
It's living, man.
Red Twizzlers only. I'm not a black licorice or
No,
whatever
they're wrong
guy,
or stupid.
but the red Twizzler, very good. It's plasticky. No, it isn't.
Fine, give me yours.
Yeah.
If it's plastic, I'll take yours.
Tell you what, you're right. Hand it on over.
Take that off your hands for you. Underrated. The Take 5. The Reese's Take 5. Can I interest you in pretzels, peanut butter, peanuts, caramel? Not you. This is for the regular people.
You cannot, yeah.
I know you can't. I'll have yours again. Caramel and some chocolate on the outside. It's sweet, it's salty, and it's delicious. It's got a little crunch to it as well. The Take 5 is as good a candy bar as you will find anywhere, and you can never find it. It's always dominated by Nestle Crunches or Three Musketeers bars, and I'm not besmirching those. I never would. They're delicious, and they're filled with hope. The Take 5 is amazing, and it needs a bigger market share. Whoever's in charge of bringing the Take 5 to you and me is doing a piss poor job of it, quite frankly. I need more Take 5s in my life. Thank you.
Last one, your overrated and underrated DC tourist attraction.
Overrated, and I hate to do this because it's a big one. You can see it from everywhere. The Washington Monument.
Guy, we finally agreed.
It's a big old pencil.
Round 5.
It's neat. It's an obelisk, and there's some cool history behind it. It takes 7 seconds to learn. It's 555 feet tall. You can't build anything above it. Blah, 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 blah. I told you everything you need to know. You can see it from far away. You don't have to see it up close.
This is my big takeaway. And my thought on this has always been, the closer you get, it doesn't get more interesting. The mall itself is fine. Go down to the mall, walk around. That's pretty amazing. But the people that, like, I have buddies that were in town for 24 hours and said, we got to go to the monument. I'm like, go to these places. The monument, it's just, when you get up close enough to it, it's just a wall, the color of the monument, and then it goes up high and you can kind of look up. But you could see that and get better pictures from a little further away.
Yeah, it's neat to drive past it on, Ohio Drive
1000%.
or Independence or Constitution. It's cool to see. I got nothing wrong with it. When it's lit up at night, it's kind of cool from far away. But up close, grinding to the top of it is terrifying and awful. It's 1,000 degrees in there. No.
I don't know if you agree with this or not, because I want to be clear about this. Let me be clear. The monument, when you're driving, to your point, or just like seeing the monument around D.C., I do get excited for that and take some pride in it. Like, it's a very DC thing. I'm just saying, you're saying tourist attraction, meaning you're coming to the city, you're going to visit something. It's the visiting part that I find to be not worth your time.
That's where I'm at.
I've never been up in it, but that seems like it would be terrible.
I did it, and it's terrible.
Are you taking a lot of steps? Is it a little car? Am I getting stuck?
Maybe there's AC now, but AC Slater. But when I did it, there wasn't. When I was a kid, when we all did the deal, and it's like you're there and you're downtown. We go to school in DC. We got to go see it. You get to the top of it. The view is fine. You can look out of a Cyclops' eyelet right up there up top and see, in one direction or another. It's just not that special.
We should do a show from the monument. The Grant and Danny show this summer, just from random little places around DC. That could be fun. Underrated?
The Mansion on O Street. It's got something for everybody. It's the secret door mansion. It's got all these weird, extravagant rooms. It looks like it's like a page taken out of Louis XIV and Versailles. It's got all sorts of different traps and different cool things. The museum's got something for everybody. You can take kids there. Adults can have fun there. It's walkable. It's right in the heart of Georgetown. The Mansion on O Street.
I like that. I'll go with underrated. I don't know how underrated it is, but it's my favorite. And I don't know if it's the number one on lists. I think the Lincoln Memorial is awesome. Anytime I go there, I'm always like, this place
every time
rocks.
Yes, it does.
Big Lincoln Memorial guy. Hard to screw up one of the beautiful monuments in D.C., though.
That one's gorgeous. It really, that one in the Jefferson vied to me for number one. Jefferson's got the advantage of being right there on the water, almost kind of on an island.
Pretty nice.
But Lincoln's got the steps, reflecting pool right there. The Lincoln rules.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Remember, coming up at 4, a little over a half hour from right now on the show today, we've got the hitting coach of the best lineup in all of baseball, the Washington Nationals, who are leading the league in runs scored. Matt Borgshulty, that's at 5. And at 4 o'clock today at the Beltway Blitz time frame, we're giving away tickets to the big country show over at Nats Park in August. Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. So we'll be busy. Next, let's talk Wemby on the Fan.
This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers told reporters today that this will be his final season. This is the last time he's going to wear a uniform in the National Football League. In basketball, Western Conference Finals Game 2 tonight, Spurs and Thunder at 8:30. San Antonio leads the series 1-0 after winning in double OT in Game 1. Hockey, Western Conference Finals getting underway tonight as well. Game 1 between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He's 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. He'll take on lefty Zach Thornton, who's making his major league debut tonight. He's a number 13 prospect for the Mets, according to MLB Pipeline. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If that was in your mind at all, knowing that Shea had got that award and you were in the top 3 for it, and did any part of tonight feel personal? Some of your facial expressions kind of look like you were really, really going for it.
Yeah, for sure. Everything you just said.
And I took that personally. Victor Wembanyama would go on to turn in one of the great playoff performances in modern NBA history as the Spurs took Game 1 behind their MVP caliber big. 25 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, shot over 51% from the floor this season. And as a shot blocker, just with his length and his ability around the rim, is one of the greats ever already. I mean, he's led the league 3 straight years, 3.6, 3.8, down this year to 3.1 blocks per game.
What the hell happened, I wonder? God, he's so good, man. What a special player. What a unique guy. My only worry is every player that's been that big. Remember when Yao Ming took the league by storm and under the different bodies and everything. But you look at his feet. He's got size like 206 feet, numbers approximate.
What size shoe does he actually wear? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Let's guess. Because doesn't Shaq wear? First, tell me what Shaq wears. I'm making this up, but I want to say he wore like size 26s or something stupid like that. It was like some outrageous, egregious 22.
Alleged 22.
Okay. So Wemby must wear... I mean, does he wear size 24s? Like, is that even a thing that exists? They only make them for him, probably?
I have no idea. I mean, they look like platypus tails, his shoes do. You know what I mean? Like, it's enormous. And just anybody that big, that kind of pressure and pounding and supporting, and I just worry about knees and feet and those sorts of things, degenerative. I hope we're not robbed of anything. And I'm not talking anything medical. It just makes me nervous.
Dude.
Anybody that big, I just worry that we won't get. I want 20 years of that guy.
By the way, the topic is like, Victor Wembanyama's coming off this amazing game. We've got this new great in the NBA, and Danny's like, tall people die early. You know that, right? You're doing this like he's so tall that we won't be able to play very long in the league.
That's my worry. Is like Ralph Sampson, who you sleep on? Everyone in that room don't even know who he is. Like, we were robbed of years of incredibleness. I'm just hoping that guy, that Jabberwocky, that unbelievable specimen, is around for 2 decades.
I think our research team, which is Toby, came up with Victor Wembanyama shoe size.
So it's not quite Shaq, which is surprising.
He has smaller feet than Shaq?
He does.
So
20 and a half
Those
is the
are
shoe size.
tiny little feet.
According to this,
was he a ballerina?
His feet are around 14 inches long.
14 inches is a lot of inches.
That's absurd.
That's like 2 times longer than long. I mean, that's 14 inches is a lot. Also, let's get back to just his shoe size. 21, you said?
20 and a half, 21, somewhere around there.
How can he be as big as he is and have little feet compared to Shaq? Who is the biggest shoe size in the history of the NBA? Now I'm just curious. Who's your guess, by the way?
My guess is Shaq.
But Shaq's like 7 foot.
Yeah.
We've had 7'6" Yao Ming. What's Yao Ming's shoe size? We've had 7'7" Sean Bradley. You don't think he was wearing size 25s?
I don't.
What size does George Mirasan, the 7'7" big man who wore 77 in D.C.
He wore his wood cobblestone shoes or whatever that cost him his career on that dumb movie that he did with Billy Crystal. What size were those?
They're called My Giant, by
Thank
the
you.
way.
Shaq, 22 and a half. Bob Lanier, 22. Taco Fall, who you sleep on, 22. Brooke Lopez, Robin Lopez, both 20s. Victor Wembanyama, 20 and a half. Yao Ming here listed as 18.
No way.
18 for Yao
Me
Ming.
and Yao Ming basically wear the same size shoe.
Just
even though
dancing on a head of a pencil there.
What is happening? So this is wild. George Mirasan, 7'7". You know what size shoe he wore?
I'm gonna say 17.
19.
19.
He's not even in the 20s. That is, I guess shoe size and height have nothing to do with one another.
I mean, there's some correlation there, right? I mean, you're a little bit taller. Once you get past gargantuan, it's all kind of.
But George Mirasan shoes are like 4 sizes bigger than like some big tall kid who pitches at a high school near here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not that big of a difference. You've met people. Every now and then you bump into like some teenage prospect who's like, wears size 15s. They're like, you won't believe it. This guy's going to be huge. George Mirasan's only wearing 19s. He should be wearing 30s.
You say only like it. I mean, that's a ridiculous foot. That's a massive shoe.
He would be swimming in Shaq shoes.
That's true.
He would have to put paper towel at the end of his.
You know the thing they put in there to keep the shoes fresh in the store, the paper that's all wrapped up. You just keep it in there.
What size shoe do you wear?
13.
Darius, what size shoe do you wear?
I wear 14.
14. Dad, I see you. Toby, what size shoe do you wear?
9.5.
That's tough. Strobes, what size shoe do you wear?
11.5.
You're an 11 and a half guy, Strobes?
Sneaky, huge
Yes, sir.
feet for Strobes. How tall are you? 5'7"?
We can just round up to 6 feet.
No, we don't have to do that.
It's not a dating profile.
I don't
Five.
think you're as tall as I am.
5'7".
5'7"?
Maybe.
That's huge feet. So
That's big feet.
he's the anti-George Mirasan.
Yep.
Strobes, little guy, big feet. Let's go to Kirk and Laurel. Kirk, what's up?
Listen, I've heard the bit before and I like it, okay, but Grant can't say something's overrated or underrated when he never tries anything. It has to be only rated. Okay? I understand that frustrates Danny to no end. Okay? You can't talk about what flavor ice cream except for chocolate. Okay? So you're boring rated.
Well, I've had ice creams before, and I know what they can taste like based on the look and the smell and everything else.
The smell. Do you hear
There's
him?
always new ones, bud.
Overrated. Like I know what strawberry ice cream tastes like. I can think of it right now because I've had those little cups that have the strawberry, the vanilla, and the chocolate.
Yeah, the Neapolitan deal, yeah.
Birthday parties. And I know it's a terrible smell. I could right now if you did a taste
Well, it
test.
smells incredible. But the strawberry ice cream is nubs.
It's awful. I mean, it's just bad. I know what mint chocolate chip tastes like.
Based on?
I've had a taste of it at some point.
Oh, okay.
It's not like coffee, where I've never, ever, ever consumed it.
But remember, I got you that cup of coffee. You had some coffee one day. You were real tired.
Did I?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, I had one sip and tossed it. There's
You
no
didn't.
way
You drank it.
No chance, guy.
Well, because here's what I did. You sleep on this. I made you milk and sugar with some coffee in it.
Right, but I'm just saying, if I told you I drank it, I lied to you. I poured it out.
I watched you. You had a few sips.
Okay, that'll give you.
Yeah.
Maybe. A couple of sips, I could grant you that possibly. But here's what I actually wanted to talk about with Wemby, and we can push this till later. I actually think he's become the number one player in the NBA right now. I don't care if he's won the MVP award or not. I know the SGA did. Joker, this is probably a recency effect thing to some extent, is still the man. Right now, this moment, I think Wemby's my one seed in basketball. Like, if you go sport by sport, not every sport has one, but if you're doing your poster, your Mount Rushmore, the NFL, here's a better way to make the conversation. Every sport has to send a representative to this dinner. There's going to be 4 people there from NBA, NHL, NFL, MLB. Who does each sport send as the guy? Mahomes is football. Wemby is basketball.
Yep.
Baseball is Judge. Hockey's McDavid. And I think right now, I guess Shohei probably.
Shohei.
Toby was a little salty there.
But I think point stands.
Shohei deserves the top billing. That's fair. So baseball is Shohei, and then hockey is Connor McDavid. But I think the other 3 are probably harder to debate. Is Wemby the right guy to send for basketball for the sports meeting of the minds? Or do I still have to send Joker? I'm not sending SGA, and I don't dislike him. He's a great player.
2-time MVP, though, right in a row?
He's not the best player in the sport. I'm sorry, he's not.
Now, I tend to agree with you, but it's also a tougher sell.
Watch game 1.
I know.
Wemby was there, and SGA kind of also played.
I think what this series is going to do is cement that.
Wemby as the guy.
Yeah, I think this is now. I'm not coming out party is wrong. I mean, because the whole world knew, everyone knew in advance of the draft, and that's why a team that had like 7 of the 10 lottery possibilities of getting him should still be kicking themselves. Like if that happened to anybody, they should still be really upset about it and bring it up all the time. Everyone knew this guy was a superstar, that he was different. But this is kind of it's one thing in a lab. It's one thing to read a scouting report. It's one thing to hear about it for a 40-win team. You're now doing this at the biggest stage against the defending champs that are the overdog to win it again. If you take care of them and handle business and are by far the best player on the court, when all the other guys that are nominees are eliminated, including the defending MVP, this is now the coronation ceremony. Like, you get the crown on your head now.
We could be eliminated.
We're going to be eliminated?
22 points, 12 rebounds, 4 blocks in the playoffs so far in 11 games for him. He's averaging 8 for 14 from the floor, hitting up 1.5 threes per game on about 4 attempts, 6 of 10 from 2. But he's averaging 12 boards, 22 points, and 4 blocks. If he has another performance like he did in game 1, it's game, set, match, it's over. I know that there is a recency element because I watched games with Joker with triple-doubles in the finals or whatever, and you're like, oh my God, this is it. This is the best. But right now, this second, there is an element of timeliness to this. And he's on the floor with the dude that's won the last 2 MVPs. And I know it was one game, but it just felt like SGA and his team had zero answer for Wemby. He is just a more complicated ask to defend. There's not a way to do it. Well, SGA, I could stop him. Other guys might get theirs. Good luck with Wembanyama. You just have to hope he misses.
But to me, offensively is simply a portion of the story. This is a guy that should be the defensive player of the year for every game that he's healthy.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like now, he and Rudy Gobert have similar roles. But think about that. A defensive specialist center that's here to rebound, block shots, affect shots, and start breaks. He's also, one of the better offensive players in the league, kind of to your point. And you look at Jokic's stats this year, 28 a game, 13 boards, 11 assists. The numbers are staggering. He's still unbelievable. He's still maybe the best player in basketball. There's no debate about who you start a team with. It's Wembanyama. That's obvious. And then sort of any conversation, to me, kind of spurns from there, but it's defensively. Whereas those other guys can't be bothered to do it.
And I'm not even advocating that he should have won the MVP award. I might have voted for him. But this is not a referendum on SGA winning a second straight MVP.
Averaging 31 a game for the best team in basketball.
It's 2 different conversations.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I don't think Gilgeous-Alexander is in that stratosphere of we're sending you to represent us at the sports symposium. Wemby is that dude.
I think that's right.
One more of those games tonight, and I don't even know if we're going to be debating it anymore. But let's go. 8:30 tip-off for Game 2 for the Spurs and the Thunder Western Conference Final. Double play is next. We'll give away tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at 4 on the Fan. Our double play every day at 3:45 on Grant and Danny is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
3. That is the number. That is the number of ice creams I had last night in the press box. 2 before first pitch. I need an intervention of some kind. I don't have any willpower. So one of the things that I like to do when we go to the press box, Jeeps, is grab some dinner, kind of whatever's available, whatever's hot, get myself situated, sit down, be able to put the food away, and watch the old matters of sport, watch the baseball unfold, right?
I always feel bad for Danny because it's always like a spectacle when he eats and everyone has to talk about what he's doing and everything. But it is amazing. The other day he sat down, he got 4 plates of, total. The
total,
fourth one
right?
came
Okay,
later.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
But I guess the picture came when you, so like, even if you ate 3 plates, you probably weren't the only person to do it.
Right.
But,
I mean, people get up multiple times, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm getting all here so I can, watch
But
the
it was
game.
just insane. So you sat down, and before you had kind of situated yourself, like into the first inning, whatever, there's 3 full plates of food. There's like a hot dog and fries. There's a hamburger and fries. And then there's a whole like chicken and rice like dinner or whatever. But it's 3 meals all around you with like 2 random bars that you grab to have later in the night and then a plate of fruit. Just like, so it's just like trays all around you to the point where a guy that you don't even know that well is like taking a picture of it. He's like, what are you doing here? And you're like, not much, man. Just getting my dinner.
So what I could do is every time he gets up to go get another plate, hey man, what are you doing? Like you take multiple trips, I take 1. That's just how I do groceries or whatever. But it is what it is.
You also eat more than anyone I've ever met.
But it's also that. So the point of the dude's story is, once I had no plans, and I mean this. Monday night, 0 ice cream. Last night, I had fully planned to keep my ice cream embargo going. All it takes for my sheep self is to see one person at that machine, hear the of that soft serve going into that cup. And now they're topping it with whatever they want, whether it's caramel syrup, whether it's chocolate syrup, whether it's a strawberry syrup, which I would never use. It's probably full. It's the original strawberry syrup they bought because it's terrible. No one should put strawberry in anything. Except strawberries, that's fine, but in a different context. Crushed Oreos, maybe some cookies. I don't know what your pleasure is, but I know that people are doing it. I see one person and the floodgates open. I didn't go up there one time like a normal human being. My wife always says to me, why can't you just have a little? And I go, you haven't met me. You don't understand what it's like in this stupid brain with this disgusting body that I can never, ever get right. Because as soon as I get the little crack, the little sliver, the flood opens up and I eat so much of it. I had 3 overwhelming helpings, knowing each time, as you've already stated correctly, I come back to my seat, it's, whoa, look who's doing it tonight. Whoa, look at this fat pig. Whoa, look at this goblin. Hey, I bet you sleep alone every night, you disgusting moron. Hey, you got the willpower of a sheep. Everybody does it no matter what I do. Knowing I'm going to catch that joning, I still saunter on back there like Vince McMahon. This one's a swirl. I'm disgusting. I'm a disgusting pig monster, and I need help.
So, can I ask, how do I want to ask this in a way that is fair?
Just whatever. I'm hitting myself with the bat. You could take a turn too at the pinata. I don't give a damn.
Do you think that, like, the guy taking the picture of you or us asking you about it shouldn't happen?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Because here's the thing.
Because
it's embarrassing,
What I'm
Grant.
saying is, there's nobody. Like, you're right. There are people. I think there's probably someone up there that ate 3 plates. I don't think they ate 4 plates plus the fruit, plus the bars and all the stuff. Like, there's 0 chance anyone ate the number of calories up there that you ate that night. 0. But I do think somebody, like, I had a plate and a half, I would say, of food. And then I was full, so I couldn't do ice cream 2 nights ago. I was like, I'm not going to push it. I had a cookie. But I guess my point is, you're saying, I'm just doing it all at once. Kinda. I mean, you had 4 meals of food in maybe 10 minutes, and you don't eat that fast, whatever. But I think 2 things are true. We should all leave you alone and just let you do what you're doing.
When it's embarrassing, the thing that's not embarrassing, I go,
It is a circus trick. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, but sure.
And also, I want to get this out of the way, too.
Okay.
You reminded me of my buddy Bear. I've told you this story before, how he started this diet one time. He's like, do you want to go get breakfast with me? I'm going to tell you about this diet I'm doing. And we were at Howard's
Does it have ice
Bakery.
cream on it?
No. So the bit was, he got this gigantic pile of bacon, remember? And
You told me this,
His
yeah.
whole theory was the bacon would make him sweat, so every day he was going to eat essentially like 40 strips of bacon or something. And that was going to make him, it was like his big idea, right?
His big idea.
You kept saying all night when I'm like, because Toby and I always set your over-under for ice cream. I thought it should be 1.5. He said it should be 2.5. You're like, I'm not going to do ice cream tonight. That's why I'm eating so much.
Yeah, Monday I didn't do. My plan worked.
So you went and got another plate of food after the 3 plates originally, and I'm like, why don't you just get ice cream? You're like, this is so I don't get ice cream. But you get the irony of that, or like how funny that is. Or no?
No, that one I didn't understand the all the ridicule. But again, you guys have your fun.
There's no ridicule.
Well, there is.
I'm saying,
look at draw attention to this pig. I mean, that's what it was.
It's not pig. The whole point was you said you don't want to have ice cream.
Yeah, because ice cream
so you're gonna
is
have 5 plates of food. You don't get what I'm asking. Like,
yeah, I don't. Because
just have ice cream.
No, because the point is that's the worst thing I can have. Ice
cream?
Yes, that's because I'm not just eating ice cream, Grant. There's a cookie in it. There's Oreos in it. There's M&Ms in it.
Well, I didn't know you did that.
Of course,
what you did last night is not what you normally do.
It's exactly what I always do, Grant.
The gigantic ice cream with the cookies and all that.
Yes, and I get a different kind every time. All the sugar and there's no nutritional value in that for me.
What do you think the calorie count was at the game 2 nights ago?
I don't know calories. I know that it's more sugar than a human being should have. It would kill a hamster. I know that.
Do you think it's outrageous to suggest you ate 4,500 calories?
I have no idea. Honestly, I'm not even. I don't know how to play along. I don't. Yes, is that right? I don't know.
I have no idea.
But when I get a plate of fruit instead of eating ice cream, you see what I'm saying? That's way better. Way better.
I'm super unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
I could never eat anywhere near as much as you do at any sitting.
I know.
I eat badly all the time, but I eat little bits of bad, if that makes sense. And you do that enough and you're just in a bad way. You also play pickleball 83 hours a week and do all kinds of working out. So you look presentable and good and healthy. You just happen to sometimes eat badly. But what's interesting about you is you are 0 or 100.
Yes.
So there are days where you'll go over there. You're like, I'm not doing anything. And you'll just eat a Nutri-Grain bar or something.
Yeah, gnaw at a piece of celery.
And so you won't do anything. And that's good Danny. But then the bad Danny is
Mr. Hyde over here.
The scene from The Hangover where you walk in the next morning and there's a tiger in the bathroom and no one has pants on.
And I got a little hospital
Just
wristband.
6 plates of food.
Missing my tooth.
Over the course of the night. It is staggering to watch.
I'm disgusting. I was doing really well last night. Doing just fine. I had a little bit of a nice little dinner going. I had my Nutri-Grain bar, a Kind bar, whatever, doesn't matter. And I go, this is it. I got it. I'm good. All it took was just a reporter, journalist, covers the team.
Journalist.
Yeah. Nats reporter. I saw them saunter back to their chair with that ice cream. That's it. That's all it takes. I'm so pathetic. That's what I have for you.
And let me give you a crazy stat. There have been 1,122 pitches thrown at 100 or more miles per hour this year.
Okay.
In baseball. 1,122.
1,122
pitches.
Mm-hmm. Jacob Mizorowski has all of them? Is that the
584 swings on those pitches.
Okay.
How many home runs do you think?
2?
0.
Jeez.
Tell me more about velocity not mattering or helping a little.
Golly.
1,100 plus pitches at 100 or more this year. Almost 600 swings and not one home run.
Yep. It's the epidemic. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Grant and Danny on the Fan will give away tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan next. Speaking of how hard it is to hit in the big leagues, the Nationals are number 1 in runs scored and scoring per game. Their hitting coach is with us today at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan.
Last night in the NBA playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1, the Knicks came back from being down 22 points to the Cavs in the fourth quarter. Late Jalen Brunson leading the way with 38 points. They get the win in overtime, 115-104 to take a 1-0 series lead tonight. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, Spurs and Thunder in OKC, 8:30 tip-off for that one. San Antonio up 1-0 in their series after they won in double OT in Game 1. NFL news, Aaron Rodgers said that this is going to be his last season. In hockey, Western Conference Finals Game 1, Golden Knights and Avalanche tonight at 8 o'clock. And in baseball, Game 3 of the four-game series for the Nationals and the Mets tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Matchup of Zach's on the hill. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. He'll take on lefty Zach Thornton, who's making his major league debut tonight for the Mets. He's their number 13 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour 2026, Thursday, August 20th, Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Beltway Blitz time. We'll cover Major League Baseball and the Commanders jammed into the next few minutes. Let's start you off on the diamond. Chelsea Janes, SNOI, joins us now. Chelsea, the Mets are in town taking on the Nationals. They've split the first 2 games of this series. I want to start with the Nats. I know you've been covering more Mets. We'll get to them in a second. But 1 game under 500 as they play today on May 20th. How surprised are you by what Paul Tabone, Blake Butera, and company are pulling off?
So I'm not going to say I'm not surprised, because I'm definitely surprised. But I think in general, I kind of expected things would get better quickly. You know, how much better, I don't think we quite know, where it's going to end. But it's just so clear that they needed direction. I think you saw it last year with guys like James Wood and Mackenzie Gore, kind of falling off. There was just no sense that, the organization knew where to take them or where it was going. And now the path is so clear. The plans are so clear. Player improvement plans, the vibes are so much better. And yeah, they've also put together a really good offense. It's crazy how good they are considering how little they can pitch. So I think Tabone deserves a ton of credit. And I also think it's telling, how much better they are, just because everyone kind of is pulling in the same direction now.
So to piggyback on that, Chelsea, if I told you before the season starts, or I told anybody, hey, they're going to give up the most runs in baseball, and they're going to have 13 more errors than anybody else through whatever game it is, the 51 game mark, on pace to set a record by the 1824 long stockings from some industrial town, and they're a game under 500. A, that's that much more remarkable, but B, is the rest of baseball kind of paying attention, going, what are they doing on offense and why aren't we doing it?
Yeah, they should be. It's no longer such a small sample. I definitely can see a world in which the rest of the league kind of still adjusts, right? With young hitters, as soon as the league kind of gets to know how to pitch them, then, they slow down. But it's been long enough, and some of these guys aren't that young, that you kind of wonder if they have something figured out there. And I think, honestly, that's been the white whale for a lot of organizations. It's okay, there's organizations that think they're really smart about pitching, but consistently developing and improving big league hitting is kind of a mystery for people. So it looks like they've got something figured out. We've seen a better CJ Abrams. Jacob Young made some improvements. That guy, looked kind of hapless, and now he's kind of a credible hitter, I'd say. So I don't know. I think it's worth watching. It feels too early to say for sure, but it's kind of hard to argue. They've been really good.
Seems like a good time to mention that the Nats hitting coach, Matt Borgshulty, is going to be on the show with us at 5 o'clock today. Coming up in about
Nice.
50 minutes right here on Grant and Danny. So we'll have a deep conversation with him on the philosophies behind the Nats offensive renaissance here. Chelsea, I know you've been covering a lot of Mets up in New York. It's been an odd 24 hours in terms of just the number of players they're calling up that are pretty good prospects from the minor leagues. We saw a local star from high school at Gonzaga, Nick Morabito, make his debut yesterday, made a spectacular catch up against the wall, almost robbed James Wood going up the ladder on the grand slam inside the park. Tonight, Zach Thornton, their number 13 prospect, a 24-year-old lefty, is going to be called up to start. And now it looks like Jonah Tong, the electric 22-year-old righty in AAA, could be starting tomorrow. So what's going on with all the promotions? Just how big of an injury situation do they find themselves in?
Yeah, I think they've found themselves in a pretty big hole and some underperformance too, right? Like Sean Manaea is a guy that was supposed to be really good, Kodai Senga, and both of them have kind of, for whatever reason, health or pure performance, just not been there. So they've kind of had to dig into the minor leagues. Certainly not where you want to be as a team that spends as much as they do on their big league roster, but I think a bit of a referendum on David Stearns now, right? Like he was supposed to come in and make that minor league system such that they didn't have to spend $400 million on the big league roster every year. So, all right, like see what you've got. But yeah, it's not a good sign for them that those guys are coming up. But a couple of them, AJ Ewing and Carson Bench, who everyone saw last night, I think Morabito is probably going to be similar. Like they've had a lot of success, and so it's a fascinating time. But it is not where the Mets want to be, and I think that is it's a desperation situation for sure.
Chelsea, there's a number of teams that we're here in Washington, obviously, and they're surprising, and it's fun, a game under 500. But around baseball, the White Sox are 2 over. The Athletics are in first place in the AL West. And Tampa's leading a Yankees team that's got 7 trillion times the payroll that they do. Or Tampa is. So there's a bunch of surprises kind of going on, in addition to the normal people that we expect to be at the top. Just kind of give me a state of the union here about a third of the way through the year.
Yeah, I think sometimes, and especially for some reason in recent years, we kind of underestimate the value of playing with no expectations in the sport. Like, it's so easy to win baseball games when you have no pressure on you, and it is so hard when you have pressure on you, right? Like, look at the Phillies. I mean, they've recovered, right, because you knew they would, but for a while there it was kind of dicey. The Mets, obviously, like, I think not all those teams will be there at the end. I think there are a few that will, but I just think it speaks to how much harder it is to win when you're supposed to win. And I don't know if that's like a social media era thing. It's something I've thought about a lot. But yeah, it's kind of wild. And I also think it speaks to parity, right? Like you're not accidentally in first or, over 500 this time of year. It says something about where you are. And I think there are a lot of teams that are getting creative with young players and really getting a lot out of them.
Speaking of the Phillies, Kyle Schwarber's 20 homers, still 3 more than anybody else in baseball. Even though he's closing in on a week without one here, he's on pace for 66 home runs this season. 66. I mean, what do you make of his year, and where would you actually predict he falls at the end of this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see him hitting 66, but it's hard to think of a reason why he wouldn't if he stays healthy, right? Like, I've said this before, and it's like definitely an insane take, but I think he might be my first overall pick if I'm starting a franchise because he's just so sturdy. He's so steady, such a good clubhouse guy, and like he just keeps hitting. There's almost no way to kind of, not pencil him in for 40 to 50 homers every year. And, I think he's a little bit of like the guy that, they're down, like let me put this team on my back, and that's kind of what he's done. So, I mean, I don't see a reason why he can't hit 66 other than it seems insane to say he would. But, man, he's been so good for so long, and he's not slowing down.
Chelsea, awesome as always. Good to catch up.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Darius, I'd like to talk about the NFL, please. GP and I will do that. Aaron Rodgers telling us this is it, the final ride. Let the attention tour begin, GP.
He at least is acknowledging this is it so that we don't have to do the dog and pony show all year where he's asked a billion questions. Look, people that don't like Aaron Rodgers will say he wants the attention and the swan song or whatever. But let's face it, you could also point out or say, if you're like me, if that's true, then he should want all the questions all year long. I just think he thought about retiring. He was really close. Maybe there's some unfinished business. McCarthy got in his ear. Chance to go full circle, work with a guy you really like that loved to play with before. You get one last crack at this thing, and you know right now that you're close enough that you're actually stepping away when it's all said and done. But take away for a second from the personality stuff, whatever you don't like about Aaron Rodgers, the fact that he's become fairly insufferable as a teammate. Am I going to play? Am I not going to play? We got to bask a little bit in just how great this guy's been. He's going into year 22 in the NFL. He's about to play at age 43, And while, he's not a top half the league quarterback anymore, 24 touchdowns, 7 picks, and 3,300 yards last year. Like, we went 20-plus years around here with the Commanders where you would have taken that at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God, yeah. Even his year with the Jets in 2024, not the one snap he had with the Jets the year before.
Not that one.
But, I mean, it was viewed as disastrous. And, of course, they were terrible, and some of it was empty calories. But just under 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 picks, to your point. That's as good a quarterback season as we had here in, nearly ever, most of my lifetime. But this is a dude that is an all-time passer, one of the all-time greatest quarterbacks in NFL history. The end is sour, again, with the time with the Jets, whatever happens here with Pittsburgh, where they're just probably 9-8 and just, he's more of a game manager than he is a star. But we should remember some of those incredible campaigns, the 50 touchdown, 4 pick type years, the 5,000 yards here, there, and everywhere. He was incredible.
Funny line in Raiders camp today as they were on the practice field. Their new head coach, Clint Kubiak, talking to reporters about Brock Bowers, his tight end. Danny, he called him a football robot sent from heaven. Brock Bowers is slept on nationally. Had injury problems last year, so only 12 games and only about 70 catches. In his rookie year, 112 for 1194. Had the best year of any tight end in history. If you remember, Sam Monson, then of PFF, now with, I think, 33rd team or something, he voted him the rookie of the year over Jaden Daniels. So Daniels in 24 was not the unanimous rookie of the year award winner that he should have probably been, but Brock Bowers is incredible, and whether it's Cousins earlier, Mendoza late, he's one of the great weapons in the sport.
Yeah, that was an easy one to call. There have been a few of those guys in drafts over the years. I always used to point to Mike Evans as kind of my version of this. I would go, I understand there are other good players. Everyone that passes on that guy is making a mistake. Felt that same way about Bowers, where who knows how great of a true, honest-to-goodness, multiple-way tight end he is in terms of inline blocking and stuff. I don't care. That is an offensive weapon. Everyone should have been hot on that dude. The fact is, he plays for the Raiders, and no one's really going to notice outside of fantasy circles when he catches 125 balls for 1,100 yards and 12 touchdowns playing for a team that's going to win 4 games. But that guy is a football robot.
All right, let's talk local football, shall we? Chris Russell, locked on tanking, joins us now on the G&D Beltway Blitz.
I have definitely not locked on tanking.
You won't believe this, guys. We were going to lunch a little bit earlier today.
Yep.
And we heard someone screaming. It sounded like Chris Russell. We couldn't find him anywhere. We looked down in the grate right there, like the Metro grates, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And he was stuck way down low. Fire department had to come. They lowered a little fire hose. He grabbed onto it. We all pulled him up. He just kind of hung on, and we lifted him up to
because he was always trying to warn us about those grates that they're not trustworthy, and it happened.
Can I tell you that is my greatest fear?
We actually shared that, by the way.
I hate driving over those things. I refuse to. I'm like the pitcher that walks over the first base chalk line. Remember how they used to do that? Much more in olden days. I don't know if you guys were around back then, but they used to literally never touch the white line going up the first base line because it was out of, superstition. I will not walk on those Metro grates at all because I'm so fearful of what my life is going to be.
Rini, Terry McLaurin, public appearance yesterday, talking about David Blau, suggesting he's going to try to get McLaurin 10 targets a game, saying he's loving the plans. He obviously hasn't been around him a lot, but he does think that there's a lot in the playbook, both for him and then for him to free up his teammates as well. I'm excited to see what Blau cooks up.
I mean, I know it's been talked about a lot, freeing up Terry McLaurin, putting him on different sides of the formation. I would like to see him more in the slot. I think it was under Scott Turner, if I'm not mistaken, when Ron was here, that they had him in the slot one year, like 32% or something like that. I would love to see that, right? Because if they are so convinced that Antonio Williams can play outside, and they are convinced about that, and, I think you can play Luke McCaffrey in or out. I would love to see that. And that's a different way that maybe you could get some different looks and some different targets and some different touches for Terry. But the other way is, again, how you used Deebo Samuel last year, which I got sick of. And then Cliff started finally, after games and games and games of throwing the left, screen hitch, quick whatever, and having it blown up because it was so telegraphed. They started going a little play action off of that. They started going with a little slant. There's different ways you can get Terry the ball, moving him side to side, moving him into the slot, but also, even if you want to just keep him at the left side, it doesn't always have to be a 9-round. It doesn't always have to be a deep post. You can get him the ball quickly and immediately on slants, on little, slip screens, that type of thing, where you can get the ball out of Jaden's hand into Terry's hands and then see if he can make a move.
Are they right about Antonio Williams?
I think they are. If you look back at what year? 2024, you see him a lot more outside than in, so they are. I'm Adam Peters on and off the record, because I was with him the night that they drafted him, was absolutely convinced. And I don't always believe what executives say, but he was stone cold convinced that Antonio Williams can play outside and can play really effectively outside. And if you look at it, guys, again, not only does the tape show that when he was completely healthy at Clemson a year and a half ago, but on top of that, he's got the speed, the frame, the everything. I saw him run a deep post route one time against a single high safety, and he blew past him from the slot. I don't see why he couldn't do that, quite honestly, from the outside. Even last year, and I'm talking about last year, why can't he do that? It's not that different.
Fact or fiction? If Jaden Daniels is healthy, he's going to play exceptionally well, and there's nothing to worry about otherwise. In other words, it's just a health thing. You're not worried about the actual football playing not having been as good last year.
I say it's fiction because I can't rule out that he didn't regress decision-making, timing, rhythm-wise last year, and teams didn't maybe make some adjustments. But I think it's closer to fact than it's fiction because I have to allow for some of the regression that I saw last year. I don't think it was just injury related, but I think it's closer to fact than it would normally be in this case, because I do think Blau, under center, play action, better running, all of that stuff, better personnel, quite honestly. Younger. I mean, again, you talked about Antonio Williams, talked about the improvements to the running backs, Chika Okonkwo at tight end. They are a better offense, period, personnel. They are the best offense that this kid has had in his 2+ year NFL career, period.
We were chopping this up earlier. What's your opinion? What kind of year is Frankie Louvu going to have?
So I saw a little video clip that Logan did with you on the Take Command podcast, and
brand new episode of Take Command that dropped today.
Yeah,
available wherever you get your audio.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm big into podcasts, right? I have my own from 1 to 4 every day.
I wasn't familiar with that,
but I'm not as high on Frankie Louvu as Logan. I guess was, and then now Logan is kind of talking about Jordan McGee maybe taking some of those snaps and all that stuff. I think Louvu is going to be at times fine in this system. I don't know if he has the tremendous athleticism and speed and chameleon-like movements in this system for me. I know he's not great in coverage. I know he's not a great tackler. I know he's better downhill, and I know he can get after the quarterback. So I think he's going to put up some numbers. But I think he's also going to be exposed in different ways that fans are not going to see and want to hear about as much. And I think this ultimately will be his last year in Washington.
Rini, old buddy, old pal, will I see you over at Nats Park tonight?
I will be there. But as a fan,
as a Nats fan
not
or a Mets fan?
I'm not allowed in the press box or anything like that.
Wait, is that true?
That's
You're not
true.
allowed up there?
It's not true.
I don't
But
think that's true. They'd prefer you not be up there?
There's just a thing that I can't really explain on the radio.
Oh.
There's just a thing. I don't feel very welcome. So I just go as a fan.
You don't feel welcome?
Wait a minute. Wait. Like from us?
No, not from you.
Oh, the Nats don't like you.
I don't know about that. They just, it would be nice if they would help the Rooster out a little bit. But,
I've heard you're the preeminent place to come for Nats talk from some of the local folks who write about Nationals baseball. What's all this about the Nats not liking Rini? I've never heard of this.
How do you want me to answer this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We really don't know what you're saying.
You're speaking in like vagaries, and I don't know if this is real.
Was there an incident that we're not remembering?
No, there's no incident.
Am I supposed to know what you're talking about?
I am a huge Nats fan. I talk about the Nats every day. I'm as supportive as anybody could be.
Let me be clear. You're a Mets fan first, right?
I grew up a Mets fan.
Right. So tonight,
I grew up a Mets fan.
I understand. Who do you root for tonight over there?
I root for a good baseball game.
Your headphones are Mets blue. The second thing I'm going to say is, are you referencing something that we should know about?
No, there's no incidents at all. I just, it would be great if somebody treated my show like we actually know and talk about the Nationals. It would be great. That's all I'm asking for is a little bit
Are
of
you
help.
talking about us?
Do we do
No, I didn't say that. No.
Am I missing
No.
something?
No,
Yes,
not you.
we both are.
It's like he's having some weird conversation with people that aren't us right now.
You're asking me
Yeah.
how I'm going to the game. I'm not going in the press box as a member of the media
Because you're not welcome.
I don't feel welcomed. I don't feel like I'm
Can
important.
I say, as an ambassador, you are very welcomed. I'd
Thank you.
love to take you over there and get you up to the press box, get you a little soft serve ice cream.
Okay,
and
I
we'll
don't.
keep scoring
I don't
together.
feel welcomed by various situations that have happened that have occurred to me this year, or last year, or the year before that.
Situations.
I don't feel very welcome. That's it.
Is
I'm
this
just being honest with you. So I'm just going to go as a fan.
All right.
I don't know why this is so hard.
I don't either.
I love
You're
you
right.
guys, but I don't know why this is so difficult. I don't feel very welcome. That's it.
I just want you to feel welcome.
I want to feel welcome
Is it
too.
ownership not welcoming?
I don't know.
Is it Blake
ownership.
Butera doesn't like you very much?
I've never been able to talk to Blake Butera at all.
Paul
despite
Tabone.
many requests.
Paul Tabone doesn't like
I have not been able to talk to Paul Tabone at all. All I do is good quality Nats talk every day on my podcast from 1 to 4 on the Team 980.
Dump that for me real quick, Darren. He just promoted
He might
himself
put another station.
on a
You can't
different
do
You
that.
can't promote another radio
Can't do
station
that.
while you're on with us.
I mean,
Did
how
you
come
dump
Kevin
that?
Sheehan gets a promotion when he's on?
Oh, the Kevin Sheehan podcast. You can listen to it any day. Dump that too, please, by the way. Grant and Danny on the Fin. Thank you, Rainey. I hope you feel more welcome wherever it is that
I
you
hope the
end up.
situations are more inviting in the future.
And I hope they are too.
Speaking of which, the hitting coach of the Washington Nationals, Matt Borgshulty, will be on the Grant and Danny radio program coming up at 5 o'clock, 35 minutes from now, on your flagship home for Nationals baseball, the preeminent place to hear Nationals talk, the show that does it better than anybody, Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Employee pricing is back at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. Yep. You don't have to swipe a key card or reset that password. No online training. You're in. Now, for a limited time, you pay what they pay on most new Ford vehicles. Like a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 HQ, over $9,400 off the MSRP, plus 0 payments for 90 days. Settle up a new 2026 Mustang, close to, get this, $10,000 off the MSRP, and 0 payments, you guessed it, for 90 days. How about a new Explorer from Ted Britt? Enough room for the whole crew, over $7,600 off the MSRP, and once again, no payments for 90 days. That's pretty much 3 months. They don't want your cash. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. That's peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. I love Ted Britt Ford, and you will too. They won my business. They've been doing this for more than 60 years. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. The Nationals getting set to take on the Mets at Nationals Park for Game 3 of the 4-game series. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. It's a matchup of Zach's on the hill tonight. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. He'll take on the lefty, Zach Thornton, who's making his Major League debut tonight for the Mets. He's their number 13 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. Hockey playoffs, Western Conference Finals tonight. Game 1 between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. And in basketball, Western Conference Finals Game 2. That'll tip off at 8:30 between the Spurs and the Thunder. San Antonio with a 1-0 series lead in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers said that this is going to be his final season. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Matt Borgshulty, hitting coach, Nationals at 5 in 30 minutes. We'll take you up to 6:15. Charlie and Dave pregame. Nats have a chance to get to 500 tonight right here on the Fan. I got some notes from a piece The Athletic did on NFL scheduling. I wanted to bounce a few of these off you and see what you think. So here's a section on teams on the rebound. Going by opponents' combined winning percentage in 2025, 8 of the 9 easiest schedules belong to teams that missed the playoffs in 2025. You'd expect that to be the case. Should have a softer schedule. That's the Browns, the Saints, the Bengals, who I'm really high on. The Falcons, the Colts, who could have a good bounce back year. The Lions, by the way, should be in line for a really nice progression this
They're
season.
in the perfect spot, a 9-8 team, not like a 4-13 team with an easy schedule.
Great point.
Yeah.
Titans, Ravens, all listed here. But there's one team that has one of the softest schedules in the league that did make the playoffs last year. You know who that is? This is a team I think we should be buying stock in, by the way. The Houston Texans. They sneak in with the 7th easiest schedule after getting to the playoffs for the 3rd year in a row under DeMeco Ryans. And remember, if not for that C.J. Stroud clunker, gross, awful game, they probably beat New England. Drake May didn't play very well against their elite defense in that playoff game. They could have easily been an AFC Championship game, Super Bowl caliber team. That's the type of defense they had. And now you're talking about one of the softest schedules in the sport. Huge year loading for Stroud, who I've seen all the videos coming out of his workouts and stuff. Looks like he's lost some baby fat, tightened up, he's gotten bigger and muscular. He's certainly putting in the work in the gym. I'm sure he's putting in the work in the film room. This is a massive season for him.
Yeah, we did a little make or break earlier for Washington. How about for him? The promise of an unbelievable start to his career for a team that's gone to the playoffs. It was previously was a joke. Last year, that performance on the biggest stage will stick with him until it doesn't, until they do something very different when it comes to it.
I don't know how this is happening, but the Panthers this year only travel 8,740 projected miles for their entire schedule. So clearly no international games for Carolina. They could basically drive, bus like the old minor league baseball teams or something from Major League. The 49ers, just comparatively, Danny, have almost 40,000 miles they'll be racking up in travel.
It's just one trip they beat Carolina. That one Australia trip or whatever when they go around the world.
Oh, wow. Good call.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, basically. I mean, 8,000, I don't know that I've ever seen it that low. It's just a really good, fortunate thing. I mean, it's not like there's a reason other than your road games that year, you're not making cross-country trips or whatever. But that is a massive asset. We had the guy that does the scheduling for the NFL on yesterday, and if you missed that conversation, I thought it was really fun, really cool. A lot of good answers from him on how the scheduling works. They say that there's not a correlation between rest days and win percentage like you and I perceive that there is, or like Warren Sharp has talked about over the last several years based on all of their research. I wonder what travel schedule says when they research it, because that's something teams really care a lot about.
Oh, for sure. Now, I've seen different data on rest days, so it's interesting to compare and contrast those deals. But
I think his goes back further. He was talking about over like a 30-year sample.
Right.
Whereas I think some of the stuff you see now is over the last few years.
Right. Which and again, it's all relevant data. I mean, it's now to the point that sports books have it baked in when a team has a huge rest advantage. I'm not talking about a half a day, but
They
like
should.
2 or 3 days. I mean, it's now part of some of the betting lines. But it just, you're looking at that schedule of Carolina's, it hadn't occurred to me that it was that low. I mean, their furthest travels in the preseason at Arizona and at Buffalo, going, all the way across the country, 3,000 miles, then all the way up to the Northeast in Buffalo. Their furthest trip in the regular season is probably going to Green Bay, middle of the country, and that's it.
So the 49ers travel, we talked about the conditions they've got to deal with a minute ago. 38,000 plus miles, 3,200 more than second place LA, 9,600 more than third place Houston. But I wonder, look, they travel more than the Bears, Browns, and Panthers combined, okay? You mentioned this. Their one trip to Melbourne to play, a 15,000 plus mile trek, is almost twice the Panthers' entire travel slate this year. Are we overrating their travel because all of that happens in week one, the 15,000 miles?
Yep.
So really all of a sudden now it's 23,000, which is probably league average or so the rest of the way. Maybe on the higher side, but still, 23,000 miles is a lot, but it's not abnormal or crazy or egregious. Does the Melbourne thing linger for 8 weeks? Probably not.
I don't know the answer to that.
Might linger for a week or two.
Yeah, it might set you back, and then you might be behind the 8 ball for however long and never feel like you got right or not be in a rhythm for a while. But at a certain point, you're just now playing football again.
They've got Australia and Mexico City.
Yeah.
The league really didn't care that much about how much complaining they were doing about that Australia trip. Here's an interesting one, I thought. Patriots, Chargers, Dolphins are the 3 teams ranked in both the top 10 of projected travel miles and strength of schedule. So that's based on winning percentage in 2025.
Who are those 3 teams against him again?
Patriots, Chargers, Dolphins.
Patriots, Chargers, Dolphins.
Which is to say they've got the most grueling schedules based on travel and who they're playing. And we know New England last year had the schedule that everyone kind of viewed as a cakewalk. Well, this year, it's the 5th most travel miles and the 6th toughest schedule. The Chargers, who from a rest standpoint have the worst rest schedule in the league, 24,000 miles, 7th most, 9th toughest schedule. I think the Dolphins are going to be awful.
I do too.
First year under Hafley as their head coach. The Cardinals yesterday, I told you, I thought would be the worst team in the league. The Dolphins might be second worst. 27th plus 1,000 miles for them. That's the 6th most miles traveled and the 2nd toughest strength of schedule at 542. The Dolphins starting a rebuild with a historic amount of dead salary cap space.
Yeah, they are leaning into not being any good. Seems like they did this about 7-8 years ago with Brian Flores and company.
That's a good point.
They won too many games with Tua, and Flores was too good of a coach. But looking at the Patriots, this
for Tua doesn't have the same ring to it anymore, does it?
It sounded so good at the time, and man, did that not work. Any hoodles. Looking at the Patriots, though, this will be fascinating. With all the backdrop of the Vrabel off-field kind of stuff, I imagine who knows if it gets put to bed by that point. It seems like there's a new picture every 48 hours. But we'll learn a lot about the Patriots. They had a golden, yellow-bricked paved road to the championship game, and they were deserving. That was a good football team. Make no mistake. You don't go 14-3, really 14-2 since that weird week 1 loss when they weren't ready to play, kicking everybody's butt as dominant as they were at times, beating all comers. But there was a little bit of smoke and mirrors to it. We'll now find out how bona fide the operation is, right? With Drake May entering this, I don't want to say make or break season because he's already made an awful lot, but you'll get tested really quickly out of the gate at Seattle, Jacksonville, Buffalo, divisional game, and then a bunch of other good teams on their schedule. I don't expect 14-3, but I think they'll be really good again. But we'll see how far back down to the pack they come.
There's a fan trend sweeping Major League Baseball that I think is super fun. It's a very spontaneous thing that was kind of born naturally, and it's now taking over ballparks. I want to talk about that next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors, Sarah and Debbie Reynolds. with Keller Williams Realty. I want to share a story about Emily. She lived in her home for over 30 years. Same house she grew up in, full of memories, but it was time for a new chapter. So that first weekend, she found it. She was looking for something new, that dream home. She was swept off her feet and put in an offer immediately. Then the heartbreak came. The sellers said no. They wouldn't even consider her offer because her current home wasn't sold yet. Emily was devastated. That's when Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home team stepped in. They didn't take no for an answer. They pivoted fast and went straight to the seller and showed them a proven strategy that guaranteed Emily's home would sell. And that worked. They got Emily's home on the market, created immediate demand, and sold it in just days. Emily went from thinking that she had lost her dream home to packing those bags. It's not luck. It is a system. The Reynolds of Power Home team creates customized strategies for every home they represent. They sell 2 times faster. Their clients net 4.27% more money. That's over 30 grand extra in your pocket. They gave you the leverage to win in today's market. Do what Emily did. Do what my family and I did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I love things that are born naturally and kind of come out of nowhere, that weren't contrived. They just kind of are stumbled into and they become the new fun thing, the big fad. That is happening in Major League Baseball right now with this tarps off movement. I don't know if you're in on this or not.
So I had to figure out what that meant. It just means taking your shirt off, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So tarps off is shirt off. The Stephen F. Austin State University Baseball Club, but not the actual team at the university, the club team.
Club team.
Okay, so this is your club baseball team at Stephen F. Austin. Went to a Cardinals game. They basically were by themselves in some section very far away from home plate, and they all proceeded to rip off their shirts and wave them over their heads like a helicopter. And this was very loud in the ballpark. They were very energetic. Presumably there was some alcohol being consumed from those that were of age, and they were just having a blast, dudes being dudes, the most guys being guys thing at a baseball game ever. Just take your shirt off on a nice day outside, wave it over your head. You're young, you play baseball, you're in college, you probably don't look that bad with your shirt off. Let's have a time.
When I was in shape, and this is a long time ago, this was a standard maneuver. You're in high school, you're at the game. We used to call it getting fratty, but it's the same deal. Like you take your shirt off, at the basketball game, you're jumping around. At the football game, you're jumping around. The soccer game, you're jumping around. At the concert, you're jumping around. It was a total thing. And then we got doughy and gross, and we're like, let's keep the tarps on, so to speak. Right now, this shirt right here that I'm touching, it's staying on.
Oh, yeah, my shirt's not coming off anytime soon.
It's not coming off.
I want my wife to see that, let alone strangers.
Turn the lights off, hon. Now we can go.
It's not good for anybody, right? But the story just kept getting better and better and better and better. So this was just a fun little thing. It was entertaining. So after the game, the telecast shows these guys. More and more fans from around the ballpark are seeing this, and they're joining in. So the young people, males, I don't know if there was an exact age, but generally most of them were teens or young 20s, were coming over, and the group was growing and growing and growing. And everyone was doing the same thing. Ripping off their shirt, waving it over their head, cheering on the Cardinals. Well, after the game, Ali Marmol, the manager of St. Louis, loved it and talked about it in his post-game press conference. He's like, hey, we got great energy from those guys. We thought it was really cool. I'm going to be trying to track them down, reach out to them. And the way that I read this story was he basically gets word of that it's this club baseball team. He invites them back to the game, but he buys out. I'm assuming with his money or the Cardinals get involved. A lot of times it's probably just him doing his thing as the manager. But he buys out a couple sections to have the kids come back. I say kids, the college age.
Sure, yeah.
And all the people that want to be up there doing the tarps off thing over the weekend. Like, you know what? That was fun. It was kind of random, but the guys got a kick out of it in the dugout. We're all laughing about it. The energy was awesome. Let's actually do more of this. Let's have these guys come back out for this weekend's games. This is the manager of the Cardinals, Ali Marmol.
Whoever started that in right field, I'll do whatever I need to do to make sure they come every game, because that was awesome. Not only them, but everybody that showed up today. That was a fun environment. Go ahead.
You guys could feel that from the.
Are you kidding?
So he gets them to come back, right? The group gets so big. I'm going to show you this video. This is like a whole section of all these dudes just standing here, tarps off, waving them over their head, celebrating.
So good.
After the game, he invites that baseball team, not all the section.
Because you can't have the 200 kids, the 300, whatever.
But he invites the club baseball team to come down, and he talks with them and meets them outside of the clubhouse. And then brings them into the locker room. He said a couple of the guys on the team were like, yeah, bring them in. Let's kick it, whatever. And they're taking pictures with some of the players with their shirts off. Coolest, random, spontaneous, awesome thing that you'll see. And then for the next couple days, they're there hanging out at the game on the manager, free tickets with this whole section. And last night, by the way, they walked it off, and it was electric at this ballpark. As the walk-off is hit, and it was Ivan Herrera rounding second, he's pointing out at the section where everyone's tarps are off, and he starts waving his arm like, let's go, boys, let's go, as he hits this walk-off home run, and it's absolute bedlam last night.
JJ takes off, swing and a drive, deep left field. That's going to do it in a big way. 3-run walk-off homer.
And he's mimicking like the shirt over
He's doing
his
it. Yeah,
head.
twist around the head, PD Pop style.
So good. So this is now happening at all their games, several games later. We've seen this at other ballparks. Last night, there was a tarps off section in right field at the Nats game, Toby pointed out. Now, it wasn't huge. It was like 20 kids. But as the game went on, I saw more people walking over there and doing it. And at a bunch of ballparks last night, I was seeing someone do a story on it on TV today. Tarps off sections are popping up.
It's so interesting, man. Whatever's new, whatever's old is new again, and it's all going. I mean, Bleacher Creatures in Chicago were doing this forever. Now they're not twisting it around their head like a helicopter, PD Pop style. They're just getting tan, drinking beers. But it is to your point. It's just when you get a bunch of people organically in. Now when it's forced, like if some ballpark does, it's tarps off night at the yard. Come on out and take your tarps off and get a. That turns into cheesy. It's nonsense.
But
when it's
that's
real
what I
and
love.
organic, it's
not that.
awesome.
It's
I know.
so organic.
It's great.
Also, the fact that he brought them down and then brought them into the clubhouse, and to see these baseball players, club baseball players at Stephen F. Austin, get to meet and greet with Mason Wynn and a bunch of the Cardinals players, I thought it was one of the coolest things I've seen a coach or a manager do in a long time.
It's so good. I love that. Just acknowledge that this is our free time. You know what I mean? Like, I get it's your profession, you're grinding, you're working really, really hard. But everyone else, the whole reason you're playing in front of this many people is because of us. You just, every once in a while, you give a little nod, a little homage. Someone does something special. Because there's no harm. There's no big put out or big effort from the Cardinals right there. The players are in the post-game locker room, shower and change. You could twist your head around, a couple social media moments, and you're back to your regular life. It doesn't take much to make everyone's day and everyone love you.
Speaking of baseball coaches that are doing the right thing, Matt Borgshulty, the hitting coach of the Nationals, the #1 offense in Major League Baseball, is going to join us on Grant and Danny next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for Game 3 of the 4-game series against the Mets at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. Lefty Zach Thornton makes his MLB debut tonight for the Mets. He's their number 13 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. In hockey, Western Conference Finals Game 1 tonight for the Golden Knights and the Avalanche at 8 o'clock. Also on the ice, the Capitals have signed defenseman Timothy Liljegren to a 2-year contract, $6.5 million. The Capitals acquired Liljegren from the Sharks last season in a trade. Western Conference Finals Game 2 tonight in the NBA. Spurs and Thunder at 8:30. San Antonio up 1-0 in that series. Also in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers said that this will be his last season. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
James Wood with the bases loaded, singled his first time up. The set for McLean. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep left center field. Chasing back Taylor to the warning track. He will leap. Morabito leaps and it's off his glove. They don't know where it is. This might be an inside the park home run. 3 runs have scored. Wood is circling the bases. The throw home is not in time. Wood with a head first slide has it inside the park. Grand slam home run.
Nats baseball tonight at 6:15 right here on the Fan, about 75 minutes from right now. Grant and Danny welcoming you back, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will handle all of the important paperwork you and your family need to protect your assets. Go schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention the show so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the Rude guest hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find the hitting coach of the best lineup and the best offense in all of baseball, Matt Borgshulty. Matt, if I knew all it took was just bringing you to D.C. and then the team would never stop scoring, I'd have gotten on the radio and advocated for this years ago. Thank you for the time.
Oh, man, that's certainly not the case. We got a lot of really good players that have made some great improvements and just really been fun to work with so far. So it's definitely an exciting time for the org.
Matt, I know you're busy, obviously, with the big club, but in Fairfax, I got a group of 8-year-olds that are struggling to put bat to ball. What are your consulting fees like?
Oh man, no, I don't have any. No, I'd love to. Always love talking hitting, and no matter the age, we'll get after it and get them better.
Love it.
Matt Borgshulty is the hitting coach for the Washington Nationals. They're number 1 in Major League Baseball in runs, 271. They didn't get to this number of runs until a week into June last year without him. Runs per game, first in Major League Baseball, 5.53. RBI tied for first in the big leagues and tied for first in the NL. Slugging percentage, 4th in the majors, 3rd in the National League. OPS, 5th in the show, 4th in the National League. Are you surprised at all by how much this team has hit?
I mean, I can't say that I expected us to have this much success, but it's just, I think the way that, we were able to put the guys together with Tabone and Blake, setting the culture of the continuous improvement that every guy wants to make every single day, and I think that really set everybody up to work on the things that they need to see improvements and kind of reach their potential, and it's been exciting to watch so far.
Matt, how do you see your job? In other words, I think with a positional coach or a pitching coach, hitting coach, etc., I feel like it's one part psychologist, one part approach, one part mechanical adjustment, one part, fixer. I mean, there's just a million things that go into it. I think a lot of people don't see. How do you view your role?
Yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, I think every guy requires something a little bit different in terms of all those things that you mentioned, with whether that's something with the approach, the mental, the physical approach, whether that's, work we're doing with them on the swing, working in between at bats, having good conversations, talking through, their approach, their preparation, what they're doing in the weight room to make sure that they're ready to go every single night. It's really an all-around approach, and I think what we as a hitting staff have been able to do a good job with is being able to kind of cover all those bases. We have Andrew Ite and Sean O'Malley who've done an amazing job with all the guys, just creating good relationships, getting the buy-in for the things that we want them to do to help them perform at their best.
So I was down in West Palm by the cages for several days, and I was watching you guys. And I mean, the amount of one-on-one time with Ite would have somebody, or O'Malley would have someone, you would be with the guy. And I asked a few players about it, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm getting more kind of one-on-one interaction than I've gotten." But the other thing was they were talking about implementable, like actual tips, pointers, things that were helping them that they haven't gotten in the past. I'm just wondering, give us an idea of like your coaching philosophy. I know you've been in Baltimore, Minnesota in the big leagues before this, but then also you're the hitting coach. Those other two guys are your assistants, but as a team, kind of how this works with you guys all working with all the hitters.
Yeah, I think, overall, like the goal for us as a hitting staff, like we want to score as many runs as we possibly can. I think we want to take an individual look at every guy, because James Wood, Nunez, Lyle, like everybody's a little bit different in what they need. And so if we try to do the same thing with every guy, we're just not going to get, the most out of them. So taking an individual approach, making sure we're attacking like what each guy needs. And then I think one of the things that we've been really good with is we're on the same page as a hitting staff with everything that's going on with every hitter. We stay informed, within each other and having those conversations individually with each player, but then circling back with each other on kind of how those things went. So that way, every day that they come into the cage, if they're with, a different coach than they were yesterday, we still are giving them the same information, continuing that development that they, might have gotten the day before.
Nats hitting coach Matt Borgshulty with us here on G&D. There are a million philosophies now, right? I mean, teacher man on one side, like then there's some dude in a cage chopping wood like he's Rod Carew in the 70s on the other side. I mean, everything in between. What for you and your staff, for you guys as you guys going through this, is universal? What has to happen, regardless of maybe your setup or some of the other designs and kind of newfangled ways to meet bat to ball with pitching as nasty as it's ever been?
Yeah. I mean, the number one thing for us is, like, we have to make good swing decisions. We have to own the zone. And we've had some guys make some really good strides with that. We also have some guys that are already really good at it. I think, you look at James Wood and you see, really good plate discipline. To me, that's number one in terms of what we have to do, regardless of anything else. Regardless of your swing, if you're controlling the zone, you have a good chance to have success and be productive at the plate, because your swing is not always going to be in the best spot. You're going to have, times when it's, there's some things you need to work on, and it's those periods, I think, that make the biggest difference, where you're still able to be productive and have good at-bats and help the team win because you're swinging at good pitches. The other aspect is that we want to hit balls. We want to hit balls hard. We got some guys that can do that, and guys that are making adjustments to that as well. And we want to hit the ball in the air. We want to hit line drives. We want to hit extra base hits. And, those are kind of the big three main aspects. And obviously, like, you have to make contact to be able to hit the ball hard and in the air. And those are kind of the areas that we really want to hone in and focus on. And everybody's going to fall into a little bit different, slot with that in terms of what is the most important for them.
The Nationals have the number one offense in the sport. We're talking to their hitting coach, Matt Borgshulty, on Grant and Danny. You mentioned hitting the ball in the air. One of the things I harped on a lot last year analytically was that this team hit the ball at one of the hardest rates in all of baseball. But they also hit the ball on the ground a lot more than most teams did, and rarely hit it in the air collectively, compared to the other teams around the sport. Jacob Young's a guy we talked to a lot about this early in the season. In the spring, you're seeing him now, a couple of home runs lately, on his way to blow past his career numbers in terms of long balls. But as far as getting the ball in the air, like, what is the actual work, the drill work? How do you go about improving that? And was that one of the first things after your interview process that you saw when you dug into the numbers where, wow, this team actually has a lot of guys that do hit it hard. Now we just got to get it off the ground.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. I think, like I said before, a lot of it starts with the pitches that we're attacking and taking a good approach to, swing at pitches that we can hit the ball in the air on. And then, from there, there's individual adjustments with swings. We have a bunch of different drills that we can work to help guys, whether that's they need to, swing up a little bit more or they need to swing down a little bit more, so that they can, really optimize the launch that they have and keep the bat on playing with the pitch as long as possible so they can adjust to multiple different shapes and speeds. And, I think that's kind of the main way that we try to go about it.
How do you handle a philosophical difference or comfort maybe is a more important term here, Matt? In other words, a guy says, I'm comfortable doing this, and maybe that's, your position may be, I need you to be uncomfortable because we're trying to get you better, right? Like, how do you deal with that with an individual player?
Yeah, I think that's something that, we were able to get past with a lot of guys from with Tabone and Butera really hammering that down in spring training and from the very start is like, we're going to train you guys really hard. We're going to make you uncomfortable. And the reason is we want the best out of you. And, we've seen this work. And, that was a big help in getting guys to kind of step outside their comfort zone, try something that's a little bit different in order to get results that are a little bit better.
I mentioned Jacob Young just as an example to exemplify what we're talking about here. Launch angle sweet spot percentage for him via Baseball Savant a year ago was 3rd percentile. It's 77th percentile right now. I mean, we have these basic websites like Savant where we look at percentiles. I mean, what types of data do you guys care about? And I guess more specifically offensively, what type of numbers in terms of result, not process stuff that you're focused so much on, do you care about more than others? Or is there really legitimately no part of the result that you focus on because it's all process?
Yeah, I mean, we have some internal, metrics that we'll use to have like an overall evaluation of, the offensive product that a player is going to put out there. But I would say like the main number that we would use and that all the players would have access to and understand and most, fans are starting to get used to would be OPS. Like, are you getting on base and are you hitting for extra base hits? And I think that's probably like the number that guys would be most interested in. Batting average is important for some, and it's not quite as important as it used to be in terms of an organizational philosophy. Like, obviously, getting a hit is important, and especially when there's runners on base, we want to cash in those guys as much as we possibly can. So having that approach to be able to, bring, the tool that you need for that specific job is really, really important. But I'd say like OPS is probably from a number standpoint, the most important one that we focus on with the players.
One of the really cool things Danny and I get to do occasionally is we'll do these walk-off post-game interviews after wins down on the field. And so we'll watch the last inning or two occasionally, basically from behind the plate as we get ready to walk out. And I bring this up to say I've been down there for a couple of the monster 8th innings at home that you guys have had, where everyone's like passing the baton and hitting homers. And you can see at that level, there's so much communication between your guys in the dugout over the iPad or just as they're at the on-deck circle or whatever. I don't remember that in the past. Is that naturally happening, or is that something that you guys have preached?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I think everybody understands and feels that the better each one of their teammates do, the better they're going to be able to do to continue to have that pressure on the other team. But they want to actually, they really want to help each other. I think it's something that we have strongly encouraged them to do, is that we can give them all the information in as simple as possible way for them to digest and be able to take that into the box. But there's nothing that we're going to be able to say that's going to compare to somebody that's actually been in the box against that pitcher. So having those guys come back, have that communication, hey, that slider looks like this, or this fastball plays a little bit up, or whatever the case might be for each pitcher, if we can get those guys to communicate as much as possible, which is, awesome to hear that you're, seeing that happen, that's really, really important. Guys helping each other, working together to just, pound out as many hits and runs against the pitcher as we possibly can.
That's hitting coach Matt Borgshulty with us here on G&D. And Matt, you're much younger than me, but I've worked with high school hitters forever, and only over the last 5 or 6 years have guys started to speak a different language to me. And you've come up in this, and this is what I'm curious about. You know, I've worked with a kid who's like, my bat speed is 77 to 81, my exit velo is 83 to 88. I'm going, is that good? I have no earthly idea. I've never spoken that before in my life, right off the tee. And like, but these guys are born and raised in this now. It's like when I remember when my dad was trying to learn how to use the computer. I'm like, I don't know how to explain this to you. I was born in this. Like, I get it, and you don't. You're in that environment, I feel like, now. And in terms of speaking the language, was that a tough adjustment for you, or you know, in terms of learning it on the fly, being able to teach it? Just the difference in what hitters know and care about, I think, is something I'd love for you to expound on.
Yeah, I think that's definitely been the case over the past 4 or 5 years. Guys really honing in on that a little bit more than they have in the past. But I would say, like, it hasn't really, like, the goals haven't really changed.
Right.
And everybody has, you know, just because now that we can measure it a little bit better doesn't mean that nobody tried to, you know, swing the bat fast enough to hit, or bat speed was never important before. I think it's always been something that people have, you know, subjectively observed. It just, you know, now that we have a way to measure it, it just makes it a little bit more visible for everybody to be able to understand. But, you know, from a communication standpoint for the players, like, we have all that information. We can use that. We can give that information to them and say, like, hey, here's where you're at. You know, we need to make some adjustments with this and that, so that, you know, when you do swing, you're swinging a little bit faster. You can get to more pitches, and then when you do get to them, like, there's a little bit more behind it, so we can get past the outfielders or in between them and get more balls through, you know, for extra base hits or just base hits in general. So I think the better understanding that the players have, and it can help for sure.
Curious about James Wood, who has an MVP in his future. He's in the top 10 in most categories in all of baseball. He is super special. But you will hear the fan base pretty routinely talk about his lack of pull air percentage, so to speak. I watch him and I marvel because he goes the opposite way with power in a way that I've never seen before. It's like Soto and him and Judge and not many others, right? And that's a great thing. And Judge, early in his career, by the way, the book on him was like, man, he needs to start pulling the ball for power, and eventually he did. I view James, because of the length of his arms, which are the longest in baseball, as that's always going to be a complicated, hard thing. What's your take on that? Is that something down the road where you'd like to see him pull it more, or is it just like, let's not touch or deal with anything other than telling him, good job, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the great thing about James is that he's always, like, working to try to continue to get better, and, you know, that's like where we're headed in terms of getting better. And I think, you know, our philosophy or our thought process, like, he doesn't need to pull the ball to hit a home run. Now, if it, like, is affecting his bat path, his contact ability, you know, his ability to hit the ball in the air, of trying to go the other way, then, like, that's an adjustment that we can make. But I just want him to hit it hard and hit it in the air. Wherever it goes, it goes. And if it becomes a problem from hitting it the other way too much, which I don't think it is, and I'm not sure that it will be, I don't think he hasn't had an issue this year, and hopefully, you know, he can continue to do that in terms of when he pulls the ball, hitting it, you know, on the ground too much. He's done a great job of continuing to hit the ball in the air this year. So, you know, that's not really something that I put too much into in terms of for the future. I'm really excited about this guy. He's one of the most impressive hitters I've ever seen. And, you know, you look back and see some of the balls that he hit this year, whether that was the left-on, left-off gauge to the opposite field bullpen, 440 or something like that, or the ball he hit off Stanek, you know, dead center line drive. I think the second baseman might have jumped for it and it went out dead center. You know, it's just impressive to be with him and watch him every day. And like I said before, the great thing about him is that he doesn't just want to be good; he wants to be great. And everybody can see, like, he has that potential. And, you know, I really think he could be, you know, one of the best hitters in the league, or if not the best, for a long time coming.
Matt, Dylan Cruz back in the show, and he looks to have kind of a different stance, different approach from when we saw him last in spring training before he was in AAA. What'd you guys work on with him, and kind of one of the key focuses?
Yeah, Dylan's done a great job. It's been fun to watch. His attitude, the way that he's attacked everything throughout this process has been, nothing short of outstanding. Yeah, like you said, with the setup changes, just getting him a little bit taller. He does a great job of sinking down into his legs naturally. So getting him in a little bit taller setup where he can stay athletic and not get too far down, and have the head movement and just down and up and that kind of move, as well as just getting into a little bit more relaxed position and just let his bat speed play, so that he can make more consistent contact with pitches, as well as being able to recognize and eliminate some of the chase that he's had in the past. And I think Travis Fitta, Brian Dahlback in AAA have done an amazing job, as well as with CJ Gilman to really work on those things with him on a consistent basis. And, hopefully he can continue the progress that he's made in AAA here.
I wonder with a guy like CJ Abrams, whose walk rate has gone from, in his career, right around 5% to double that this year at over 10%. You guys have made major strides there. Is walk rate something that you actually chase, for lack of a better word, like that you're looking at, or is it just a byproduct of the things that you actually care about, like chase rate and IDing and those types of things?
Yeah, I think walk rate is 100% something that we're paying attention to. Obviously, like you say, with CJ's improvements, it's been amazing to see when you can add that to his game. Like I said before, the swing's not always going to be amazing. So, especially with as much damage as he can do and as much as he can hit, guys are going to continue to try to get him to chase pitches and try to get himself out. So the better that he can be at limiting those or making those adjustments after he does it maybe one time in the at-bat, that just makes him even more dangerous player, especially with what he can do when he does get on base, stealing, going first to third like he did last night, and, just really making it challenging on the defense. So, that's been a huge part for him. Again, like I said, I think that's where, we try to limit those times in the season that everybody's going to go through where, you're not squaring up the ball every single time. But if we can still have that production of, okay, we're honing in on that middle of the plate, we let those edge pitches go, where even when our swing isn't perfect, we can still hit pitches down the middle pretty well. And then, also by laying off those pitches, we can take our walks, get on base, and still be very productive for the offense.
Matt Borgshulty on Grant and Danny. We've kept you too long. This will be the last one because I'm curious if this falls under your purview and now your coaching department, or if this is a bigger thing somewhere else. Challenging of pitches. It hasn't been a strength necessarily early this year for the guys at the plate offensively. Working on when to challenge, when not to. Also, game situation, all that. Is that something you and your staff talk to the guys about, or is that more of a Blake, different department thing?
Yeah, no, I think it's been a combination. Certainly it hasn't been our strength so far this year, although I think we've done a better job as of late than we have early on. And I think that's kind of what we expected. Is that as the season goes on, we start to get a better idea of the zone because it might be a little bit different than what they've been used to in the past. So, I think it's a philosophical thing. We want to try to get the guys to use them in the right situations and still have some late when we need them. In the late innings if the game gets tight.
Matt, really appreciate the time and insight, buddy. Congrats on all the success, man. Keep it up. It's been great.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Nationals hitting coach Matt Borgshulty on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next on the show, embattled college quarterback Brendan Sorsby is one of us. We'll explain on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're locked in for the MLB season, Fanatics Sportsbook is simply where you need to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout, so every at-bat and inning means a little more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that fan cash on profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more in the Fanatics universe. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatics Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Mets for Game 3 of the 4-game series at Nationals Park. The teams have split the first 2 games. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. It's a matchup of Zach's on the hill today. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 2-4 with a 6.10 ERA. He'll take on lefty Zach Thornton, who's making his major league debut tonight for the Metropolitans. He's their number 13 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. In hockey, the Capitals signed defenseman Timothy Liljegren to a 2-year contract for $6.5 million. He was acquired from the Sharks last season. Western Conference Finals Game 1 tonight on the ice. Golden Knights and Avalanche at 8 o'clock. On the hardwood, Western Conference Finals Game 2 at 8:30. Spurs and Thunder. San Antonio leads the series 1-0. And in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers says this will be his last season. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That was an outstanding conversation on the Nationals offense so far this year with a hitting coach who's got to be feeling himself a little bit. Year 1 with the organization, and they're the best offense in the sport for Matt Borgshulty. You heard him deflect all the attention a couple different times. It's about the players, and that's true. I said when things were bad in the past with guys like Darnell Coles or others, I think it's more about the players than the coaches, and I still feel that way now. But I mentioned in the interview, Danny, watching at spring training, the hands-on work being put in by the instructors. I really like this guy, Andrew Ite, who came from Driveline, who's like super into the data. They've got Borgshulty, who's been a big league hitting coach in 3 different stops with different philosophies. You've got a third coach on this staff who's kind of a blend between the two. I think they put together a really, really good group here. And players, when we got down to West Palm in March, were telling us, like, there's actionable things that they've told me to do. I tweaked it. I immediately saw results, and they were buying in big time.
Yes, it is the players that have to stand in the box. That's obvious. But when you have Brady House or Curtis Mead or a number of guys that would not play for 27 teams in the league hitting third for you on a nightly basis, the coaching staff that's got the number 1 offense in the sport should walk out of that dugout for every game, do a little hat tip to the crowd, wave, and bow if you want to through this point of the season. It's remarkable.
They can do it after Ani Kalambi.
Well, yeah, him too.
Ani Kalambi, who's got that computer work and putting together his algorithm for the lineups.
Indeed. Yeah, they're probably out of printer paper from all those spreadsheets he's putting out.
I was joking one night with a lineup early in the season, and I was like, it might have been the first time we saw JY hitting third, and I went over there to a home game, and I'm like, this is wild. And the person I was talking to was like, dude, if this lineup works, we're going to hear about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know?
Wait till you see what he comes up with after this.
And they keep on chugging along. They keep on chopping wood. I just went through some of the numbers in the interview, but number 1 in runs scored, 271, and in runs per game, 5.5. Tied for first in Major League Baseball with 253 runs batted in. Slugging percentage is 4th. That's the big one to me. I don't care about individual batting average, so I certainly don't care that much about team batting average. Runs are huge, that goes without saying. But the slug being up as significantly as it is, 3rd in the league, 4th in all of baseball, that's insane. James Wood and C.J. Abrams can drive the ball.
Yep.
Who else? Like, where else is that coming from? I mean, right now, it's those 2 guys. 3rd on the team in OPS is Lyle, who's been streaky and up and down a little bit. Luis Garcia has the 4th highest OPS right now, and it's sub 700, well below league average. And they're 4th in the league in slugging. How is that happening?
I don't know. Because again, you touched on it. When you look at even like a portion of the pie, Nasim Nunez, has a ton of at bats, is hitting 196 with a 522 ops. Lead the league in runs scored. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's no way to look at this prism and you go, oh, I get how that turns into the number 1 offense in the sport. I get how they have the most runs per game of anybody. That totally makes sense. And yet here they are. It's, some of it is, working at bats and getting themselves deep into games, working base on balls. Some of it is the occasional ability. I mean, I know they missed their chance a million times on Monday, but some of it is hitting that ground ball behind the runner. Some of it is, taking advantage of RBI opportunities with good approaches and plans. The unsexy things that get you run sometimes. But yeah, I mean, the fact that the slugging percentage, that these guys are driving the ball way more often tells you that those actionable items are giving you some action.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I teased this. I want to pay this off here going to the break after that interview. Brendan Sorsby is the quarterback who is the highest eligible recruit in terms of money and interest on the quarterback market, which is a funny thing to say still, in college football. Projected first-round pick. A lot of people thought maybe could go top 5, top 10 with a strong season this year. And now he is not currently eligible. He has been booted from college football for the time being for betting on not only the college game, but his own team's games when he was a backup early in his career in Indiana. I bring this up, Danny, to tell you that there's leaked court documents coming out now that have revealed some of his wide-ranging gambling habits, and they're pretty amazing from 2022 to 2025. I guess I shouldn't be overly surprised by this, but from the court documents, Mr. Sorsby placed thousands of bets on everything and anything. These bets weren't for the purpose of making money.
Right there, I would quibble.
What was the point of the bet then?
With that.
Are they suggesting when you're bad at betting and you're not making money and you just say, I'm just doing it for fun? Is that kind of what they're getting at?
No, I think they're going, and again, you're looking at not an attorney right here, this old Randy Dewey, me, Chuck McDowell, not attorneys, right? I think it sounds like they're going for he's a gambling addict kind of thing, and therefore some kind of a victim, so it's not his fault or something like that. That's what it sounds like to me.
See, I read this as actually he was just a dude being a dude, playing a dude, having some fun. And what I mean by that is you guys know when you're with your buddies and you just put $5 on a Turkish basketball league game, this is not a real sports bettor who's out there trying to get rich. This is not a guy trying to make millions by throwing games. He bet on things like Turkish basketball, Romanian soccer, obscure doubles tennis matches, and the very famous Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. As Toby put in our group chat, one of us. He's just doing wackies. He's just throwing $5 out on the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest while he's watching it at the crib with his buddies. Now, this doesn't change that he should be punished if you're betting on college football and you're betting whether it's for or against your team doesn't really matter.
Yep.
I mean, against your team is, as far as I'm concerned, that is a violation you can't come back from and you shouldn't be able to play again. I'm assuming he was betting on his team. Who knows? I haven't heard those details yet. But when you're betting a couple of dollars here or there, in college sports, if on international events like Turkish basketball, Romanian soccer, obscure doubles tennis matches, I don't really have a big problem with that. The kid down the hall can do it. And the kid that doesn't play sports is doing those things. I care more about, if you want to say non-NFL too, because you might have played with people, you might have relationships with people, coaches, front office executives, whatever it is, where you have some inside information, fine. If you even want to say the 4 major sports or something, because maybe there's some crossover or what have you. Somebody at your high school baseball facility is now a college player at this place, and he knows this guy who plays in the league for the Lions. Okay. I don't think you need to sell these kids they can't bet on, and they shouldn't be, for the record. It's dumb to do. But Romanian soccer games is a bridge too far? It's not all created equal as far as I'm concerned.
No, I think it's a fair point, just in terms of calling balls and strikes about how bad a violation of the law it is. In other words, we all know that jaywalking is not as bad as like murder.
Unless you get hit by a bus.
Well, of course, the result is very bad. But yes, we know that, like, in terms of Grant Paulson jaywalks versus Grant Paulson commits homicide, we all know intuitively which one is worse. So you're right. Betting on Romanian tetherball or whatever the hell it is nowhere near as bad as betting against your own college in a game you might play in or kind of whatever. I mean, to me, though, this is one of those, if you'd like the rule change, you can lobby to change the rule. This is pretty simple. They said, here's the rule, and he didn't obey it. And it stinks because it's nowhere near as bad an offense as a lot of guys will probably be eligible to play in terms of the level of wrongdoing on the jaywalking to homicide scale. But you ran afoul from the rule so many times that I don't have a ton of sympathy in that regard. But I understand your point, though. I think it's a good one.
So, Toby, how do I get a Topps Now James Wood Inside the Park Grand Slam card? Apparently they're making them. They've dropped. Do I got to go over to my Spot Collector's World in Annandale, where they've got all the cards that my kid's getting into now over by Silverado, one of our favorite restaurants, the Great American Restaurant Chain? Or do I need to do something online?
You got to go online. They're only available for the day after the moment, so they're available right now. If you don't get them in the next 20 hours and 20 minutes, you won't have a chance to buy them.
Oh, so it's literally a 24-hour thing.
Correct.
All right, but as many people as who wants to can get one?
Yes.
And how much do they run?
It's $9, and then you have to pay for shipping. So
Okay.
it's ends up being like $12, $15.
Will they number it like one of however many people?
No, generally I don't think those are numbered unless you get lucky, which I have before, and get a James Wood signed one.
Wait, he signs his top.
Sometimes they will have them sign specific moments. Like I have one from his walk-off against the Rockies last year.
Oh, that's how you got that?
Yeah.
That's awesome, actually.
7 of 10 for that one.
I think the Tops Now cards are sick, by the way.
So is that like a... what does that mean exactly?
Okay, so every night in Major League Baseball, I don't know the number.
Guy, it's a 500-foot homer.
Exactly. There's 7 or 8 things that are awesome. They'll make a Tops Now card to commemorate the moment. So for the Nationals, let's say Dalen Lyle's 2-homer game for the Reds.
So it's like breaking tea, but for baseball cards.
Exactly. So something crazy happens, like the Inside the Park Grand Slam. You pretty much know that's going to be a Tops Now card. They come out, they announce it, you get on the website, you order it.
It's a physical card.
Yeah, it's a baseball trading
But
card.
it just commemorates that moment somewhat, like it finds a good freeze frame from that play. Or
Correct.
Probably him sliding into home or something.
So like Joe Adell's 3-home run robbery game. You will have a card of Joe Adell with the glove over his head in the outfield. Look, there's the card right there, sliding into home plate. You called your shot. Darius is showing it to you if you look over there.
Oh, I nailed it.
Tops
Exactly what it
Now,
was.
card 220, $9.99 it says. Is that about right? Yeah, I'm going to order one of those. My kid's going to want one.
Right
Steve's
on.
up.
So it's like real moments. Then it was NFTs, which were a huge thing for like an hour and a half. Then that went away completely, and now this is taking its place where it's like, oh, yeah, this is actually way better and more valuable.
But the card game right now, bro.
Yeah. Dude, cards
it
are in.
is on fire. It's like when we were kids, but more.
Mm-hmm.
And the number of players who collect these cards now is crazy. Like in the big leagues. You're allowed to do that, unlike Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can collect cards. Like Lane Thomas, I was talking to my guys over at Collectors World where I'm getting my cards, my kid's getting into. And like he's super into it. Used to come in when he was a national all the time. There's players on every team that come in to DC to play the Nats. They look for the local card shop and they'll go in and just look around.
Well, that shopping center, by the way, has seen a lot of the Rouilles. That place is awesome.
Yeah.
The Sweet Frog right there after a million practices, and I have gotten some Crimson Coward Nashville hot chicken dozens of times right adjacent to Collector's World. You sleep.
I'm going to do a quick impression.
Go ahead. Okay. I mean, do I even... I know how this is going to go. It's going to be me. Hey, wake up.
Wait, Silverado, Great American Restaurant? I didn't know that existed right there.
It's right there. I mean, think I don't know.
It seems like you're not going there.
Think I don't know.
You're getting Nashville hot chicken or something dumb.
These are the quick things. These are in and out. In and out, baby. In and out. You know what I mean?
You know how you hate when people do that thing where they do the clapping emoji and say syllables?
This thing is the most annoying ever.
Yeah. So say what you just said again. In and out, quickness, whatever that was.
Yeah, like we're in and out.
Silverado.
Oh, yeah.
That thing. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Ford. Listen, I'm jealous. I am jealous. My buddy Matt just got a brand spanking new Bronco Raptor. Those things are awesome. You can get one at Ted Ford. 11 grand. I'm going to say that one more time. $11,000 off a new in-demand Bronco Raptor. Everybody wants these things. They are so cool. 0 payments for 90 days. Or how about the Bronco Sport OBX Edition? Just like Matt Valdez from the Junkies got over $6 grand off the MSRP. And you guessed it, no payments for 90 days. And I'm telling you, that old busted joint, that ride you're driving around in, your trade-in, it's worth more now than ever. My guys over at Ted Ford will show you just how much. Bring it in, get a top dollar offer, and put that towards something brand spanking new. Go also to the F-150 headquarters. That's right, my guys at Ted Ford. $9,400 off the MSRP on a 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt. And again, you guessed it, no payments for 90 days. Go see my pals at Ted Ford, and please do me a favor. Tell them Danny sent you.
6:15 Nats pregame. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. So I was at the Nats game yesterday, and I got the little pop-up saying Strobes was out and about eating some chicken wings, enjoying himself, paying off. I don't even want to call it a bet.
What was it exactly?
I would say it was a promise that if the Wizards got the number 1 overall pick, he was willing to. What is that? Like,
here's the price I'll pay.
Yeah, what did you guys officially call it, Ben, on the Locked On program that you do? It wasn't a bet. It was just what?
A sacrifice for the greater good of
I'll take
DC
that.
basketball.
A sacrifice for the basketball gods. So you guys had to eat 10 wings, hottest flavor they had in the restaurant. What was the actual flavor called?
The Blazing Wings.
Signed the waiver or no?
Signed a waiver. They brought them out after 45 minutes, first of all. Not trying to throw any shade, but 45 minutes later, after I ordered the wings, I finally got the waiver, signing my life away to these wings. And then I got the wings. But yeah, you have to sign a whole bunch of things saying that you won't sue them if things go terribly south.
I did that years ago. Do you think the waiver, Danny, is a mental bit that they're trying to pull over on whoever's doing it, or do you think it's real?
No, I think it's real because it's such a miserable experience. I did one of these, not at this particular place that old Strobes went to, but with a bunch of comedy buddies and I in Brooklyn. For whatever reason, one night we decided this will be really funny if we do the ghost pepper death wing, whatever the stupid thing was called at this hipster wing joint. And the guy handling it is wearing a gas mask. I don't mean the one that you got, the gator mask during the pandems.
Correct.
No, not that one. No. He's wearing a gas mask with spectacles like he's Walter White making meth in a lab, has gloves on like he's going to clean a sewer, and he's handling all this kind of stuff. Could barely look at it because it's fogging up his eyes so bad.
Yeah.
And then they served that to us. And it was the worst thing I've ever done. It was awful.
I've done something like this. I'll tell that story in a second. But to put a bow on this, so you end up eating all 10. You
Yep.
make good on your promise.
Did it.
You vowed to do it, and you did. You had to go get some milk, I saw, to help push things down a little bit. How miserable 1 to 10 was it?
I would give it a 7.5. Once I got through the fourth wing, I was polishing through them pretty good early on. I knew it was already at its peak because after the first 1 or 2, it never really gets any worse. It stays about the same the entire time. And I knew at that point, I was like, I can get through this. I just have to push through and finish the wings. That's all that needs to happen here. I knew it wasn't going to get any worse. So at that point, I knew I was fine. Worst thing I've ever done? It's probably the worst food I've ever ate, but I don't know if it's the worst thing I've ever done.
It also just burns so much that after a few wings, you get used to, you're so burnt, everything feels so terrible. What's the difference?
Yeah, it's like your face is red, you're flop sweating, you're sweating everywhere, your stomach's uncomfortable, and you just can't do anything. You just sort of make these weird wailing sounds. It's awful.
So
I couldn't speak.
I may have told you this story. It's been a long time. So if I've told you before, Danny, I'll apologize in advance.
That's right. I'm out of stories. You know everything about me.
I'll do the cliff notes on this. I was in high school at Redskins training camp in Ashburn. Me, my brother Sean, and one of our best buddies, Brad, went out to the wing factory or whatever the place was over in Ashburn to get wings for lunch. They had one of these wings like Strobes polished off. I'm assuming a little bit of a different place, but it sounds more like what you were referencing. So we had to sign this waiver, which I thought when I did it, I'm like, oh, this is mental. This is just them trying to get in my head to say that you're not going to be able to do this. If you ate one of these, you got a T-shirt and your name on the wall or something. And so my buddy's and my brother challenged me, and we're going to do this. So they bring one out, and it's a drumstick wing that is standing up on edge, basically, because it's in almost like a solid.
Yep.
It's not, but it was like the color of oil.
Yeah.
It was dark.
I know exactly what you're talking
and
about.
like gelatin, like gelatin or something.
Oh, yeah.
And so you pull it out, and it's not like a liquid sauce, right? It's thick. But anyway, I pull it out, and I bite into it. My teeth pierce the skin. I get teeth through skin into meat, and my whole throat clogs up.
Yep.
My entire throat is just shriveling away. And I'm coughing and sweating and whatever else. I put it back down. I don't eat any more of it. I ate the smallest bite of mostly skin with a little tiny bit of chicken, okay? But I held the wing with 6 fingers. I had Middle, pointer, thumb on both sides, like on the wing.
Pinching it, holding it. Yep.
I punt.
Yep.
That's as far as I got. I said, I'm done. Wipe my hands real good. Go to the bathroom, wash my hands, come back out. Well, I went to the bathroom. And apparently, with whatever the oils and the sauces were on this wing, wiping your hands and washing your hands so that your fingers look clean and feel clean is not good enough.
You haven't taken care of it yet.
We're sitting there within a couple minutes, the most excruciating pain in the history of the world on that particular body part.
Yep.
Burning like I've never experienced in my entire life. And I'm probably 16, 17. My brother's